Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Eraserhead Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was League's Secret Weapon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Out of all the villains that he'd had to face, Eraserhead was forced to admit that this one in particular was troubling. He thought this even as rain poured down on him, soaking his clothes, his bandages, his dark hair until he looked disheveled. He stood staring at the wreckage of a building, smoke billowing into the sky and turning the air dark gray. In the distance, a siren wailed. The problem with villains like this, he thought, was that there was no paper trail left behind. Whoever had planted a device in Endeavor's main office had no physical quirk. There were no marks from a quirk-activated explosion, no ice or water marking the crime scene. There were no fingerprints, not even a message or particular reason why they had chosen this building. The only thing left behind was panic, as citizens filmed on their phones and stood huddled outside the wreckage, some crying as their loved ones were pulled out by the fire brigade. Endeavor himself was there, a dark figure that burned brightly in the rain like a flare gun, scowling and shouting and directing underlings. He always looked unhappy when he had to stand in the rain. Tonight he was especially miserable, from the looks of it. The thunderous expression on his features promised trouble, if there was only some kind of hint as to who was responsible. Shoyuta had the uneasy feeling looking at the wreckage that the man's anger would amount to very little, as it had with the two incidents that had happened 2 months before. It really is like they're a ghost, Hizashi spoke from beside Shoyuta, as quietly as he got. His hands were in his pockets, his normally spiky hair looking sad and deflated from the downpour. He chanced a glance at Shoyuta from behind his shades, his expression unusually grim. The security cameras were disabled, no fingerprints or footprints left behind. No eyewitnesses. Not even Nedzu has any idea of where to start, the only motive seems to be to create fear. He shrugged. At this point, I'm thinking their quirk is invisibility. Goes, yeah, Shoyuta supposed it was kind of like that. He mulled the name over in his mind, head tilted in consideration. He'd been working as a full-time hero for nearly 5 years now, and it was the first time that he could admit to being unsettled. His fingers and eyes itched, one for action the other for rest. It felt like chasing this villain had burned most logic out of him, leaving him forced to rely on instinct instead. It told him that he didn't think that the villain was invisible. The bombings are dangerous. His gaze flicked to reporters, standing out in the rain and gravely delivering news in serious, real-time gravity. Every time we don't catch someone who creates fear, we lose public confidence in our capabilities. Hizashi cracked a small smile. So serious, but he didn't argue it further. Even he could feel the hostile glances directed their way, see the crowds in the distance being ushered back from the building for their own safety. The air felt claustrophobic and tense, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Shoyuta thought to himself that this villain knew exactly what they were doing, and even if it wasn't their end goal, the results were the same. It didn't bode well. This crime, it was chaotic. Should All Might get involved? Hizashi murmured, almost too softly to hear. His gaze was directed at the reporters standing a few feet away. Though his posture was relaxed, his smile was just a little too fixed. Shoyuta considered it quickly. As Eraserhead, he thought it was a good idea. As Shoyuta, something still felt off about the whole crime. There was a puzzle piece missing, a nagging feeling that he sensed All Might might uncover. There's something wrong with this, he muttered out loud. Only Hizashi heard. Present Mike, to his credit, didn't disagree. 10 years later, it was no secret that Katsuki Bakugo was an angry person. Some of it was probably personality, some of it the nature of his quirk. Being an explosion specialist tended to make someone a little hot-headed, especially when the power manifested at such a young age. He was proud, arrogant, and jagged in the kind of way that made his classmates reluctant to approach him. Eijiro Kirishima was by contrast, soft. Where Bakugo to many was the scalding part of fire, his classmate was warmth. His shark smile was easy to come by, his personality stubborn but undeniably kind. He was strong, but all of his classmates would willingly admit that he was also thoughtful. He was also, despite some people's beliefs, far more observant than given credit for. This came from his own childhood, perhaps, his aunt having suffered from illness most of her life. She'd been a bitter person, always looking for a fight. He'd been afraid of her when he was little, wary of her sharp tongue and even more wary of her stubbornness. Getting her to enjoy anything had been the chore his mother had devoted herself to, something Kirishima hadn't really understood until later in his aunt's life. When the illness got worse, she got worse. Somewhere along the way, Kirishima had realized that it was the illness that was bitter, and not the woman underneath. Somewhere around rounds of treatment, hospital visits, and late-night conversations when she thought he was sleeping, he'd seen that her anger was a shield. It took all of 5 minutes being in Bakugo's presence for Kirishima to realize in a quiet sort of way that Bakugo, like her, was sharp, making up for something fragile beneath. It came out in the silences, when Bakugo was very tired or very unhappy. He'd stare into the distance or at his hands as if searching for something other than anger. It appeared when Bakugo would look at him with a sort of confused resignation, clearly unsure as to why Kirishima stuck around when all he gave him was sass. It made Kirishima determined to be his friend, even if being his friend was sometimes challenging. Kirishima was kind, even when Bakugo snapped and snarled. He remained patient when Bakugo pushed to see just how far he could go before breaking him. Kirishima was tough, both in his quirk and his mind, and could take more than his fair share of hits. If he couldn't, he wouldn't have lasted. When Mineta, who often struggled to read the mood, got frustrated with Bakugo's bullying, Kirishima was there to hold Bakugo back. "Do you even have any friends?" Mineta cried, bravely facing Bakugo's anger. "Do you ever think before you hit someone? No wonder no one likes you." For Mineta to say that, given his reputation, was quite bold in Kirishima's opinion. Kirishima expected Bakugo to lash out, but he was taken aback by the intensity of his reaction. The class that morning had been chaotic, with Aizawa-sensei absent. Lita had tried to bring order, but it was a lost cause. Now, Bakugo launched himself from his chair, a fierce expression on his face. Kirishima knew he had to stop Bakugo to prevent any damage to school property. He instinctively hardened the side of his body facing Bakugo, absorbing the impact of the explosion that followed. Kirishima winced, knowing Bakugo would likely have bruised knuckles. "What do you know?" Bakugo roared, ignoring any pain he felt. The class fell silent, sensing this was different from Bakugo's usual anger. Kirishima hoped Mineta would have the sense to back down. "You're a perv. What do you know about friendship or any of that stuff?" Mineta shrank back, his lips pressed into a thin line. No one stepped up to help him, and most students watched with wide eyes, sensing the tension in the air. The silence was heavy. Uraraka was the first to break it, her voice trembling with concern. "Kirishima, you're bleeding." Kirishima realized it was true. He could feel a trickle at his temple. He offered her a toothy smile, shrugging it off. "It's nothing. Probably just need a band-aid." He noticed Bakugo's shoulders tense as he took in the small cut by Kirishima's eye. Before Bakugo could respond, the classroom door opened, and Aizawa-sensei entered. The class froze, and Kirishima winced, but to his surprise, Aizawa merely ordered everyone to sit down. They complied, chairs scraping as they took their places. Bakugo, however, was still trying to calm his breathing. Kirishima worried that Aizawa would confront Bakugo, unsure of how that would end. Instead, Aizawa glanced at his papers. "Bakugo," he murmured. Bakugo didn't respond verbally, but he turned his head slightly. Aizawa took it as acknowledgement. "You're dismissed for the day. Go to your dorm. I can give you the notes later." A quiet murmur spread among the students. Mineta looked frustrated that Bakugo would miss class. It felt more like a light reprimand than a real punishment. The chatter quieted as Aizawa turned to the rest of the class, his glare sharp. "To the rest of you, I expect better behavior. I don't tolerate in-class fighting outside of training lessons. Antagonizing your classmates could lead to serious consequences. Am I clear?" Wordlessly, the class nodded in agreement. There was no arguing with their teacher when he was in this mood. Bakugo gathered his books silently, his fists trembling at his side as he made a hasty bow in Aizawa's direction. Kirishima watched him leave, wondering what about April 3rd could make Bakugo, of all people, seem so fragile. Inko Midoriya found the sound of cicadas outside both comforting and sad. Their high, plaintive drone marked the approach of an anniversary she couldn't avoid. It was a bittersweet reminder of the past, bringing both comfort and heartache. Though it didn't hurt as much as it used to, there was still an ache in her chest that made it hard to breathe. She treated herself with the usual remedies for such a day: hot tea and a day off from work. Sleeping in wasn't something that came naturally to her, but she tried. When she could no longer lie in bed, Inko got up, moved around the kitchen, and managed to eat a slice of toast. Despite the early hour, she briefly considered a glass of wine but shook her head and opted to clean instead, both putting off and anticipating the task ahead. Eventually, she could no longer ignore it. Inko took a deep breath, her hands clenched in her skirt, and made her way upstairs to a room that remained closed for most of the year. The air in her son's bedroom was stale, though she tried to open a window occasionally. Once, the bed had sheets on it, but they had long since been folded neatly at the end. The rest of the room was relatively untouched, and Inko could almost believe that Izuku would come home from school soon. The All Might posters on the walls seemed to be waiting for his return, their superhero smiles contrasting sharply with the sadness in Inko's heart. She hesitated at the doorway, unwilling to step inside but knowing she needed to change the flowers on her son's desk. It wouldn't do to leave the old, wilted ones today. She bit her lip and blinked back tears. Today marked 10 years since Izuku had never come home from the park. He would never return to his posters or come home for dinner. He would never have the chance to grow up or live his dream of becoming a hero like his idol. Izuku Midoriya had vanished 10 years ago, and Inko would never receive an explanation as to why. Tell me again. The voice came from the other side of the bar, sounding bored to those who didn't know better, but to those who did, it was a warning. The boy lifted his head slowly, his green hair glowing in the overhead light. His gaze was flat, but his pupils flicked back and forth, reading a script only he could see. His voice was devoid of life, hands shoved into his pockets, restless fingers moving inside them. USJ has exactly 12 security cameras hidden in its training arena, 5 of which can be taken down through the same grid. The rest are split half and half as a safety precaution. Your most likely teacher will be 13, given their age and experience. Gender, unknown. Skill level, moderate level hero. Their body is void-like, approach with caution. Eraserhead has a 90% chance of being there, while All Might has an 80% chance based on current data. You know their skill levels and powers. This last part was directed toward the dark part of the bar. A voice hummed, and a man emerged from the shadows. His hair was white and unkempt, and his skin appeared ashen. He wore a pleased grin, which made the green-haired boy breathe a sigh of relief. For now, he was safe. Excellent, Ghost. The man said, tilting his head as he looked the boy over appreciatively. You really are an incredible asset. I'm grateful I discovered you when I did. Should this plan go well, I think you deserve a reward. The boy didn't respond to the praise, but the tension in his shoulders eased. Shigaraki was in a good mood, which boded well for him. He blinked away the numbers in his mind, still calculating percentages and possibilities. There were too many variables for his comfort, but the boss wanted to move ahead. More data was needed, especially on Eraserhead. There was only so much that news articles and internet theories could provide. The urge for information itched under his skin, and fine tremors racked his body. I want Eraserhead for study, he said, green eyes squinting out from under the mass of dark green hair. He looked perpetually tired, a plaintive want clear on his face. Shigaraki laughed, the sound delighted as he came closer. The hand on his face obscured the look in his eyes, but Izuku knew it well enough. It was an expression of pride, pleasure that his ghost jumped like a dog. Like his quirk didn't affect him if he didn't have all the numbers, all the data. To think your mother and teachers thought you were quirkless. Shigaraki crooned. The idea is laughable when I see you like this. It's a subtle gift but so useful. Izuku didn't respond. He had only vague memories of that time. Memories of a smile or kind hands lifting him up in the air were useless with no face attached to them. The only name he remembered was a boy that had used to hurt him. His quirk wasn't the kind that turned on or off, but one that ran under his skin, and being aware of it was like being aware of the need to breathe. It consumed him. Promise me that I get Eraserhead. He demanded as much as he dared to. His tongue darted out to drag across his lower lip, and though his expression didn't give much away, there was a hunger in his eyes. Promise me. Shigaraki chuckled, one gloved hand coming to rest atop Izuku's head. Fingers tightened in his hair before the hand came to crack across the right side of Izuku's face. It wasn't a real slap, but it made a sound that rang in Izuku's ears. He reeled, finding gloved fingers around his neck holding him in place. Shigaraki had gone from amused to displeased in an instant, and the threat was clear. He froze, a hair caught between crosshairs. Do not forget your place. Shigaraki hissed, his stance casual but his hand tightening on Izuku's neck. Izuku didn't dare to move. Past experience had taught him that trying to avoid Shigaraki or fight back was futile. Froze instead, pretending that he was made of stone even as he stilled his breathing, forced his quirk down deep inside him until it was a whisper instead of a raging howl. Izuku dropped his gaze, his hands moving from his pockets to hang limply at his sides. I'm sorry. Shigaraki's fingers only tightened. Then the hand slid away and he stepped back. His expression was back to darkly amused, and Izuku had to acknowledge not for the first time that he had been toyed with. He stared at his shoes, not daring to raise his head even as Shigaraki patted his arm. Good boy, he murmured, turning to go. His parting words were given over his shoulder, a hand lifted in farewell. You'll get what you want, should this go well. But remember, the second you bite, I'll do what I need to do without a second thought. Izuku didn't need his sentence spelled out for him. He kept his gaze trained to the floor, only lifting his head with the sound of the door closing. The shakes continued to run down his spine. There was a truth in society that no one spoke of, and yet inevitably came to light in the shadows. Some quirks just couldn't be used for good. No one liked to admit it, no one liked to think about it. Yet from Izuku's experience, it was a harsh reality that slept just under the glamour of superheroes. It was a flipped coin to the shiny media garbage that the news liked to feed its citizens. No one wanted a hero with quirks like the League of Villains. No one could imagine any of their quirks as hero-worthy. Shigaraki decayed things, Kurogiri was a void that could rip people apart, and the boss stole quirks, biding his time the way only an immortal could. Izuku had a quirk that forced him to devour knowledge. It wasn't a quirk that on the surface seemed inherently evil, but it was. Izuku could see people really see them. As a child, it had come out with obsession. All Might, Present Mic, Endeavor, these were all hero names he had known off by heart. He'd learned everything he could about them, from their blood type to abilities to their favorite places to go for morning coffee. Written off as a harmless pastime, he could have filled entire journals with information about his favorite heroes, everything that made them cool. Yet that obsession, that hunger, began to reveal something to Izuku. He hadn't recognized it for what it was at the time, but it came to him in dreams, a pre-quirk moment that might have told him of his abilities to come. He knew everything about most of his heroes. And the more he knew how to beat them. Present Mic was in love with Eraserhead. One early interview had made it obvious to Izuku, though he couldn't say why. Yet he knew that weakness, even years before the hero had gathered the courage to ask the more elusive hero on a date. He had sensed it before Present Mic had realized it himself, all from one news special where Present Mic had talked about the man. Every inflection, every detail, the more Izuku noticed it, the more his mind filled in the gaps. He started to write his analyses down, filling pages with careful, childlike print. 13 didn't have a gender. That one became public knowledge a few years later, but it was something Izuku had known early on. He'd never referred to the hero as he or she as a child, only as they. It didn't seem right. If 13 didn't like those pronouns, then why use them? He'd only come across the word agender later in his life, but the concept had still resonated with Izuku's perceptive senses. Something was wrong with All Might. That realization had frightened young Izuku, though he barely remembered it now. He'd noticed the way the hero had started to only save the day during certain set times, how he cut interviews short. To most, it just seemed like the hero was busy, but something nagged at the back of Izuku's mind, a whisper of something being wrong. He wrote all of these theories down and more, pages upon pages of cataloging that made him seem shy, nerdy, and withdrawn. The man in the black hoodie would take everyone if he didn't come with him. That analysis had changed Izuku's life. It had come to him while playing in the park, chasing after Kaken. The sun had stretched the shadows of the swings until they seemed like long fingers. Only children had been around, and soon even they would have to go home for dinner. Kaken had pushed Izuku, originally meaning for it to be a joke but proving to be too rough. Izuku had started to cry. It hurt, or at least he'd thought that's what it meant to hurt back then. He supposed his current definition of hurt had changed a bit. He'd been inconsolable and Kaken, in frustration, had left him there by the swings, stomping off while muttering to his friends about getting his mom to help. Izuku could remember the way the sun felt on his back as he waited, his skinned knee bleeding slowly into the sand. His tears had dried after the initial shock, leaving him embarrassed and tired. He'd propped himself up against the metal leg of one swing set, staring moodily out at the road and passing cars, wishing Kaken wasn't so mean. A shadow had passed over him, a figure blotting out the sun. He'd squinted up at the thin man standing in front of him, his smile chapped and cracked, the only thing Izuku could see from under his hood. The memory of his voice still sent chills down Izuku's spine. "You're going to come with me, boy, and you'll do it quietly. Or I think your quirk can tell you what will happen next." Izuku had seen a leaf blowing in the wind. The man snatched it out of the air, and before Izuku's eyes, it wilted and turned to dust. Somewhere in the distance, he'd heard Kaken's voice, and wordlessly stood to follow the man before his friend rounded the corner to the park. The memory burned him, and Izuku forced it from his mind. Don't think about it, don't remember. There wasn't any use in dwelling on the past. He'd never tried to escape, had never wanted to go back besides the odd fantasy here and there. There was no point. Here, there were people he had to protect, and protection from the shadows of his past. The tucked-away bar in the red light district of the city was more home to him than any warm memory could be. One of the only things Izuku trusted in his life was his quirk. It had proven itself time after time, never wrong. So when it told him that escape would lead to not only his demise but the demise of everyone he could remember loving, then he listened. Hope lied, numbers never did. Statistically, he never could have been a hero, and statistically, he most definitely wouldn't be able to be one now. His hands were too stained for that. Again. Shudo kicked, striking the punching bag with a satisfying thwack that rang up his ankle. If it had been the first or even 10th time he'd done it, he would have found it soothing. As it was the 30th time, and Endeavor showed no signs of allowing him to stop. His father stood in the corner of the training room, frowning and lost in thought over something that had clearly very little to do with his son, yet still meant he was to endure a hard training session. Shudo knew that look. It was the look his father wore when he was angry and couldn't take it out on the person responsible. That usually meant Shudo was to bear the brunt of it. He grit his teeth, striking the punching bag again. Another satisfying thwack. Again, Endeavor demanded, somewhat on autopilot. Shudo didn't dare argue, not with that expression on his father's face. He did, however, indulge in a brief vision of striking the man himself instead of the punching bag. What? In truth, he was glad his father was distracted. It allowed his own thoughts to wander. He inevitably found himself thinking of the upcoming field trip to USJ. It was meant to be a surprise as to what they'd encounter there, but word got around. Chances were, they'd be doing field training, civilian rescues, the whole works. It was the sort of training someone like his father might refer to as pandering. Shudo personally was more on the fence. His gut wanted to disagree with whatever his father thought on principle, but truthfully he wasn't good at calming crowds down. He wasn't personable enough for it. He avoided the thought that came next to him, that he couldn't even make any friends in his own class. Not that he'd really tried, he'd learned from a young age that having a father like Endeavor invited two kinds of people into his life, those that wanted to be friends with him for his family name, and those that had asked too many questions about his father's method of parenting. Neither came to an unpleasant end. The thought that he might be a little lonely didn't occur to Shudo, because to be lonely, one had to regret that they were alone. Shudo couldn't bring himself to feel this way, not really. Being alone meant that he was safe. It meant that Endeavor wasn't around to bother him or that his siblings weren't around to give him varying degrees of pity. He didn't mind being alone, but a part of him still minded that it was the only time he felt like he could be himself. The blank-faced child that interacted with his father wasn't Shudo, not really. It was a canvas, a mask. Underneath, something in Shudo bubbled just under the frozen surface. It was building up slowly over the years. He kept trying to ice it over, but it was finding the cracks in his armor. It made him kick the punching bag harder than he meant to, bare his teeth when his expression was supposed to be blank. It made the idea of any sort of rescue work, where he didn't have to fight, laughable. Shudo had the uncomfortable feeling that he was going to fail the upcoming field trip, and he didn't know what that meant for him. He'd never failed anything academically speaking. Endeavor hadn't allowed it. What would his father do, should he come back with anything less than perfection? The thought made the tension under his skin shudder, equal parts fear and frustration. Shudo didn't let it show, hitting the punching bag so hard that his ankle bone rang again, this time offering the first small twinge of discomfort. He didn't want to know what Endeavor might do, because Shudo wasn't sure what he'd do in retaliation. That thought, so unheroic but real in his mind, lingered throughout the rest of his father's distracted training. Something had to give, Shudo's mask, or the fire underneath it. Action could not exist in a vacuum. This was a fact that Toshinori had learned around the time that all for one nearly incapacitated him. Good could not exist without evil, and the greater the light, the darker the shadows behind the scenes. In order to combat the darkness, he also had to limit his own abilities. It didn't mean he didn't dislike the fact that he couldn't walk a flight of stairs in his normal form without feeling weak. In his youth, he'd been athletic. Even without having a quirk, he'd never had to think twice about doing most things that the average person could do. It had taken him nearly a year of adjustment to cope with the fact that he simply wasn't the man, the hero, that he used to be. He liked to think that most of the time, he wasn't too bitter about it. His only regret was that he'd have to pass on the symbol of peace. That's what he hoped to start today, if he could. He'd seen the new recruits, the heroes-to-be that had made it through the strict testing that it took to get into UA. He had a few ideas of who he wanted to speak to, should training under 13's guidance go over well. Still, no one had exactly stood out to him, and that was a problem. Toshinori knew he had to pass on one for all, could feel that his time had come with each pained breath. Yet something nagged at the back of his mind, a tiny voice that insisted that this was not the way. A part of him, however small, however selfish, wished he could see some of himself in the potential candidates before him. All of these students had bright futures ahead of them, and most, if not all, had noble hearts and good intentions. Yet he had yet to find one that seemed to have the drive wielding such a quirk needed. It was a personality trait that was difficult to define, and even harder to explain to someone who had not wielded such power before. He'd argued with Aizawa and Principal Nedzu over it, trying to justify his hesitation. Aizawa had felt that someone like Ijiru, or perhaps Ochako, would be a good fit. Nedzu had proposed Mirio or Katsuki, a suggestion that had made Aizawa look uneasy. Toshinori had disagreed with all of their recommendations, all for different reasons. Too optimistic, too gentle. Too inflexible and far too angry. Yet he still had to choose, and so had reluctantly agreed to make a decision after today. For the good of everyone, Aizawa had tried to coax him. Toshinori didn't have the heart to tell him that he sounded more like a man trying to convince a student to do their homework than a voice of reason. He'd been pacing in circles ever since, anxiously checking the clock on the staff room wall. His tea had long since gone cold, tasting earthy and unappealing when he forgot and took a sip. Toshinori thought about calling Gran Torino twice but hesitated each time. This was something he had to face on his own. He only hoped he'd make a good decision. "Brother, is that you?" Eri's quiet voice drifted in the dark, echoing across the chamber. Izuku could just make out her outline in the shadow of her cell. His headache made him squint. "It's me," he confirmed. She seemed to exhale in relief, then stood. Carefully, she made her way into the light, her white blonde hair hiding her face until she was nearly pressed to the bars. It was automatic. Izuku stepped forward to take her outstretched hand in his own. Her fingers were cold, the dark circles under her eyes habitual. He offered her a smile and she gave one back, smaller and shy. This was a habit, a secret he had fallen into lately. Since Eri had come to be under Overhaul's care, Izuku had tried to remain unaware, but he'd known from the moment the child arrived that whatever Shigaraki wanted her for, it wasn't good. He'd taken one look and seen an uncomfortable amount of himself. It seemed wrong that a child should be here alone in this cold place. He'd never tell anyone this though. "I've got something for you," he said. "But you need to eat it all before one of the others comes to see you." He glanced around quickly, and seeing no one, revealed his prize. The little girl's eyes widened as she took the chocolate chip cookie and quickly crammed about half of it into her mouth. She chewed happily, uttering a small sound of delight as she looked at Izuku with admiration. Through a mouthful of cookie she whispered, "How?" "Slipped out to a grocery store, saw it, and thought of you. Are they good?" When she nodded enthusiastically, he sighed in relief. Izuku didn't really eat sweets. His training and Shigaraki's watchful eye didn't leave him much time to indulge. He had an idea of what little kids liked, though, from hazy memories of childhood. Sweets and toys seemed to be something that could never go wrong. Eri had a particular fondness for Sailor Moon comics and chocolate chip cookies. "I'm glad." He patted her bandaged wrist, noting their newness. Izuku kept his face neutral, but he knew what it meant. He was gentle when he let go of her hand. "Are you in too much pain?" She shook her head, but Eri was sometimes good at hiding when she was hurting. Izuku wished she didn't, but he couldn't blame her. They had both been on the receiving end of Chisaki's curiosity for similar reasons. It was just Eri's misfortune that her ability could be transferred onto others, whereas Izuku's was all in his own mind. "I came to say goodbye for a bit," Izuku admitted, though it pained him to do so. Eri always looked sad when he had to go away for a while, but she took it bravely enough. She never cried, though now she paused eating the cookie long enough to look thoughtful. Her red eyes regarded him seriously. "He's sending you to do bad things again, isn't he?" She'd always been good at reading between the lines of his farewells. It made treating her like a child difficult sometimes. Izuku winced but couldn't deny it. Instead, he shrugged, looking at the cell floor as if the cracks in the cement might give him answers. "It'll just be for a day or so if all goes well." He never told her that the price for many of his missions not going well was serious. He didn't have to. A part of him suspected that she knew. She looked at him sadly, fidgeting with a bandage on her wrist. "Are you going to have to hurt people?" she asked softly. When he understood, the smile on his face faded. He didn't look up, feeling cowardly. "I'll bring you a new comic. One with Chibi USA in it," was all he said. He thought she might push further and feared for the day that she did. He honestly had no idea what he'd tell her if she did. You just didn't tell a 7-year-old that their only friend was involved in dangerous things. She didn't seem happy with his answer, but she accepted it. Izuku was grateful. He left after squeezing her hand one last time, promising again to bring a gift. It always felt wrong to leave the girl in the darkness of the basement, but Izuku knew that of all the places in the Villain Alliance's headquarters, Eri was safest there. The itch, the craving was only acknowledged far away from her, alone in his room as he was putting on his costume. His quirk stirred within him, whispering its desires. Izuku shuddered, half in fear and half in anticipation. He stared at himself in the mirror, allowing himself to embrace the part of him he kept far away from the little girl he wanted to protect. Staring back at him was a shadow of his true self. Ida had never run this hard, this fast before. When he was younger, he never really understood how people got out of breath. His quirk usually didn't allow for it, his legs giving out before his lungs most of the time. His heart raced in his chest, and his lungs felt as if they were on fire. If this was what most of his classmates felt after running laps, he understood their dislike of it. It felt like his ribs were about to crack open. He was moving so fast that his eyes could barely track what was ahead of him. All because villains had done the impossible, broken into a UA-approved training arena. It still didn't feel real. He was in a dream, running on autopilot. Someone would come wake him up and tell him he was running for nothing. The sharp ache in his muscles was the only thing that kept him grounded. The thought that his friends had gone after the villain to buy him time kept him going. I can't fail or everyone will. Ida squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head. He couldn't think about that. He wouldn't. He nearly ran into the figure that stood in the middle of the road, a dark blur on the winding path back to school. At the last moment, he dug in his heels and came face to face with a villain barring his way. The boy was about his age, which surprised Ida. Even though he wore a mask, Ida could see the gangly length of his limbs. He was shorter than Ida, probably not much taller than Ochako. The staff in his hands made him appear even smaller. His brother had told him stories of children and teenagers who had strayed from the hero's path, but he'd never seen one before. They weren't cases given to heroes in training, they were often unstable. Looking at the boy before him, Ida realized why. It was like looking at himself, if he were chronically malnourished and a little sickly. The chrome mask the boy wore couldn't hide the pale tone of his skin or the dark circles under his eyes that could be seen through the mask's holes. His gaze flicked restlessly, agitated. There was a fine tremor running through his entire body, like he'd just gotten off a roller coaster. The rest of his costume was rather plain, a dark hoodie with the sleeves pulled up to the elbow, and a spray-painted kabuki mask on the front. He wore jeans that seemed worn rather than fashionable, and a utility belt kept them on his hips. The only two pops of color were the boy's shoes and his hair. Wild, curly green strands fell around his face in a disorganized halo, seeming to fly in every direction. His shoes were strangely well cared for, bright red and clean despite his overall appearance. The boy's arms were bare but marked with scars that made Ida want to look away. Fingerless gloves revealed fingernails bitten to the quick, curled around the staff's grip. The villain spoke, his voice flat and uninterested under the mask. "You escaped. Interesting, I only counted that probability at 50%. Ida swallowed. His voice didn't tremble when he spoke, though there was an unsettling air about the villain. "I'm afraid I can't fail in my mission." The boy's gaze flicked over Ida's glasses and face, and something in his expression shifted. It was a flicker of interest. "You're the Ida's youngest son." The spitting image of ingenium. The mention of his older brother made Ida tense. "How?" "I know every hero registered in the city's database. There was a slow day and I got bored. Also, I've read your file." The answer came unprompted, but the statement was unsettling. There were over 400 heroes registered in the city's index, and his files were protected under the school. An information quirk? Or perhaps an eidetic memory? Ida carefully braced himself to run, eyeing the path beyond the boy. He couldn't let this villain stop him. If he really did have an information quirk, then more than ever he needed to get the teachers. There was no telling what the villains had brought with them to prepare for this setup. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the boy said softly. He spun the staff, the pointed end now directed at Ida. A dull hum seemed to emanate from it. "I'm having a bad day, and it's going to get worse if I have to stop you." Ida was already moving, making a wide run in a burst of speed that he hoped would be enough. The villain's weapon was moved from his belt with lightning-quick speed. It unfolded into a long staff, the villain swinging it as if he knew from the start where Ida would be. He couldn't see it, shouldn't have been able to, but with unerring aim the staff struck against Ida's left leg. A sharp pain jolted up Ida's leg, hip, climbing up his spine and shoulder. A shout left his lips as he hit the ground hard, struggling to regain his composure. The boy sighed, clearly let down by his effort. "Your movements are so obvious, a child could guess where you go. Honestly, what are those teachers teaching you at UA?" Ida couldn't speak. He was still trying to force his jaw open, the muscles uncooperative. He winced as the villain removed the staff from his leg, twirling it and holding it up so that he could see from where he was lying. Rubber handle, conductive length. Basically, a taser. "You lead with your right foot every time, and your eyes told me where you were going. Your left leg's vulnerable." Ida had to get up, had to move. Gasping, he tried weakly to do so again. Again, his muscles ignored him. The villain tooted, almost chidingly. "It's no use trying to get up, and if you do, I really will have to stop you. You're better staying here. Our aim isn't you students, anyway." Who? But the boy hardly needed prompting. It was as if he was so unused to talking to another person that once the floodgates were open, he couldn't stop. His voice had taken on a muttering tone, as if he were used to talking to himself. "My boss is after all might, but we made a critical error there. I'm sure he's going to be mad with me over that one. But personally, I think Eraserhead is far more interesting, don't you think? He's not registered in any hero index, his civilian status is hard to track down. He's a mystery, and it's so rare I find a mystery in this day and age of computers." Ida couldn't see the villain's mouth under his mask, but from his tone he suspected he was grinning. He tested his engines as subtly as he could, feeling a choking start-stop in response. No luck yet. The realization that everyone's safety might depend on getting this villain to talk was an irony that didn't escape him. "You're going to fail," he said, partly hoping desperately that it was true. "Already Eraserhead's after your boss, and All Might's on his way. Do you really think you can beat him?" "Oh, I suppose it's not common knowledge," the boy blinked, looking down at Ida with apprehension. "All Might has a weakness. Also, knowing Shigaraki, your teacher is in trouble by now." Ida's chest went cold. "Though, I did ask him to keep Eraserhead safe for my sake at least. Hopefully he listens." Ida knew the villain was grinning now, the hunger in his eyes burning brightly. "I can't take him apart if he's out of the picture." With a dull roar, Ida's leg engines came back to life. He moved with determination, a high kick aiming directly for the villain's head. He saw a flicker of surprise on the villain's face, but the boy was still moving. His staff came up, electricity off, moving just in time to push away against Ida's legs so that the villain could tuck and roll to safety. Ida landed on his feet, his stance shaky but standing. His breath came in hard breaths through his nose. Somewhere along the way, his glasses had cracked. The boy had also landed on his feet, the staff clutched in his hands. He was looking at Ida appraisingly, a hint of amusement playing on his features. There was a scratch on his cheek from where Ida's kick had managed to nick him. "Clever," he said gleefully, rising to his feet. "You distracted me. Clever, clever, clever." Ida didn't smile. His jaw was set with determination. "You won't take Aizawa-sensei, and you won't hurt All Might. If you want to, you'll have to get through me." "A pity." The boy looked regretful, his head tilted to the side. "You're so young and have so much potential. All of your family does, though. Are you really going to use such big words? You're still a kid." A look of confusion crossed the boy's face. "Why don't you run away? No one's watching, and I think we both know that I'm going to win if we fight. I've faced challenges before, and you haven't." "You're also a kid," Ida replied. "You must have someone important you're fighting for?" The smile on the boy's face seemed to shrink, something dark creeping into his expression. His hand twirled, the staff crackling with blue electricity once more, alive and dangerous. "Not clever enough, it seems, to keep your mouth shut," he intoned softly. The amusement was gone, and Ida knew with a sinking heart that his stalling limit had been reached. His thoughts went to his brother, to his mom and dad. "Forgive me, Tensei," he thought. "It seems like I might not become a hero like you, after all." He braced himself as the boy charged, his engines sputtering to life. Ida prepared to throw everything he had into them, hoping to just be fast enough, just good enough, to run to Yue. The sputtering of the tank in his legs didn't give him much hope. Something was broken. He moved, and the boy leapt, and Ida didn't know who was going to land their hit. "Have no fear, because I am here." Izuku was a child, trapped in a nightmare. There was so much dirt on his hands that it felt like it would never wash away. He kept trying to clean them in the small, dirty sink in his cell, but it seemed futile. His sobs sounded strange in his ears, echoing back to him in the dark. "I'm here." He tried to be brave, tried to be strong like All Might. Somebody would notice he was missing. Someone would come and save him. That was the mantra that kept running in the back of his mind, playing like a broken record. It kept him quiet through Shigaraki's yelling, despite how the villain kept pushing him when he didn't do what he wanted. It hurt so much, though, and Izuku was starting to feel shaky with hunger and hopelessness. He wasn't sure, but he thought it had been a week since he'd been here. It felt longer, somehow. Against his hope, something bitter and scared was beginning to break free. Why was no one coming? Did no one care? He wanted his mom. He wanted his dad even, and the man had moved out of his and his mother's life when he'd been only a baby. He'd been having dreams where All Might found him, scooped him into his arms, and carried Izuku away from this place. He kept waking up alone. "I'm here. No one's coming for you," Shigaraki had told him during their last interrogation session. He'd grown frustrated when Izuku refused to tell him about the man in the video footage, a grainy image of Endeavor and one of his sons walking to a grocery store. The boy's mind had whispered to him information, though he'd clenched his jaw tight to keep it from spilling out. "Tell me!" the villain shouted, slamming his hands down on the metal table where Izuku was seated. The boy winced, feeling fear wash over him. Tears started to fill his eyes, even though he was trying to be brave. "I want to go home," was what Izuku ended up saying, though it came out as more of a sob. Shigaraki didn't hesitate. His gloved hand flew up, and Izuku flinched. The memory of that moment made Izuku sniff, sinking into a crouch in his cell. He could feel that his face was sore, like when Kaken got too angry. The taste of tears in his mouth made him cry harder. "I'm here." But All Might wasn't, not really. He was alone. He was always alone. The ringing in Izuku's head was like a gong. It radiated with pain up along his jaw, to his forehead, across one ear. He felt like he'd been hit by a truck, and that was saying something considering his pain tolerance. Opening his eyes was hard. It felt like trying to slide open a rusted window. Left his lips. He was lying down, that much he could figure out. Judging from the fact that he still couldn't hear due to the throbbing in his skull, he could only assume he'd been struck. Whatever had done it packed a punch. Stifling another groan, he tested to see if he could move his arms and legs. Only when they twitched could the tight knot in. His spine loosen in relief. No broken bones. Izuku managed to turn his head, blinking blearily at the figure that was now standing between him and Ingenium's little brother. The sun was blotted out by the shadow of the man, and Izuku had to squint to see past the glare. His ribs throbbed as his heart sank, recognizing the imposing shadow. A sound left him, a laugh of incredulity. It came out as a wheeze, hysterical and shaking. So many miscalculations today. So this was how he was going to die. If there was any way he expected to go, it'd just make sense it'd be taken out by the symbol of peace, Mr. America himself. He lifted his head, but now he let it drop to the pavement in defeat. All Might was standing in front of him, his hands on his hips and that trademark smile on his face. The shadow of his eyes left a dark slate, his blue irises glowing with the power of his quirk. Though this was the first time Izuku had seen it in person, the hero looked larger than life itself. There was something a little kitschy about him, almost forced. The American memorabilia, tan skin, and muscles upon muscles were comic book in every way. It was utterly imposing. Izuku groaned, knowing the answer his quirk gave him even before he gave All Might a long, measured look. No weaknesses, save for his time limit. The most frustrating heroes were the borderline invincible ones. He settled for managing to spit up a little bit of blood at the hero's feet. "You're here." That was Ida, clearly relieved, surprised, and more than a little awed at being in All Might's presence. Not planned then, that much was a relief. Izuku was beginning to believe that he had lost his touch, to mess up this badly. Despite his best attempts, there was no way to account for spontaneity. "I was going to go with your class in the morning, but an inescapable errand had to be run before I could do so. So that was it." Izuku's quirk mentally calculated the approximate time, and the length that All Might had been missing. 3 hours, just about. Not that he could do much about this information now. He couldn't even sit up, the nausea from being knocked down was so strong. He managed a mumbled curse. "It's to my benefit." Tenya managed, obviously relieved. The boy adjusted his cracked glasses, looking at his teacher earnestly. "There's been an attack. Aizawa-sensei, I think he's in trouble. We need the teachers to come." All Might took in this information. The broad shelf of his shoulders tightened, his hands curling into fists at his side. "You run to the school," All Might said after a moment of consideration. "I'll deal with this villain, and come to Aizawa's aid." That was bad. A moment of dull panic settled into Izuku's bones. Like a rabbit cornered, it was beginning to dawn on him that there was no way out of this. Somehow, he'd managed to fail badly enough that this was going to escalate. Even if he managed to escape, and it was a strong if at this point, he'd still have to face his boss. He wasn't sure he'd make it out of that. Ida was looking at him. In his expression was something uncertain. "Deal with him, sensei?" His voice didn't waver, but his hesitation was clear. By contrast, Izuku wasn't too worried. He knew All Might's track record, and it contained less harm compared to Shigaraki. Here he was relatively safe. Yes. Likely to face the idea of jail time, yes. That was something he knew would have come either way, capture or worse. It was just another cage, and this one had the decency not to kick him while he was down. Still, a quiet voice in the back of Izuku's head screamed that exceptions could be made. All Might's expression seemed grim, despite the smile on his face. The oppressive air of his presence made it hard to breathe, like a physical weight. Izuku had little doubt that one hit from the man's pinky would be enough to incapacitate him. He braced himself for an attack as All Might stepped forward, his heart hammering in his chest. He found himself hoisted into the air. An undignified squawk left his lips, followed by pain as bright as a fire shooting up his side. His ribs. The nausea came quickly after, forcing Izuku to press his face against the crook of the hero's shoulder. All Might held him like a sack of potatoes, not gentle exactly but without much effort. He turned to Ida, energy crackling along his body blue-white. "I'll take him so that he can be held accountable to the authorities." "Go Ida. Quickly." His tone could have moved armies. This was the voice of the man that had made Izuku want to be him as a child. A bitter, nameless emotion lodged itself in Izuku's throat. Ida didn't argue, snapping a quick salute before tearing off. He quickly became a blue-white dot in the distance. Only when Ida was gone did All Might bother to speak to him directly. "You've picked a bad day to attack UA." Izuku's nausea was getting worse. He honestly thought he must be concussed. Blackness was encroaching on his vision. He managed, feeling the need to put up at least a token objection to being manhandled like this. He hadn't been carried like this before. He'd been tossed around when unconscious, thrown back into his cell, but not held securely like he was some cat with a bad temper. He scowled. "Would have been a perfect day if you had just shown up when you were supposed to." All Might said something, but the ringing in Izuku's ears only got louder. That was fine. He didn't want All Might's explanation. He wanted nothing from this man, who now came to him 10 years too late. There was nothing, no hero's monologue or meaningless platitude that could make the hate in Izuku's chest loosen. This rescuing, no matter how unintentional on All Might's part, would only crumble away. His vision swam, and the ground beneath him seemed further away. Breathing was a chore. Izuku blacked out before he had to attempt anything else. He let it happen, his eyes sliding shut without a fuss. He wasn't sure how long he was out for, but it felt like a while. Izuku wasn't usually one for sleeping, not in long stretches at least. He'd lived for the past 5 years or so under the same roof as Toga, who had a quirk that involved blood. He'd brushed shoulders with dangerous individuals like Dabi or Overhaul. Sleep didn't come easily, not when every time he closed his eyes, he risked having a piece of himself taken from him. He took catnaps. Sometimes they were enough, most times they weren't. If he was really exhausted, Izuku would set traps. Nothing that would seriously hurt someone, but traps that could leave a nasty sting. Overhaul had been the victim of a few of the uglier ones, including having a wasp's nest catapulted directly at his face. This meant that Izuku woke up feeling scrambled and sluggish. He blinked, white light making his eyes hurt as he struggled to see past the glare. There was a clinical smell. Confusion kicked into a low-grade panic when he found that he couldn't move his arms or legs. Looking at his wrists, he found himself handcuffed to what he now recognized as a hospital bed. Not good. A stab of panic hit him squarely in the chest, making his breathing turn sharp and shallow. It swallowed Izuku, threatening to drown him entirely. Shigaraki's going to be furious with me. He was in a hospital, which meant he had been caught. He'd been foolish enough to allow himself to be caught. Then the anger came. It was short and fire-bright, rising in the back of his throat and making Izuku grit his teeth to hold back a scream. Damn it. They'd been so close to having everything work out smoothly, and then All Might came late and ruined everything. He jerked in his restraints, a growl coming from deep inside of him. It made his chest hurt. A voice spoke from somewhere to his left, probably meaning to be soothing. Take it easy now, you sustained a pretty bad head injury and some bruised ribs. Well, that would explain why Izuku felt as if he'd been trying to wrestle a brick wall with his face. He turned, seeing an elderly woman standing to the side. She was tiny, hunched and wrinkled, and though her lab coat seemed to swallow her, there was steel in her eyes as she looked at him with her hands in her pockets. Izuku knew her, though only through photos of when she had been younger, the face of the first generation of heroes. His quirk filled in the details as his eyes swept over her, noting her age and the signs of wear. Recovery girl. His voice rasped, and it was then he realized how thirsty he was. Izuku could drink an entire lake and still feel parched. Recovery girl hummed, turning towards the sink at the corner of the room. She filled a glass of water methodically, holding it to his lips. You know your heroes, lad. She was kind, or as kind as a hero could be to someone like him. Izuku took greedy mouthfuls of water, feeling relief sink into his bones. He drained the cup, then sat back and blinked blearily at the ceiling. Have to. He muttered, feeling charitable now that his mouth was no longer dry. Recovery girl didn't ask more, but she took a seat in the hard plastic chair by his bedside. Her gray gaze peered at him from the deep-set lines of her face. His eyes narrowed as he gestured with his restrained hands at the room around him. Why am I here? You're young for a villain, she ignored the question in favor of her observation. I must say that when All Might brought you to me, I was preparing for someone older. If Izuku had more pride, he might have been stung. As it was, he looked at her blandly as she adjusted her glasses. I didn't expect a child. I'm gifted for my age, he said cheekily, and was surprised when the old woman actually laughed. Her face soon sobered, her hands folding over her cane. There was a tired look in her eyes. Izuku didn't often feel like a child, not really at least. Yet somehow under this woman's stare, he felt small. He wasn't entirely sure how it made him feel. You've gotten yourself into a real fix, lad. Ordinarily, you'd have been taken to the police. Your age gave reason to bring you to the school so that the authorities could question you while I could tend to your injuries. She looked at him searchingly, as if trying to peel back the layers of Izuku himself. A word of advice: if you're being threatened, forced to do the things that happened at 13th Arena, I'd like to think at least that you didn't do this by choice. I have no wish to see a child go to jail, not when you look so much like our students. There was a tight knot in Izuku's throat. He found he couldn't quite meet her gaze, instead directing his attention to the top of her right ear. She had no idea what she was asking of him. He knew that logically. It didn't stop the muted defeat trickling into his thoughts, or the chill from settling in his bones. The thought of betraying Shigaraki sent cold fear through his veins. Eri's face swam in his mind. Had he been distant enough? Good enough at hiding his protectiveness of her? Already she was at risk. Shigaraki's anger was unpredictable. How long had he been here? What would Shigaraki deem to be an acceptable punishment for this kind of failure? The questions in his head were overwhelming, and his quirk could only help him so much without the man actually being there. Izuku had borne enough to know how much it hurt, and without Shigaraki's physical presence, there was no one else to take it. If he gave any information away, turned traitor? The thought of Eri enduring anything made his stomach twist. I wasn't threatened, Izuku said flatly, which was technically true enough. Recovery girl looked sad, but resigned. Her cane tapped the floor in thought, a sigh heaving her shoulders as she rose to her feet. She was still only a little taller than the bed itself. If that's how you want it, she murmured. Izuku watched as she brushed off her lab coat, turning to take her leave. Why did he feel as if he had missed some chance? This old woman owed him nothing, and he didn't know her. There was no reason to feel like he was no better than the dirt under her shoe. He heard rather than saw Recovery Girl pause in the doorway, offering him a parting shot after some consideration. It was nice meeting you, lad. I do hope that you find your way somehow, in all this mess. The sound of the door sliding shut left Izuku alone with his thoughts, and alone with the panic that was slowly, surely, dragging him into a pit. Tell me, Shigaraki ordered, his voice calm. Izuku was 11, feeling defeated. His head hung low as his gaze flicked around the empty room, overturned tables and chairs, just details to a bigger picture. His fingers itched at his sides. 3 men, 2 killed on the scene. Breaking in and armed assault. His head tilted to the side, noting the lack of bodies. The third man's quirk dealt with the bodies somehow. Shigaraki hummed, a pleased sound. The puzzle pieces slotted into place, and Izuku blinked in confusion. You set this up somehow. A test. To see if your skills were as valuable as me and Sensei had hoped, the villain confirmed. His gloved hand came to rest on Izuku's shoulder, and the boy suppressed a shudder at the contact. Izuku resisted the urge to fidget as Shigaraki's hand came to comb through his hair, petting him as if he were a dog that had shown promise in tracking a scent. I don't understand, he confessed. Why was his quirk being tested? Shigaraki knew what he could do. Wasn't that why he'd been taken from his home in the first place? Shigaraki only grinned, the expression stretching his thin face into something unsettling. You will, he murmured, and his long fingers continued to pet Izuku's hair as he led him away from the room. It was only after he was alone in his cell that Izuku realized he had lost his fear of blood somewhere along the line. Curled into the corner of his cell, he guessed it was between Shisaki's experiments on him and Shigaraki's training. He wondered if that made him bad, like one of the villains his mom used to fret about in front of the television when she thought he had gone to bed. But his mom wasn't here, and he didn't have anyone to ask. If he was being honest, Izuku thought he might be too afraid to do so, even if the option was given to him. He tucked his face against his arms, wishing he could cry. His eyes were dry. Somewhere along the line, he had forgotten how to do that too. It made Izuku think of Kaken, though he hadn't thought of the boy in years. Wouldn't he be proud of him if he could see? Izuku bit into his nail bed, pulling the skin apart. Contrary to popular belief, Bakugo had some idea that his behavior was not exactly hero-worthy most days. It was an awareness that came in the silence that followed when he was too loud, too aggressive, too willing to resort to force to get his way. He wore his emotions on his sleeve. If he was angry, he was furious, and if he was happy, it was like trying to contain a supernova. When he was sad or frightened, he wasn't very good at hiding that either. It was evident in every word, explosive. At a very young age, his mom had realized that her child was sad. It had made telling her easier, if only because hiding it wasn't an option. Katsuki never could hide, making the transition to his true self relatively simple. He had been brought into the world an unhappy little girl, but by 4, he was an angrier but happier little boy to all of his classmates and neighbors. It had been so easy in some ways that Katsuki privately felt that what happened to Deku was the universe's way of punishing him. Your pride, the weapon you use to hurt other people, it's going to take that person you hurt away, and you're going to live with the regret of what you did to him for the rest of your life. Izuku Midoriya disappeared when Katsuki was only 6 years old. One day, he and the other children were playing on some swings. They had left Izuku behind, he had been upset, and when they came back, he was gone. If Katsuki strained, he could remember the way finding that empty sandbox had felt. First disbelief, then anger, then confusion. Where had the little twerp gone? He thought Deku had gone to hide or maybe gone to tell his mom what had happened. Katsuki hadn't once thought that his friend had been taken. Not in their sleepy suburb. That sort of thing only happened on the news, so his own mom could fret over him and tell him to never go with a stranger. He had gone to tell his mom, who later told Inko Midoriya. A half-hearted search began that soon morphed into a manhunt as the day crawled on and no sign of Izuku turned up. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, snatched by some sort of monster from a fairy tale. As the days turned into weeks, Katsuki's anger at the boy burned to white-hot fury, then confusion, and finally fear and sadness. This wasn't supposed to happen. He had never wanted Izuku to disappear, not for real. He had tried to negotiate it in his head, justify it. He had only wanted Izuku to toughen up a little, act cool. How was he supposed to be like his hero All Might if he cried at scraped knees? He hadn't wanted, he didn't. It doesn't matter what you wanted, a small voice whispered in the back of his mind. This is because of you. He's gone, and his last memory of you is that you hated him. The weeks turned into months, and Katsuki was left adrift with only his sadness and no one to blame but himself. Are those marks from your quirk? Kirishima was the first with the bravery to ask, maybe because he was the first to see. Katsuki could get away most of the time in his own home being binderless and sleeveless. He had gotten comfortable in Kirishima's company, perhaps a bit too comfortable. Carelessness had left him inviting Kirishima over to his house, being in a t-shirt and sweatpants, doing homework with him on his bedroom floor. The question had sent a shiver of unease through Katsuki's spine, a remnant of a time when he had things to hide. He resisted the urge to turn his wrists to the floor, concealing the marks that decorated his arms. His voice was sharp, but that was true regardless of the question. What kind of question is that? Kirishima's face turned as red as his hair, realizing the sensitivity of his inquiry. He raised his hands in apology. Sorry, bro, my filter slipped. There was a chance to drop it there, but Katsuki could still see the curiosity in his friend's eyes. He tried to suppress an irritated sigh, but only partially succeeded. Katsuki knew Kirishima wouldn't let it go. Yes, he replied, because in a way they were connected. It was his quirk that had caused the marks, in a roundabout sort of way. Kirishima seemed to sense that there was more to the story, his brows furrowing in confusion. Katsuki avoided his gaze, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Isn't a person's body supposed to be immune to their quirk? Kirishima wondered aloud, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Katsuki reminded himself that Kirishima was his friend and tried to use some of the breathing exercises he'd learned in therapy. Yes, he answered again, through gritted teeth. Surely, Kirishima wasn't this clueless? Slowly, Kirishima seemed to reach the right conclusion. His expression shifted from confusion to concern. Katsuki braced himself for something uncomfortable like pity. An awkward silence stretched between them, and he wondered if it was possible to feel embarrassed to the point of disappearing. Then, Kirishima said something unexpected and surprisingly insightful. I'm glad you seem like you're doing better. What? Katsuki's panic faded into shock. He stared at Kirishima as if he had just said something unbelievable. They're old, right? Kirishima gestured to the scars, a nervous smile on his face as if he hoped to ease the tension. I mean, all things considered, I'm really glad you're doing better than you were when those happened. He glanced at Katsuki, seeming to reconsider his words. Unless you're not? In which case, I care about you and think we should talk. I am. Katsuki blurted out, finding it awkward to watch Kirishima stumble over his words. He'd rather face a tough training session than discuss his past like they were in a feelings circle. It had been hard enough to express himself with a professional, let alone a friend. He wasn't programmed to just talk about it like it was nothing. Kirishima looked equally relieved. He ran a hand through his messy red hair, grinning widely at Katsuki from the floor. Good. That's good. He fiddled with his pen. If Katsuki had been looking at him instead of the wall, he might have noticed the slight flush creeping up Kirishima's neck as he added, I'd hate to see the bravest guy I know hurting like that. Katsuki found himself focused on the fact that Kirishima hadn't hesitated to call him Guy, his binder long since put away for the night. He tried to hide the pleased flush creeping up his own face and failed. He pressed his face against his bed covers. What are you even talking about? He growled. He could feel Kirishima's eyes on him, could hear the amusement in his voice. Dude, are you blushing? Shut up or your head will end up buried in the ground. Katsuki snapped. His friend laughed and the sound did something funny to his heart, making it feel lighter. Thankfully, Kirishima was too kind, or maybe too cautious of Katsuki's temper, to say anything else. So, Katsuki let Kirishima get closer. There were times he wasn't sure if he would end up regretting it. He tried not to think about it, because if he did, he started to feel uneasy. Kirishima followed him around like an excited puppy, and Katsuki had to admit that he enjoyed the attention. Whether or not he liked how Kirishima seemed determined to know everything about him was a different story. He was used to being treated as someone to avoid or fear, and having someone actively seek him out was both flattering and irritating. Katsuki thrived on attention, even as it made him competitive, and Kirishima was more than happy to engage in a good training match or 7. Their friendship might seem a bit unusual to an outsider, given their tendency to push each other's limits, but Katsuki had never had a friend better suited for him before in his life. The anniversary rolled around, and Katsuki felt like no matter where he looked, something reminded him of that terrible day. He had mentally marked Deku's disappearance in his mind as the anniversary, thanks to the news headlines that used to commemorate it. It made his skin itch to remember the news broadcasters solemnly staring into the camera, as if they truly cared that Deku was gone. This made him angry and oddly fragile, to the point where even the teacher noticed his quiet unraveling. Embarrassed, he felt even angrier with himself. He had made a fool of himself in front of the entire class over something someone said. Really, he liked to think he had more pride than that. Mortified, Katsuki escaped to his house. His one saving grace was that no one stopped him on his way, so no one had seen how close he had been to breaking down. His room felt too small, but it was a good buffer for his anger. He accidentally scorched a few notebooks he flung from his backpack, sending his sparse notes from class briefly ablaze before they extinguished on the floor. He had the good sense to ensure nothing else would catch fire, then lay face down on his bed. Given time to calm down, Katsuki could admit to himself that he probably should have just skipped class. He knew well enough that today wasn't a day where he or anyone who had been part of that day was functional. His mom still took Inko out for brunch every year on this day, because doing so meant that Deku's mom wasn't alone and was getting out. Mitsuki still called Katsuki every year, making sure in a roundabout way that he was alright. No one talked exactly about why his mom went to such lengths, but everyone appreciated it in their own ways. Katsuki didn't tell her off for calling him, and Inko didn't ignore the doorbell when she rang. Both of them pretended like it helped. The thought that he should maybe check on Deku's mom himself now and again nagged at him, but he always pushed the idea away firmly. It wouldn't be taken kindly, given that Katsuki was, well, Katsuki. A knock on the front door of his house was nearly expected a few hours later. He knew without getting up that it was Kirishima. He didn't answer, not even when his friend hesitantly called his name. Katsuki wasn't fit to be around anyone right now. A few moments stretched in silence, then he heard the retreating sound of Kirishima's footsteps from the front step. Katsuki relaxed only after he couldn't hear them anymore. He ignored the small part of himself that wished his friend had persisted, hands clenching under his pillow. He wouldn't have the words to explain anyway, even if he really wanted to. USJ had been attacked, and there were villains filling the training ground. Katsuki felt only anticipation, a grin stretching across his face as he fought for his and his classmates' lives. This was easier, the simple struggle for survival that he had become so good at. No one bested him in a fight, not in his element. He thrived with his palms coated in sweat, ash in the back of his throat, and nothing expected of him except to deal with the next target. He blasted through the first few villains like they were nothing, a laugh half caught in his throat as he ran through the training grounds, looking for new targets. Here in the ruins training ground, with Kirishima beside him, Katsuki felt like there wasn't anything he couldn't do. "These villains are weak," he commented, pleased when Kirishima laughed and agreed. His friend's quirk turned him into sharp points, making his smile wide and bright. "We should go help the others." A part of Katsuki agreed, but his mind turned to the villain that had thrown them into the ruins zone in the first place. His hands restlessly clenched and unclenched at his sides, adrenaline making his blood sing. "We need to get that villain. He's the one letting the others in." He might have said more, but a movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention. His palms snapped backwards, his quirk activating without thought. The villain was sent flying, and Kirishima's expression shifted from surprise to awe. Katsuki could feel heat creeping up the back of his neck as his friend pumped his fists in excitement. "Yeah, okay. Let's go get him." Katsuki didn't need any more of a nudge. He blasted himself forward, his heart racing in his throat. He told himself it was the action, the excitement, and tried not to look at Kirishima's smile too directly. All might prove to be the turning point, of course. That's what was to be expected from the #1 hero, after all. Katsuki wasn't impressed very often, but the man's presence still affected him. It was an aura, a sort of chill that one felt when All Might was around. Katsuki felt safe with All Might, but his instincts still trembled under the weight of the man's stare. It was the presence of someone who was so powerful that very few could stand by his side. It made the unconscious body he was carrying feel unimportant, barely considered even as the hero placed the villain carefully onto the ground to face the Numu. Katsuki had to hold back a wince as he saw Aizawa. Some of his excitement over the battle faded as he took in his teacher's injuries and the monster All Might was facing. It didn't even look human, and Katsuki had seen quite a few quirks that changed one's physical appearance. This was something mindless, something created only to destroy. Its gaze unsettled him, even as he tried not to let it show on his face. Too soon he was moving, the shadow villain further away. There wasn't time to stop and watch the show between All Might and the monster, that wasn't his mission. He pushed the fight from his mind, dragging Kirishima with him even as his palms sparked. His wrists were getting hot, the kind of strain that would soon come with injury. It was good, he thought, that things were wrapping up. He leapt over the limp villain that All Might had put on the ground, giving it the barest of glances. It was a kid not much different from himself, at a glance. His face was hidden by a messy mop of dark green hair. He was breathing. Katsuki's mouth was making a shape as he moved, not quite a grimace but less of a grin. It seemed even All Might felt uneasy about the idea of harming children. All too soon the battle was over, Ida managing to get the rest of the heroes to come. Katsuki and most of the other students managed to get away with only minor scrapes, dirty but otherwise unharmed. The villains that weren't arrested escaped, including the one that had caused them trouble, which made him seethe. "Sometimes things happen, man," Kirishima said philosophically, apparently less bothered. Typical for him, he just seemed happy that everyone was alive and relatively unhurt. Their teacher was a different story. Aizawa was taken away on a stretcher, present Mike fussing over his prone form but trying to put on a brave face. None of the students were allowed to see their sensei. His condition was too fragile. He was taken straight to the school, recovery girl given a call ahead of time to prepare a bed for him. Even more concerning was that no one was allowed to see All Might. The pro-hero had defeated the Numu, but Cementos was keeping anyone from knowing the extent of the man's injuries. Something about that sat oddly with Katsuki, although he wasn't sure why. He wasn't given much time to think on it, soon ushered towards one of the pro-heroes to have a look at the state of his wrists and hands. It was determined pretty quickly that he didn't need much more medical attention beyond a few bandages and some cream for his burns, and finally, Katsuki was granted permission to leave the training arena and head back to school with the rest of the class. The exhaustion began to hit all of them, Katsuki's head ringing, the overuse of his quirk making his wrists sting and ache. Kirishima looked not much better, his grin present but fading as the class collectively made their way back to their homes, their parents called and waiting for them. One by one, the class broke apart to go to their respective homes, saying their goodbyes and see you in the mornings. Some chose to stay at each other's houses for the night, unwilling to admit it but in need of company. Katsuki and Kirishima's homes were in the same direction, both of them having called their parents to tell them they were fine and could make it back together. Soon they were left, walking side by side down the quiet and empty streets. They stood at the crossroads, Katsuki's bare toes digging into his shoes. He'd forgotten a change of socks. With the excitement of the day finally leaving his body, he was left feeling hollowed out and a little dazed. There was a small part of his brain replaying the entire event over and over again, lingering on Aizawa's wounded body and All Might's strange disappearance. That part of him, the part that wasn't entirely emotionally illiterate, recognized the feeling as fear. He saw the same feeling on Kirishima's face, hidden under a carefully cheerful smile. His hands hadn't stopped fidgeting since they'd stood together in the dark, his red eyes flicking around the shadows when he thought Katsuki wouldn't notice. Neither of them could bring themselves to walk away. Hey Dash, Kirishima tried to break the silence, unable to stand it any longer. Katsuki interrupted him, knowing that if he let his friend talk, he'd never get out the words that needed to be said. He could feel his ears burning as he stared down at his feet, his words blunt and clipped. Grab pajamas and come over. And then, second-guessing himself, he added, unless you don't want to. Or your parents want you home. I don't know. Do whatever you want. He pretended not to notice the way Kirishima's shoulders slumped in visible relief, the tightness in the edge of his smile loosening. Okay, he said. Katsuki turned towards his street, unsure of what was showing on his face. He heard his friend follow, feeling some of the tightness in his chest ease. Katsuki stared down at the bandages wrapped around his hands and, for once in his life, tried not to overthink it. For one night, he didn't let Deku's memory haunt him and instead let Kirishima's excited rambling lull him into security as they walked home together. They spent the night playing video games, Katsuki's mom hovering but trying not to make it obvious. Katsuki appreciated it, though he still bickered with her at the table. Exhaustion overtook him when he and Kirishima retreated to his room, where his friends started talking about his middle school years. Katsuki's dreams were filled with indistinct faces speaking to him. He couldn't hear what they were saying and didn't know if it was Deku or someone else. It left him in a crowd of his classmates, feeling lost. It wasn't a nightmare, but when Katsuki woke up at 6 in the morning, he couldn't pretend it was entirely a dream. He looked over, seeing Kirishima passed out and snoring loudly on the floor, carefree. Katsuki snorted to himself, staring up at his bedroom ceiling. Idiot, he said softly, but it felt empty. Naomasa Tsukachi had known Toshinori for a long time. Long enough that he could remember when the name All Might had been just a hopeful daydream, instead of an international symbol. Though years had given them different career paths and social circles, a part of Naomasa still felt excitement for his friend when he achieved something and felt uneasy whenever he learned that Toshi had gotten himself hurt again. This time around, the unease was a full-on stomach ache. He hid it well enough, but seeing Toshi bandaged up brought back memories for Naomasa. He hadn't seen his friend this injured since his fight with All For One, and he hoped he'd never have to see it again. You look like you've seen better days, old friend, he greeted, seating himself in the plastic office chair by Toshi's bedside. His friend smiled at him, waving away his concern with his usual good cheer. It was Toshi's go-to, a wide smile that got wider each time someone asked if anything was wrong. As a result, Naomasa quickly saw through it. Out with it, he demanded, making Toshi sigh and look down at his wrapped hands. One of the villains we caught was a child, Naomasa. We, as a council, have reason to believe he wasn't a part of this operation by choice. Child trafficking? Toshi hummed in confirmation, his expression grave. He had dealt with these cases before, though rarely. They didn't always have a happy ending. We've yet to get a name from the boy, but it's clear that his quirk is very powerful. It's some kind of analysis ability, a bit like Nightwing. However, he won't consent to DNA testing and is extremely distrustful of authority figures. He has no papers, nothing to give us even a name. It wasn't difficult to see what was troubling Toshi. Naomasa knew that face well enough to guess. You're worried that the authorities will take his silence for guilt. He can't be more than 15 years old. Toshi burst out, frustration clear. He looked up at Naomasa earnestly. How can we, as pro-heroes, condemn a child when it's not even clear that he hasn't been groomed all his life to be some sort of weapon? Naomasa hummed a little, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He'd worked with law enforcement for a long time, and at the age the villain was at, it was often a case-by-case basis as to whether or not they were charged. It was strange how the legal system could get itself worked into knots when it came to children. Some children, Naomasa knew, were a danger to society if released too easily. Others were victims of circumstance. It was a delicate balance, and one he preferred not to deal with. His legal cases often involved adults, as he felt he could put them on trial fairly without the fear that they had been put on such a path with no opportunity to change. Do you think your colleagues would be unfair towards a child? He asked instead, not unkindly. Toshi shook his head, but his hands still clenched the bed covers restlessly. It is about the nature of his quirk, my friend, he said. Whether he was forced or not, it is clear that the boy was used to plan this crime and possibly others. In a court of law, I worry that the jury will not be able to look past the potential danger of his quirk. He made a sound of frustration. Worse, the boy won't even try to see reason about his situation. He believes that Shigaraki will find him if he gives any sort of information away. Long-term abuse can do that to a child, Naomasa answered gently. He had seen enough to know the kind of cruelty people were capable of. It's possible he truly believes that Shigaraki will still be able to get to him, even in one of the most protected facilities in the world. What's more, if his quirk is as you say, he's probably afraid it will be misused again. Tsukachi ran a hand through his close-cropped hair, shooting his friend a pointed look. Realistically, there's not much you can do about this except advocate for leniency. You persuaded Tamakawa into giving this information to you in the first place, didn't you? Toshi groaned in frustration, throwing his hands up in the air. It was clear that the entire problem was weighing heavily on him. Naomasa offered him a comforting pat on his hand, considering the situation critically. What would he want if he were a child with an amazing quirk but had been through so much? What could they offer to give the child a sense of control over the situation? A budding idea began to grow in the back of his mind. Do you know if he has any family? At Toshi's miserable denial, Naomasa pressed on. A student then, perhaps? Someone his age, fairly non-threatening, that could introduce him to the idea of a friendly face. Toshinori considered the notion, stroking his chin thoughtfully. One of Aizawa's students, maybe? His blue eyes narrowed, and his fist connected with his hand. I do think I know of a student that's good at making others feel safe. Toshi beamed up at Naomasa, some of the weight lifted from his shoulders. Tsukachi, you are a genius. Can I get that in writing? Naomasa grinned, laughing when Toshinori playfully swatted him. Ochako Uraraka, my name is Naomasa Tsukachi. May I have a word with you? The man at the classroom door was a stranger, dressed in a trench coat and hat. Ochako thought he looked more like a detective from a story than a real one. She turned to present Mike, who was substituting for Aizawa given his injuries. Only when she got the go-ahead did she rise to her feet, following him curiously outside. Ochako realized how tall the man was, and she had to crane her neck upwards to look him in the eye. She felt a little intimidated. Naomasa seemed to sense this and smiled, softening his expression. It was enough to make Ochako relax, sure that she wasn't in trouble. I'm with law enforcement, he said, taking off his hat and introducing himself with a handshake. Ochako took it, recalling him now. You were there when Aizawa-sensei was being taken to the ambulance. He nodded and she asked him urgently, is he okay? We aren't allowed to see him yet, and Sue and the rest of the class are worried. Aizawa will make a gradual, full recovery, Naomasa assured her kindly. She sighed in relief, a smile breaking out on her face that felt like it had been missing for days. Thank goodness. You care a lot, the man observed. His tone wasn't judgmental, to Ochako's surprise. Instead, he seemed pleased, his smile turning an otherwise bland face friendly. He gestured for her to follow him as he turned to walk down the hall, and Ochako followed out of curiosity and a sense of duty. You're aware, I suppose, that during the fight at USJ, All Might captured a villain that may be key to our understanding of the attack? Ochako nodded. Naomasa was leading her towards the nurse's office, she realized as a distant side note. He paused at a room in particular, seeming to deliberate as his hand hovered by the door about how much he should reveal. What hasn't been made public is that the villain is, in fact, a child about your age. Ochako's eyes widened a little, but she didn't get to comment before Naomasa continued. We believe that he's been through some very difficult experiences and coerced into working for Shigaraki Tamura. She had to resist the urge to shiver. Ochako was still occasionally having nightmares about the scary villain that had nearly harmed Tsuyu and hurt Aizawa. He's extremely wary and distrustful of authority figures and seems afraid that Shigaraki will hurt him if he gives information away. His quirk seems to make it very easy for him to read ulterior motives. The detective looked at her earnestly then, his expression serious. I need you to talk to him, try to get him to open up or relate. I don't mean to put pressure on you, but the boy's already at risk of being charged as an adult for his actions. If we can't prove his life was being threatened, he might take the fall for the incident. All Might himself recommended you highly for the job. Ochako looked up at the man, stunned into silence. If someone had told her in any other situation that All Might thought highly enough of her to recommend her for anything, she would have been over the moon. Straight up, her quirk would have activated, and she'd be floating high up into the stratosphere. She gaped like a fish for a few good seconds before gathering herself together enough to reply. Not that I'm not flattered, but why me? She was just a girl from the country, not a psychologist or someone well-versed in trauma. She didn't exactly shine in class when put against students like Bakugo or Todoroki. Naomasa smiled. I was told that in the entrance exams, you sacrificed your score to protect Ida Tenya. All Mights apparently noted your continued compassion for your classmates and your loyalty to your friends. She'd nearly forgotten about the entry test. Back then, it had been instinct when she'd seen Ida had gotten his ankle caught in debris. She'd acted without much thought, her feet telling her what to do even if her mind was a blank canvas of white noise. Ochako had received quite the lecture from Recovery Girl for that stunt. She'd nearly gotten herself hurt. A flush of pride rose on her cheeks, and she felt her determination bloom. Ochako looked up at Mr. Naomasa, her dark eyes focused and steady. Her hands balled into fists at her sides. I'll do my best. Naomasa led the way. Cops could be really frustrating sometimes. It never failed to astonish Izuku. All it had taken was a little distraction, and the paperclip that had been holding together his file on the counter by his bedside had been tucked carefully into his palm. The frustrated police officer had asked him for the 5th time if he knew any information on Shigaraki Tamura or had any background information on himself he'd like to share. The man was cat-like due to his quirk, and Izuku watched in satisfaction as his ears began to press against his skull in irritation with his lack of answers. Izuku let him rattle off questions, nodding his head along agreeably. When the cop finally paused for breath, he gave him a placid smile. He had the same response he had given the human lie detector cop. No comment. It had been going like this for the better part of 3 days. Izuku kept his mind occupied when he wasn't being interrogated with the idea of escape. So far, he'd found nothing in his immediate vicinity that could help him get free from the HNDCFFS latching him to the bed, but the paperclip changed things. All he needed was a little time alone, and he could be out the window and on his way. He'd been gone long enough, Eri would be missing him. His chance seemed to have come. The police had gone on a break that had, in reality, become an hour-long stretch of silence in which Izuku held his breath and waited for someone else to come in. When no one came, he began slowly reinforcing the paperclip, layering it over top itself so that it wouldn't break in the lock. Then he got to work. Picking a lock wasn't like what you saw in movies. It took time and quiet, and even a simple pair of HNDCFFS could prove to be difficult if you were trying to pick them at a bad angle. Izuku's wrist was already throbbing after 15 minutes, and the first edges of frustration were beginning to creep in on him. His tongue darted out of his mouth as he tried to get a feel for the lock's shape, struggling to find the space to slot the paperclip into the right spot. Just a little more. He really didn't want to have to break his thumbs to get out of these cuffs. He thought he'd almost gotten it when the door began to jiggle in its frame, alerting him to company. Izuku had just enough time to stash the paperclip under his hip, morphing his expression into something bland and innocent as the visitors entered his room. He already knew one of them, the detective that had first tried to question him, Tsukachi. Izuku glared at the man on principle, his opinion on being hounded for information already having been made clear. He didn't recognize the girl that trailed behind the detective. She came into the room hesitantly, as if she felt rude about intruding despite Izuku's obvious lack of high ground to stand on. His quirk took her in at a glance, absorbing information at lightning speed even as he plastered a lazy, uncaring smile on his face and gave a little wave with his fingers. Come back with reinforcements? Not a harmful quirk, his power helpfully supplied from the gentle way the girl was looking at him and her nervous posture. She'd have more confidence in her if she was accustomed to conflict. This is Ochako Uraraka. Tsukachi ignored his teasing, introducing the girl. I was thinking that you might feel more comfortable talking to someone closer to your age. Uraraka stepped obligingly forward, offering him a small wave. She was indeed about Izuku's age, with a bob haircut that made her already soft face softer. If Izuku hadn't grown up being wary of any kind face, he'd have thought of her as pretty, if a little too cheerful. She offered his handcuffed hand one of her own in a rare lack of fear, revealing small pink pads on her fingertips. Something to do with her quirk is touch activated. He didn't take the hand, glaring at it suspiciously. She retracted it a moment later, her smile a little more forced. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name? Izuku gave her the name he'd given all the detectives, a title more than anything else. Ghost. Ghost. She repeated, rolling the name around in her mouth, trying it out. She sat herself down in the plastic chair by his bedside, too close for Izuku's comfort. He didn't like unknowns within striking distance. He resisted the urge to lean as far away as he could, shooting the detective a reproachful look. Tsukachi looked unrepentant. I'm going to go get some coffee and leave you two to chat for a bit, he said, smiling in the face of Izuku's annoyance. Do either of you want anything? I take being released, Izuku said dryly. Uraraka shook her head, stifling a small smile at his joke. Okay, she had a sense of humor then. That was marginally better than some of the detectives he'd had to see. Tsukachi took his leave, the door sliding quietly closed behind him. Izuku was left side-eyeing the girl in silence, the paperclip jabbing into his side uncomfortably. She sat in turn with her hands in her lap, fidgeting and clearly unsure of how she wanted to start. Her gaze kept glancing at the scars along his arms and darting away, clearly curious but too polite to ask. He swallowed a small sigh. His hands were itching, his thoughts restless. Izuku's quirk hadn't had any kind of new material to work with, and in truth, it was beginning to wear on him. He was tired of being looked at like he was under some sort of microscope and tired of his own brain essentially hitting itself against a brick wall because it couldn't find new stimulus. You're in the hero division. Uraraka jumped a little at the sound of his voice, snapped out of whatever thoughts were making her face so serious. She flushed a little, two high points of color on her cheeks that seemed to come easily. Why yes, she admitted, hands folding and unfolding in her lap. I was there at the USJ incident. Your quirk is activated through touch, right? He asked. Her mouth opened as if to ask, and Izuku impatiently explained. The pads of your fingers are slightly different than the rest of your hands. Your job is to make me feel comfortable, right? What does your quirk do? Oh. Uraraka smiled at his observation, something that didn't happen often in his experience. It threw him a little. My quirk is zero gravity. I can touch things and change their gravitational pull. Oh, but if I use it too long, I get really dizzy. Is it dependent on weight? Or surface area of the item? Can you make things heavier or just lighter? What are the parameters? Uraraka blinked, stuttering out a hum that seemed a little confused. She scratched the back of her head, lifting her hand as if she could halt his questioning physically. No offense, but why are you asking all of this? It's making me feel like you're trying to find out how to take me out in a fight. She laughed, a little nervously. When Izuku didn't laugh back, she looked at him a little more seriously. Her hand stilled. Look, I don't really know you, or how you got mixed up with this League of Villains. Her dark eyes found his face, a spark of determination behind them. But my teacher was seriously hurt because of this fight. My friends almost got hurt. I was brought here to talk with you if you'd like. And to me, that doesn't just mean asking you about your motives. Detective Tsukachi seems to think you can be reasoned with and aren't just a bad person. Izuku snorted flatly. If he could, he would have crossed his arms over his chest. As it was, he rattled the H&DCFFS on his wrists. No offense, but it's hard to have a friendly chat like this. Uraraka bit her lip, but the determined glint in her eye didn't waver. I'll ask if you can have the cuffs off, at least when we're talking. Would that earn some trust from you? Izuku blinked, staring at her in surprise. You'd be willing to talk to a villain one-on-one, with no way of stopping an attack? Would you attack me? Uraraka replied, and Izuku fell silent, looking a bit taken aback. He met her gaze, but his hands fidgeted restlessly at his side. Why shouldn't I? You're the enemy. Uraraka appeared to be fighting back a smile. Izuku resisted the urge to scowl. She was better at reading body language than he'd expected. She reached into the tattered school bag she'd brought with her, revealing a brown paper bag lunch. From it, she took out a thermos and cup. As she unscrewed the lid, the aroma of miso soup filled the air, making Izuku realize how hungry he was for something other than hospital food. He tried to hide his reaction, but he suspected he wasn't very successful. I'll make you a deal, Uraraka said, pouring some of the hot soup into the cup. You give me a name so that I can call you something other than Ghost, and I'll share something about myself. Either way, I'll share some soup. You're bribing me, Izuku half complained, secretly excited to find a hero so willing to negotiate. Uraraka smiled, her expression warm and inviting. You get nothing for nothing, right? I get it, you feel like you're losing if you don't get something back. It clicked for Izuku then. You grew up poor. Uraraka made a playful, tisk sound. Not fair. You have to give me a name now for figuring that out with your quirk. Izuku considered. A name? He wasn't about to give his real name away, but he was curious enough to play along. A smile touched his face, the first genuine one since he'd been captured. Deku, he said, letting the old nickname bring back memories. He closed his eyes for a moment, recalling the children he used to fear. When he opened them again, he felt a nostalgia he hadn't allowed himself to feel for years. He held out his cuffed hand, letting Uraraka lean forward to take it and shake it gently. People used to call me Deku. At a glance, Deku was a pale, skinny teenager, probably around 15 years old. Ochako's first impression was that he was very observant, likely due to his quirk, and that he seemed perpetually anxious. In a way, his unassuming presence was comforting. She was relieved that he wasn't what she had imagined, at least not when they were alone and talking. She had worried about what conversing with a villain would be like. The ones she had met hadn't been pleasant. Yet, Deku was polite, if a bit quiet, with a sense of humor that surfaced unexpectedly. He laughed at jokes that might have made most people concerned. To an untrained eye, he might have passed for a civilian, possibly a young, tired student. It was a very convincing persona, she had to admit. If she weren't talking to him one-on-one, she might not have noticed the little cracks in their friendly conversation. Deku's eyes never stopped moving, shifting from her face to the room and back again. His fingers were equally restless. Freed from his HNDCFFS, he gestured as he spoke, as if trying to paint a picture with his words. It was a continuous stream of conversation. All in all, he was a jittery person who, beneath his tough exterior, hid something soft and vulnerable. He tensed when she moved too quickly, relaxed when she sat down again, and always kept her in his peripheral vision. It was clear from the start that he didn't trust her, and this was a normality he was accustomed to. Days passed, and this never changed. Ochako felt a little saddened but not surprised. To Deku, she was an outsider, a listening ear but still a stranger. She sensed that his manners were genuine, as was the information he shared, but everything else felt like a convincing mask. He gave no specifics about his upbringing, who he was, or where he came from. If pressed for details, he knew how to redirect the conversation to make her drop the topic. All he would admit was that he had been taken in by Shigaraki at a very young age. "I've been with the League of Villains since I was about 4 or 5. He shared in exchange for learning about her reasons for becoming a hero. If I'm being honest, I forgot for a long time that anything existed outside of Shigaraki's influence. It's like the bubble. Wake up, do what I'm told, go to bed." "What was your job?" she asked, but his eyes shuddered, and he looked away, the tangled mess of green curls hiding his expression. When he looked back, she felt he had distanced himself again, an icy layer separating him from her. "Your teacher's Eraserhead, right?" he asked neutrally. The change of topic made Ochako's nod a little hesitant. Deku hummed, blinking his wide eyes at the hospital lights above them. "That's what Shigaraki promised me, you know. If I got the job at USJ, perfect." Her confusion must have shown, because he elaborated. There was a distant cast to his eyes, looking at something she couldn't see. "He promised me Eraserhead if my layout for the attack on USJ went well. If we had succeeded, your teacher would have been taken." Ochako felt a chill run down her spine at the flat, deadened tone of the boy's voice. She'd never heard that tone from Deku before. For the first time, she felt a shadow in the room. "Why would you want Aizawa-sensei for?" "Data." Deku blinked slowly, finally meeting her stare. His gaze was unflinching as he took in her horrified expression, cold as stone. "My quirk feeds on data. It craves it, and Eraserhead is one of the few pro-heroes I have very little information on. Given the chance, I would have had him taken and pulled the information out of him one way or the other." He said it so matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather or a newspaper article. The confidence in which he said it made no doubt in Ochako's mind that Deku meant it. She was reminded abruptly that this wasn't a classmate she was talking to. Her heart squeezed in her chest. She was the first to drop the staring match, her eyes returning to her lap. She'd brought a bento box that she'd been hoping to share today, but she was suddenly not hungry. It sat under her hands, a plastic piece offering that now seemed too ordinary for this kind of conversation. How could he just say something like that? Deku didn't even know what Aizawa-sensei was like. The idea of taking someone apart with one's quirk sent a wave of nausea up the back of her throat. Silence hung heavy between the two of them, a lead brick killing the camaraderie. When Deku spoke, his voice was almost gentle. "Are you angry at me for being honest?" He sounded genuinely curious. His hands had stilled completely, waiting for her answer. Ochako grit her teeth, tamping down the part of her that suddenly wanted to turn, leave, and not come back. "Aizawa-sensei nearly died protecting us," she said, jaw clenched. He directed a flat, unimpressed look at her. Deku looked confused and entertained at once. Of course he nearly died. He tried to take on a pneumo. His actions were rash and emotionally driven. Stupid, really. He didn't want to see his students hurt. Of course he was emotional. She snapped. Ochako glared at him fiercely, fury burning in her eyes. Because no one talked badly of her friends or her teachers like that. He went into the fight knowing he might die because he was the only one of us who stood a chance. How can you say his actions were stupid? Deku merely looked at her in confusion, as if she'd started suddenly speaking another language. Because they were stupid. He should have easily seen that the Numu couldn't be beaten and instead put his energy into escape. Why risk your life for someone, especially when they're too weak to support you? Because that's what a hero does. Deku snorted, confusion morphing into derision. He turned his gaze back towards the ceiling. Ochako wasn't having it. What? Do you not think heroes risk their lives every day protecting people? Yeah, but not because they care. Deku seemed surprised with himself, the bitterness in his tone a break from his usually mild responses. When had he gotten invested in this conversation? His mouth kept moving, apparently uncaring of this question. Heroes do it because it's their job. But why risk your life for a bunch of students when the best option would have been to evade as much as you could until help arrived? Haven't you ever wanted to protect someone? Ochako asked, looking at Deku in disbelief. Haven't you ever wanted to stop someone from taking something important away from you? Something crossed his expression, a small flicker of understanding. He seemed agitated by the understanding. Aizawa-sensei was scared. He didn't want any of us to get hurt under his care, so he took a risk. That doesn't mean he was stupid. And just because you can think your way out of a situation that's already happened doesn't mean you're better than someone who had to face that situation directly, she thought but kept to herself. Ochako was angry, but not that angry. Some of the distance in Deku's expression had thawed, and he looked a little cowed. His restless hand movements had started up again, his fingers folding and unfolding in his lap. The edge of his nail bed was starting to fray, and he focused on that now. A thoughtfulness had entered his face as he considered her words. His voice when he spoke had a little more emotion bleeding through. The best thing I can do for the people I want to protect is to pretend I'm not with them. He said quietly. Ochako felt the anger in her chest fade. Deku suddenly looked much older, the dark circles under his eyes standing out in the light of the afternoon sun streaming through the window. The people I care about are better off if I'm far away. I'm sorry for saying what I did. He said it with such acceptance that a troubling thought came to Ochako. He's protecting someone too. That's not true. Deku didn't look at her, but she knew he'd hurt her. His hands had stopped their restless movement. Ochako continued, lowering her tone as if she were coaxing a skittish animal. That's not true, Deku. Protecting people, it doesn't mean distancing yourself from them. It does when you're part of the League of Villains. He said. It was the closest he'd ever admitted to her about what his life had been like under Shigaraki. It made Ochako's throat tighten in sympathy and sadness. Never before had she wanted to hug someone so badly. Only the image of Deku reacting to such affection stopped her. It doesn't have to be like that. You can ask for help. Why would you help me? Deku asked dully. There was a crooked, bitter smile on his face. I admitted that I wanted to hurt your teacher. I'd have harmed your friends during the USJ fight, and nearly did harm one of them. One of my teammates almost hurt 13 because I told him to beforehand. I'd still hurt Eraserhead if it meant knowing about him. He said the last part with frustration. You care about them. So why would you help me? Because your eyes look like they're begging for help. She said quietly. Deku stilled, his breathing stopping as he looked at her head-on for the first time. His eyes were too bright, and his breathing too quick. Ochako didn't flinch as she repeated herself. It's what heroes do, Deku. At least, it's what I want to do as a hero. Her fingers reached out, and her hand found Deku's, feeling the jagged lines of scar tissue as they rested on top of his palm. Deku didn't move, merely looked at her hand in quiet bewilderment. She wasn't a therapist and didn't know much about psychology, but something inside her demanded she try. Promise me at least that you'll think about it? Deku didn't reply. Really, he looked like he didn't know how. Ochako stood after a moment, smoothing the pleats of her skirt. She left the bento at his bedside table without a word, a small smile on her face despite the looks he kept giving her. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? She added as an afterthought. Do you like books? I could stop somewhere and get you something to read. She didn't really expect him to reply, and was surprised when a moment later he spoke. Deku's voice was nearly inaudible, and Ochako had to ask him again. Sailor Moon. I like Sailor Moon. Ochako went home, and Izuku was left with his thoughts. The silence left him feeling restless. He was handcuffed to the bed again, staring up at the ceiling in frustration. He'd thought he'd gotten over the guilt that his quirk used to manifest in him. Feeling bad for a fundamental aspect of his nature only made his job under Shigaraki harder, leaving him feeling useless. Yet it had resurfaced when Ochako had been upset, leaving him feeling strange and cowardly. One conversation with an actual girl and he felt completely useless. He groaned, striking his head against his pillow. His eyes slipped closed as the anger drained from him, leaving behind just the guilt. Why was he doing this? It wasn't even that Ochako was a girl, though the part of Izuku that was still a teenager silently thrilled at just having a conversation with someone his age. It was how incredibly nice she was, to a complete stranger to boot. Making her angry at him made Izuku want to sink into his hospital bed. It was shame, a feeling he hadn't had much use for since he'd still been with his mom. Those memories hurt, though, so he ignored them. The paperclip was still tucked safely amongst his sheets, where his hands could reach it if he needed it. He still hadn't tried to pick the lock since the first time, and he'd been here for almost a week. By now, Shigaraki was likely furious. Chances were, Deku was better off running away from both heroes and villains, laying low until he could gather enough support from his own contacts to try and bargain for Eri. His fingers didn't move towards the paperclip. A frustrated snarl threatened to appear on Izuku's lips. What was wrong with him? He could admit to himself that playing it normal for a while had been nice. Pretending to be a good person around Ochako, learning about her and befriending her, it was like something out of a fairy tale for Izuku. Like a good dream he'd found himself clinging to, reluctantly anticipating her visits and half bracing for the day she didn't come. It never happened, and with each passing day, Izuku felt a little more pathetic about how he'd come to enjoy her company. He didn't want to wake up, because waking up meant dealing with the fact that all of this was just Yue's attempt to get information from him. It was a thorn that twisted inside of his chest, stabbing him every time he was left alone. She wasn't his friend, even if he desperately wanted her to be. Ochako was a student training to become a hero, someone who would one day help people like him. He'd managed to escape one cage and thrown himself straight into another. Izuku could have kicked himself for his own foolishness. This had gone on for too long, and he was painfully aware of it. He'd proven it today, really. He wasn't good, and Ochako was. All of her friends were citizens, classmates, people who hadn't hurt others. They were people who could exist with their quirks and not have them threaten to overwhelm their reasoning. They were people who looked at villains with fear, disgust, or, at best, pity. He could try all he wanted, but the truth was etched into his skin. He didn't belong here, and he never could. The dream had been poisoned for him a long time ago. He kept his eyes closed as the sound of footsteps approached, one of the orderlies due to check on his bandages. Izuku didn't feel like talking to anyone, not with his mood like it was. If he played dead, maybe he'd actually slip into a deep sleep and wouldn't have to deal with his own anxiety trying to logic him into staying. He listened as the door slid open, quiet footsteps entering his room. He didn't recognize the voice that tooted quietly, but a chill went down his spine nonetheless. It was some instinct that wrenched his eyes open, a cold sweat breaking out along his back. He stared at a stranger with a familiar smile. What little hope Izuku had plummeted into his gut like a stone. Ah, did little Izuku get hurt in the big fight? She was leaning against the desk by his bedside, a wide grin on her face. Toga, Izuku's hands gripped the sheets, trying to keep his voice as neutral as possible. Internally, his brain was racing. This was bad. This was so very bad. His eyes swept over her disguise, taking in the uniform and tied-back hair, feeling his mouth go dry. Tell me you didn't do anything reckless to sneak in here. Her tongue darted out between her teeth. Toga giggled, throwing back her head as if he'd told a good joke. 2 high points of color bloomed on her cheeks. Oh sweetie, I just borrowed a little. She's resting in a supply closet, won't wake up for a while. She nodded to the door, where another shadow stood on watch. Besides, I brought backup. Just in case, you know? To an outsider, Toga looked like a regular UA nurse. She wore a white lab coat, business clothes, and a nameplate claiming her name was Anko Kurosawa. The woman she'd borrowed from had been African-Japanese, her dark braids trailing down to her waist. The lines at the corners of her eyes made her seem older than the childish mannerisms she preferred. Toga held a clipboard that had been sitting by the door, apparently with Izuku's file since coming to UA. This she flipped through delicately, humming delightedly as she read through it aloud. It was more to mock him than for any kind of benefit. Villain, ghost. Age, unknown, guessed to be around 15 years old. Admitted with a concussion as well as a few other mild injuries. Further information, none. She looked up, a grin making Izuku swallow past a tight lump in his throat. You've been keeping secrets, good boy. She tossed the file beside her, her eyes narrowed. The shadow at the door spoke, stepping inside so that the glare of the sun retreated behind him, and Izuku could see who it was. It didn't make him feel better, knowing the silhouette by memory. All right, that's enough. Stop teasing him, Toga. Dabi's voice was quiet, but his presence held a weight to it that made the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. Izuku could feel a fine tremor starting up in his hands. Despite knowing Dabi for most of his life, he still never failed to instill fear. It was the raw kind of fear that came with memories of Izuku watching the man standing at the edge of a building, flames behind him reflected in cold, dead eyes. He blinked, and the memory faded. Toga hopped away from the counter, casually moving forward. Izuku breathed carefully through his nose. 1, 2, 3. He needed to keep calm. It'd be at least 15 minutes before someone discovered the resting nurse, in all likelihood. All he had in easy reach was a paperclip. Current plan, keep her talking. Hope she's not still hungry. It was a pitiful plan, and Izuku was acutely aware of how loud his heartbeat was in his ears. He braced himself for the worst-case scenario. Come to see me then? See you? Toga pressed a hand to her chest, mock horrified. Is that really what you think our friendship amounts to? Lower lip jutting out in a pout, she let it linger before splitting back into her usual grin. No, Shigaraki thinks that'd be too easy an out. Or at least, his sensei does. The word was a dark thought lingering in the back of Izuku's mind. Don't think about that. Why were you here then? He liked his lips nervously, gaze darting beyond Toga towards the front door. In the time someone would hear him calling for help, she'd already be gone. The window? Only if he could get the HNDCFFS off. As discreetly as he could, his hand dug for the paperclip under his side. Why, Izuku to help, of course. A cold sweat broke out over Izuku's arms as she reached into the lab coat pocket, pulling out a small tool. She tilted it consideringly. We miss you back at the hideout. Or at least I do. Toga cast a sly glance towards him from beneath her lashes. I know Eri does too. Poor thing won't stop worrying. Izuku's hand stilled. His lungs felt heavy in his chest. For a moment, all he could see was Eri's bandaged arms, the shadows under her eyes. What has he done to her? Was that his voice? It didn't sound like him. It sounded flat, colder than it should have. Toga was tapping the tool against her lips. She looked up at the ceiling as she hummed. You know, I don't really remember. You'll just have to come back and see for yourself, won't you? If he's hurt her. If you've hurt her. The tool came quickly, too quickly for Izuku to dodge. He flinched, only realizing after the deed was done its aim. It had struck the chain on the cuffs, severing it cleanly in two. Unnaturally sharp. Toga leaned back, hands on her hips in satisfaction. I wouldn't finish that threat, dear. You've got until tonight to make it back to headquarters, or Shigaraki told me he'd think of a new and creative way to deal with you himself. Toga! Dabi snapped, this time a little force in his tone. Until now, he'd seemed bored, but there was a restless energy that hummed under his skin. He moved impatiently, gesturing with a scarred hand. We don't have all day. You're not keeping him here and you know it. Both of you come on. As if to highlight his point, Toga's disguise began to melt away, shrinking in height and changing until her true form stood before him. She looked at her bare body in distaste, no embarrassment about being exposed. Took too little. That's what I get for being nice. Well, guess you're right, Dabi. She smiled at him. Though don't think I don't know you're just being grumpy because someone didn't get to finish his TV show. Dabi grunted. Brats, both of you. But there wasn't much heat to it. His cool gaze flicked to Izuku. What's your answer, brat number 2? You on board or do I have to convince you? Izuku sat up, panic clawing tightly in his throat. No, he could walk just fine. He knew what Dabi meant when he said convince. Shigaraki had given him a second chance, but it wasn't much of one. He knew that leniency wouldn't be a factor, not if Sensei himself had pulled this order. The sun was already beginning to set in the sky, painting its shades of red and orange. How are we getting out of here? He asked. Toga's golden eyes flicked to him irritably, already reaching into a bag that she'd brought along and revealing a spare change of clothes. She changed into them as she spoke, a casual oversized sweater popping over her head. Isn't that your quirk, Wonder Boy? She smiled, shooing him with one hand. Unless you're willing to let me help you, because that's all I've got. An involuntary shudder rippled through Izuku. Let me see your hand? He forced the memories down, gritting his teeth. He couldn't afford to space out, not now. Get to it, because by my estimations we've got 5 minutes before that nurse is found. Toga sighed. An ear-splitting alarm suddenly shrieked, its wail high and plaintive as it filled the school grounds. The lights flickered, turning red as backup power took over. Dabi looked up at the ceiling in absent interest. Izuku cursed, throwing the sheets off of himself and getting to his feet. His decision had already been made for him. Toga clapped, heady excitement written all over her face. Her hands came up to her chin. Make that no minutes. Izuku reflected on the fact that he was lucky. Recovery Girl had left his clothes, sans weapons, in a closet in his bedroom. His costume would be too garish to wear for long without being spotted in public, but it was better than his hospital gown. He changed quickly, trying not to trip on his jeans as he forced each leg through them. Toga didn't have the decency to turn around, but she did laugh at him for bothering to ask. Hoodie and breathes on, Izuku muttered as he took to the halls. So far, there was no one else around. Everyone was focused on evacuating. This window's to the south of the building, the front gate's at the north. Security's been alerted, so it'll be closed off. There's one other gate to the east for cars. It leads to a side road. The pros will be waiting for us. Who's waiting for our signal? Kurogiri, of course. He can help us if we get close enough to him. I love a good challenge. Toga tilted her head in consideration. Who do you think will be after us? Eraserhead and All Might are too injured. It'll be Present Mike leading, possibly the principal if they feel like they need him. I'm hoping he's caught up with other things. It'll be the student heroes, probably, that'll make the bulk. Izuku pulled on his gloves, flexing his fingers in them for a moment in relief. It was good to be in his clothes again. He pulled up the hood of his sweater, hiding his face as much as possible. The mask was a finishing touch that let him frown freely in thought. It's going to be tight. If one of us gets caught. You know I'd leave you too, sweetie. Don't even worry about it. Toga cracked her knuckles, hands reaching behind her to tie the smiling half-mask she wore over her mouth. The grinning skull motif couldn't hide her real excitement if it tried. Izuku took a deep, considering breath. With it, he packed his feelings, his hopes, his longings into a box deep in the corner of his mind. To do this, he needed to forget the events of the last few days. He needed to be stronger than people like Ochako allowed. When he moved not as Izuku, but as Ghost. We need to go through the school to get to the gate. Follow me, and I'll tell you the plan along the way. He gestured down the hall and didn't look to see if Toga or Dabi followed. Left forgotten, Ochako's bento box sat behind on the counter. He seems really conflicted. I think I believe Mr. Tsukachi when he says that he doesn't think Deku is a villain by choice. Ochako knew in theory she wasn't supposed to talk to her classmates about her newest friend. If Aizawa-sensei wasn't injured and caught her doing so, there'd be consequences. She also knew that Tsukachi had never forbidden her from sharing in words. She had been filling in her friends all day, starting with Mr. Tsukachi's request for help and leading into meeting and getting to know the villain that had nearly planned a perfect invasion of UA. She was huddled with her friends at the cafeteria in the pretense of eating a late lunch. If her guilty conscience nudged her, she convinced herself that it was just Ida, Tsuyu, and Yayazoru that she was telling. He seemed villainous enough when fighting me, but I will give you that he gave me many chances to run away. Ida spoke to her left. He had to sit at the end of the bench, the leg that had been injured wrapped in a cast. His crutches rested on the side of the table, within easy reach. Recovery Girl had healed the organic parts of Ida's body, but the engines proved to give her some trouble. Despite the injury, he had been in relatively good health, getting to class with only a little help carrying his books. Ida took academics very seriously, and no broken limb would stop him from learning all he could. He now seemed to be considering Ochako's words, mulling them over between bites of rice. He also didn't seem to really want to fight me, like he was just stalling for time. Ochako nodded enthusiastically. I think he's protecting something or maybe someone. He keeps hedging, like he's afraid of getting in trouble if he talks too much about himself. She frowned, a little sad. I think he's also afraid I'll use anything he gives away against him. Still, Yayazoru cautioned, you shouldn't forget that he is a villain, Uraraka. He might have reasons, but there's still the fact that he's involved with a fight that nearly harmed Aizawa-sensei and All Might. Jairu scoffed, twirling her chopsticks to get noodles into her mouth. Like anyone is gonna take down All Might. He's All Might, she said, but it came out as a garbled mess through her udon. Ochako was reminded of her conversation with Deku earlier that day. But if he is protecting someone, then he may not have had a choice but to help, Tsuyu said thoughtfully. Ochako sighed, seeing the circular nature of the argument. I wish I could just prove to him that we'd protect him if he'd just talk. She knew it was wistful thinking, but it didn't stop her from voicing it aloud. Ochako's hands balled into fists on the table, her voice turning a little shaky. He gets distant when I try to talk to him about the other villains, and he won't talk about them. Every time I try to, he steers the conversation somewhere else. Tsuyu's hand found hers, the slender lines of her fingers warm and comforting. Ochako smiled at the gesture, but it felt a little flat. Part of being a hero is recognizing that if someone doesn't want to be saved, you can't help them. Yayazuru nodded, although she looked as troubled as Ochako felt. If he really wants to be treated like a villain, people will treat him as such no matter what you do. The truth of the statement sat heavily with Ochako. She wanted to scream in frustration. This was the part she hated about being a hero, the feeling of helplessness that so often accompanied it. Any action at all had to be better than just sitting in place, doing nothing. Tsuyu continued to slide her hand, her expression thoughtful. I think all you can do is try to show him that there are good people here. Show him that there's someone listening to him. Ribbit. You're right. Ochako forced a smile on her face, pushing aside her fears. Lingering on her own limits wasn't going to help Deku. I promised him comics, Sailor Moon specifically. Can you guys think of anything else he might like? What do teenage boys like to read? At Jairu's snickering, she scowled. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Ida was suggesting puzzle books when the lights flickered, the cafeteria washed with red. A siren cut through the air, making the hair on the back of Ochako's neck stand on end. A robotic voice echoed over the crowds of students, their heads snapping up to the ceiling as if they could look the disembodied voice in the eye. Attention! We are undergoing a Level 3 emergency. All students in the Hero Academics course to the front gate. This is not a drill. Civilians, report to your nearest classroom for lockdown. Oh no! Ochako muttered, a sinking feeling entering her stomach. She had the suspicion she knew what this was about. Momo cast a look at her, Tsuyu finishing the rest of her food. Jairu pushed what was left of hers away, her good humor gone. Ida's face was serious as he shot a glance at her, one eyebrow arched. It seems that your friend has attracted company. Yayazuru was already on her feet. From her body, she began to form a megaphone. It crystallized in her hand. Let's just hope this visit wasn't part of a bigger plan, unlike last time. She clicked on the megaphone, jumping atop the table as stunned students began to move in a panic. Standing on the table, she was the image of orderly conduct. All general academic students to the east exit. I repeat, all general academic students to the east exit. She looked down at her friends, setting the megaphone to a clip on her hip and cracking her knuckles. This is going to be worse. This time, both sides were expecting this. Toshi was startled by the alarm, waking from a light doze in his hospital bed. For a moment, the red lights and wailing siren disoriented him, reminding him of a different place and time. The fear was old, gripping his throat, but it had no claws to sink into his skin. He blinked it away with some effort, sitting up and shaking it off. What was going on? Distantly, he could hear the collective rumble of chairs being scraped back across linoleum, feet hastily shuffling. When done at once, it could be felt through the school like a collective breath. When the alarm's automated voice system informed him of the situation, his hands gripped the edges of the blanket. The part of Toshi that had been scolded by Recovery Girl one too many times knew he probably shouldn't be on his feet, let alone acting. The rest of him was already casting off the covers. He headed to the closet, rifling through the clothes Hizashi had brought him during his last visit. He settled on an oversized red sweater over his hospital gown, as well as a pair of jeans. He couldn't activate one for all yet, if the pain in his side was any indication. Toshi grimaced to himself. There was a time when he'd have been able to use his quirk for days at a time without his body giving him trouble. He felt old. Lots of heroes mourn no longer being in their 20s, but Toshi mourned no longer being able to eat full meals most days. He thought to himself that if he one day got back to being able to eat an entire Big Mac from McDonald's, then he'd be a happy man. Not for the first time, his conscience sounded suspiciously like Aizawa. You need to find a successor before your quirk becomes too much for you. The man was sounding more and more like Gran Torino, and it wasn't a good thing in Toshi's opinion. No amount of dodging, bright smiles, or shrugging away the problem convinced his partners anymore. Increasingly, Present Mike looked at him as if he were made of spun glass. Aizawa grumbled and fussed in ways that wouldn't be considered fussing if it were by any other normal human being. It was a sliver under Toshi's skin, not hurting but sitting uncomfortably with him in the long stretches of silence at his or Aizawa's apartment. The weight of being a burden had never been something he could shoulder. It pricked him when he couldn't transform, stuck in a body that was thin and broken and so often falling apart on him. Each time he couldn't protect people like he used to, running headlong into any fight without thinking, it hurt. His own self-doubt screamed at him how useless he was when he saw Aizawa, injured and unconscious at the USJ fight, trying to buy him time because he couldn't protect him. Some symbol of peace he was. Footsteps sounded down the hall, the shrieking of the alarm continuing. His thin fingers rested on the door handle, a heavy feeling lodged in his chest. It seized, tightening into a cough that brought up a small amount of blood. He looked at the reddish stain it made in his palm. You shouldn't push yourself so hard, Hizashi had told him after the USJ incident. He'd said it when he thought Toshi had been asleep, legs folded to fit crossed in the hard plastic hospital chair beside him. Hizashi's restless hands hadn't stopped stroking Toshi's arm as he'd spoken. You and Aizawa both. At this rate, I'm going to be a bachelor at 34 and it'll be both of your faults. He'd said it lightly, but his expression had been uncharacteristically serious. I can't do that, you know? I think when you're better, I'm going to have to ask you to take a break. I can't. We can't keep doing this. Neither of you are invincible, and you both need to know that I can't lose either of you. Toshi had felt his hands shaking a little and continued his charade, unwilling to open his eyes and see what Hizashi's face might have looked like. He could guess well enough. What was he supposed to do, though? Stop fighting? Stop being all might? How could he just sit back and allow villains to hurt people when he could help? There wasn't anyone else that could be what he was, not until he found a suitable successor. He wiped the red on his hands on his jeans, feeling useless and disgusted in himself at once. He was standing, wasn't he? He had 2 hands and 2 feet, even in this form? Wasn't UA's motto plus ultra? How could he say those words to his students, say them to the world and not act on them? How could he call himself a hero if he didn't put his life on the line when others needed him? One more time. One more time he'd fight. Toshi opened his hospital door. His smile was more of a grimace, bracing himself for whatever he'd find. It was bad luck for the kid that Toga managed to corner around a bend as the students began to evacuate in a panic. Izuku tried not to maintain eye contact with the victim as she sank her teeth into the crevice between neck and shoulder. Though she was small, Toga was strong and relentless. One hand held the boy in place, the other was clamped firmly over his mouth. He hadn't even had time to fully activate his quirk, electricity crackling along his fingertips then fading as weakness took over. Eventually, the fight left him in jerky bursts. Only when his eyes slipped shut did Toga release her bite. She dropped him on the floor as if he were a sack of potatoes. Strong quirks always give the best energy. Her voice deepened as she shifted, blonde hair falling down into her face as she took the form of the boy lying unconscious between them. She flexed her new hands experimentally. She grinned, a mischievous smile sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. It's a shame I can't use their quirks when I'm like this. He has a good electricity power. Are you really Izuku? How do you know? The voice, a memory, made Izuku JRK. The voice had come from the back of his mind, an echo of words once said to him. Toga saw the flinch, smile turning into a playful pout. Ah, still put off from what happened between us? Don't be like that, sweetie. I only want to help. Izuku grimaced. He didn't want to think about this right now. His heart was already racing in his chest. There's an exit out by the cafeteria, in all likelihood. A lot of traffic goes through there at one time, it's a fire hazard. We'll go out through there, people will have evacuated by now. He distracted himself from the voice, eyes darting about as he took in the layout of the hall they were tucked into. Out of the three of them, Dabi had the most experience playing defense and offense at the same time. Dabi, can you make sure no one is following us if Toga and I keep ahead? I can if you two stop fighting and work together. The jab was delivered with little heat, but Dabi's blue eyes gave away the lingering irritation. He had patience with Toga, with children in general. That didn't mean it was bottomless. Izuku didn't want to know what would happen if that patience was pushed to breaking point. It didn't help that working with Toga was like trying to control a tornado, though. Echoing his feelings, Toga frowned but remained silent. You'll need to create a diversion if we run into someone. How well can you pretend to be a hostage? Izuku asked her. She considered the thought, her golden eyes narrowing. Clever, clever. I like it. She rose to her feet, cracking her neck from side to side. And if the heroes don't fall for it? What'll we do then, Izuku dear? He was already at that point, his quirk moving at a rapid pace. We'll do our best to escape, he replied. Because if they didn't find a way out, he'd rather try than face whatever Shigaraki had planned for him. Dabi didn't speak, but the tension in the air was palpable. Toga giggled, twirling her knife nimbly in one hand. Glad to see both of us know the better option. And no. He hadn't meant to say it out loud. He'd remember that much later on. It had slipped out, his tongue pressed against the swelling on the inside of his cheek. Izuku hadn't seen his reflection in a while, but he was pretty sure the left side of his face was bruised. His eyes were glued to the profile presented to him, two words sending a chill through his blood. All might. Shigaraki sighed, sounding like a frustrated guardian. He moved the envelope toward him impatiently. Our source risked their life and put a lot of effort into gathering this information, Izuku. It would be rude not to read it, just because you're still attached to All Might's act. Tears burned in the back of Izuku's throat. Shigaraki had kept him in his cell all this time, without anyone to talk to. His quirk had been racing around in his head, taking in the lines of the brick, his injuries, the texture of the cell bars. He'd been counting the number of springs in the threadbare mattress for the 70th time when someone had finally come for him. Izuku felt jittery, wrong in a way that he couldn't describe. It was like his quirk was consuming him in that dark cell. He knew he'd be hurt if he refused again, but All Might was important. He was a real hero, a symbol of peace. He saved the day with a smile. And maybe, just a little, Izuku still believed that he'd come for him. No, he said again, his heart shuddering in his chest. Tears were already beginning to pool in his eyes. Izuku braced himself, expecting the blow that Shigaraki usually gave him in return for refusing. It didn't come. Instead, Shigaraki seemed to see his resolve. His red eyes narrowed as he thought. When the villain spoke, it was to the entrance of the room. Toga, come here. A pause, and then a little girl that Izuku had never seen before stepped into the room. Her blonde hair was short, clipped close to her chin in a soft bob that tilted with her curious expression. Her slit, gold eyes seemed to squint against the light of the room, or maybe they just squinted in general. It reminded Izuku of a lazy cat, and despite his worry, he felt some of his fear melt just a bit. This was the first kid he'd seen since he'd been taken here. She was his age, barely more than 8. Her sweater had a soft teddy bear on its front. Her blonde hair was tied into 2 pigtails, her elastic sparkly and pink. Izuku, this is Himiko Toga. I'm going to leave you two to get acquainted. Play nicely, okay? Shigaraki's tone was sweet, and Izuku felt a small curl of dread. He usually wasn't nice, tolerable maybe, but not nice. Shigaraki patted the little girl's head once before taking his leave. The turn of the lock was a loud, final note. Left alone with the girl, Izuku eyed her warily. Hello. Hi. The girl smiled, and Izuku saw that her teeth were sharp. She held out a hand, and a keychain in her pocket jangled with the movement. You're Izuku, right? It's nice to meet you. Shyly, he met her outstretched hand with his own. Her grip was strong, stronger than it should have been. Her smile only got wider. You're cute. Mr. Shigaraki didn't tell me you were cute. A blush was beginning to work its way onto Izuku's face. He didn't feel cute right now given his injuries, but he liked the attention just a little. People didn't often talk to him. A thought occurred to him then, and he looked at her in a panic. Did Shigaraki make you come here too? Was he not the only one? The idea that there might be all sorts of children trapped here made Izuku want to cry. Toga giggled a little, her hand brought to her mouth. No, I came here on my own. I like it here. Liked it here? Izuku looked at her in confusion. Toga giggled, apparently unbothered by his stare. What's your quirk? She asked, her head tilting in curiosity. Izuku's gaze slid to the floor. His quirk had already been reading the girl in front of him, and he knew it was rude, but he couldn't help it. The information came to him like flashes on a screen. About 52 pounds. Keychain is a keepsake. Reminds her of family? Data inconclusive. Quirk gives her sharpened teeth. Possibly some sort of defensive or hardening ability. Or is it offensive, like a predator's teeth? It doesn't have a name, he said quietly. Izuku had never bothered to name his power, too busy trying to keep it from constantly overwhelming him. I can see information. Information? Like you can see the future? Izuku shook his head, a frown crossing his face. He struggled to explain it out loud. No, it's more like, Shigaraki calls me observant. He tried the unfamiliar word on his tongue, rolling it around. I look at people or places, and what I see tells me a story about them. Where they've been, what they've done, what they can do, sometimes. Toga hummed, openly impressed. That's a real nice quirk, Midoriya. My papa told me once that quirks like yours only come once in 100 years. Izuku was a little startled. Toga thought his quirk was nice? No one had ever had anything positive to say about it. Shigaraki thought it was useful, sure, but only because he did bad things with it. The other villains found it invasive, sometimes obnoxious. Toga leaned forward a little, as if confiding a secret. Can I show you my quirk? He hesitated, curious despite himself. What's it called? He asked. Her gold eyes glowed as she replied. It's called Transform. Here, let me see your arm. She held out an expectant hand, waiting patiently for him to offer it up. Her smile was very large now, her eyes focused like a cat chasing a laser pointer. Izuku took it for friendliness. She must have been lonely too, after all. Trustingly, Izuku gave over his wrist. They crept along the hallway as a trio, Izuku's ears straining for any telltale noise or movement that might mean a person up ahead. They kept having to pause, aware of the time ticking as students shuffled back and forth, trying to find the nearest exit to evacuate the school. The process was grating but necessary. Still, all of Izuku's nerve endings were on edge. When the last of the students finally filed out, the silence was an open relief that made his breathing easier. That relief, however, didn't last long. He'd guessed the direction of the cafeteria, following the smell of food as much as what he knew about common school layouts. Realistically, given the number of doors it likely had, it should have been one of the first places to have been cleared of people. Yet the closer they got, the better Izuku's ears picked up on a heated conversation. They were forced to pause at a split in the hall, one branch likely looping back around, the other headed to their destination. The talking had only gotten louder. Wait, he whispered at the edge of a branching hallway, straining to hear. Obediently, Toga and Dabi paused. Izuku closed his eyes, concentrating. It was loud enough to be a group, which sat with him wrong. Too many, why were they still here? Why are there so many? He echoed to himself, listening in. They sounded like they were arguing, though he was too far away to pick up about what. He had a sinking feeling growing in the pit of his stomach the more he listened. Something about one of those voices sounded familiar. We're waiting, Chief. Toga's voice was closer than Izuku would have liked. He could feel her breath on the back of his neck, and it was making a shudder run down his spine. He didn't like not having her in his peripheral vision. Izuku waved her off, chancing a quick look around the corner. His heart plummeted as his worst fears were confirmed. He did know that voice. The problem with heroes was that by nature, their greatest strength was their weakness. The call to action when everyone else ran was deeply ingrained from a young age. It didn't mean Izuku didn't want to express his frustration at the sight of Ochako and people who were clearly her classmates not evacuating the premises. A cold sweat broke out on his arms as he realized they weren't even paying attention, too absorbed in their arguing to realize the danger they were in. We can't go this way. Izuku knew it was already a lost cause, but he had to try. Toga latched on to the note of desperation in his voice immediately. What's wrong, Izuku dear? It's a dead end, he tried, but Toga was already peering over his shoulder. She caught sight of the students. Her fanged smile stretched across her face, impish and glad. Ah, did you make friends while you were away? Too bad they're blocking our exit. Izuku turned to Dabi, his teeth gritted and his eyes pleading. He didn't want to fight them, it would take too much time and effort. Any excuse would do for Izuku. This couldn't happen. Listen to me. There's no point in fighting them. It'll take time we don't have and bring the pros down on us more than they already are. I can think around this, I just need a minute. Didn't you say we're running out of time? Toga tapped her wrist, mimicking a clock. Tick-tock, Izuku, unless you want to hear my idea. He exhaled a long, shaky breath. Izuku could feel the pressure at the base of his skull, pounding as he snuck another glance at the students. Yet even as he tried, his eyes kept landing on Ochako, drawn to her like a magnet. Brat, Dabi said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The sick feeling in Izuku's stomach intensified. He was acutely aware of his own breathing, sharp and fast in his ears. You need to figure out something or things are going to get messy. Please stop. I'm Izuku. He couldn't speak, his throat felt tight. He felt Toga grab him, quicker than Dabi could stop her. Her voice was dismissive. We're wasting time. He felt her grip tighten on his shoulder, and his body jerked in response. What came out of his mouth was a whimper of fear, choked and cut off. She pulled away, and Izuku's feet moved on autopilot even as his mind raced. Oh, that hurt. The sting from the bite on his wrist sang up his arm. Izuku wrenched his hand away from the girl's grip, cradling it against his chest. Why did she do that? He'd only been trying to be nice. He glared at her, only for the glare to slip away as he watched Toga's quirk begin to work. Before astonished eyes, her blonde hair began to darken and shorten, curling up like wild tufts of grass. Her colorful clothes dulled, matching the dark blue jeans and yellow hoodie he was wearing. Freckles appeared along her chin, cheeks, and nose. In the span of a breath, Izuku was looking at his own reflection smiling back at him. Cool, huh? It wasn't Toga's voice, but the infectious giggle that followed made Izuku recognize her. His shock began to fade, replaced with awe and fascination. Whoa, that's amazing. Izuku meant it. He'd never seen such a cool power before used by someone his age. Already, his own quirk was clamoring to read her, to try and figure out how the power worked. Except something strange happened. The longer he looked, the more he tried to collect information. His quirk felt blurred and fuzzy in a way that made Izuku wince and grip his head. It. Toga pet her head to the side, something glittering in her now green eyes. What's wrong, Izuku? My quirk. It felt like it was malfunctioning. He kept trying to blink past the blurring to see Toga under her transformation. Yet the visuals kept getting confused, overlapping with information about himself. His own age, height, weight, it all came back to him in a jumbled mess. Izuku clutched his head, a dull throb jarring up his temples. Is your quirk broken? The question, asked in childlike frankness, made a part of Izuku panic. It had taken so long for his powers to manifest. His mom had nearly given up hope. Another thought came even worse. His quirk was the only reason he was useful in this place. If he didn't have his quirk, then Shigaraki would be really mad. Plus, being quirkless reminded him too much of Kaken's insults. Those days, hazy memories were something he missed and hated himself for missing at once. Toga pouted a little, seeming put out by his pain. If Izuku weren't feeling so terrible, he might have been a little upset at how quickly she became annoyed by him. As it was, he could barely look at her without waves of discomfort hitting him. It's like watching a microphone looping in feedback, isn't it? She said, seeming to speak to herself. Mr. Shigaraki really was right, you know. He said you wouldn't like it. Toga's grin spread, and Izuku flinched as a hand identical to his own shoved him. He stumbled, falling backwards. He curled in on himself instinctively, trying to curb the nausea still working its way up his throat. Hey Izuku, how can a tool that breaks so easily be useful to anyone? The smile was gone now, his mirror image looming above him with a bored expression. Really, I make a better version of you, and like this I'm basically quirkless. Izuku could only whimper, in too much pain to reply. The sound of the door opening momentarily brought his hopes up, thinking this creative new punishment was over. Shigaraki stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame like the sight entertained him. There was a nasty smile on his face. Looks like you two are getting along well. He said, a note in his voice that made Izuku's short-lived hope shrivel. The villain shot a glance at Toga, the words that came out of his mouth making Izuku tremble in panic. Come on then Izuku, playtime is over for now. Coming, Mr. Shigaraki. Toga said cheerfully, before Izuku could reply. The boy let out a strangled noise, struggling to get to his feet. No, this was wrong. She wasn't. He was. She's not. I'm Izuku. He cried, suddenly realizing that the room Shigaraki had put them in was cramped and small. It was a perfect cage, short of his actual cell. The lock on the door made the hair stand up on the back of his arms. The other him shot him an annoyed look. Police. You're just a broken tool, right? I'm a better Izuku, one that listens to Mr. Shigaraki. One that works. Izuku watched as his other self skipped toward Shigaraki, feeling cold and confused and hurt. Shigaraki had to know it was Toga. It only made sense, yet he stroked the top of her head and leveled Izuku with a look of disappointment. Izuku's right, you know. It's a shame, but a broken tool is better kept in a shed than used. And no, the boy whispered, unable to shout because his heart was in his mouth. Shigaraki and Toga were already turning away, and he couldn't get to his feet quickly enough. His head was swimming. Izuku scrambled through his dizziness, wobbling to his feet on knees that felt weak. No, please. The door was shut, and he was left helplessly jiggling a locked doorknob, his other hand scratching fingernail marks into the wood. Shigaraki's voice sounded on the other side, darkly amused. Perhaps this tool could learn a lesson, prove his use after some alone time? What do you think, Izuku? The other him giggled from the other side of the door. Izuku slammed his hands against the wall, his breath coming in heaves. The room was small, smaller than his cell. When he got older, he'd realized that it was where the bar used to store crates of beer before it had been taken over by villains. The walls seemed pressed in around him. Please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'll be better. Please, I'm Izuku. A cold, callous laugh rang through the door. It faded with retreating footsteps. Izuku was left alone, his head throbbing and his sobs loud in the silence. It would be a week of this, of the other him showing up, telling him what he was and what he wasn't, before Izuku began to doubt even himself. If his quirk couldn't prove something, then how did he know it was real? He did the only thing he could do when he was terrified, the only thing he'd ever known. Izuku ran like a startled colt, tearing down the corridor blindly. His mirror image gave chase. For the second time in under a month, Class 1A found themselves under a villain attack. It was beginning to feel a little old hat, something that they could all agree probably shouldn't be the case. There was a certain order amongst the chaos of the other students that were evacuating, a hardness that had developed between all of them after watching their teacher nearly get hurt. It made them calm, even in the face of panic. It also made them question the procedure that led to panic in the first place, unfortunately. I'll stay inside the school and make sure people get outside safely. Ida looked a little bitter at the task that was automatically assigned to him, but couldn't complain. He leaned on his crutches on one side, feeling awkward and stiff if he couldn't use his usual gestures. People still know me as the emergency exit man, so they should follow. What's the target like? Jairu usually had a somewhat lazy expression on her face, but her posture now was straight and tense. Ida remembered that she'd been one of the students to fight the general villains, ones that they'd known little about and as a result had been caught by surprise. He thought about his fight with Deku, his speed and the way he seemed to almost know how Ida would act before he himself did. He fidgeted with his glasses, contemplating. His quirk makes him difficult to surprise. If he's going along with this, a direct and fast attack before he has time to analyze is more likely to catch him off guard. Strike hard, and strike randomly. Ribbit. Tsuyu hummed. She cast a glance at Ochako, who was frowning into her lap. We should also consider that he might not be part of this break-in at all, but got caught up in it anyhow. Momo, we shouldn't be considering anything other than evacuating with the rest of the school, Momo interjected firmly. Since the announcement of the evacuation protocol, she had calmly begun gathering her bag. She raised an eyebrow at the group. Or have you all forgotten? We can't just do nothing. Ochako exclaimed, panic evident on her face. She couldn't shake the image of Deku's resigned expression from her mind. What if the teachers don't find the villains in time? The heroes are professionals. We're students, Momo replied, crossing her arms. Some of the severity in her expression softened at Ochako's clear desperation. We need to get out of here so the heroes can do their jobs safely, and we can serve as backup at the front gate. That's our role as heroes. Her determination was clear, she wasn't going to change her mind. This might have been the end of it if it had just been Ochako's group in the cafeteria. However, as Tsuyu, Ochako, Ida, Momo, and Jairu gathered themselves, a familiar voice caught their attention. Heads turned, and they saw Bakugo and Kirishima arguing at the front entrance. Few dared to argue with Bakugo, but Kirishima was doing his best to convince him. He was smiling as he gestured towards the exit, trying to persuade Bakugo to evacuate. Bakugo responded with a series of frustrated words. Hey, Kirishima, Jairu called, cupping her hands around her mouth to wave them over. Kirishima turned, his smile widening even as Bakugo's mood darkened behind him. They made their way over. Does anyone know what's going on? I missed out on curry for this, Kirishima said, looking genuinely disappointed. Villain evacuation, things are chaotic, Jairu replied, raising an eyebrow at Bakugo, who was shifting anxiously from foot to foot. His eyes kept darting towards the other exit leading into the hallway. You want to go fight them too, huh? It wasn't surprising that Kirishima had been trying to convince Bakugo to evacuate. What was surprising was that Bakugo had been listening, at least until Jairu admitted to wanting to stay and fight. I'm saying we could take them. If that void bastard is with them, then I won't lose round 2, Bakugo said, his fists clenched. We should destroy their exit once and for all instead of hiding. We are students, not teachers, Momo exclaimed, exasperated by the reluctant expressions on her classmates' faces. We need to set an example for others. As Class 1A, we reflect UA. Do you really want to tell Sensei that we decided to fight instead of follow the evacuation procedures? The reminder of Aizawa Sensei's authority caused most heads to lower. Even Bakugo, who rarely backed down from a challenge, made a sound of resigned disgust. His arms crossed over his chest, looking stubborn. I still think we could take them, he muttered. Kirishima placed a comforting arm over Bakugo's shoulders, shaking him lightly with a sympathetic look. Momo led the rest of the class outside, navigating through the hallways that weren't filled with students panicking over the disruption. Those from 1A who had been in the cafeteria included herself, Ochako, Tsu, Ida, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Jairu. The hall was quiet after the evacuation, and they slowly gathered in the empty space left behind by the other students. In the distance, the sounds of fighting echoed, a reminder of the chaos outside. Momo recalled being trapped at USJ, fighting alongside Jairu and Kaminari. The memories resurfaced, and the fear for her classmates' lives tightened in her chest. Yet, it wasn't as overwhelming this time. She hoped that was a good sign. We should go after them. They're still in the school, Bakugo said, breaking her thoughts. His palms were sparking and he was looking out the window. If the fighting is coming from outside, that means people are already covering the gates. We'd be more useful here. Momo wasn't surprised that Bakugo was willing to ignore protocol. What frustrated her was that Kirishima wore the expression he took on when he leaned towards Bakugo's side in an argument. This isn't a discussion, Momo insisted. How was she supposed to lead when people like Bakugo were in her class? Being class rep felt like a small role compared to the authority she needed. Kirishima seemed to be deep in thought, his usual smile absent. They might hurt someone if we just leave, and we don't know the villain's quirk, so there's no guarantee the pros will be able to stop them, right? We've been given orders to evacuate, Ida interjected, looking troubled. His gaze was directed towards Ochako, who was silent, her lower lip caught between her teeth. Bakugo let out a frustrated noise at Momo. He threw his hands up in the air, sparks flickering between his fingers. The rules are stupid. Ochako took that as her cue to break up the disagreement. Moving between him and Momo, she glared at them both. I'm going after him. I think I'm the only one with a chance of talking him out of this if he's being coerced. I want to give him that chance. Even as she said the words, she hardly believed them. Momo looked at her with a helpless, betrayed expression. She didn't expect to have to argue this with her. Normally, Ochako would feel bad, but she stood firm with her hands on her hips. Behind her, Bakugo let out a huff. He looked unexpectedly pleased with her, some of his usual irritation replaced with grudging admiration. Ochako wondered what she was doing to earn that kind of expression from her class' well-known hothead. That means you need backup, round face, Bakugo said. She didn't argue. How could she? Kirishima nodded, a wide grin on his face. Yeah. We'll give them a fight for the ages and protect the school from the inside. Momo pressed a hand to her forehead, frustration clear. Ida didn't look entirely impressed either. You won't be able to stop them, Momo, Jairu spoke up, a resigned expression on her face. Might as well join them to keep us all safe, Tsu added, and though her expression could sometimes be hard to read, Momo swore there was a sparkle of mischief in her eyes. Did all of her classmates have a death wish? She didn't get to find out. Any kind of protest died as a cry rang down the hall. Necks snapped toward the sound, and Ochako's breath caught in her chest at what she saw. Two Dekus were running, one clearly chasing the other. The one chasing turned his head, breathing. He held up a hand and waved. Yo, you guys are heroes, right? Stop her, she's not me. A shadow in a black hoodie dashed down the corridor, narrowly twisting to avoid colliding with the wall, the other Deku. This one managed to turn just in time to stay upright, hands scrabbling against the floor for a moment before he was back on his feet, tearing blindly down the hall. The first Deku groaned, the sound echoing as he gave chase. If she gets away, I'm toast. Is it on our side? Tsuyu croaked, echoing the confusion on her classmates' faces. Kirishima shrugged, making an "I dunno" noise. Momo looked up at the ceiling, as if she could find answers to why the universe tested her this way up there. Ochako felt hope bloom in her chest. Deku wasn't trying to escape at all. Bakugo, Kirishima. Her tone made both of her classmates straighten, losing their confused expressions. Ochako felt determination weigh in her words. Support me. I need to get close enough to help him take the other him down. Uraraka. Kirishima looked like he wanted to protest, but there was no arguing with Ochako when she was like this. The whole class knew it, had known it from the first day when she'd gone after Ida to save his life in the competition. He sighed. Bakugo only grunted, maybe too eager to fight or recognizing the look on her face. He cracked his neck, the sound loud and appropriate. Sounds good to me, I've been wanting to hit something from the start. Ochako breathed in deeply, activating her quirk on her clothes with quick precision. We need to move quickly. She might as well not have spoken. Given the go-ahead, Bakugo was already moving. His quirk made him fast, and Kirishima had to run to keep up. Ochako brought up the rear. Momo watched them go, thinking they were all going to be in trouble when Aizawa-sensei found out about this. Then she pushed that despair down and did what she had to do. She began to materialize a bow staff, and the others gave chase. The chase was a bit bottlenecked, the hallway narrow and there being too many of them to run as fast as they'd like. In that sense, the not Deku had the advantage. Yet, to Uraraka's surprise, he didn't seem to be doing much with it. The course he set was winding and confusing, as if he were picking halls blindly. Like a pinball launched from its coil, the group found themselves darting this way and that just trying to keep up. Deku caught the villain before they could make it to the next hallway, tackling him to the ground in a swift move. Ochako winced at the sound of the impact. Driving his knee into the villain's back, Deku turned his head, and Ochako got the impression that behind the mask, he was smiling. Caught him, he breathed, catching his breath. Kirishima cheered, raising his hands in excitement as the group of students slowed down to meet Deku. Nice job there, man. For a villain, you've got good reflexes. Ochako agreed. She hadn't realized how fast Deku was in action, but now she understood how Ida had been hurt. As it was, her friend only just made it to the end of the hall, his crutches clacking against the floor. Deku seemed pleased at the praise, fidgeting under the group's gaze. He shrugged. Well, the villain bit me to activate her transformation quirk. His expression wrinkled in distaste as he gestured down at the person beneath him. This is Toga. She was sent to pick me up and had some strong opinions when I told her I didn't want to go. Inwardly, Ochako felt a wave of relief. Deku hadn't wanted to escape, he had been forced. A smile spread across her face, her worries easing. Thank goodness, I wanted to believe this wasn't something you planned. She looked at the transformed villain curiously. She really does look like you, it was true. The trembling figure beneath Deku looked identical to him in every way, from the height to the clothes to the green eyes staring wildly out from behind the mask. The transformed villain twisted and writhed in Deku's grip, their eyes narrowed. Their breathing was heavy, but they had been running hard too. They were also surrounded by heroes, which couldn't be the most relaxing experience. The villain's gaze met Ochako's, something wild in them that she couldn't quite understand before Deku got a firmer grip and forced the villain's head back down towards the ground. Anyone have anything I can use to tie him up? He's stronger than he looks. Here. Momo's quirk activated, revealing a pair of H&D CFFs that she handed to Kaminari. The transformed villain grunted, struggling to lift their head under the boy's grip. Deku didn't seem particularly fazed. We heard there were two of them. Where's the other one that helped you break out? Bakugo asked, his arms crossed over his chest. He seemed disappointed at how quickly the fight had ended. Ochako watched as Deku shrugged, standing up now that their opponent was detained. The mask he wore hid his expression, but she thought he seemed almost unfazed by Bakugo's grouchy attitude. Beats me. All I know about the other guy is that he's really scarred up, like some kind of zombie. He took off in another direction while this one was trying to drag me back to the villain's headquarters. He gestured towards Ochako. Thanks to your friend, I decided I'd rather not. On the floor, Deku's hands clenched at his sides, a feeling of despair filling him. Sound was coming back to him, and with it, a weakness in his limbs. The panic was seeping through him, leaving him drained. Toga had used him, pushed his buttons until he'd been unable to do anything but run. Now he was paying the price, his voice struggling to return and his limbs feeling heavy. He could only watch as Toga took everything from him, taking the one person who had looked at him and seen more than just a tool. The unfairness of it twisted his chest, his breathing becoming sharp. I can't watch. He could see Ochako out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't speak, but he didn't have to. He could see her face, see that she thought Toga was him. Not even she could see it was a trap. Toga pretended to be him better than he did, and it was his own fault. He felt like a tool, and he had let himself pretend for just a moment that he wasn't. It led him to this moment, staring helplessly at the back of Toga, where he knew she had something dangerous hidden away. She kept getting closer to Ochako, to her friends. These people, children, who were supposed to become heroes. Never in his life had he felt so small, a shadow on the ground as he watched something far bigger than himself collapse around him. The rush of emotions and the weight of the situation overwhelmed him. Izuku pressed his face to the cold floor, a shudder passing through him. He felt a sense of dread wash over him as he realized the danger they were in. He didn't want to believe it, wished he could turn off his quirk and hide away from the chaos that surrounded him. Not like this, not without control, and with Ochako's trusting expression directed at someone she thought was him. Tears burned at the back of his throat, and a scream was trapped somewhere deep. Inside him. He wouldn't give in. The paperclip. He had it tucked into his sleeve. The pounding in Izuku's skull grew louder. In an instant, the other Deku was on the floor, then suddenly he was up, clutching a paperclip in his hands as if it were his lifeline. Izuku rushed forward, propelled by desperation, ready to defend his friends. Ochako dove to intervene, but she wasn't quick enough. A horrible noise echoed as the paperclip found its mark. A horrified cry escaped her lips, but it was cut short. The other Deku was breathing heavily, his expression darkening. "Liar," he growled. Things escalated quickly. The warmth in the standing Deku faded, and he scoffed, a bored look crossing his face. Ochako felt a chill run down her spine, sensing the danger that was about to unfold. "Well, if you won't even try to play along then," he sighed, the smile slipping away. "Looks like we're doing this the hard way." "Round face." Bakugo shouted, but the villain was already in motion. The image of Deku began to dissolve, replaced by a grinning girl. Ochako flinched back, narrowly avoiding danger. Training kicked in, and she moved with the momentum. As she fell back, Tsuyu and Bakugo charged forward. Bakugo's explosion shook the air as he met his target, jolting everyone into action. Tsuyu used her quirk to pull Bakugo back from the blast. Momo activated her quirk, summoning a staff just in time to block a knife that came dangerously close to her face. She found herself face to face with Toga, who laughed. "You're fast," Toga said, her eyes narrowing as she pressed harder against Momo's defense. But she didn't have long to test Momo's strength. Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around Toga's leg, pulling her back. Toga twisted, aiming for Tsuyu with her knife. It all happened in a heartbeat, faster than anyone could react. Bakugo was the first to reach her, a determined grin on his face. He didn't need to tell Tsuyu to be careful, she knew what to do. Explosions erupted from Bakugo's palms as he propelled himself forward to confront Toga. He hit her squarely, sending her back, but not as far as he had hoped. Toga sank her knife into the ground, and the sound echoed through the room. Toga sensed movement behind her and quickly dodged Kirishima's kick. She struck out with her knife, but it barely scratched his skin. Frustration bubbled within her. Kirishima regrouped with his classmates, all of them ready for whatever Toga might do next. Backed against the wall, Toga found herself surrounded by students, each one prepared to defend against her. She scanned the group, looking for weaknesses. Even the one on crutches stood firm, making the last line of defense. The sight amused her. It was almost cute how they thought they could intimidate her. She liked her lips, her eyes darting around, contemplating which one to target first. What could she do to break this united front and turn them against each other? Behind them, Deku was getting on his feet. He did this painfully slowly, tremors racking his body. He'd been too close to the explosion, caught up in it while Toga had been able to move. His ears felt hot, and were ringing oddly. Everything felt a little too bright, too fast, and too hectic. He thought he might be bleeding, a copper taste in his mouth. His mask was cracking and falling, pieces chipping away to reveal one green eye. It burned as it landed on Toga, fear dissipating as his memories came back to him. Izuku felt a cold rage throw him, choke him with its sudden appearance. It made everything slow as he directed his gaze towards Toga. Momo spoke, her voice hard and clipped. "Villain, you are being apprehended on accounts of extreme violence, breaking and entering, and intent to harm directed towards the students of UA. You have the right to remain dash." "No," Deku's voice interrupted her. His voice was cold fire. One by one, heads turned in his direction. Toga felt, to her surprise, hard gooseflesh break out down her back as he didn't so much as look at them, eyes trained only on her. "She's mine." His breathing had slowed, the visible mark just at the line of his collar. Before, Deku had been trembling, but now he was eerily still. In one steady hand was the knife Toga tended to keep in a strap at her side. She hadn't noticed it had gone missing in the first place. Momo looked at him incredulously. There was a nervous twitch in her fingers, a sweat breaking out down her neck. Until now, she'd chosen to put her faith in Ochako's promise that she thought of Deku as a good person. Now, as she faced down another villain, she wasn't so sure. There was a chill around the boy that was staring at Toga, a certain unstable quality that had her teeth on edge. "You don't get to lay claim. We need to do this by the law." She was surprised her voice didn't shake, though she did flinch when Deku's gaze landed on her. It was as if she were a bug, insignificant. Momo gripped her bow staff more tightly, the metal creaking under her hands. We aren't the law. You don't even uphold it. Deku's voice was hard, bitter as a winter wind. He spat the words from his mouth like they were poison. You and your heroes couldn't even be bothered to put security tapes in my room. Get out of my way. Deku! Ochako's voice was clear, an anchor to latch onto. Her brown eyes were trained on Toga, but that didn't matter. Deku's head snapped to her like she was a commander giving him orders, his eyes pinpricks. He looked at her as if he'd only just realized she was alive, that she was there. Her voice softened, but the steel undercurrent told Momo that she'd misjudged her friend. Ochako would fight Deku if she had no other choice. She just preferred to exhaust all other options. Stand down. Please. Bakugo had gone rigid and silent. Only Kirishima noticed, his friend's hands going slack like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Bakugo's gaze stared unblinkingly at the villain, Deku, whatever he wanted to be called. He looked like he was seeing a ghost. Deku was equally still, the cold burn in his eyes dulling slowly into exhausted acceptance. Looking at him, it wasn't hard to see why. His hands were a mess, both from breaking free of the HNDCFFS and confronting Toga. There were singes and marks along his arms, and his green hair was dusty from ash. His mask had cut him when it broke, and blood flowed sluggishly from a cut along one freckled cheek. The effort it took to stand seemed to be using whatever energy he had left. He looked like a corpse, still somehow breathing. Toga saw her chance. She dove towards Bakugo, the knife a bright flash of silver as she raised it. She never got a chance to make a mark. A black fire sprang between them, separating Class 1A from the villain and they in turn from her. A moment later, Dabi appeared by her side. He'd flipped over the students and the flames as if they were little more than ants. Time's up, kiddo. He scooped Toga onto his back, minding her injured ankle. It was still bleeding freely. Kurojire's given us our signal. Over the roar of the flames, Class 1A was yelling. Toga couldn't make out their words. She grunted as she was slung like a sack of potatoes onto his shoulders, the fight still singing in her bones. She knew better than to argue. What about the brat? There was a pause, then Dabi shrugged. It made his ragdoll-like appearance somehow seem to have many joints where there shouldn't be. He seems to have made his choice, right? He exhaled, groaning as he let loose a small string of exclamations. Not that he ever thinks about what his actions will mean. Toga didn't know what Dabi meant, exactly. Like a brother, he often kept things from her. She thought it was his own peculiar way of letting her be a child. She pouted into his neck, disappointed. You're not gonna hurt him? Shigaraki might not mind, but I have better things to do with my time. You're a softie, for a villain. He didn't take the joke. His voice was distant as he lifted her and backed them towards the window behind them. I have bigger problems to work out. She supposed that was true. There'd been another incident today, and Dabi would have wanted to oversee it. Her chin came to rest in the crook of his shoulder, exhaustion taking over as he dove from the window without hesitation. They left the heroes and Deku behind, lost in the chaos that Dabi's flames had caused. The silence of the woods around the school enveloped them, the darkness settling in as the sun sank past the horizon. The rhythmic sound of Dabi's feet running against the dirt echoed in Toga's throbbing head. She'd messed up. I need clothes, she muttered sulkily. It wasn't cold out, but she'd need to be able to take the main streets with him when they were warped back near headquarters. He grunted, his cool gaze fixed on the path ahead. Though he had a careless demeanor, Toga knew this meant he'd been listening. We'll go to a thrift shop before we head back. Satisfied, Toga leaned more fully onto his back so she could tilt her head up towards the sky. Today, she could acknowledge that Izuku had almost had the courage to confront her. Almost. That was a win she couldn't forget, despite the overwhelming losses of the night. Toga had been pushing and prodding, nudging and manipulating Izuku for years, and had never seen that sort of reaction from him before. Really, the answer presented to her was obvious. He'd always reacted more to her liking when other lives were at stake. Often he tried to ignore her in the hopes that she would go away. This had been a special reaction, one she'd savor for a while. Toga filed this away for later thinking, feeling satisfied overall. She knew, though, that their failure today would have consequences. Shigaraki's gonna be real mad that we didn't bring Izuku back, huh? Dabi didn't seem particularly concerned. He hummed, and Toga was reminded of a rather sleepy cat as he slid lazy blue eyes in her direction. It's on me. You sure? The grin that spread across Dabi's face contorted his stitches, warping them into a caricature of a smile. Amused and unsettlingly insane. He'd always had alarming ways of showing joy. Toga could relate. Kid, what's he gonna do? I'm already 80% burn tissue. Shigaraki's not what I'm getting out of being here. Another good point. Dabi wasn't with the League, not in the same way that she was. As a result, Shigaraki and he had butted heads before. Toga let her exhaustion win out, her gold eyes slipping closed. A woozy feeling swept over her as she looked down at her still bleeding leg. Deku Izuku, aiming for her ankle. His quirk had known, she supposed. In retrospect, Toshinori should have known that his room was right next to Aizawa's. They had both been in critical care, and though neither had been well enough to visit the other, Recovery Girl knew of their relationship. Still, Toshi had to swallow a yelp when he opened the door to his hospital room, expecting to find an empty hallway and instead finding his boyfriend trying to make his way blindly towards who knows where. Finding a bandaged, mummy-like version of Aizawa struggling to make it down the hall with little to no vision and the willpower of determination alone was a sight that made Toshi 1 part amused and 3 parts concerned for the man's safety. The concern won out after a split second, and he ignored his own smarting ribs in favor of chasing down the man. You shouldn't even be up. He ran, or rather limped, to Aizawa's side, wondering how someone who was operating without his vision still managed to hobble faster in an attempt to get away. Aizawa seemed irritated, trying to shake off Toshi's concerned hands even as the movement seemed painful and largely ineffective. Toshi was acutely aware of his own hypocrisy, even as he tried in vain to guide Shoyuta back to his room. This was a task much easier said than done, given that he himself was injured. Fine, Aizawa muttered from under layers of bandage wrapping, glaring up at Toshi. The dark curtain of his hair was messy, and from what Toshi could see of his face, Aizawa looked even more worn than usual. Most of the time, that sort of appearance was a little endearing to Toshi. If he'd been asked even 3 years ago if he ever thought having Aizawa falling asleep on his shoulder during movie nights would be in his future, he would have laughed it off. It would have seemed like a distant dream, an unlikely scenario. 2 years ago, he would have argued that Aizawa would need to be able to feel vulnerable to even consider that. He looked plenty vulnerable now. In truth, Toshi wasn't sure how much he liked it. It wasn't often he had to deal with this side of Shoyuta. He liked his independence, and now was no different. Toshi didn't know everything about the man's childhood, but it had made him more likely to stick his hand over an open flame than accept help. In a way, Toshi could relate. It was clear, though, that this was approaching an unhealthy point. Toshi managed to guide them both to sit against the hallway wall, tucked up against the corner of a window. They healed my legs so I can move fine. Aizawa gestured to his perfectly functioning lower torso. He seemed grimly proud of himself. Chio fought it, said my stamina was too low, but gave in. That was Recovery Girl's first mistake, Toshi thought but knew better than to say out loud. He scratched the back of his head, wincing as the movement pulled at the stitches in his side. Still, my friend, pushing yourself will only slow down your recovery. Aizawa snorted, shooting Toshi a look that made it very clear just what he thought about that theory. His dark eyes flicked over him, taking in the bandages that were wrapped around Toshinori's head, only half hidden by the collar of his shirt. His dry smile made the corners of Toshi's mouth twitch upwards. Pot, me kettle? Sitting as they were side by side, both of them privately thought about their own foolishness. They were cut from the same cloth more than others noticed. Both had a self-sacrificing streak that made them excellent heroes and terrible at romance. Sometimes, it happened to bite them both at the same time. Abruptly, Toshi had to laugh. It spilled from his lips, unable to be held back as he looked over at his battered partner and at his own bandaged hands. He could tell that under the bandages, Shoyuta was looking at him strangely. We're a mess, aren't we? It was said as a statement, not a question. Shoyuta sighed, tilting his head back to look at the man beside him. Everything hurt. He hadn't moved this much since before he'd woken up in a hospital bed. All of that seemed to shrink in the face of Toshi's smile. Yeah, Aizawa admitted quietly, we are. What are we doing, Shoyuta? Toshinori asked, wrapping his arms around one knee. What use would we even be in this situation? Hizashi would wring our necks before we could do anything to help. Like he'd be able to. Aizawa didn't pout, but he looked close to it. Shuta's pride was easy to prickle, and it was clear as he glared out from under the layers of bandages that his helplessness in this situation frustrated him. We're a couple of idiots, aren't we? Toshi murmured. What could we even do, besides get in the way of those who might help? Really, he hadn't changed at all from his youth. Gran Torino would have smacked him upside the head if he could see him now. Being brave was one thing, but it took someone else being the same level of foolish for him to see that this hadn't been bravery. Some of Aizawa's prickly demeanor cooled. He averted his gaze, refusing to answer. To try to justify their behavior lately would be an insult in a way. We did what we had to do, I'm not denying that. Toshi continued, uncertain if his partner was even listening. It didn't really matter either way. What I did was to protect our students at USJ. But Hizashi made a point when he thought I was unconscious. Neither of us are invincible. What would he have us do, quit being heroes? Aizawa snorted. I can't see you stopping for even a week, and I know I couldn't. Put in the same position, I'd have taken on those villains all over again. Hisashi knew what we were like when he started this relationship. He had been the one to start it too. Sure, Aizawa and he had been dating since high school, but it had been Hisashi who had led Aizawa by the hand towards All Might, encouraging him to see the quiet man underneath. All Might was a title, an act of a person, and was as impossible to touch or understand as a statue. Toshi was the sort of person who brought stray cats home and sang to himself while making tea in the mornings. It was clear from the beginning which Shoyuta preferred when given the choice. That didn't mean that he always wanted to listen when Toshi presented an answer. Toshinori made a small, frustrated sound in the back of his throat. I'm not saying we acted wrongly, Shoyuta. Think about it logically if that helps you. Neither of us had to leave our beds during this evacuation. He gestured at the hall in front of them, as if to illustrate their ridiculousness. Yet we both didn't even think. We just plowed ahead like we were one of our students. No plan, no thought towards relying on our colleagues. Aizawa didn't acknowledge his point, but neither did he fight it. He'd become a little hunched, his shoulders pressed against the window at their backs like a defensive turtle. There was a stubborn set to his jaw, oddly childish for him. Toshi sighed, lowering his hands into his lap. He was frustrated with himself for how blind he'd been acting as of late. Of course Shoyuta would act illogically in this situation, just as he would have any other year for his class. The man cared deeply for his students, and it was a blind spot that he carefully tucked away but guarded rigidly. Every year, Shoyuta tried not to get attached, and every year his partners watched him fall in love all over again with being a teacher. I should have picked an inheritor for One for All by now. We both should have depended on the other teachers at UA to handle the situation while we couldn't. Above all, we should trust our students to handle themselves under pressure. Both of them were equally unhappy with the last fact. Toshi could guess what Aizawa was seeing in front of him, but it wasn't the hallway. His gaze was far away, back at USJ where his students fought against overwhelming odds. Toshi's own thoughts kept lingering on his own childhood, his mentor leaving this world far too soon. He'd still been a child, and the loss of Nana had left a hole in his chest that sometimes still made him feel like a boy, crying out in the dark. He'd risked doing the same thing to them, all of them. We are these children's mentors. We cannot risk leaving them without that in good conscience. Aizawa's voice was firm, but Toshi could tell by the twist of his mouth that his words had struck a chord at least. You are. Sometimes you're too noble, you know that? Toshi snorted, a grin lighting up his thin face. It's mostly practice, I'm afraid. Can't be the symbol of peace without pretending that the sun shines out of my back. The rare humor made Aizawa chuckle, and the sound warmed something inside of Toshi. He leaned his head gently against the man's bandaged shoulders, mindful of Aizawa's hands strapped to his chest. This was new territory for them lately, the physical closeness. Both were still tentative about it, skirting around each other while Hisashi so often flitted between them, giving out hugs indiscriminately. It wasn't bad, Toshi decided. Shoyuta was warm, far warmer than he could ever hope to be. We should go back to our beds, shouldn't we? Aizawa mused, sounding like he was already dangerously close to nodding off for a nap. The evening sun was creating a pool of warm light, and though his back wasn't liking sitting on the tile floor, Toshi could admit it was pleasant. If the school's alarm system weren't still droning alerts every 5 seconds, he'd dare to call it peaceful. That would be the responsible thing to do, I suppose. A cry sounded from down the hallway. Both heroes turned their heads, and Toshi felt the tension that had leached out of Aizawa's posture return. Craning his head, he saw why. Kaminari was running down the hall, one hand pressed to the crook of his neck. He didn't seem to have a destination, charging ahead like he was trying to just find someone to help. He was wild-eyed, his face melting in relief upon seeing Aizawa, if a bit confused about the stranger beside him. The confusion was ignored in his desperation. Sensei! Kaminari slowed to a stop, struggling not to overshoot and fling himself flat out on the floor. He clutched his knees, taking in deep, grateful gulps of air. Bent in front of them, Toshi could see what Kaminari had been clutching at his neck. A mark had been left there, still bleeding slightly. He winced at the sight, a small sound leaving his lips. You have to help me warn people. When he could speak, Kaminari's words came fast and rushed. There's a villain. I was trying to evacuate and get other people to listen to the alarm, but I ran into a person I thought was a nurse. But it wasn't. Her quirk, she bit me and next thing I knew I was looking at myself. It was so strange I nearly panicked. Breathe. Aizawa snapped, shrugging away from Toshi to get to his feet as quickly as he could. Gone was the softer side, back to being a teacher and leader. From the beginning. Tell me what happened. Slowly if you can. Kaminari nodded, flushing a little. His mouth popped open, likely to try again. Unfortunately, at that moment, a loud noise echoed from the other side of the hall. A familiar voice was yelling, punctuating their words with sounds that indicated a quirk had gone awry. Toshi sent a silent apology out to the universe and to Hisashi. He got to his feet, already recognizing the shouting in the distance. It was Bakugo. Katsuki was 12, and his wrists felt uncomfortable as he sat in the plush leather chair. It was too big for him, leaving his feet dangling in the air. His glare wasn't shy as he looked at the soft-spoken man in front of him. Despite this, Katsuki had never been good at holding back his feelings, and the twist of his mouth and the narrowed red eyes spoke for him, anger and fear. His therapist adjusted his glasses, though Katsuki never could figure out why he needed them. Mr. Kyoken's eyes were sightless, which offset his relatively young face strangely. Maybe that was why he hid behind prescription lenses. Your mother arranged this meeting today because she told me that you weren't doing so well. I'd like to hear about your side of events and how you feel. Katsuki's wrists and pride stung. He resisted the urge to fuss with the large, red hoodie he wore. Everything felt too fast and too slow at once, his legs screaming to run and his mouth feeling like it was filled with cement. The words froze, trapped in his chest. Katsuki tried to swallow past it. He knew he wasn't getting out of this meeting without saying something. I messed it up. Mr. Kyoken didn't react to the blunt language, used to Katsuki's straightforward way of speaking. He braced his elbows against his knees, hands folded under his chin. It was a habit that made him look a bit like one of those statues at old temples. How so? Katsuki fidgeted, staring hard at the beige carpet. There was a news report. Some kid halfway across the world. In the States. He'd gone missing 2 months ago, and the parents sent out an international appeal about it. That had been bad enough. Katsuki had watched the entire coverage with sweat collecting in his palms and a sinking feeling in his chest. Then last night they found a body. It gained a lot of coverage, and the parents were being asked to make a statement and he hadn't been able to look at the footage without seeing Mrs. Midoriya's face over top of the mother's. His brain had kept recalling the memory of her sitting by the window of her house, waiting for Deku to come home. Even after years, she still sometimes did it. Katsuki couldn't meet her eyes when he caught her on his way to school, his hands wrapped around the straps of his backpack. He'd felt relief, seeing that something had come of the investigation of the American kid. With Deku, people assumed he was gone. It was unspoken but by and large the most likely result. Yet that uncertainty, that big question mark of the unknown hit him sometimes and made him wonder. Hope would prick him, followed by despair and anger with himself for believing it all. At least that family had some closure. I just wonder what happened sometimes to him. I mean, I don't want to know, but sometimes I think it'd be, what? Easier? Not exactly. But better at least. Katsuki bit the inside of his mouth, hard enough to sting. Maybe there really was something wrong with him. Disappeared was better than gone, right? There was still a chance, however illogical and ludicrous. Mr. Kyoken hummed. In the way he seemed to know the words Katsuki had left unspoken. It's not wrong to want closure, Baku. What happened to Izuku Midoriya was traumatic. Our brains naturally want traumatic events to have definitive closure. When we don't get it, it can cause feelings of guilt, or feelings of self-destructiveness. Katsuki bit back a snarl, the shout inside of him that wanted to snap at him to leave him alone. It was a near thing. I don't feel guilty, he denied. Then what do you feel, Katsuki? Mr. Kyoken asked. Angry. Resentful. Like he was constantly looking over his shoulder for the next disaster. Restless, like I want to punch someone's face in. He said, because it was the closest one-word answer he could give. Fortunately, Mr. Kyoken knew him well enough by this point to know he didn't mean it literally. Still, the man nudged the ever-present fire extinguisher he kept in his office closer to Katsuki's chair. Just in case. He seemed thoughtful as he stroked his chin, trying to think of an outlet that the child before him might find engaging. Somehow, he had the feeling that Katsuki wouldn't take to breathing exercises and self-validation alone. He was a kid with a lot of energy. An idea began to form in the back of the therapist's mind. Have you considered picking up an exercise regimen? Katsuki looked at him warily. Mr. Kyoken raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. I'm just saying, you seem like a very active kid. It might do you some good to channel that energy in a constructive way instead of letting it build up. He smiled apologetically. How is running supposed to help me? It sounded like a lot of nonsense to Katsuki. His eyes narrowed, his arms crossing over his chest. Running wouldn't bring Deku back. It wouldn't make him feel less restless. It'll give you a distraction the next time you feel like you're restless, Mr. Kyoken patiently explained. He shrugged a little. You want to go into the heroics course, right? At UA? Katsuki nodded reluctantly. Well, you need a good level of physical fitness to get into the program, so running serves multiple purposes. Routine, exercise, and distraction all in one. He counted them off with his fingers, a small smile on his face. If you hate it, you can come back to me in a week and tell me to leave you alone or whatever you want to say. If you like it, then you've gained a new hobby. Katsuki considered it, mulling it over in his head. If he was being honest, he didn't think it would work. but it seemed better than some of the other things his mom had tried to instill in him from self-help books, like breathing or meditating. "If I hate it, you're not going to tell me I'm being selfish?" he asked, hating how vulnerable he felt. Being a teenager was tough, but being a teenager like him often meant waiting for the next emotional outburst. Katsuki spared a small, longing thought for the future, when he'd be on his own and no longer had to attend these sessions. Mr. Kyokan nodded. He playfully nudged Katsuki's knee with the end of his pen, making sure he had his attention. "I'll even give you a challenge. There's a race coming up in 2 months. Just 5 kilometers, nothing too strenuous for someone your age. It's a charity drive. I'll be there cheering on my niece. If you sign up and do your best, work on managing your feelings, and show less destructive behaviors, then I'll tell your mother I feel comfortable reducing our visits to once a month, unless you need something special." It was an offer that surprised Katsuki. He was scheduled for once a week, and it made him feel like he was under a microscope. He blinked up at Mr. Kyokan, half expecting the man to laugh at him or reveal this all as a joke. No one had ever given him this much control over his own life. His mom hovered, worried about her son. His dad was more passive in their dynamic. Part of getting the help Katsuki needed involved bouncing between medical professionals, meetings, and interacting with strangers he only related to in one small aspect of his life. Yet here was this therapist, simply suggesting he run, and to stop if he didn't enjoy it. It was refreshing. It was just 5 kilometers? That was manageable. He could definitely tackle that race if he pushed himself. A grin began to spread across his face, and he struggled to push it back into his usual scowl. After all, there was no need to let Mr. Kyokan know that his proposal appealed to him. A secret part of Katsuki was excited to work on something new. What in the world? It was the first thought that came to Katsuki's mind, rattling around in shock. The next thought was equally loud in his mind. This can't be happening. An unexpected figure stood in front of him. Somehow, the world had tilted, and Katsuki felt like he had fallen into a different reality. The Uraraka had called him Deku. The kabuki mask had crumbled away, and Katsuki couldn't tear his eyes away from the face in front of him. The longer he looked, the harder it was to breathe. Each inhale was a cold spike of disbelief and a growing, nameless emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. If this was an illusion, then his mind was doing a remarkable job of making it feel real. His mind had even managed to age Deku, turning him into a teenager. Or at least a pale, skinny, tired version of a teenager. Ochako was speaking, her hands raised and clearly trying to calm the situation. The person in front of them was Deku. Bakugo couldn't hear most of what she was saying. His mind seemed to have lost all ability to communicate with the outside world, trying to reconcile the memory of Deku's face with the person he was looking at now. Every time he did, Bakugo felt something inside of him shaking. The frustration surged within him, and it hit him like a wall that made it hard to breathe. For the first time since he'd been a child, Bakugo struggled to control his quirk as it reacted, the sweat pooling in his palms. As if in slow motion, he could see his classmates reacting, jerking back in surprise as he suddenly lit up, their mouths moving but no sound escaping. Then Deku looked at him, and everything that Bakugo wanted to ask, wanted to scream, died behind his teeth as blank incomprehension flickered to vague recognition. The childhood nickname, one he hadn't heard since the day Deku had vanished from the park, felt like 1,000 tiny knives under Bakugo's skin. It burned. Kaken? Something crossed Deku's face, an emotion too quick for Bakugo to read. Then, in a mockery of the smile that was still flashing in the far corner of his memory, Deku's face twisted. It wasn't a smile, more of a grimace. A hard, brittle sound came from him, shaking his thin shoulders. To Katsuki, it was the sound of everything he had known unraveling. Izuku, he said, and the name sounded old and rusted on his tongue. He said it to stop that noise coming from this illusion. Kirishima's hand was on his shoulder, half pulling him back. It was as if he half expected the illusion to lash out. But Katsuki's classmates were reacting to the laughter too, huddling together as if to guard against this new threat. Kirishima's voice was tight in Bakugo's ear, the hand on his arm as hard as steel. "Dude, you know this guy?" Ochako stood between Katsuki and the illusion, the only one who hadn't retreated into the protective ring of classmates. She was looking at Bakugo, something searching in her eyes as she barred his path. Distantly, Katsuki's thoughts pieced together the evidence before him. She thinks I'm going to hurt him. Was he? He didn't know. He wasn't even sure he was himself right now. Whether or not he would, Bakugo wouldn't find out. The laughter cut off, and Izuku Midoriya sank to his knees. Shock made him shake, green eyes dazed and unseeing. Katsuki couldn't look at the expression on his face too closely. He was vaguely aware that his breathing had become scattered. For some reason, Katsuki couldn't rein it in. Hands he recognized as Kirishima's were moving him to sit. His friend was in front of him, cutting off his view of Izuku. A strangled noise left Katsuki's mouth unbidden. Don't let him out of your sight. His quirk reacted, small sparks popping up his arms as he strained against his friend's hold. Fortunately, Kirishima seemed to understand. He moved to Bakugo's side, talking over his head. Something about getting help and for someone to find present Mike and tell him where they were. All the while, his hands were pressed to Katsuki's shoulders. It was grounding, even as he felt like he was about to float away. Ochako was doing the same for Izuku, a determined set to her jaw as she directed orders. Momo was creating blankets, one of which was wrapped around Izuku. The one offered to him was met with a snarl. He didn't need a blanket. He needed someone to tell him this wasn't a dream. Katsuki, he turned towards Ochako. She was crouched beside Izuku, an uncertain expression on her face. He couldn't blame her. Until now, her only interactions with him had been unpleasant and awkward at best. You said his name was Izuku? Izuku Midoriya, he automatically confirmed. Then, because he couldn't seem to control his mouth anymore, he continued. Deku was a childhood nickname. We were kids when... He couldn't say it, the words felt heavy in his throat. Fortunately, Ochako didn't seem to need anything more. Her hands reached out tentatively, curling the blanket more tightly around Izuku's silently shaking shoulders. He's in shock. Honestly, I think you are too. Don't argue with me. She shot a glare up at him, noticing how his mouth had opened to deny it. Bakugo's jaw snapped shut. You can talk. I need you to support me when the teachers get here. I don't think Izuku's up for defending himself right now, and without someone backing us up, this is gonna fall on him fast. Class 1A exchanged uneasy glances. None of them were exactly keen on the idea of their own mistakes being put on someone who was currently struggling on the floor. In the distance, running footsteps could be heard. Aizawa, flanked by Kaminari and a gaunt-looking man, was running towards them. They were a sight to see. Aizawa was mostly bandages, but his legs were working fine, and so he was running on his own. At any other point, Katsuki might have been a little impressed at how intimidating Eraserhead could be even when injured. Unfortunately, that meant that Izuku also saw them approaching. The numbness in his face splintered, and a wild look came into his eyes. He moved out of Ochako's grip faster than she could catch him, his teeth bared and gaze distant, fighting something that no one could see. Bakugo didn't think. His legs moved on their own. He'd lied to his therapist. His biggest problem had never been restlessness. His biggest problem had been having to sit back and do nothing. Kaken was here. The thought came to Izuku, dimly from under miles of water. It wasn't a dream, or at least, he was pretty sure it wasn't. When he had those dreams, Kaken was still 5 and yelling at the world with unrelenting pride. The Kaken in front of him was older, stronger, angrier. Though, Izuku supposed that Kaken had always been angry. There were other people too, people that Izuku didn't really know. A girl with a high ponytail and sharp gray eyes was to his left, the Ida kid he'd injured at USJ to his right. They were talking, yelling, and arguing about what to do, a girl with cord-like earlobes defending the ponytail girl's points. The chaotic nature of it was unlike any of Izuku's usual nightmares, too domestic. Ida was on crutches, further solidifying the fact that this wasn't a dream. Which only left one other option, one that made Izuku's heart beat faster and his hands shake. This was real. Then there were strangers coming towards their group, and Izuku didn't recognize either of them, but his quirk screamed that they were dangerous. Trailing behind them was the boy that Toga had bitten, white energy crackling up his arms. He pointed at Izuku, and though the words he said sounded very far away, he somehow knew they weren't flattering. Izuku tried to will himself to stand, to go down fighting if that's what it took. He was tired and afraid, not entirely sure he wasn't still hallucinating, but he had little choice. He was aware of how he must look, wild and desperate. He didn't expect Ochako to stand as a physical shield between him and the trio approaching them, her voice cutting through the static in his head. Sensei, Deku's in shock. He saved us from the other villains. That was Eraserhead? No wonder he was wrapped in so many bandages. Frankly, Izuku had half thought. From what Ochako had described that the man wouldn't be walking for at least a few weeks yet. As it was, he didn't exactly look like he should be moving. He startled as another figure came to stand in front of him, uncharacteristically silent despite his earlier outbursts. Kaken defending him, seeming to protect him was a sight that made Izuku feel as if he were dreaming. He kept trying to rub at his eyes, dispel the illusion of it. Though it was hard to tell under the bandages, Izuku might have thought that Eraserhead had quirked a brow at one of his students addressing a villain by his name. He slowed when Bakugo moved, and Izuku got the feeling that Kaken wasn't usually one to play protector. The look of surprise on everyone's faces was too obvious. Eraserhead's voice was muffled from under the wrappings, measured. You were all supposed to evacuate the building and hold the front gate down with the other pros. Care to explain why you're still in the school in the first place? His tone was mild enough, but there was an undercurrent of authority that made the students shoot nervous looks at each other. Izuku wondered if Eraserhead always sounded like a very put-upon babysitter of 20-something odd children. The girl with a ponytail stepped forward, nervously wringing her hands in front of her chest. It's my fault, sensei. As class rep, I was unable to lead my classmates to safety and instead was convinced to join them on this mission. She bowed, shame written on her face. Please, don't take it out on the others. I'm also class rep, I too should shoulder the blame. Ida hobbled forward on his crutches, steel-faced and straight-spined. He was every inch his family's name, the way he tapped his chest and took on the guilt. Yorozuru until the very end tried to talk us out of it, and I took Uraraka's side instead. He bowed too, so stiff and formal that it was a little comical. For that, I too should apologize. Like a dam had been broken, Izuku watched in bewilderment as the rest of the group came forward, all so ready to take on fault. No, it's my fault, a girl with painted cheeks and short hair began. She was interrupted by the frog girl. Ribbit. I didn't say anything either, I got too into it, it was totally not the mature thing to do. I'm also at fault, a boy with bright red hair interjected. On and on it went, until Izuku was left confused and dazed. Everyone was so unthinkingly ready to share the blame, willing to stick their neck out for Ochako and by extension, him. But what was there to gain from it? Why would they risk getting into trouble for someone like him? He wasn't worth it. He felt a wave of emotions he couldn't quite understand. It's a good thing you did, Izuku's voice was rough, but it was enough to catch everyone's attention. He tried not to flinch under all the stares, tried to steady the shaking in his chest. Without your class, I wouldn't have been able to buy enough time to convince Toga and Dabi to leave. He shot a grateful look towards the ponytail girl, to Ochako. I owe you all, everything. So please don't punish them for saving me. Izuku choked on the words, ducking his head. Eraserhead didn't look entirely pleased with his answer. Beside him, the frail man with blonde hair looked hesitant. That was fine. Izuku could deal with anger. It was his fault for not being quick enough. He'd accepted that this was going to go poorly for him either way. A familiar voice broke through the tension. None of us are even hurt. What you should be concerned with is the big problem right in front of your nose. The red-haired boy hissed something, probably chastising Bakugo for speaking like that to a teacher. If Bakugo heard him, he didn't acknowledge it. His hands were crossed over his chest, something burning in his eyes. He didn't flinch from Eraserhead's cool gaze. What do you mean, Bakugo? I mean that you've been sitting on top of a missing persons file that's 10 years overdue being solved. There was a sharp edge to Bakugo's words, and Izuku felt himself tremble. Kaken was angry, but not at him. Kaken was angry about what had happened. Kaken hadn't forgotten him. The gaunt man stepped forward, his strange black and blue eyes peering at Bakugo. What do you mean, my boy? I mean that his real name's Izuku Midoriya, and that he's been missing since we were 5 years old. Izuku's eyes closed, his name washing over him like a tide. He's not a villain. Katsuki's voice was firm, and the anger was bubbling over in his voice. Izuku felt a squeezing tightness in his chest. He curled into himself, wishing the eyes on him would disappear. The guilt crashed into him like a wave. You're wrong, Kaken. I'm sorry, you're wrong. He's a victim, not a villain, Katsuki growled. He was both. Shudo really hated trying to fight against quirks that made their user intangible. It made defeating them incredibly hard, and it made his job harder than it needed to be. Though he wasn't typically one for frustration, he was starting to feel it in this fight. There were 5 villains, only one of them from the original USJ incident. Kurogiri soon became the greatest threat to him and his classmates at the gate. Todoroki. Duck. He moved on instinct, narrowly avoiding being bowled over by Tokoyami's dark shadow curling up from behind. The bird-like monster opened its gaping mouth, bigger with the setting sun, larger than Shudo had yet to see before. What had been a companion before was now a living tidal wave, and it was difficult to navigate around and helpful at once. The shriek that it let loose as it sunk its beak into a villain that had been sneaking in on Shudo's flame side rang through the air, nearly deafening this close. There was a shout as the villain went down, followed by a howl of surprise as he hit the concrete. Out of commission. Shudo charged forward, free to take on the villain in front of him. His ice sprouted from his fingertips, crawling up his arm. The villain's short hair was needle-like and pointy, and she used them like projectiles. Her hair grew back fast, and she threw the needles with startling accuracy, cackling at him all the while. When one narrowly missed Shudo's foot, it cracked the pavement with its force, sinking deep. He couldn't afford to get hit by one, even by accident. It was making getting close to her very, very hard. An ice shield covered his arm, expanding into a disc that soon caught more of the needles. Shudo charged forward, aiming a kick at the woman's stomach. She danced back, mouth opening. Needles shot from her lips, catching Shudo off guard. He narrowly avoided a face full of spikes thanks to his shield, which began to splinter and crack. Not just her hair. He made a mental note, sweat cooling on the back of his neck. A loud sound tore through the air, a sound wave made physical. Shudo could feel it vibrating in his teeth and clutched his head, half crumpling to the ground. Everyone was forced to cover their ears as it tore through concrete, aimed at Kurogyari's metal middle. The void villain moved just in time to avoid being caught by the force. Present Mic gave him barely enough time to recover, ducking and dodging between students and shouting all the while. There was a grim look on his face, one that hadn't left him since Aizawa-sensei's injury. Though Shudo would still hesitate to call him scary, there was a threatening capability in the way he alone could withstand the force of his quirk. It leveled even trees and seemed to pick up wind. How he moved so fast in leather breathes, Shudo still didn't know. He was just glad his teacher's aim was very good. His quirk couldn't be used without pause, though. Once Present Mic took a second to breathe, the fight was back on. He darted forward, ice sprouting up and around him. He felt a rumble coming from the ground and saw cement rise to combine with his strike. Cementos had managed to knock out his opponent, his hand lifted in Shudo's direction. The intent was clear. Shudo moved his ice, cutting off the girl's escape path. The cement took the other direction, and both came together to cut off her exit. She was soon wrapped in a cocoon of the two, ice and cement expanding and twisting until only her eyes and nose were visible. Immobilized. Cementos gave Shudo a small thumbs up before turning to help Mineta. He was holding off a villain with some sort of quirk that let them move and reshape their skeleton. The shouting picked up again, and Shudo hunkered back down to wait it out. Present Mic was a valuable ally, but he did make extended fighting a bit of a challenge at times. Personally, Shudo was just glad that the man was on their side. Hopefully, this would end soon, or UA's front gates were going to be utterly devoid of any sort of vegetation or structural integrity. At some point during the fighting, Shudo became aware that he was cold. It was as creeping as hypothermia, his thoughts and his movements sluggish and reckless. Frost nipped at his face, clouds of breath leaving his mouth. This was the longest fight he'd had to participate in, going on over half an hour, and he could feel the strain in his body and mind. His quirk had become jagged, his mouth dry as he once again launched a villain back with a wave of ice. Thirsty. He was so thirsty. Quirk shock. He knew the signs, knew that soon his joints would begin to lock in place if he pushed much further. If he kept going past that, well, he would face the consequences. Frustration hit him, anger and desperation driving him forward. His classmates looked equally drained. Kuda had a cut on his forehead, and a dog from the surrounding neighborhood was snarling protectively in front of him. Ashido's acid had started to eat through the soles of her shoes. Still, her stamina hadn't seemed to suffer much. She let out a hearty shout as she gleefully fought a villain, cheering as Siro wrapped up the villain with his tape. Even the teachers looked worn, Present Mic's shouting having grown further apart. Shudo thought he'd caught him wiping his mouth once or twice. Still, the villains kept coming. Whenever one or two were taken down, Kurogyari's void-like body would just introduce more. Anyone with a grudge against UA had apparently been invited, and even common criminals in big enough waves were exhausting to deal with. Shudo couldn't understand why the villain they'd captured would be worth this kind of effort. The resources being thrown at them were overwhelming. He didn't have time to think on it longer, blocking a kick from a villain that moved with incredible speed. The man's mouth opened wide, unleashing a swarm of hornets. Shudo bit back a shout as his skin instinctively crawled, flipping backwards. His joints screamed at the motion, tingling numbness starting to enter his fingers and toes. No time. They were running out of time. It happened fast, too fast for anyone to stop it. 1 second Present Mic had Kurogyari cornered between himself and midnight, sweat making his normally feathery hairdo seem limp. The next, the sun had gone completely down, plunging the courtyard into darkness. Tokoyami, who had been trembling before, fell to his knees with a strange shout. Several of Shudo's classmates turned instinctively towards the sound. Shudo vaguely remembered one of his first introductions to his classmate's quirk. It came back to him even as darkness spread across the sky, blotting out the first few stars. Dark shadow is stronger at night, but harder to control. An oily, black wave of darkness slithered and built, bigger and bigger until it blotted out the stars. Shudo felt something in his chest constrict at the sight, two glowing eyes visible in the mass. It moved with speed right for the void villain. Cementos' voice carried over the field, strained as he held back a wave of quirk-controlled objects. His small eyes were wide as he looked at Dark Shadow. Hizashi! Namuri! Move! They both darted away, even as Kurogyari was struck by Dark Shadow in a powerful explosion that rocked the ground and sent shockwaves that threatened to take everyone's feet out from under them. Shudo grit his teeth. Some quirks, especially physical ones, could be incredibly powerful in certain situations. He also knew it drained the user, what goes up had to come down. Tokoyami would be feeling this in the morning. When the dust cleared, Kurogyari was slightly left of where he'd once been, his eyes narrowed. Though the villain couldn't really sweat, it seemed by the flickering of his body that he'd only just made it out in time. When he spoke, it was with a hiss of distaste. It appears that time's up. For a moment, Shudo wasn't sure what he meant. He blinked as his opponent was suddenly swallowed by darkness, flung to some unknown destination before his eyes. He understood. Anger filled his chest, but it was nothing compared to Dark Shadow. It let loose a roar, claw-like wings grasping for Kurojire's form, scrabbling for purchase. "You won't get away," the creature shouted. Kurojire responded as another hit struck towards him, narrowly avoiding a critical blow. Present Mike and Midnight had fallen back, not far from where Shudo was standing. Midnight's voice was tense as she caught Shudo's glance. There was a mark by her mouth where a villain had struck her. "No one can get in there. Tokoyami doesn't have enough control of Dark Shadow right now. There's no guarantee Dark Shadow won't attack us. Kurojire wants to warp out of here, but can't so long as he's fighting that quirk." It was a stalemate with only one way to break it. Shudo reached the same conclusion as she did. Shudo turned, adrenaline humming in his blood. A void had opened up behind Tokoyami in the chaos, unnoticed by everyone. Blue-white fire erupted from it, even as Shudo's hand lifted. Too slow, his ice was not reacting fast enough. The light struck Dark Shadow, Tokoyami ducking out of the way and rolling weakly to the side. It struck the monster's dark form like fireworks, and a cry of distress erupted from Dark Shadow. Tokoyami's quirk shrunk in on itself, jerking back from Kurojire to WHP around towards the source of its pain. A scarred hand was retreating back into the void, still blasting ball of blue fire. In the moment Dark Shadow was turned, Kurojire's void began to fold in on itself. The villain's voice echoed, even as the heroes were left with an injured, distressed quirk and a scorched battlefield. "You children continue to fight well. Truly, I look forward to the time when we're allowed to defeat you all. Goodbye for now. Thank you for providing a distraction." He disappeared, the rest of the villains gone without a trace. Shudo stood breathing, half of his body ice cold and his hands clenched into fists. He was not the only one worse for wear. Present Mike let loose a long-winded, complicated series of complaints. The fact that it was in English still left little to the imagination as to what he thought about the whole situation. It took two pro-heroes and Kuda's soothing presence to calm Dark Shadow. Down enough that Tokoyami could tuck him away from the night. Apparently, Dark Shadow was enough like an animal that he responded positively to Kuda's quirk. Tokoyami himself seemed more shaken than anyone else from the incident. He kept apologizing to anyone that would listen, his normally calm attitude rattled and skittish. His feathers, normally smoothed down, were ruffled like a real bird's. Shudo could sympathize. He knew what it was like to be unable to entirely trust one's own quirk. His body continued to give him trouble, even as he allowed himself to sit on the hard pavement until paramedics could be called to look him and the rest of 1A over. Now that the fight was done, he could notice that a few of his classmates were missing. Aoyama was the first to comment on it, an uncharacteristic frown on his glittery face as he looked around for Azui. "Where is La Petite Grenouille? Or Monsieur Kirishima? They may have gotten caught up in the evacuation of the other students?" Ciro proposed. He didn't sound overly confident about said suggestion, and frankly, no one looked that convinced. In the back of his mind, Shudo had a sinking suspicion that his class was out looking for trouble, and he'd just been lucky enough to avoid getting caught in that particular disaster. Present Mike muttered something as he rubbed at his temples. He looked as though a headache was somewhere on the horizon for him. He looked to Midnight almost pleadingly. Maybe they're evacuated with the students from the general courses? The reporters are going to have a field day with this. Midnight chose not to confirm or deny Hisashi's hope. Her cautious tone made Present Mike lower his hands, looking to her tiredly. "Yeah, they are," he murmured. His voice was rough, like he'd been dragging it through sandpaper. Principal Nedzu went to go mitigate the outcome of this from the moment the alarm had to be sounded, but we're in for a tough time for the next little while. He seemed to realize that he had a quiet audience, catching Shudo's silent stare. Coughing in embarrassment, Present Mike forced a little cheer into his tone as he addressed him with his typical teacherly coaching. "You and your classmates fought really well. Don't you worry about what the reporters will say, we'll have it covered." Shudo didn't know what to say, so he elected for silence. Present Mike seemed to search his face for some sort of positive reaction, and upon finding none, wilted. "You kids are growing up too fast," he said mostly to himself. Shudo didn't have an answer for that either. He wasn't worried about what reporters would think, in truth. He was too busy being worried about his father to worry about something as inconsequential as the press. But there were things you could and couldn't say, and when he was in doubt he'd learned that keeping a blank face and silent mouth worked wonders for getting by. So, Shudo did just that, tucking his fear down tightly underneath his skin and looking at his teacher until Hisashi grew uncertain and stuttered something about shock. When the paramedics came, flashing blue and red light across the school concrete, they asked him if he was feeling okay. Shudo nodded, and he let them check his pupils for concussion and move his arm and knee around, gritting his teeth as they popped and creaked. If they asked questions, he answered in clipped sentences. He was responsive, but not talkative, an art he had learned to master. Inside himself, he kept his thoughts occupied with what he had done wrong and what he could do better. It was an automatic thing, a tally system that would later be held up to his father's expectations and graded accordingly. Shudo wasn't sure what side he'd end up on for this fight. That's some quirk you've got there. One paramedic, a man with blonde hair and a wide smile, commented, breaking Shudo from his thoughts. You said you've been using it for nearly a half-hour straight? I'm impressed, and you've only got a little joint pain. As expected of the number 2 hero's son. The man laughed brightly. When Shudo didn't laugh in kind, the conversation fell into an awkward silence. His left side burned. The teachers were right about one thing. The news was all over the story of a second attack in a month on Yua, like children given free rein to a candy store. Reporters had started to cluster outside the building as Shudo had been patched up, creating a small crowd as he was questioned by the police force. They were irritating by the time he'd put on a spare change of clothes. By the time he'd been told to wait for his father in an empty classroom with the rest of 1A that hadn't been too badly injured, they were an angry horde that could be seen even from the second-story window. Geez, it'd only be worse if they had pitchforks, Ciro observed, lounging half out of a desk chair. His chin was propped up with one hand, dark eyes narrowed in disgust and fascination in kind. They're kinda like rats, trying to pick up scraps while UA's been hit. They're vultures, Ashido corrected, limping over to them to sit on the edge of Ciro's desk. She sat in a lazy sprawl, staring up at the classroom ceiling as she lay half off the floor. Her feet had been bandaged, white wrappings peeking out from her shoes. She crossed them ankle over ankle now. They think if they hit us when we're vulnerable, one of us will accidentally give them some sort of gossip they can spin into a good story. Ciro snorted, a sardonic grin lighting up his face. Think I can sell them a story about there being a villain that could take things out with just one punch? Ashido gave him a look of solemnity. If you do, I'll pay for your slushie next time we're at the mall. Her fluffy, pink head turned to Shudo then. He resisted the urge to squirm under her curious gaze. He told himself she was just being friendly. Do you know what happened to Ochako and the others, by the way? 'Cause I tried to get some answers from someone and was given the runaround. She made a face. Ugh. He hadn't heard anything, but in truth, he hadn't been that interested. Shudo's eyes were glued to the gate outside the window, where he knew eventually his father would have to step through to come collect him. He couldn't seem to tear his gaze away. He shook his head, quietly relieved when Ashido took his non-response as an answer. She sighed, throwing her head back and kicking her feet in the air. She was very good at looking like the entire world around her was inconveniencing her existence. Figures, she whined. We do the fighting, and then we aren't even told anything about why the villains attacked UA again in the first place. Look at it this way, Ciro patted her shoulder, shrugging his shoulders. The way this is all going, we're definitely getting at least a day or two off school. At the very least, no homework. She whooped for joy, pumping her fists in the air. The sudden shift in energy nearly unbalanced her seat, and Ashido narrowly avoided toppling over the desk. Her face was alight with optimism. Why can't villains invade the school during exam season? Please don't jinx us like that, Hagakure called from across the room. Even being invisible, she somehow looked exhausted. There was a floating smudge of dirt where presumably her cheek was from the fight. I don't think my heart could take it. Shudo sank further down in his seat, miserable and unable to express it. A day or two off school. Great. In the end, the kind of mood Endeavor was in could be described as thus. He managed to clear the sea of reporters with his presence alone, even if it was only long enough to let him pass through the crowd without comment. Shudo watched from the second-story window, feeling his stomach drop. Oh, this was going to be bad. It was already late enough that his other classmates had been collected by their families. When Endeavor appeared at the doorway to the classroom, it was to find Shudo sitting silent and still, alone amongst rows of empty desks. His father didn't say a word to him throughout the signing out of school process, merely casting a disapproving look at the bandage on Shudo's face and the plasters on his fingers. Shudo signed his name on the attendance list made hastily for this occasion, saying a quiet goodbye to Principal Nedzu before being led away. The principal offered his best apology to Shudo's father, but in truth, Shudo didn't absorb most of it. There were handshakes, stiff and formal, and he was being led away by a heavy hand on his shoulder. He willed himself not to look back, his spine rigid and his breathing even and measured. Just get through this. Everything hurt. Todoroki didn't mention this to his father, his jaw clenched tightly shut. The drive home was filled with silence, but the temperature in the car kept rising. Shudo tucked himself into the back seat and watched the city pass him by in neon blurs. He was so tired, his eyes were burning. Halfway to their house, it started. Shudo had been expecting it, but he still couldn't help but flinch when his father's voice broke the silence between them. Your teachers told me you went into quirk shock during the fight. Shudo didn't reply. His guilt was obvious by the way he struggled to keep his breath steady. Endeavor didn't need a verbal audience anyway, just a captive one. He continued, signaling into the turning lane. His hard stare met Shudo's in the rearview mirror. I've told you 1,000 times that this reckless act of rebellion is damaging to your form and to your body. Where would you have been if your classmates hadn't bailed you out? Are you prepared to risk losing your abilities over this? Because if it had gone on longer, I guarantee you would have faced serious consequences. It's easy to avoid if you just stop being so stubborn. I don't have time for this right now. Shudo's hands tightened in his lap. He kept his silence, biting the inside of his cheek as hard as he dared. Don't react. He's looking for a fight. He realized that his father's silence meant he expected some sort of answer. Shudo swallowed hard. I'll try to keep my time limit better in mind next time. Sorry. His father snorted, muttering something under his breath. The rest of the drive was spent in frosty silence, every minute leaving Shudo more tightly wound. The Todoroki compound was old, from before quirks had become common. It stood as an untouched relic of time, surrounded by its more modern neighbors like a wood in the middle of two intersecting highways. Rumor had it that the Todoroki family had once been part of a private police force for a billionaire, but the truth was largely lost to time. As it was, nearly $5,000 went into repairs of the building every few years, Endeavor's wealth going towards keeping up appearances. To an outside viewer, it might seem elegant, but to him, the polished wood beams and tatami mats made him feel like his ancestors were watching him. As a child, he had imagined them whispering through the paper screens, every shadow making him both fascinated and frightened. They'd spoken of his own shortcomings, about how no matter how hard he worked, he'd never live up to his father's legacy. His mother had been the only spirit that ever answered his quiet calls in the dark. She had tended to linger in the more renovated rooms, like the kitchen or the living room, where she felt more at home. The memory of her presence haunted him, to the point where he preferred to stay in his bedroom when at home. Walking through the front door, the entrance to the kitchen was dark and silent. Shudo's brothers and sisters had likely gone to bed long ago or made sure to at least appear as if they had. Shudo toed off his shoes, the back of his neck prickling every time Endeavor moved in his peripheral vision. The organized lineup of footwear spoke of how much traffic came to and from this house. Shudo counted them, 7 children, once 8. Fuyumi had moved out last year. It was a distraction from the dread pooling in Shudo's gut. He knew what was coming, but it was hard to predict when. It came as he shouldered off his bag, too quickly to try and stop it. The impact knocked the wind out of him, an aborted noise escaping his mouth before he could clench his jaw. He managed to stay upright, but it was a fragile thing. He stood doubled over, hardly daring to look up. Get up and get out of my sight, Endeavor snapped, his eyes flat and disapproving. Shudo swallowed down the discomfort rising in his throat. Be thankful that I don't punish you further for your actions tonight. Shudo struggled to catch his breath as his father turned away, heading towards his own bedroom. It was only when he heard the door to his father's room slide shut that he allowed himself to slide to the floor. Finally, he settled his pounding heart and shaking hands. Shudo closed his eyes, his head tipping back to the wooden frame behind him. When he could breathe without feeling overwhelmed, he stood up and did as he was told. Katsuki had only met Principal Nedzu once up until this very moment, back when he had been considering applying to the heroics department. He'd been at the school's open house, looking a bit like a fuzzy mascot as he greeted and welcomed the potential new students at the gate. Back then, Katsuki had wondered how someone so non-threatening could be one of the most well-known heroes in the industry. The principal made an impression due to his appearance, but his personality was unique and unsettling. He was friendly to a fault, personable and chatty. Rodent or no, he put most human beings to shame with his manners. Personally, Katsuki didn't dislike him more than he disliked anyone else, but that wasn't exactly a glowing review. He hated most people. Have some more tea, Bakugo. This was his 3rd cup. He didn't even like green tea that much. He opened his mouth to say as much. Instead, his cup was taken from him, refilled, and set back on the table. I must apologize again to your mother and father for the late hour, but given the circumstances, I hope you can understand. Nedza directed this at Bakugo's parents, who were sitting by his side in the principal's office, also sipping tea and looking uncertain of how to refuse more. It's no trouble really. Ever the polite one of the family, Bakugo's father rushed to assuage the principal's guilt. Masaru smiled and waved away the apology. If the situation's as you say it is, I can understand. He lifted his cup to his lips, drinking deeply. He looked a little stressed as the principal leaned forward to pour him more. Katsuki stared down into his teacup, a scowl on his face as he recalled the past few hours. When Aizawa-sensei had gotten a sense of the situation, he'd been coldly upset with all of them. Even under the bandages on his face, 1A could tell that their homeroom teacher was not pleased. It was only the skinny man he'd been with that had stopped all of them from facing serious consequences right then and there. Bakugo hadn't really cared about all of that in truth. There hadn't been much other choice than to act, and he knew that Aizawa-sensei was smart enough to come to that conclusion himself. It was only a matter of laying low until his anger with them faded into his usual logic, and Mr. Skinny was helping him get there. Regardless, all of that had fallen to the wayside given Izuku's condition. Aizawa had taken one look at the borderline unconscious teen and snapped that he'd put himself into a state of quirk shock and needed to be taken to a first aid station right away. He'd ordered them to report to Recovery Girl, with the threat that any delay would lead to serious consequences. No one quite had the reckless impulse to tell their teacher that at that moment he himself had looked unwell. The gaunt man that Bakugo still didn't know the name of had suggested then that Aizawa-sensei should perhaps put off all punishment until they could be sure that the situation had been handled appropriately and all injuries had been attended to. This, their teacher had reluctantly agreed to. Bakugo heard rather than saw Kirishima's quiet sigh of relief in response to that. Their teacher seemed to take that as an indication that his student needed something to do. So Izuku had been slung over Kirishima's shoulder, and they'd as a group made their way to the first aid station. Their teachers leading the way, everyone had kept their head down in an attempt not to meet Aizawa's intense glare. Bakugo had kept his own eyes locked on Izuku's prone form, lost in thought and feeling as though he was still living a very twisted dream. An inexplicable panic had hit him when Recovery Girl had seen them and looked concerned, ushering Kirishima inside the makeshift tent that had been set up at the edge of school grounds. The old woman looked hurried, and heroes and students alike were being taken into the tent behind her. "Hurry, hurry," she'd urged, lifting a hand to the rest of the students. "The rest of you need to wait outside, there's little room in here as it is. And you too," she'd rounded on Aizawa and the gaunt man, her eyes sparking with determination. To Class 1 as amusement, both men had flinched slightly. "I told both of you that rest was important and to take it easy. I have half a mind to take you both by the ear," she broke off, muttering to herself between orders at the other nurses. For a supposedly sweet old woman, there was no hesitation to follow her firm instructions. She had a core of steel, something Bakugo ordinarily would have respected. Katsuki had watched Kirishima duck inside the tent, his anxiety rising when his classmate was shooed back out without Izuku in hand. The worry felt overwhelming, and he kept clenching his hands to shake off the trembling in his arms. "You can't let him out of your sight. You can't let him disappear again. All of you, report to Principal Nedzu at the evacuation spot. No field trips on the way there or I will consider expulsion." Aizawa shot a serious look at all of them. It was slightly softened by the nurse who was firmly guiding him into the tent with a determined expression. Katsuki felt rooted in place as his classmates began to turn their heads toward the direction of the safe house on the other end of the school. Torn between following orders and his own racing thoughts, he stared down his teacher with a determined look on his face. "Don't let him disappear. I'm staying." He barely realized he had said the words aloud until they were out of his mouth. Katsuki could see Kirishima giving him a look that roughly translated to, "Are you out of your mind?" Kirishima tugged on his shoulder, trying to persuade him to reconsider. Katsuki planted his feet firmly. Recovery Girl wasn't very tall, but she straightened to her full height. She leveled Katsuki with a long, considering look. "Young man," she said calmly, "you'd better be sure that this is worth arguing with me for. I've had to deal with 2 patients going into distress today, and I'll likely have more before this night is out. I don't have time for a tantrum." That was the wrong thing to say. Katsuki never fought for anything half-heartedly, it was sort of his specialty. He'd never been so determined to defend anything before in his life. In the background, Kirishima put his face in his hands. "I'm staying," Katsuki repeated, his red eyes narrowing at the nurse. "I'll stay out of the way, and I'll keep quiet. But I'm staying." His arms crossed over his chest. "I'm not letting him out of my sight." "Dude," Kirishima muttered, sensing Katsuki's resolve. The stubborn tilt to Bakugo's jaw told him all he needed to know. His friend wasn't budging on this one. Recovery Girl seemed to reach the same conclusion. Fighting Bakugo off would waste more time than giving in to his demands. She sighed tightly, directing her glare instead toward Kirishima. "Fine. But you need to go to the evacuation station." She gestured for Bakugo to enter the tent. "Not a peep from you, unless it's to tell me your friend's condition has changed." "Clear." "Crystal," Bakugo muttered, the tension in his shoulders easing. He didn't correct the nurse about whether or not he could consider Izuku a friend. That was a complicated question. He gave Kirishima one last look, seeing confusion and worry on his expressive face. Katsuki couldn't explain everything right now, so he settled for lifting his fist for a bump. Kirishima met it without hesitation. Good, at least that hadn't changed in the 5 minutes it had taken for his life to turn upside down. "Tell Roundface I'll watch him." He had seen the way Uraraka's eyebrows had been pinched in worry. He figured he owed her this much for everything she had been doing for Izuku. He wasn't oblivious and had heard her whispering in class with her friends the past week. "You gonna be okay, bro?" Kirishima asked. Katsuki didn't know, but he still snorted. He gave his best glare, the one that could strip paint off the walls. I'm not made of glass, shitty hair. Kirishima smiled, a small thing that seemed relieved. Tell me what's going on when you get a chance, yeah? I think this will all turn out okay. Yeah, Katsuki replied, not having the heart to tell Kirishima that he wasn't so sure. He remained uncertain as he sat there, watching the healers use their quirks on Izuku and talking in medical jargon. They didn't seem to pay him much mind, which Katsuki appreciated. He had a lot on his mind at the moment, and talking to people took a lot out of him. He let their conversation wash over him, drowning out the apprehension and swirling thoughts that were taking up too much space in his head. Izuku didn't stir once the nurses put him into a medicated sleep, giving Katsuki a convenient excuse to stare. So he did, distracting himself from the part of him that was filled with questions. The boy in front of him was not the same as the memories of the boy Katsuki used to know. Izuku had been bright-eyed, freckled, and sensitive. He'd also been 5 years old, so Katsuki supposed that it made sense he'd be different now. This Izuku was a pale shadow of his former self. He was thin, with dark circles under his eyes. It seemed like he rarely spent time outside, as his freckles were barely visible. His hair was longer now, long enough that it could probably be tied back if it were washed. There was no mistaking the bright green color of it, just like his mom's. Then there were the scars. Katsuki felt uneasy when he looked at them, a sick feeling stirring in his stomach. In his worst nightmares, Katsuki had imagined Izuku in a terrible state. Years of searching for him had made his mother sit him down to discuss the possibility that they might be looking for a body instead of a person. The first time he'd thought about it, Katsuki had screamed and cried, accusing his mom of giving up on Izuku. As he got older, Katsuki had come to view the idea as a twisted sort of comfort. If Izuku was gone, he wasn't suffering or afraid. The lack of real answers had troubled him, but it was something he could make an uneasy peace with. The thought of Izuku being gone meant that someday, his conscience might finally find rest. By the time he'd entered UA, only Inko Midoriya still spoke about Izuku as if he were alive. Maybe that was why Katsuki always struggled to visit her, feeling inadequate at comforting her and convinced that her son was gone. This truth was painful to confront. The Izuku that Katsuki had known as a child would have never been associated with the title of villain. For something so fundamental to have changed, Katsuki thought it might have been kinder if they had found closure. A wave of self-loathing washed over him, heavy and suffocating. He needed to stop thinking if he wanted to get through this without losing control. He hadn't known his parents had been called in until they arrived. It felt like time slipped by without any clear indication. One moment he was staring blankly, and the next he could hear his mom shouting outside the tent, demanding to see him. If Katsuki was stubborn, his mom was a force of nature. There was very little that could withstand her determination, and she was fiercely protective of her family. Katsuki locked eyes with his mom from across the tent, who only had eyes for her child. She pushed past the nurse who tried to stop her and rushed forward with a relieved, "Oh, thank goodness." Her arms wrapped around him, holding him close like he was 5 years old again. It was both overwhelming and comforting. Katsuki felt a wave of emotion wash over him, held tightly in his mom's embrace. He gritted his teeth, a shudder running through him. His mom was less reserved, her words filled with concern as Katsuki's dad tried to calm her down, waving off the nurses who were watching them. Finally, Mitsuki pulled back, cradling his head in her hands as she looked at him seriously. That's when the lecturing began. "Never do this to me again. This school is going to be the death of me." "Mom." Katsuki tried to get her attention, but Mitsuki wasn't finished. She continued on, her worry spilling out. "And I swear, if I find out you didn't follow the rules, I will be so upset. Do you hear me, Katsuki? I can't believe." "Mom." Katsuki struggled to get her attention, glancing at the bed across from them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his dad pale, covering his mouth in shock. "And Mitsuki, do you know how much you scared me? How worried I get every time you put yourself in danger. Do you want your mother to have a heart attack?" Katsuki pulled away from her grip, frustration bubbling up inside him. Would you please just listen? Don't you dare talk to your mother like that." "Mitsuki." Katsuki's dad raised his voice, startling both Katsuki and his mom, Mitsuki. She straightened, her expression shifting as she registered the tone of her husband's voice. "What?" "It's him," Katsuki said, his voice trembling. Mitsuki followed his pointing finger, confusion etched on her face as she turned toward the bed. It was rare for her son to show such vulnerability. "Katsuki, what are you talking about?" In what felt like slow motion, Katsuki watched his mom's expression change from uncertainty to realization, then to shock. She swayed slightly, and Katsuki felt a fleeting worry that she might faint. His dad spoke what they were all thinking. "This can't be happening. This isn't real." Feeling his composure slip away, Katsuki let out a nervous laugh. "Please tell me I'm not dreaming." "If you're dreaming, then I'm having the same dream," Mitsuki replied, her voice shaky as she looked down at her best friend's son. It had taken a lot to convince Bakugo to trust Recovery Girl with Izuku's care and go see the principal. He had clung to the chair, feeling betrayed by his parents as they urged him to leave his post. Katsuki couldn't find the words to explain why he couldn't do that. Instead, insults came out, and he noticed the growing concern in Recovery Girl's eyes with every moment his family spent in her medical tent. Mitsuki finally turned to Masaru for help. "Please talk to him?" Katsuki knew he was in trouble as soon as she said it. He could argue with his mom for days without regret, but his dad had a different kind of influence. "Son," Masaru said, crouching in front of him, his dark eyes gentle. Katsuki tried not to pout. "The principal called us today because you said you knew Izuku Midoriya. I know how painful this must be for you and your mother. I knew Izuku too, and I know Inko." His voice wavered slightly on Inko's name. Katsuki felt guilt wash over him. His crossed arms began to relax, falling into his lap. "We need to talk to the principal to ensure Izuku can go home now that he's been found." Katsuki grimaced, looking again at the boy who resembled Deku. The police had stopped searching almost 3 years ago. How could anyone pretend to care about a quirkless child who had gone missing? The villains wanted him. They wanted to take him again. They had almost succeeded, and Katsuki might never have known. His dad pressed on. He adjusted his glasses, and Katsuki noticed tears forming in his father's eyes as he took a deep breath. "We need to do this for his mom, Katsuki. Your mom was so scared when she heard the school had gone on lockdown." Katsuki saw his mom's hands tighten at her sides, her gaze downcast. "Inko, she's been worried for 10 years. So have I," Katsuki thought, but he held back the words, biting his tongue to avoid saying something hurtful. In the end, he walked out of the tent, his hands clenched tightly, feeling his mom's reassuring grip on his shoulder. Normally, he might have brushed it off, but tonight he accepted it. There was something about his dad's empathy that made Katsuki acutely aware of his own emotional struggles. He didn't understand how his mom could handle it when both of them often expressed only joy or anger. It must be exhausting to be so sensitive, so Katsuki tried to be patient. They found themselves in Ned's office, sipping tea and waiting for the mouse-like principal to get to the point. A knock on the office door brought in a man in a long coat and hat, who introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi. The man apologized for the wait, so Katsuki assumed that he'd been expected. Soon it was found out why. Tsukachi sat himself down beside Principal Nedzu, placing his hat on the coffee table. "It's not much, but with the name I was able to find what he had on Izuku Midoriya's case for this discussion. Well, what I could access without any sort of guardian's consent." He held up 2 brown manila files, Katsuki feeling his stomach twist at the sight of it. "For practicality's sake, I also drew up the file on what we know of the villain, Ghost. I'll be working on piecing together this story over the next few weeks." "Ah, thank you, Mr. Tsukachi." Nedzu accepted the files with one paw-like hand. "I'm assuming that you'd like to be present for this discussion, as this case will likely be opened back up as of tomorrow? If you don't mind?" Tsukachi turned his head, looking for any sort of disagreement. When none was offered, he settled down. He seemed tired, but he offered the Bakugo family a courteous smile. "Thank you so much for coming to this meeting at such a late hour. I'm sorry that we couldn't meet under better circumstances." He folded his hands in front of him, a serious note entering his expression. "This case has rapidly become very complicated and is connected to a number of incidents that span over the course of 10 years. I suppose my first question for you should be, how do you know Izuku Midoriya, and ask if there's a guardian we can call to inform them of his whereabouts as well as to gain permission to access his file." "Izuku's mother and I go back to high school together. We're childhood friends," Mitsuki supplied. It was agreed that she should start the conversation, since Katsuki wasn't sure he could without getting angry and Masaru hadn't been as close to Inko and Izuku. "For guardianship, the first person I'd call is Inko Midoriya herself. She's Izuku's only living family as far as I know." Her gaze softened, turning mournful. She was devastated when Izuku went missing about 10 years ago. Her husband had left her alone, and that boy, he was her world. She needs to know her son is alive. Tsukachi nodded, writing down the information diligently in black pen on a notebook. When he asked for a number to call, Mitsuki supplied it from memory. "I'll ask you 3 to not share the information of this case, due to the sensitive nature of it. I know it's hard, and Mrs. Midoriya will be informed first thing in the morning, but we need to make sure that telling her won't put her in a difficult situation." A hard ball of bitterness entered Katsuki's mouth. He could tell from his mom's face that she wasn't happy either. There wasn't much either of them could do. By the time they got out of the meeting, it'd likely be morning. Katsuki had the feeling it was about 1 in the morning, given the exhaustion headache steadily building behind his eyelids. "My next question would be how you are connected to Izuku's disappearance in the first place. From what I've read in this limited file, I know your son was questioned about the situation," Tsukachi continued. Katsuki could answer this one. He straightened, getting the detective's attention. Izuku was one of the kids that used to hang out with my group as a kid. We used to play around the parks and stuff like that. A prickle of old shame traveled through Katsuki from remembering how he and the other kids had treated Izuku. The kid I knew wouldn't have ever willingly become a villain. He loved heroes, thought the sun set on All Might, especially. Was Izuku even that same kid though? Things had changed enough that maybe that piece of information wouldn't be enough to clear Izuku of suspicion. The thought ate at Katsuki. Netsu, however, looked as though he actually believed him. We weren't legally allowed to place a tracker on him due to his age, but a recording device was sewn into Midoriya's clothes when he refused to give any information pertaining to the case. It was seen as precautionary, given his track record of being elusive. From what can be heard of his exchanges with the other individuals involved, it's pretty clear that he doesn't have a good relationship with them. Which brings us to the problem at hand. Netsu's ears twitched unhappily, setting his cup against his knees. There's going to be pressure given the latest break-in to have security measures re-evaluated here at UA. This brings young Midoriya's care into question. I'm inclined to reunite the boy with his mother, but it's also very clear that the trauma he's experienced in life has made him ill-equipped to deal with suddenly being the focus of mainstream news. A witness protection program of sorts would be beneficial, but given the boy's lack of trust towards authority, it might prove difficult. Furthermore, anything we tracked via the device placed in his clothes can't be used in a court of law. That's not fair, Katsuki spoke without thinking, earning a sharp look from his mother. He sank lower into his chair, arms crossed over his chest. What was the point of him being here if the principal wasn't even going to offer anything constructive? As I was saying, this is why I'm calling together a council tonight of the heroes associated with UA. The decision as to whether or not Izuku Midoriya and his mother might find a safe place among them will remain up to both of them, but I want to start the process as soon as possible. Netsu leaned forward, his animal-like eyes reflecting a deep intelligence that was processing information rapidly. The truth is this, UA's involvement in his case is twofold. First, he was a villain who attacked our students, and second, we believe he is connected to a series of cases involving UA. However, the public may not understand this. To reduce suspicion about why UA is interested in Midoriya and not simply handing him over to the police, I propose that Izuku pose as a transfer student at UA for a time. The reason I called your family here today is you, Bakugo. His gaze landed on Katsuki, who fought the urge to fidget. You knew Izuku Midoriya the best before his disappearance. I know he's not the same person he was as a child, but I'm working with what we have. Do you, Katsuki Bakugo, think the Izuku you knew would be okay with pretending to be a student here at UA for a while? Katsuki didn't need to think about it, he already knew the answer. The kid he had known would have done anything to have a quirk, to be a hero. All Might's influence and Deku's eagerness to please had shaped him into someone who, like Katsuki at that age, would go to great lengths to be seen as important. The difference was that Katsuki had developed a quirk that gave him that opportunity, boosting his pride. But the kid he had seen in that hospital bed was not the same Deku. So why was he being asked about it? Katsuki understood trauma and how it could change a person. He had never experienced the kind of pain Izuku had, not physically. Yet the disappearance of his childhood friend had left a void that he had struggled to fill. For a time, he had let it change him enough that he questioned whether applying to UA was just a misguided attempt at making up for Deku's kidnapping. He had thought about it during his more self-critical moments. But he had pushed through, proving that despite his struggles, he was still the best. He had shoved down self-doubt and given himself no option but to succeed. His biggest enemy had always been himself. Could Deku do the same? The memory of Izuku fighting villains came to mind. The determination he had shown sat with Katsuki, the willingness to keep fighting until someone told him to stop. If he had been thinking of the kid he had known, Katsuki would have believed that Deku would break under pressure. But he could see that this version of Izuku had developed resilience. In the end, he owed Deku and Inko this much. To be reunited with her son, only to be told he was being put on trial, would not end well for anyone. Even if his friend was long gone, this version deserved a chance to survive. I think not giving him a chance is like putting his future at risk, he said, meeting Netsu's gaze with determination. Put him in our class if you're worried about safety. I'll make sure he stays on track. Katsuki was aware of how close he was to pleading, but he held his posture straight and refused to look away. He missed his mom's soft glance and his dad's shifting. In the end, Katsuki won the staring contest. Netsu nodded, finishing his tea and setting aside his cup with a small smile. In that case, I'm pleased to say this meeting has been productive. Please feel free to finish your tea, but you and your family are free to head home. What about Izuku? Katsuki asked, frustrated that he kept slipping back to the nickname. He'll spend the night here, with Recovery Girl and the other healers on staff. I assure you he will receive the best care. He was taken under your watch, Katsuki said, his voice tense. Forgive me if that doesn't inspire much confidence. Katsuki, Mitsuki held out a hand in front of his chest, stifling whatever he had been intending to say. Her voice and face were suddenly exhausted. Let's go home. Her eyes were glued on Katsuki's hands, which he only realized now were giving off minute tremors. The sign of weakness made Katsuki's face twist into a sneer. All Might himself, once he's treated for his injuries, has volunteered to be by Izuku's bedside. He needs to remain at the infirmary anyway, from what Recovery Girl has told us. Netsu clucked his tongue thoughtfully, and though his tone was playful, there was a note of gravity in it. Is this enough security to put your mind at ease, Bakugo? It would have to, wouldn't it? Bakugo downed the rest of his tea, the principal taking it as agreement. I'll be keeping in touch with you, if that's all right. Detective Tsukachi stood, offering his hand to shake with Mitsuki, then Masaru, and finally with Bakugo. He wore a determined expression on his face. There's a lot of paperwork to do, and most of it needs to be done as of yesterday. I'd like to be able to contact Mrs. Midoriya as soon as possible. See that you do. Mitsuki murmured. She wrapped her arms around Katsuki as they took their leave, protective. He could feel his parents' eyes on him, but for once it didn't irritate him. Katsuki was too tired to be irritated at this point. Something else was rising to the surface of his emotions, something fragile and threatening to overflow. He bit down on the inside of his mouth, stifling whatever it was and shoving it firmly under lock and key. Crying would only make this night stranger than it already was. He made it to his room before he realized the impending meltdown and made a beeline for the shower. Slamming the door shut was just a way to guarantee his parents wouldn't knock on the door if he started shouting too much. It was too wet to ignite anything under the harsh spray of the shower head, and Bakugo needed that. He didn't come out for a while. Waking up came slowly to Izuku. First his toes, then his fingers, then his arms and legs had feeling come back to them. He flexed them experimentally, a sort of quiet surrounding him that he was coming to associate with hospitals. With it came the awareness of a distinct lack of pain. Before he'd finally given in to blessed unconsciousness, he'd taken stock of his injuries. At the very least, he should have been able to feel bruises. Yet there was nothing, just a fuzzy, floating sort of feeling and the sensation of being a little detached from the rest of himself. Painkillers? Maybe also Recovery Girl's healing. It felt like a pretty even mix of both. He opened his eyes, struggling against the urge to sleep. It was dark, that was the first thing he noticed. He'd been out long enough that the sun had long since sunk from the sky, a plastic window in a tent flap revealing the moon and stars hanging outside. Izuku squinted, taking in that this was some sort of medical space. There was a clean, clinical smell in the air, and rows of cot beds had been placed in organized lines along the tent's length. It wasn't quiet, either. Nurses in lab coats and uniforms hustled back and forth, tending to patients in beds. Their quirks registered in his sleepy brain, glowing or humming along their skin as they touched, breathed, spoke, or looked into the eyes of their patients. Healing quirks were interesting in many ways. They came in a half-dozen different shapes and sizes, and ranged from being able to heal minor injuries to being able to bring someone back from the brink of death. They were also almost always activated through some sort of physical contact and were relatively rare. UA was known for having the best doctor in Japan under its employment, but the rest of its medical team weren't slouches. He'd never seen so many quirks being bent just into the act of healing before, and it took Izuku's breath away and left him feeling a little lightheaded. Or maybe that was the drags. A voice cleared their throat delicately by his side. Izuku's head turned, and he noticed in a distant sort of way that he wasn't handcuffed like last time. In fact, there were no restraints on him at all. He vaguely recognized the gaunt-looking man sitting by his bedside, dog-earing the edge of a book. Though he too was covered in bandages, Izuku could see that the injuries were old. Still, it made the already thin man's appearance a little unsettling in the dim lighting on this side of the tent. He spoke with kindness. You've been asleep for only a few hours, mostly due to shock. The man's voice was quiet, measured. He introduced himself with a nod. Tashinori Yagi. It's nice to officially meet you, Izuku Midoriya. His name brought memories rushing to Izuku, clamoring all at once. He winced, trying to grasp onto them and only half succeeding. The thin man before him had been with Eraserhead after the fight with Toga. Back then, the obnoxious color of his suit had barely registered, but now it stuck out by the way it swallowed the man whole. It matched his hair, crumpled and banana yellow. It was an ensemble that made little sense, professional and unprofessional at once, and with the pain meds in his system, it made it hard for Izuku to assess whether or not the man was of any importance to UA. Then again, maybe that was the point. He squinted, trying to speak through the soft cloud that felt wrapped around his tongue. I'm sorry, are you a cop? Or, his quirk provided the answer, seeing the book sitting in Mr. Yagi's lap, Teaching for Dummies. A teacher, Mr. Yagi confirmed, a smile lighting his tired face. I teach in the heroics department, though in a more administrative position. I've been assigned to your care and protection since I'm well enough to stay awake for it. Izuku couldn't help but look at him a little skeptically. This man? Protect him? A strong gust of wind would bowl him over. He looked like he had the structural integrity of uncooked pasta. The man chuckled a little self-consciously, reading his expression. He scratched the back of his head. I'll admit, my physical form doesn't do my quirk much justice. Please don't worry. You're safe here and are probably in one of the safest places in the world. He gestured around them, and Izuku saw what he meant. Most of the people in hospital beds wore colorful costumes, under bandages. Heroes, or student heroes, surrounded Izuku. He'd never been around so many before in his life. His overactive mind listed them off with the unexpected giddiness of a small child. Ectoplasm, Cementus, Chemiwood, student hero Cannon Buster. Izuku's gaze came to rest at one bed in particular, off to the side and close to his own. His heart leapt into his throat as he recognized the bandaged face, broken arms, and unruly dark hair. One of my students told me you had a fascination with Eraserhead. Yagi followed his stare, something unreadable in his odd blue. Izuku nodded, not entirely trusting himself to speak. Eraserhead seemed to be sleeping, though it was a little hard to tell given all the wrappings. This close, Izuku could take stock of all of his injuries, from the minor to the obvious. From the broken arms to the concussion, all of it was laid out like a map for his fuzzy head to read. The knowledge he'd caused these injuries sent a funny feeling lurching through Izuku, not quite direct guilt but close. Since Uraraka's outburst, he'd recognized that Eraserhead was a man under the costume and well-loved by his students to boot. The thought that he'd damaged that bond made his stomach twist. He's alright more or less, Mr. Yagi murmured. Though Recovery Girl wasn't impressed with either of us. Aizawa should make a mostly full recovery, though the state of his quirk still remains to be seen. He might lose his quirk? The thought sent a stab of panic through Izuku, the feeling growing. Aizawa knew the risks he took when he faced the League. His longing and duty to protect his students came first. That should not be something you blame yourself for. Well, it was all well and good to say that. The reality they faced still sat between them like a stone. Izuku's mouth twisted into an unhappy expression. He didn't have the words to describe the helplessness that threatened to swallow him at the news that Eraserhead might never regain his quirk. Mr. Yagi didn't press him, letting him instead work through his thoughts. The memories of the fight with Toga and his actions came back to him, adding to the tight feeling in Izuku's chest. Kaken, he whispered, half to himself. Kaken had been there and hadn't been a dream. It scarcely felt real to Izuku, and now he looked at Yagi with a mouthful of questions. Where's Kaken? Buchako? Are they okay? You can't punish them for my actions, please? Mr. Yagi held up one spidery hand, effectively cutting off anything else Izuku might have said. They are all relatively uninjured. Young Bakugo had to be convinced to leave your side, but in the end was taken home by his family. Both Uraraka and he were anxious about your well-being. The relief hit Izuku squarely in the chest. He breathed out, his limbs feeling too loose. Thank goodness. The topic does, however, bring up something I was instructed to talk to you about, should you feel up to speaking. Izuku looked at Mr. Yagi curiously. The man fidgeted in his seat, seeming to find the words but unsure of how to present them. The authorities are aware that you were taken at a young age by the League of Villains. As young Bakugo offered your name, we were able to track down your records and have the opportunity to notify your next of kin. A cold breath caught itself in Izuku's chest. The police had connected him to his kidnapping? The mental image of what Shigaraki would think of that sent nausea curling up the back of his throat. He swallowed, his pulse picking up in a dull thud in his ears. Your mother, Mr. Yagi started delicately, noticing the uneven pitch of Izuku's breath. She's alive and well. As you're a minor, she's to be called in the morning and notified that you've been found. Izuku's immediate response was denial. They couldn't do that. They didn't understand. Shigaraki would. They'll hurt her. Izuku's voice came out strained, because even as the words left his lips, he felt an old longing take over his heart. The aching memory of his mom, the vague memory of her arms around him had always been a dream. It had pulled him through at times. To meet her, to see her was a scenario that he had blocked off from himself long ago. You can't tell her. The League will hurt her because I told you about me. It would be his fault. It would be on his hands. Izuku couldn't stomach it, the idea turning the knots in his stomach into full-on cramping. His arms came to wrap about his middle, his breathing turning jagged. Mr. Yagi leaned forward, gently resting a hand on Izuku's quivering back. His voice was steady, and his touch was gentle. Izuku felt like the kindness was too much, unused to being comforted. He refused to feel bad about how he flinched under the man's care. Still, Mr. Yagi didn't seem angry. He seemed instead to have expected this, though a little sadness lingered in the back of his eyes. He kept his voice soft, as if soothing a frightened animal. UA has given the circumstances, offering you and your family protective status. I understand that you don't have the most faith in the heroics department, but there's been sufficient evidence in your case to indicate that you wouldn't be held accountable for actions you've taken while with the League. Izuku didn't know what protection meant for UA, and he frankly didn't care. He couldn't risk his mom like that, couldn't risk Kaken or Eri. It wouldn't end with just his mom, Shigaraki would make sure of that. Telling people about the League would lead to everyone he'd ever cared about being in danger. He couldn't risk anyone else for his own mistakes. A pained whimper left his lips, and he scrunched his eyes shut to block out Mr. Yagi's too concerned face. Unable to speak, Izuku curled in on himself as best he could, hiding among stiff hospital sheets. His knees could touch his chest, he was so small. Mr. Yagi's hands still remained on his back, not a forceful presence, just there. He spoke, not knowing whether or not Izuku was actually listening. Izuku didn't think he sounded mad or frustrated. He sounded, well, Izuku didn't know. Sympathetic? Something like that? Perhaps empathetic. Somehow, it felt like he'd had to comfort someone who was very afraid more than once. There was a way about the man, who was very tall and yet seemed very skilled in seeming smaller than he was. He kept up the gentle rhythm on Izuku's back, never pressing but making sure his presence was known. When he did speak again, it was only after Izuku's breathing had returned to something approaching normal. I can imagine you miss her. What kind of question was that? He could have laughed if he hadn't still been trying to keep his lungs calm. He settled for a shaken wheeze. Of course I do. That's not why. I know. Mr. Yagi moved to put his book aside, his hands clasped loosely together between his knees. No longer touching Izuku's back, he made sure to catch his gaze instead. Mr. Yagi looked uncomfortable in the chair given to him, mostly limbs without any sort of structure, but he leaned forward anyway, making sure Izuku was looking at him. I know you're frightened and tired, and have had more to deal with in the past few weeks than anyone your age should have to go through. Your fear is justified. Mr. Yagi exhaled, the sound long and searching. But I think your mother misses you just as much as you've missed her. And though I can't offer much, I can offer a place to stay for the both of you. A safe house to regroup at for the weeks to come. That doesn't keep Eri safe though. A treacherous part of Izuku's mind hissed. There was nothing that could keep her safe, he'd already blown his one chance at fixing what he'd broken. He wanted to cry, to yell at the quiet man sitting by his bedside, who was telling him he could have everything he wanted. How could he? How could he just let Eri go back to his mom as if nothing had ever happened? He couldn't be Izuku Midoriya, the shy and stuttering child who had put so much faith in heroes like All Might and saw hope for his future. What if his mom hated this version of him, looked at him and didn't see her son but an imposter taking his place? He couldn't have this, and yet it was being extended to him, like Ochako had offered him food and a warm presence to talk to and pretended that he was worth the time of day. A wave of self-doubt hit Izuku squarely in the chest, choking him. You have until morning before she's notified, Yagi murmured, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. Please, do think upon my offer. It'll be up to you and your mother to decide if it's necessary. But please do know that I do not mind, and that I will not be much trouble to you both should you accept. I'll be here for the rest of tonight, should you need me, but you should try to rest. It won't be just your mother tomorrow, but the detective assigned to your case file to take a statement if you're up for it. He made as if to turn back to his book, leaving Izuku to his panic but not far away should he be needed. In a way, Izuku was grateful. He didn't think he could explain to anyone right now his nameless terror, the drowning feeling of being caught between two equally desperate wants. At 8 in the morning, Inko Midoriya received a phone call. She answered in the midst of scrubbing the dishes. Her quirk moved the sponge across a plate even as she dried her hands off to answer the ringing. She cradled the phone between her chin and shoulder, the usual greetings hovering at her lips. She hadn't bothered to check the ID, assuming it was Mitsuki or maybe her job asking her to cover an extra shift. The words died as a man introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi. Inko listened to his words blankly, nodding against the phone stiffly as she caught bits and pieces of words here and there. Izuku and found, and ongoing investigation. She listened without absorbing for about 15 minutes until the man on the other end of the phone paused. Would you like us to send a police SAE to your home, Mrs. Midoriya? He sounded uncertain, her lack of emotion probably registering to him over the phone. Yes, that would be lovely, Inko answered, her tone polite and utterly blank. There was nothing in her mind, only a white wall that seemed impossible to scale. Her fingertips were points of static contact with the phone. It was only as goodbyes were exchanged and she hung up that the words the man had spoken registered. The plate, once floating, crashed to the sink and shattered among other dishes. The sponge also fell, sudsy and forgotten on the floor. The hard, jarring noise was a background sound to her. Inko pressed a trembling hand to her mouth. She gazed sightlessly in front of her, tears welling in her eyes. She crouched in front of the sink, gripping the countertop with white knuckles while her other hand muffled the sounds of her sobbing. The police car came within a half hour, pulling up in the driveway. The police officer was a kind man who introduced himself as Detective Tamakawa. Inko scarcely heard him, allowing herself to be led to the front of the police cruiser by a gentle hand. They drove in relative silence, a packet of tissues handed to her from the glove compartment of the car. Inko took them, for once not in the least bit self-conscious about her tear-stained face. She watched the scenery WHP by in silence, time seeming to stretch and speed up the closer they got to UA, where her son was. That started the tears again, an aching pain clutching Inko's chest. Thankfully, the police officer seemed to understand and merely handed her another packet of tissues. He kept his silence, save for the occasional offhand comment about the scenery flying by. Inko had never grown up lucky or rich enough to even consider a school like UA as part of her education. She found the ornate gateway intimidating and the clustered group of reporters lurking at the entrance even more so. Thankfully, she was led around and back, towards an entrance that seemed more like a side door to the school's kitchens. "Sorry, they've been like vultures ever since news of the attack reached them," Detective Tamakawa said, his ears flat against his head, apologetic. He led her down hallways, twisting and turning down laminate floors until they came to a hallway of classrooms. Here, they arrived at an office with curtains obstructing the inside. Detective Tamakawa stopped, turning to give Inko a small nod. "Here we are. He's inside, waiting for you." Inko nodded her thanks, wringing her hands together. The cat-like detective gestured to the side. "I've been assigned to wait out here. When you two are ready, I'll be here to see you to Principal Nedzu." He offered a quick, friendly smile. "For all that he swore at me, you should be proud. He saved a lot of kids' lives last night." Inko didn't respond. She honestly wasn't sure how to. She dreamed this scenario again and again, and she still wasn't completely convinced she wasn't dreaming. Any moment now, she'd wake up. Any second, and she'd find herself staring blankly at the walls of her home with an empty ache in her chest. She was left alone to face the door, staring at the handle with her heart pounding. This dream wasn't ending, though it had run longer than any others she'd had before. Behind the door, only silence could be heard. She was half afraid that reaching for it would trigger her waking or reveal a nightmare disguised as a dream. It was hard to say after all, dreams were unpredictable like that. She wanted the moment to drag out longer, wanted to bite the bullet and see whoever was waiting for her. She wanted to hope time and time again that she was wrong, that this was real. It felt real, more so than most of her other dreams. Inko didn't wait for long, she couldn't afford to. She'd waited for so long, too long for this day that might never have come. So she steadied herself and mentally prepared for whatever she might find. Dream or no, she faced the door, took a deep breath, and tried to gather herself. She needed to be there for her son, even if it was only for this moment. The room Izuku had been told to wait in was nice, in theory. Though on the outside it was a classroom, it was clear that it was used more as a break room for staff. He sat in the middle of it on a soft red couch, a pot of tea in front of him that had been graciously supplied by Yu. Izuku stared at it and the untouched cup by his hand, trying to steady his nerves. He'd been given new clothes, ones that made him feel not altogether himself. A plain green shirt, a pair of sweatpants just a little bit too big for his waist, and a hair tie that he'd kept on his wrist instead of in his hair. Red socks, and he'd insisted on keeping his shoes. He'd been allowed to shower in the school's locker room, an unscented bar of soap and shampoo leaving him clean. He was, in truth, cleaner than he'd been in months, and Izuku couldn't help but feel like he'd shed an old skin to reveal something new and unknown underneath. He was Deku 2.0, now shinier than ever before. The thought made him smile. The downside of the shirt and the shower was that his scars were prominent lines along his arms and hands. Izuku didn't know how he felt about his mom seeing them. He still didn't know how he felt about seeing his mom. Left alone, Izuku had a tendency to think himself into a pit. His quirk didn't help, pointlessly pointing out that the table in front of him was from IKEA and that it hadn't been put together entirely properly, or that since he'd left the nurse's tent an hour had passed. Maybe that meant his mom wasn't coming, maybe she didn't want to see him after all. He could understand, no one would want to face the fact that their son had become a villain. The knock came, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. It was gentle, hesitant. He stood automatically, hearing his own heart beating in his ears as the door slid open. He tried to ignore the fact that his knees were trembling. The figure that entered was both smaller than Izuku remembered and softer. When he'd been a kid, his mom had been working 3 jobs. His father had left, a hazy memory that Izuku felt no love nor hatred towards. The 3 jobs had left his mother worn down and thin, tired. The woman before him was still tired-looking, but in a different way. The marks around her eyes were habitual, as if she never really got enough sleep no matter how well she rested. Her face was rounder, her body having filled out with age. She paused in the doorway, a peculiar, lost expression on her face as she looked at him. Those eyes, so like his own, were still the same. Still green, still filled with sadness underneath their usual comforting presence. That sadness was deeper now, seemingly endless. It shone back at him, and Izuku couldn't look at it without feeling a twisting in his lungs. His breath caught as he met them, and he froze, unable to move. Anything he might have practiced saying went out the window in favor of staring in surprise. Neither of them said anything, Izuku unable to and Inko's expression unreadable. It was like there was a pane of glass between them, thick and soundproof. Then, like a shuddering film coming back to life, Izuku's brain righted itself. The words all came too fast, rushing to his mouth and clustering behind his teeth. What would sprout from his lips? What was trying to escape him with unavoidable force? His mom said in a tiny, shaking breath. Slowly she came forward, as if she were afraid that Izuku was a mirage, that he'd slip away if she came too near. He closed his eyes as her small hands cupped his chin, cradling his face. A wet, tearing noise came from his mom's chest. Izuku's eyes flew open as he was suddenly enveloped in a full-body hug, tugged forward so quickly he nearly lost his footing. "My son," she sobbed, clutching him so tightly that it was clear she thought he'd vanish at any moment. She smelled of things Izuku thought he'd forgotten, her laundry soap, mint tea, her favorite shampoo. He absorbed it all, imprinting on it and memorizing it all over again. He'd never forget it again. Never. Izuku's arms came to wrap around her, clinging so tightly he half worried he might hurt her. Inko only responded by tightening her hold. Now he did cry, big, helpless sobs like he was 5 years old again. They came, and Izuku was powerless to stop them, unable to see anything but vague colors and streaky lights with his tears. His mom joined him, the two of them crumpling to the floor in a heap. Izuku clung and cried for Eri and cried for his mom and cried for himself until he was hoarse and empty. His mom held him through it, stroking his hair and refusing to let go. She was here. He was here. A safe house. The word felt unreal to Izuku, a placation. When presented to him, he found himself staring at his hands, the floor, anywhere but Mr. Nedzu's pleasantly calm face. Beside him, his mother cradled a cup of tea, her own expression a little dazed as she struggled to take in all the information that had been given to her in the last few hours. It was admittedly a lot. When they'd finally been able to let go of each other, Izuku had painfully tried to tell her how he'd come here, who he was. It had come in shuddering starts and stops, some things coming easily to him, others hovering just beyond reach. Through it all, Inko had never looked at him with horror or disgust, merely cupping his face or holding his hands. Izuku didn't know how much she'd absorbed, but she'd been attentive in wiping away his tears. She'd begun to cry again when he lifted his own hands to cup the ones on his jaw, noticing the signs of his struggles. Izuku had swallowed his own shaky grief and sat her down on the couch. There was much to talk about, and much still left between them. No one had ever told Izuku how to mend a relationship with his mother, or anyone from his past for that matter. There wasn't a manual he could follow, no video he could watch. It felt messy, and so as he always did when things were messy, he overanalyzed everything he did. Was he sitting right? Did he look too nervous? Not nervous enough? This led to a silence dragging between them in which Inko stared at her son, and he stared into his lap until Detective Tamakawa nervously announced that the principal of UA would like to discuss housing options with them. So here they were, discussing Izuku's future over tea with a mouse bear person that looked a little like a character out of one of the picture books he'd stolen for Eri to read. Beside him, Mr. Yagi kept trying to catch his eye. Izuku did his best to avoid such contact. He thought he might be succeeding, the only price being that the only thing within his field of vision that he could really focus on was the somewhat unusual tail he had tucked by one leg. "We've arranged, should you agree to it, a safe house of sorts for you and your son to live while he begins the process of recovering from his experiences. Mr. Yagi has an apartment near UA, and we'd arrange it to be a temporary protective measure while the police and our heroes investigate your case." Nedzu's nose twitched as he gestured to Mr. Yagi sitting beside him. "Mr. Yagi is a fine member of our staff, and a man that I can vouch for as capable of offering protection should the need arise." The skeletal man gave them a nervous smile. Izuku's quirk once again tried to read why the man was considered one of UA's best, but drew a frustrating blank. There was no indication of what Mr. Yagi's quirk was or how it might help. It was an unusual gap in Izuku's knowledge, and it made him uneasy. All he knew was that Mr. Yagi looked quite frail and kept a handkerchief in his BRT pocket. It was irritating, and it didn't help his trust in this whole situation. He couldn't just ask about the nature of someone's quirk. He'd been raised to be respectful, not intrusive. Staring wasn't polite either, he supposed. "I own an apartment that I do not use very often. It's spacious enough to house the two of you, and I do not make much noise or cause trouble," Mr. Yagi offered promptly. His eyes were unusual too, Izuku decided. They seemed sunken, with only the piercing blue iris visible. "I appreciate the offer," Inko said, her voice a little shaky but genuine. Izuku could tell she had her doubts about the arrangement too. Still, her knowledge of UA's prestige and the heroes that worked for them helped ease her concerns. She offered the man a smile. It makes me feel a little better knowing that we'll have heroes keeping an eye out should this league decide to take action. Izuku didn't share her comfort. He gave Mr. Yagi a critical look as he crossed his arms over his chest. He probably wasn't very intimidating in these plain clothes, but he pretended as well as he could that he still had his mask and his weapon. Look, you seem like a nice enough person, but the villains that'll be after me aren't small time. I don't mean to be rude, but the information I'm working towards sharing with UA is sensitive. My former employer isn't going to be happy about it being compromised. Izuku flinched internally, memories of his past surfacing. About that information, Principal Nedzu set down his cup, his expression becoming serious. I understand that you've talked to Detective Tsukachi and agreed to share that information with Aizawa. He's the underground hero that was assigned to many of the cases, though he never found out they were connected, Izuku confirmed with a small nod. His hands fidgeted in his lap as he explained carefully, very much aware of how much he wanted to share in front of his mom. I'd sometimes get a chance to watch the news or find a public library computer. I don't know everything, but I think Mr. Aizawa would be the best to know about this information given his connections to the cases. More importantly, it would give Izuku time. Aizawa wasn't going to be well enough for a while to chase all the leads Izuku could give him, and he was grateful for that. Izuku still needed to figure out who he wanted to reveal, how much, and how long he had before he could get Eri out of there. One thing was certain, he wasn't trusting heroes with that. Giving us any information will increase the likelihood of building a strong defense case for your situation, of course. As for Mr. Yagi's safety, you need not worry. He's a good friend of All Might's, and this is a favor of sorts to him. You and your mother will be more than adequately protected. This surprised Izuku. The man was a friend of All Might? He looked like the sort of person who spent his afternoons at gardening clubs, not sparring or hanging out with Japan's top heroes. Mr. Yagi turned a light shade of pink around the ears, coughing into his fist. He seemed a little self-conscious, fidgeting with the drink in his hands and smiling in the face of Izuku's incredulous expression. Guess what? All Might and I have been friends since before his namesake was made. I know I am not the most confidence-inspiring individual, but I do mean it when I say I feel you will be safe under my care. It would also not be too far from UA, which may prove to be beneficial for you. Izuku's eyes narrowed, but his mom spoke first, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Why would being close to UA be helpful? I thought the villains knew Izuku was being kept here. Izuku half expected the answer, but it still stung. Though we know that Izuku's involvement with the League was involuntary, the police have asked us to help organize a fake identity that he might assume to aid his re-establishment into society. We felt he might have an easier time accessing the resources he needs if he were to pose as a student here at UA. The unspoken implication was clear, and though it might have been true, it didn't make Izuku feel any less scrutinized. He felt like he was being observed too closely, as if he were too dangerous to be let back into society as a regular citizen. And if I refuse? He asked, trying to keep his tone calm, but a hint of defiance slipped through. He couldn't look at his mom as he spoke, sensing her emotional turmoil. Instead, he directed his glare toward Nedzu, chin raised as if challenging him to explain. Heroes had done nothing for him, except for Class 1A. His experiences with heroes had mostly been negative, filled with bullies and people who used their power to harm those who were vulnerable. It was hard to ignore that pattern when he had a quirk that often revealed too much. The wealthy were seen as heroes, while the less fortunate were labeled as criminals whenever their quirks became inconvenient. Yet, despite being labeled as a villain, he didn't feel comfortable with that side either. His experiences with villains were varied but often cruel. They had taken him away from everything he had ever known and loved. He found himself in a complicated situation, not quite a vigilante due to his circumstances but also not a willing participant in his past actions. As a small child, all he had wanted was the chance to become a hero, to save people. Now, that longing left a bitter taste in his mouth because it meant he owed a debt to the biggest hero of all. Whether or not you want to be a hero will depend on your abilities, Nedzu replied with a smile. I was thinking of placing you in 1A, since there is a vacant spot available due to the great differences between general education students and our streamline class. Several students in that class have already interacted with you, and I believe you'll adjust better if you're with classmates you recognize. Nedzu leaned forward to pour more tea into Izuku's cup. Izuku placed his hand over the top of it, determined not to accept it. The principal sighed but didn't press the matter. It also gives you access to the school's resources. We have some of the best counseling services in Japan, which have helped many of our heroes achieve balance in their work and home life. For those who seek it, the school therapist has proven to be invaluable. Izuku saw no hint of dishonesty in Nedzu's expression. In fact, something in the principal's demeanor suggested he was speaking from personal experience. Izuku's gaze traced the principal's scar, wondering what a being with above-human intelligence thought of human beings and their treatment of him. He didn't want help. He didn't need help. That was what the small voice in the back of his mind insisted. He had relied on that voice to get through most of his life, and even though he knew it stemmed from fear, it was hard not to listen. He didn't want to reveal the real reasons he was afraid of entering school again, afraid of trying to be a citizen. Deep down, he was terrified that he couldn't do it. He hadn't been in any structured education since he'd been taken, and any opportunity to learn the basics in math or science had been through his own efforts. He didn't know what normal people did, he only had a vague idea from television shows and limited interactions with the outside world. It felt like he was a convincing puppet, trying very hard to be a real boy. Shigaraki hadn't wanted him to be educated, and Izuku wasn't naive enough to not understand why. Whenever he tried to imagine a life outside of the league, he saw only an empty canvas. He had no grade school certificate, a criminal record, and the thought of sitting in a classroom filled with other kids terrified him. Coupled with a crippling fear of failure, the idea of being a functioning citizen felt nearly impossible. How could he ever believe this was feasible? Izuku, his mom's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. Izuku looked to her, feeling a little relief as he saw her concern. Inko's eyes were soft as she reached for his hand, emboldened when he didn't flinch away. You don't have to make this decision alone. You know that, right? Her small fingers looped through his, and Inko's other hand fidgeted in her lap. She looked at him, then away, her guilt evident as she tried to smile through it. You've been through so much, and I wasn't there. I didn't even realize that you had a quirk before you were gone. Mom, that wasn't your fault. He couldn't let her blame herself. The thought made Izuku's throat feel tight. He had just gotten to see her again, he couldn't mess this up. Inko shook her head, gripping his hand tighter. I want to be there for you, she said, conviction in her voice. I know that trusting people is probably hard, and trusting people you don't know is probably harder. But please know that I'm here for you, and I'll help you no matter what you decide. You don't have to look at this like you're going in on your own. So give yourself a fighting chance. That's what this was really, wasn't it? An olive branch. Offer of support. Izuku couldn't view it as pity, that would only lead to more anxious thoughts. He breathed through his nose, trying to steady his tumbling thoughts. An exchange, then. He could handle this like a business transaction. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke in a hushed tone. I haven't gone to school. Like ever really. That is all right, my boy, Mr. Yagi spoke kindly. Many of our students require supplementary classes for their grades. Strong quirks do not always mean strong academic skills. He chuckled, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I was one of them, once upon a time. You can arrange meetings with teachers at any time for support classes. And knowing Aizawa, he will want to give you an initial exam to see what areas need to be worked on. That was a little better, somehow. The prompt and non-judgmental offer of help soothed his nerves, even as a dozen other questions filled his mind. They were mostly clamoring for some excuse, some reason that this might all fall apart. Izuku grit his teeth, trying to see past the fear in his chest. Once, he had believed in heroes. Once, they had been his world. Could he pretend, even for a moment, that he might one day feel the same again? Did he really have a choice? He gave the tiniest, most hesitant of nods, to the palpable relief of the adults in the room, who all unconsciously released the breaths they had been holding. Izuku steadfastly ignored the voice in the back of his head, offering a crooked, tired smile that felt hard to maintain. How did villainy seem easier than being a high school student? Mr. Yagi's apartment, as it turned out, was nice, nicer than Izuku expected. It was about a half-hour car ride away from the school, situated by a park on one side and a mall not 5 minutes away. Izuku took in the simple but elegant decor in the front lobby. A quiet bamboo fountain tipped back and forth in one corner while plush sofas lined the other. Beside it, an elaborate vase held willow stems curling in a functional design that looked quite artistic. It was the kind of place that made Izuku's fingers itch, his eyes habitually searching for something small and valuable. He barely realized he was doing it, but he kept noticing the shabby ends of his mom's sweater. He made a mental note to get her a new one as soon as he could. She looked cold. After spending 10 years away from her, the protective urge was rearing its head in unexpected places. He didn't dislike it, instead he felt he had to treasure the feeling. He still wasn't totally convinced this was going to last. The elevators sat at the far wall, and Mr. Yagi pressed the button for the 12th floor as they all stepped inside. Since leaving you, a quietness had settled between the three of them that was thick with awkwardness. Past the tearful reunion, Izuku felt as if he were walking on eggshells, uncertain of what his mom knew about him. How much had the police told her about his past, and how much was there that he wanted her to know? The easy answer was nothing. He wanted to start fresh, but that wasn't fair. He didn't want to ruin this fragile opportunity, so he kept his mouth shut. His quirk fussed restlessly in his head, analyzing the only people around. When he'd been a child, his mom had worked 3 jobs just to keep their family afloat. Izuku's father had left before he could talk, and from what little he could remember, it had been a somewhat messy separation. Inko had refused to accept any kind of money from him, choosing instead to work herself to the bone to get Izuku fed and dressed for preschool. His mom back then had been a tired, anxious person. Very kind, but prone to fretting. His mom now was very much the same, but there was a tinge of sadness that hadn't been there before. Izuku kept finding himself looking for the woman who had always managed to bring a smile to his face and found instead someone profoundly affected by his absence. In a way, it was relieving, but in another, it filled Izuku with grief. Then there was Mr. Yagi, who was himself an enigma. He was polite, if quiet, but he kept avoiding Izuku's sharp gaze like he was worried about being understood too well. He was definitely hiding something, and Izuku would have bet all that he had that it had something to do with the nature of his quirk. Was it truly such a terrible power that Mr. Yagi felt self-conscious about it? Or was Izuku still not trusted enough to know? It would make sense if he wasn't. Until days ago, Izuku would have been seen as nothing more than a villain. In truth, the label still stuck better than a citizen. It could even be that Mr. Yagi found the nature of Izuku's quirk uncomfortable. It wouldn't be the first time he'd met someone who felt that way about him. The apartment that Mr. Yagi led them to was distinctly clean and modern, with the one notable exception being a kotatsu table placed in the center of the living room. Izuku was a little worried to set his meager backpack down, which was filled with what was left of his costume and nothing else. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see his mom having similar hesitations. "Well, this is it," Mr. Yagi spoke, scratching the back of his neck a little self-consciously. He extended a thin arm half-heartedly about him. "It's not much, but I do hope that you two will make yourselves at home." "Thank you," Inko murmured, gently putting her overnight bag on a high chair by the kitchen island. Tomorrow she'd grab more clothes and some of Izuku's old things, but as it stood, they'd both agreed that today would be used mostly for relaxation and talking. She patted her way barefoot across the kitchen, and after removing his own shoes, Izuku did the same. He had never been in an apartment before, and never one this nice. Izuku's curiosity was already piqued by the shining metal stove and the promise of the refrigerator. With the League, he was often responsible for his own food, despite being given money as a reward for doing well. He was used to scrounging and didn't often feel hungry unless he'd gone without food for a while. "Please, help yourself to anything you'd like," Mr. Yagi noticed his staring, waving him toward the fridge with a small smile. Izuku's eyes narrowed, trying to detect if he was being caught in some sort of trap. There was no hint of deception on the man's face, but Izuku was beginning to suspect that Mr. Yagi was better than average at hiding things. He decided to approach the situation with caution, creeping forward and opening the fridge, only to gawk. It was entirely full, the fullest fridge that Izuku had ever seen. Fruits, vegetables, meats, and bread all made a rainbow of colors that Izuku struggled to take in. Not just the basics. The freezer revealed a tub of strawberry ice cream, as well as several frozen meals that clearly had been used. He gaped, hardly understanding why someone who lived alone could need so much food. This could feed him for months. "When I was asked to house you, I asked a friend of mine to run to the store and stock up on things you might like. Mostly, I end up eating the frozen foods or making smoothies. If it's alright for me to use the kitchen, I was thinking of making katsudon as a celebration. So don't ruin your dinner, okay, Izuku?" Inko interjected from the living room, where, because of the open space of the apartment, she could be seen nervously tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Katsudon. A memory rose to the back of Izuku's mind, bright through the eyes of a small child. "Used to make that when it was my birthday," he muttered aloud. His mom seemed to flush with pleasure, nodding enthusiastically as a smile spread across her face. However, she quickly reverted back to her nerves. If you don't like it anymore, I can make something different. Just say the word and..." "I'd love katsudon," Izuku gently interrupted her, his voice strangely fragile and his chest tight. He watched his mom slump in relief, his hands still wrapped around the handle of the fridge. The moment of intimacy was gone too soon, but it left Izuku feeling strangely vulnerable. He reached and grabbed the first thing that was easily available, a single-serve slice of chocolate cake. Holding it like it was made from stars, Izuku turned a childlike expression of bliss towards Mr. Yagi. "Your friend is too good for this world." Yagi stifled a laugh by coughing into his hand. Hisashi had 5 siblings, all younger than him. When asked to go grocery shopping, he approached the task with what a kind person would call enthusiasm, and others might call manic glee. Izuku sat himself down at the kitchen island on one of the high seats and dug in. It was only after a couple of minutes of happy noises and liking chocolate from his fingers that he caught his mother's amused and slightly horrified stare. "There are forks in the cupboard by the stove, young Midoriya," Mr. Yagi piped up, a small smile on his face. His lanky form brushed by as he went to rifle in said cupboards, revealing a fork and putting it by Izuku's plate. He didn't sound too bothered, but Izuku's entire neck flushed dark red. So he was a little rusty with his table manners. There were worse things to work on. Eating with a fork was much slower and inefficient. Anyway, after cake, Izuku was left to explore the apartment to his heart's content. He could tell that it made his mom nervous to let him out of her sight, but she was trying to be reasonable about it. He worked with it by not wandering very far within the apartment, purposefully making more noise as he walked than he would have dared with the League. Mr. Yagi similarly kept his mom company, offering to chop up vegetables or to reach for pans that were a fair bit higher up. He was suddenly grateful for the man, as he divided his mom's attention enough that Izuku could feel better about taking the time to get to know his surroundings. It was an old habit, but one that had stuck with Izuku from a very young age. He liked to know where everything was, and by extension how his quirk might interact with it. Patting down the hall, he counted 3 bedrooms in the apartment, 2 of which were left open and the third shut. The 2 open bedrooms sat across from each other, while the third closed one was at the end of the hallway. Peering into the open ones, he quickly saw that they were guest bedrooms, and that one would probably end up being his for the foreseeable future. They were far larger than any bedroom Izuku had ever had before. With the League, his bedroom as a child had been a small cell, graduated only to a tiny room when he'd proven time and time again that he wouldn't resist. His old room had no windows, a flickering fluorescent light, and had always smelled sort of damp. Stepping into one of the rooms at random, Izuku found it cozy and clean. A window gave a view of only a parking lot, but in truth, it was worlds more than Izuku would have hoped for. He stared down at the cars moving in and out of their places and felt a little giddy. The bed looked so soft. It was covered in a plush blue and white striped comforter and called to Izuku with how comfortable it looked. He flopped down on it, already deciding he wanted this room and claiming it. Rolling about in the clean sheets, he noted not for the first time how wild his curls were at this length when they were actually washed. Izuku wondered as he kicked his legs against the side of the bed if this was how most homes felt. Warm, safe, and quiet. He laid there for a while longer, his fingers running again and again over the novelty of linen sheets. He wished Eri could see this, wished he could tell her about it. The thought lingered until his mom announced from the kitchen that dinner was ready. As he sat up, an idea came to Izuku. He darted a furtive glance towards the doorway, making sure that no one was peering in on him. It was a slim chance, but he thought that he knew someone who might be able to help him, provided, of course, that he could match their price. Padding to the window, Izuku peered at the glass. A thin layer of condensation sat on the inside, the temperature between the panes making a faint sheen. Lifting a hand, he carefully traced a symbol, muttering under his breath words that had been spoken to him as a child. "Trace a star and think of me, and I'll find you." Dripping moisture, Izuku's handiwork sat before him. A child's star, 5 points across the pane. Already it was fading, the cold air and warm apartment making it disappear like a magic trick. If he hadn't known what to look for, Izuku would have missed the faint purple glow that burned for a moment behind it. Eating was a quiet, somewhat stilted affair. Izuku spent most of it cramming food into his face and marveling over how anything could taste so good. There was so much of it too. More than he could ever possibly eat in one sitting, though he made a valiant effort. In the end, he managed to clear 2 bowls and might have tried to go for a third if his stomach hadn't felt so full. "I take it that it's still as good as when you were a kid, then?" Inko looked fondly at her son's empty bowl, her green eyes soft. She pressed one hand to her cheek as the good mood faded, a pained look entering her expression. She looked suddenly fragile, and the abrupt shift in mood was something Izuku was beginning to realize they were both in danger of. They likely would be for a while. I thought I wouldn't get to have this again. So this is nice." She smiled, a wobbly thing that made Izuku look away and down into his lap. He shot a glance out of the corner of his eye towards Mr. Yagi, who was awkwardly picking at what was left of his food. There was quite a bit, though Izuku supposed the man was pretty thin. He wasn't sure what to say, his throat tight as he thought of how often he dreamed of just sitting at home again, and how eventually even that had been a luxury he hadn't been able to afford. Izuku had used to tell Eri about his mom when he'd visited her. He'd talk about how his mom had used to put up with his obsession with all might at the time, how she'd pack his lunchbox the night before with sandwiches that had been cut into the hero's face. He wasn't sure why he'd told her, other than the fact that Eri's face always got a sort of wistful look when he'd shared stories. Though she didn't speak often about her own past, Izuku knew that she'd never known her own mom. Maybe that was why he'd done it, a sort of attempt to make the reality that they were both facing tolerable. Eri was a tight hand clenched about his heart right now, though. He couldn't think about her without his breathing growing unsteady and the food in his stomach churning. He'd told Nedzu he'd wait until he could give the proper information to the authorities, but everything in him was screaming that they were running out of time. Everything in Izuku kept shouting that he was better off leaving this all behind, that it was a trap and not a dream he was in. Something was going to tip, and he'd find himself on his own again, only this time Eri would be the one to pay for his mistakes. "WN is a detective coming to take my statement?" he asked skittishly, still unused to viewing police officers as anything but a nuisance. Mr. Yagi was the one who answered promptly. Izuku could feel the weight of the man's gaze on him, though he couldn't bring himself to lift his head. It's been agreed that until you give your express permission, no statement will be taken from you or your mother. That being said, if you're volunteering yourself, I can get Detective Tsukachi here as soon as possible. Izuku narrowly avoided making a face. He truthfully didn't hate Tsukachi, but the man's quirk made him nervous. Izuku had survived this long largely through lying, and it felt like cheating that someone could possess a quirk that surpassed the skills he developed over time. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Mr. Yagi continued. I am also here if you or your mother wish to talk at any time. Though I'm no therapist and no detective, I have contacts that I can pass on notes to. If you'd rather just talk and not have me share said information, I can do that too within reason. Mr. Yagi rose from the table, collecting his half-finished dish and Inko's empty bowl. His free hand reached for Izuku's bowl as well. The gesture was coupled with a smile that Izuku found genuine, if a bit too large for the man's frail appearance. I'm here to help after all. Izuku noticed the subtle signs of Mr. Yagi's fatigue, the way he moved and the shadows under his eyes. Despite this, the life in his eyes seemed larger than such a thin body could hold. The information sat with Izuku, rolling around in his already full stomach like a stone. Why a man who seemed to be chronically sick could be so optimistic, he didn't understand. Izuku frowned to himself, handing his host his bowl. Try as he might, the words sat useless in Izuku's mouth, just out of reach. He spent the rest of the evening wrestling with his guilt, helping his mom and Mr. Yagi clean up the dishes and, when invited, sitting with them in the living room for a little late-night TV. The show they settled on was something Izuku had never seen before, though he'd admit that wasn't hard to do. It was a sitcom, the kind with a laugh track and characters that were all just a bit too sarcastic to be real people. It was tolerable. Izuku sat with his feet tucked under the kotatsu, across from his mom. Mr. Yagi took the larger couch, giving his long limbs freedom to sprawl. The show was in English, but subtitles had been added. Occasionally, Mr. Yagi would laugh at some joke a half-beat before the captions came on. Izuku stored the information away in the back of his mind, adding it to the growing list of peculiar things about their new host. Good understanding of English. Spent time outside of Japan? Maybe it was the food, or the warmth of the kotatsu, or the subdued cheer surrounding him, but Izuku found himself struggling to stay awake. All too quickly, his eyelids grew heavy, and he kept leaning to one side. The weight of the blanket on his legs was comforting and safe. He couldn't fall asleep here. He knew he had a perfectly good bed in another room. It didn't make it any less tempting, the easy view of a window and the front door soothing the anxious side of his personality. He decided to rest his head on the table for a bit, reveling in this new feeling of home a little while longer. His eyes slipped shut without him quite giving them permission, and Izuku's last conscious memory was the feeling of his mom's hand reaching across to brush his own. Eri heard the noise before she saw the face, opening her eyes in the dark. It was late, which made the noise all the more unsettling. It had been footsteps, echoing in the dark. She pressed herself further into the corner of her cot, her colorful eyes peering out between slatted cells and into the dark. She covered her mouth with one hand, fear fluttering in her heart next to the vague, sick hope she'd been keeping for almost 2 weeks. Was it Izuku? There seemed to be a long, drawn-out exhale, the tone of which she recognized. Eri felt her heart squeeze painfully as Chisaki's silhouette came into view. She met his cold eyes, awake and unblinking in the dark. His voice was always polite to a fault, but it never failed to make Eri feel small and insignificant. We need to move. Pack up your belongings. Why? She didn't often ask questions, but when she did, it was a gamble as to whether or not Chisaki would indulge her curiosity. It made Eri nervous to speak out like she was. Her keeper paused, his eyes glowing in the dark. Our base has been compromised. Everyone's moving out at different intervals to the new one. He didn't offer further explanation, instead gesturing towards the hall. The words didn't make sense to her. It was as if Chisaki had come to her cell and announced that they were going on a vacation to some far-off resort. The idea of leaving the place Eri had spent so much of her life in was vague, but until now had never felt real. She was rarely even allowed out of the basement unless she'd been particularly well-behaved. Eri bit her lip, wringing her hands together indecisively. She cast a glance at the book tucked under her cot, safely stowed out of sight and out of mind. She knew what it looked like by heart, the Sailor Moon volume, thin and water-stained but still her most loved personal item. Izuku had given it to her back when she'd first met him. She'd fallen in love instantly with the pictures and the story, Chisaki insisting that she know how to read. She'd told Izuku all about Chibi USA's adventures, narrating to him excitedly and pointing at the pictures. It wasn't the first volume in the series, far from it, but that didn't matter. Eri loved this volume in particular because her favorite character had fallen in love with a unicorn. The creature's white hair and curling horn had registered with her, as did Chibi USA's character. She read it almost every night, so much so that she practically knew the story by heart. It was a gamble to ask questions, but Eri gathered up the courage to do so with a voice that quavered. What about Izuku? Her brother, as she privately thought of him, had been gone for just over 2 weeks. She knew he was alive because she could hear Shigaraki yelling about it now and again through the vents. He was always breaking things upstairs. Yet no one had bothered to tell her anything else, and a desperate sort of fear had been building in her chest for days, only growing the longer she didn't see her brother's familiar face. Chisaki paused, the bird mask he kept on his face making it hard to read if he was angry. His cold eyes glittered in the dark, his head tilted in consideration. Izuku Midoriya has proven himself to be a traitor to the League, my dear. Eri didn't understand. She frowned, her fingers tangling in the ends of her long hair, nervously braiding. I don't. He's left you, Eri? Though Chisaki's tone was sympathetic, there was a false note to his words. I'm sorry to be the bearer of such bad news. Izuku's run away, left to join the heroes. He's forgotten all about you, it seems. Her immediate thought was that Chisaki was lying and being particularly mean about it. He'd done it before, and Eri truly didn't want to believe him. Yet the longer she looked at him, trying to see his usual tells, the less deceit she saw. That's not true. It couldn't be. Izuku wouldn't do that, wouldn't leave her just like that without even a goodbye. Eri's chin trembled, and she fought to steady it. There was a frustrated burning in the back of her eyelids. Chisaki made a small clucking noise, thin shoulders shrugging. He came forward, and Eri flinched as a gloved hand came to rest on the top of her head, combing through her white hair. She hated how sometimes, she could almost imagine a parent doing this to her. I'm afraid it is, Eri. I know it's a hard truth to hear. He tilted her face up towards him, noting the tears starting to well in her eyes. Sometimes, the people we put our faith in turn out not to be worth that trust. Do you understand? She made a sound, and it might have been a whimper. Eri was still unable to believe it, though something tight and bitter stung in her throat. Chisaki took her hand in his own, and Eri took it because she was afraid and trying very hard to be brave. He's coming back. She murmured, whether to herself or to her captor, she wasn't sure. He had to. Izuku woke up somewhere around 7, his internal clock nudging him for sleeping too long. He woke startled, a little surprised that he hadn't dreamt at all. Blearily, he realized that he'd been moved at some point from the kotatsu to the couch while he slept. A giant, star-spangled blanket had been wrapped around him, tucked in at the corners so that he was a veritable burrito. How he hadn't startled through it was anyone's guess. It was strange, waking up and not immediately feeling cold, or hungry, or still tired. In truth, Izuku couldn't remember when he last felt so rested. He sat up slowly, squinting at the morning sun that streamed through the living room window. It was this, he realized, that had woken him in the first place. No one else seemed to be awake. Though, if he knew his mom, she would be up within the hour. The thought made a small, incredulous smile appear on his face. He wasn't sure what Mr. Yagi's schedule would be, but a gut instinct told Izuku that he was also an early riser. Getting to his feet, he soundlessly decided that now was a good time to get a better read on their gracious host. He padded noiselessly into the hallway, checking his steps carefully for creaking floorboards. The first place Izuku decided to make a beeline towards was the bookshelf. It sat in the hallway, filled with an assortment of texts. These didn't interest Izuku as much as the photographs that were peppered between them in frames. Most of the photos Izuku took in were of other people, a fact that was a bit disappointing. He didn't recognize a lot of them. There was a photograph of a middle-aged man in a yellow and beige costume, smiling widely at the camera. His handsome face wasn't one that Izuku knew. In another, a faded photograph of a woman with dark hair. She was caught mid-laugh, dressed in civilian clothes and giggling at something out of the frame. Izuku took in her broad shoulders, strong arms, and sharp gaze wordlessly. Another hero, Prof. He didn't recognize her either, and it made him frown. Then there was a picture of Mr. Yagi himself, tucked almost like an afterthought between two texts. Izuku zeroed in on it and found himself surprised. The young man in the photo was healthy and clearly so. Though Izuku supposed that few people were simply born sickly, this version of Mr. Yagi seemed fit and bright-eyed. He was dressed in a UA uniform, muscular, and his scraggly hair was not as limp as it seemed now. In the photo, he was flushing, trying to wave off whoever was holding the camera. The sunken look to his cheeks hadn't appeared yet, and this Yagi had bulk to balance out his height. The smile was the same, self-conscious but taking up his entire face. Izuku stared at the photo a little longer, lost in thought. What had made Mr. Yagi look so different now that a photo of his younger self was nearly unrecognizable? He stored it away as another little mystery, a puzzle he had to solve. This was almost becoming a game, and Izuku was determined to win it. He moved on down the hall, careful not to keep his breathing quiet as he passed the bedrooms. He came to the front door, where a round mirror sat above a rack for shoes. He was hesitant to look at it, but curiosity soon overtook him. Izuku hadn't seen his own reflection in a very long time. Now he looked, and he wasn't entirely sure what he thought about the person that he saw. Izuku had known that he hadn't looked well, but he was honestly a little startled. His eyes were shadowed by permanent-looking eye bags, little cuts and scars were flecked across his face among his freckles. His hair was long enough that unless he tied it back, his bangs threatened to fall into his face. It made his eyes seem huge and nervous. The pale, sallow look from not spending enough time out in daylight made him seem oddly vulnerable. His quirk automatically tried then to analyze himself. His own image became blurred, overlapping as information clamored to be heard in a feedback loop. Izuku found a pressure headache begin to blossom between his eyes. He grimaced, quickly averting his gaze before it could become a full-on migraine. The sound of someone clearing their throat drew his attention away from that particular issue with his quirk. Mr. Yagi stood hovering in the hallway, dressed in a sleep shirt and comically patriotic pajama bottoms. Strange, muscular figures were printed into the fabric, all blazing various kinds of American memorabilia. Izuku snorted at the sight, covering his mouth. The man seemed to look down and actually register what he was wearing. The tips of his ears turned bright red. They were a GG gift from a friend, Mr. Yagi muttered. Your friends have a funny sense of humor. There was his self-conscious smile again. Izuku found it surprisingly easy to coax out. It makes sense that you'd find it funny. Hizashi does have the sense of humor of a 15-year-old. Izuku's smirk only widened. Hizashi Yamada? Present Mike, right? You really do know your heroes, huh? Mr. Yagi nodded. I'm friends if not acquaintances with all of the staff at UA. Knowing heroes means my quirk can analyze them, Izuku explained a little shyly. He knew that his quirk made him sometimes seem like a mind reader, if not just obnoxious. He stuffed his hands into the pockets of the sweatpants he'd been given, bare feet nervously kneading against the floorboards. I can stop though. Voicing my observations aloud, I know it can be uncomfortable. My boy, if a child's quirk could make me uncomfortable that easily, then I would not make a good teacher. Mr. Yagi waved away his embarrassment, gesturing towards the kitchen. Come, I'll make some breakfast for us and your mother, once she wakes up. All of Izuku's instincts had expected annoyance in the face of his quirk. He trailed behind Mr. Yagi, feeling a little dazed. This place really was a strange paradise. He watched as Mr. Yagi got out eggs and some chives, digging around in the kitchen drawers until he found a knife suitable for cutting. He worked quickly, pausing only to explain here and there what he was making and what needed to be done to create the dish. Izuku realized belatedly as he sat down that Mr. Yagi was teaching him, perhaps on autopilot. He absorbed the information greedily, though he'd never had much use for cooking until now. The idea that he could cook something, should he want to, was strangely exciting. The trick to a good omelet is to make sure your pan's greased properly and very hot, Mr. Yagi demonstrated, pouring eggs and milk into a pan and letting them sizzle. You don't want to poke at it too much, but now and again you want to see if it's burning underneath or needs to be flipped. The rolling of it's the hard part. Izuku watched Mr. Yagi cook, taking in the angle, heat, and time he used to flip the eggs. Once he felt confident, he hesitantly pushed back from his chair. I think I've got it, he said. Mr. Yagi looked a bit surprised but flipped the finished omelette onto a plate. Are you sure? I've only shown it to you once. Izuku nodded, eager to impress. Mr. Yagi handed him the spatula and the mixture of vegetables, milk, and eggs. Izuku followed the steps carefully, pouring the mixture into the greased pan. Mr. Yagi watched as Izuku patiently waited before flipping the omelette. It came out perfectly, and soon Izuku was moving it from the pan to the plate, rolling it up with chopsticks. The finished result looked just like the one beside it. Izuku glanced between the two omelettes before turning to Mr. Yagi, his hands fidgeting with anticipation. That's all right? I know the seasonings aren't identical, but I don't love spicy food and I thought. That really is a powerful quirk you have, Mr. Yagi said, genuinely impressed. Izuku seemed a bit embarrassed, his expression shifting between anxiety and happiness. It's not that powerful, he mumbled, more to himself. I'm not very strong or fast, and just because I can see something doesn't mean it's always right. It relies on statistics and past experiences, and a good liar can get around it. It's not flashy or cool either. He smiled sheepishly. People thought I was quirkless for a long time because it wasn't obvious. I think it's very strong, a bit like a few heroes I know, Mr. Yagi replied, thinking of Night Eye. Just because it's not a physical quirk doesn't mean it can't be used well. Izuku didn't seem entirely convinced, but he didn't argue. Though he had shown determination in tough situations, he appeared timid, which tugged at Mr. Yagi's heart. The boy seemed to expect criticism for simply being himself. Feeling an urge to comfort him, Mr. Yagi nudged the omelette toward Izuku and began to eat. He decided to talk to Hizashi or Namuri about how to comfort children. Hizashi had experience with siblings, and Namuri was surprisingly good with kids. They enjoyed their meal in a comfortable silence. Well, it looks like you two are already getting your day started, Inko Midoriya said as she entered the kitchen, smiling. Mr. Yagi watched as she immediately hugged Izuku, who leaned into her embrace like a flower reaching for sunlight. Despite their time apart, both mother and son seemed eager to strengthen their bond. There's coffee, Mr. Yagi offered, and Inko gratefully helped herself. As she sat down, he took a break from his omelette to prepare one for her. She was delighted and surprised, stuttering her thanks. Mr. Yagi hid a smile as he mixed ingredients. I was thinking of going out to get some clothes today, as well as some of our things from the house, Inko said once they were all seated and eating. I imagine you'll want clothes that aren't from a lost and found before school starts, Izuku. I also want to get some personal items. Izuku looked down at the oversized navy blue shirt he was wearing, which had a logo on it. He nodded seriously. There's a mall not too far from here, and I've been meaning to pick up a few things, Mr. Yagi added. I'm supposed to be with you when you're out in public, but it works out for all of us. It's settled then, Inko said, pleased with the plan. Izuku felt a quiet excitement for the outing. He told himself it was just his mom's enthusiasm rubbing off on him. It was just a mall, he reminded himself, but he couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Colton Plaza, being relatively close to UA, was a mall that clearly catered to young heroes. Upon arriving, Izuku had to resist the urge to blink and rub at his eyes, to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Every store had something interesting going on, from the shiny to the modern to just plain odd. In one corner, there was a store dedicated entirely to hero costume designs. They were bright, a little tacky, and proudly claimed to be made of durable fabric, guaranteed to last a hero career. In another, there were gadgets and machinery that probably required a license to buy. They were metallic and shiny, some floating or spinning or blinking with multicolored lights. Izuku didn't know what any of them did, but they caught his attention and held it. Art and functionality in one seemed to be the trend. All of this was on display with some sort of pop music playing from an overhead speaker, a thudding bass promising a headache and the repeat of catchy jingles to anyone who listened for too long. There were lots of people too, more than Izuku was truly comfortable with. When he'd been able to duck out of the league's hideout, it had often been at night when there were few people out and about. This was the early afternoon, and belatedly Izuku realized it was also a weekend. Most teenagers would probably be embarrassed to have their mom hold their hand in a crowded shopping mall, but Izuku couldn't quite bring himself to mind at the moment. Inko's thumb ran soothing circles on the back of his hand. If at any point you need to get some air, we can, his mom said, her expression determined as she seemed ready to defend her son from the world. Izuku had forgotten about this side of her, the part of his mom that had gotten along so well with Kaken's mom. Back when Inko and Mitsuki had been high schoolers, they'd apparently been almost inseparable. Oddly, her confidence made Izuku feel a little better. Let's find some clothes first. Mr. Yagi gestured, leading the way for mother and son by virtue of being tall. People moved for them more easily, with a scarecrow leading the way. Izuku found himself immersed in clothing racks, trying to decide what might fit him and what might look nice. Apparently, wandering around in a grubby hoodie and jeans wasn't going to cut it either, because his mom was pushing all sorts of fabric into his hands and having him try each item on before buying. His sense of fashion was apparently terrible. Izuku fell in love with a highlighter yellow hoodie, 3 different shirts with logos on them, and refused even as his mom offered to replace his bright red sneakers. They were comfortable. Why would he spend money to replace them? Izuku also picked out 5 pairs of nondescript jeans, 2 pairs of pajamas, and under some prompting, dress clothes. The last were the strangest to Izuku, who stood in front of a mirror looking everywhere but his face. His quirk made him resort to quick, furtive glances at himself while his mom fussed a little by his side. It'll be for if you need to attend a formal occasion, his mom explained, humming to herself as she looked him up and down. I think this will do, don't you think? Izuku was dressed in a white dress shirt, rolled up to his elbows. He'd originally pinned the cuffs to hide his scars but found the material too uncomfortable to wear that way for long. A black tie, tied by his mom, and black waistcoat set off the green tones in his hair, making his already pale skin seem paler. It was tighter than any sort of clothes he normally wore, and the result was a plain but good-looking teen that Izuku might have seen at a nice restaurant. He fidgeted with the buttons on the waistcoat, uncertain if he should leave them open or closed. I think red would have been better for the shirt, he muttered half to himself. Why? His mom asked. Izuku caught himself before he could respond with his initial thought, that white stained easily. He saved himself from coming up with another explanation by craning his neck, looking around curiously. He couldn't see a blonde head of hair anywhere around them. Where'd Mr. Yagi go? Izuku asked, hoping to divert attention from himself. His mom looked around too, turning her head. The last time they'd seen him, Mr. Yagi had been looking at a rack of cargo briefs with enough deep consideration on his face that Izuku had instantly known his fashion sense was equally questionable. A scream broke Izuku's growing confusion, turning it to sharp focus. His head snapped to the entrance of the store, out in the main part of the mall. People were running away from a man, and it was soon clear why. His arm was transformed into a sharp, black blade, held to someone's throat. He was yelling in a gruff voice. No one moves or the kid gets a permanent haircut. In his arms was a crying child. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Distantly, he felt his mom grabbing his arm, trying to get him to step back, further into safety. We need to get away so the heroes can do something. Following protocol. That's what citizens did, trying to make space and waited out until someone with a strong quirk could do something about the situation. Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away from the child. They had some sort of physical quirk that gave them fish-like qualities, with delicate ears and luminescent fins on either side of their head. Their hands had at some point during the attack shifted into webbed, clawed digits that were now digging into the villain's blade arm. Huge tears were making tracks along a face dotted with bioluminescent freckles. They were clearly terrified. No one was doing anything. Everyone was waiting, cowering behind clothing racks and crying or calling the police. The crowd seemed content to treat this hostage situation as impossible, waiting for luck to arrive in the form of a passing hero. They'd be too late, Izuku realized. The girl was already struggling, grip on the man's arm beginning to slacken. Mom, he spoke before he'd registered what exactly he was saying. Izuku's voice was steady, his quirk already taking in the space around him in the span of a blink. His mom looked at him, first with confusion, then with growing concern as Izuku grabbed a face mask out of an accessory bin. He tucked the elastic behind each ear carefully. When he spoke, it was slightly muffled. Try to find Mr. Yagi, okay? Izuku. No. His mom's grip on his shirt was tight, but he still managed to pry her fingers away. There was a metal stand where a clothing model would normally stand. He reached out, testing how firmly it stood in the stand. Izuku breathed a small sigh of relief when it popped out without fuss. It was no bow staff, but it was lightweight enough while still packing a punch if he used it. Izuku moved, feeling steadier than he had all day. He wasn't going to wait, not for a hero. In truth, Toshinori wasn't sure what to make of Izuku Midoriya. The boy was quiet, and it was hard to get a read on him. Though he had gone into this determined to get to know the boy better, all he had gleaned so far was that the boy loved his mother and rarely smiled. It was a little hard to find a niche in which Toshi might bond with the boy as a result. He didn't want to get in the way of Izuku's mending bond with his real family, and though Toshi had questions about the boy's past, he firmly believed those could wait. He needed the boy to trust him if he was to help him, and Izuku had made one thing clear: he was used to being punished for having opinions. It was why Toshi didn't comment on the bitter edge to Izuku's words every time heroes were mentioned. It pained him to hear someone so young be so disillusioned, but Toshi saw the value in Izuku's feelings. There was a spark that had yet to be extinguished in him, a craving to see justice carried out. Yue could work with that, given time. If that will could be guided, taught kindness in a world that had only been cruel to the boy, then Toshi would consider himself finally to be a teacher. Still, all of this took time. What mattered first was making sure Izuku felt like he could relax. This was why Toshi navigated his way out of the bonding experience with Inko, recognizing his presence as stressful. He was meant to watch the Midoriyas and took his job seriously, but Toshi knew that mother and son needed to have moments alone. He settled for getting everyone some coffee, ducking out of the clothing store and making his way towards the food court. His phone was out in his hands automatically, fingers navigating the text feature. Toshi ducked in an archway, sparing a quick glance about himself to ensure no one was looking at him. He messaged Hizashi, knowing he'd likely be with Shoyuta. "How are you two holding up?" There wasn't a long wait for a reply. Toshi felt a smile tug up at the corners of his mouth as Hizashi sent a blurry selfie of Shuta's bedside. It was clear the nurses had been trying to persuade the man into eating jello, with mixed results. Shoyuta looked pained, glaring into the camera with a fierce expression. "Holding up? How's the kid?" "How indeed?" Toshi fiddled around for a few minutes, searching for the right words. He settled on keeping it simple. Pretty sure he hates heroes and All Might especially. But polite enough. A bit skittish, but that's understandable. You gotta show him that plus ultra positivity, smiley face, he'll warm up soon enough. Always the optimist. Toshi felt a small bubble of warmth bloom in his chest amidst the anxieties. He watched as Hizashi's text bubble showed him typing, waiting for what his partner said next. "Shoyuta says hi. He's nagging about your health in that Shoyuta way he has. He's saying make the kid like, if he can't stand All Might." Toshi frowned a little, choosing not to respond to that gentle nudge. When he and Shoyuta had first started navigating their relationship, Eraserhead had similar feelings about Toshi's hero persona. Symbol of Peace was a title that some admired, while others looked at with skepticism. In the end, Toshi still wasn't sure that Shoyuta liked All Might, per se rather. He understood what All Might stood for, and why such a hero was necessary. However, he still made no secret that the man he'd first gained interest in had never been the #1 hero. It had been Toshi himself, though he still wasn't entirely sure why or how. If he knew, perhaps he could act a certain way, or do something to get Izuku to find him at least tolerable. Though, he had the feeling that the boy's quirk would make seeing through any kind of mask all too easy. Toshi was already keeping one massive secret around a child that saw too much all the time. He doubted he could work in another unnoticed. Honesty was the best policy in this situation, but Toshi was so used to lying that being truthful was sometimes a struggle. How did you remain honest to a child that needed your help, but would reject it the moment he realized you were the hero he hated? He was two sides of the same coin, Toshinori Yagi and All Might. One tied to the other. He wasn't a different person exactly when he was fighting crime, but there was a difference. The dividing line between a broken man and a symbol for good often felt like the span of one pained breath. He made to reply to Hisashi, intending to ask him and Shoyuta for their opinions on the whole troubling matter, or maybe just to brush off their worries with a joke. Neither chance was taken. As a sudden scream rose amidst a flurry of terrified movement. Toshi looked up, ears picking up where the sound came from. He felt his mouth go dry. The noise had come from the main hub of the mall, the clothing section. In the distance, he could make out a figure running towards him. Inko's plea carried across the food court. Mr. Yagi! It's Izuku! There's a villain and he! Toshi was already moving, his heart racing and his phone crammed into his back pocket, forgotten. Maybe he should have been afraid. Izuku had the feeling that most 15-year-olds would be when suddenly faced with a dangerous situation. He was weirdly calm, nothing in his head but what he needed to do and what needed to be done. The earlier feelings of nerves from being in a crowded mall had just faded, turning instead to a sort of white noise. The villain noticed him pretty quickly, for obvious reasons. It wasn't like Izuku was wearing the subtlest outfit. Dark eyes narrowed, and a sneer pulled up on the man's face. Izuku noted a scar running down the man's chin and neck. Izuku didn't recognize him, but that wasn't as uncommon as with heroes. Many villains deliberately took steps to keep themselves under the radar. Stay back! The villain barked, pressing a weapon closer to the child's throat. She whimpered, trying and failing to scramble back from the man's hold. She had strange, mismatched eyes, one calf brown while the other was brilliant blue. Izuku thought to himself that it had something to do with her quirk as she looked at him, hope and fear on her face. Izuku halted at the man's threat, but didn't retreat. This villain seemed angry, not irrational. He wasn't dressed like some of the weirder villains Izuku had met, no strange costumes or edgy armor. Instead, what the man was wearing seemed practical, with gloves and basic protective gear. Could be reasoned with? Izuku glanced again at the man's quirk, his arm having transformed into a sharp blade. It was steady as it lay a hair's breadth away from the child's throat. Willing to harm? Maybe not. Are you some kind of new hero? The villain sneered, clearly unimpressed with Izuku's determination. You look like you just started riding a bike without training wheels. Not a hero, Izuku replied honestly. He tested the weight of the metal pole in his hand, relieved that it wasn't heavy enough to seriously hurt someone. He wanted to knock this guy out, not end up with a police record. He twirled it with one hand, getting a feel for its dimensions. Call me a concerned citizen, if you want. The villain scoffed, then to Izuku's surprise, let out a harsh laugh. The girl he had been threatening flinched at the noise. You're just a kid, aren't you? Go home before I make things worse for you and the girl. The villain turned, clearly more interested in robbing the nearby stores. Izuku moved, lifting the metal pole over his head. He brought it down as hard as he could, hitting the man's shoulder. The result was immediate. The villain yelped in surprise, his hand retracting from the girl's throat. That moment was all Izuku needed to duck, his legs sweeping out in a side kick. The villain fell with a surprised grunt, his eyes widening as he landed on his back. He let go of his hostage, scrambling to regain his balance. The girl took the chance to run, and Izuku was grateful she hadn't frozen in fear. His good fortune didn't last long. Realizing that Izuku was anticipating his movements, the villain switched to fast punches and kicks. Izuku's quirk was a constant stream of information, barely keeping up with the fight. Left hook. Right punch. Left. He favors his left arm. 80% chance he's left-handed. Right. A shriek alerted him to a blur of movement in the corner of his vision. Izuku dove instinctively, narrowly avoiding a spike that suddenly jutted from the floor where he had been standing. When he looked back, the girl who had been held hostage had returned. She was clutching the skirt of an older girl, who was on the phone, yelling something into the microphone. Her other hand was gripping the little girl's collar. Sister. Calling the police. His quirk confirmed. That was all he had time to absorb before a barrage of spikes erupted from the ground, forcing Izuku to watch his footwork as he dodged and weaved along the tiled floor. My quirk doesn't just apply to my body, the villain laughed, diverting Izuku's attention. He had been backing him into a corner, trying to get Izuku to stand on the same type of tile as his own feet. It had worked too. Izuku was trapped on a checkerboard design of linoleum with the villain, his back to a wall. Whatever I'm in contact with, I can shape into spikes. But your quirk didn't tell you that, did it? Because you didn't see me use it. His mocking words sent a chill down Izuku's spine. He fought back a shiver as the villain smiled at him with a crooked grin. That's right. I know who you are. The ghost, right? The League's missing piece. Word's been sent out about you, and the current gossip is you've decided to try your hand at heroism. He tilted his head, the action almost reptilian. Seems the rumors were true, even down to your quirk. Fear began to knot itself in Izuku's chest, making it hard to breathe. He barely managed to move as another spike grew from the wall behind him, narrowly missing his ear. The villain laughed, his expression gleeful. This is going to be tough for you, kid. I won't lie. You want to know what I hate more than heroes? Fake heroes. The spikes came from beneath, forcing Izuku to jump forward to avoid them. He rolled, dodging as the villain transformed his arm into a blade and struck towards him. It was instinct that lifted the pipe to protect his face, the villain's blade meeting it with a screech. Izuku was now just a breath away from the villain, starting to panic. The pipe in his hands was slick with sweat. What do you get out of this act? The villain's gray eyes narrowed, boring into Izuku's own. He pressed harder, trying to break Izuku's block. Who are you trying to fool, huh? You've done things you can't just walk away from. So where do you get off pretending you can turn over a new leaf? His voice lowered, and Izuku felt the weight of his words. The blade was inching closer to his throat. You know what villains call you? What we call the kids Shigaraki recruits. Izuku knew. It didn't stop the name from rising in his mind like a bright warning sign. The Grim. Shigaraki's dogs. The villain's breath washed over Izuku's face, his eyes narrowed with disdain. I got hurt because I happened to be in the same neighborhood as your boss one night. If I take you down, maybe he'll understand what it's like to lose something important. A yell tore from Izuku's throat, his vision washing red. He used all of his weight to throw the blade away from him. It was a hard enough push to cause the villain to stagger back, stumbling against the fountain. He didn't have time to recover before Izuku was on him, hitting him with blow after blow. Each one was met by his weapon, the sound of metal clashing echoing around them. The ringing in Izuku's ears drowned out everything else. Izuku had managed to knock the villain back far enough that he was no longer touching the floor, backed up against the fountain. A scratch ran along the man's face, a reminder of their struggle. He was breathing, the laughter gone from his face, replaced by heavy breaths of exertion. Izuku couldn't tell if he was tired or not. His heart raced in his chest and sweat ran down the back of his neck. His hands ached from the impact of the weapon, a distant sort of pain. He wasn't really seeing the villain in front of him. He saw Shigaraki, night after night briefing him on what he was supposed to do at his bidding. He saw Eri, small and trusting but so afraid of the world around her. He saw Dabi, scarred and dangerous because of a past he still didn't know. He saw Toga, twisted to a point where all she knew was hurting. He saw Ochako, telling him that he hadn't deserved it. He saw his mom, who had hugged him without hesitation and cried for him. He saw Mr. Yagi, sickly but kind and not quick to judge him. He saw the villain in front of him, seeing his anger and resentment. He saw the girl he'd rescued, crouched with her sister in the distance and afraid. Neither of them had moved, though almost everyone had run by this point. He met the girl's gaze briefly, sliding to look behind her, towards the hallway. His mom was running towards the center, Mr. Yagi's thin form behind her. The blue glint in the thin man's eyes was brighter, crackling energy running along his limbs. His jaw was clenched tightly. You're right, I don't deserve it. Izuku's voice was tired but firm. The villain blinked up at him, seeming surprised at his blunt answer. But no one deserves to be left behind. To be abandoned. And if I can stop it, he lifted the staff up with blinding speed. The villain raised his blade, but Izuku was faster. He struck the man atop the head, where the cut was. It was enough force to knock the villain out cold, his quirk fading until his hand was just a hand. Then I can't just let it happen to someone else. Someone has to help. Izuku watched as the man collapsed, slumping against the lip of the fountain. He let the weapon's end rest on the ground, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He wasn't a hero. Not like All Might. Not like any hero he'd ever known. He couldn't be, but someone had to help. The villain's words chased him, circling in his head until he thought he might be swallowed whole. That's all he was. One of Shigaraki's puppets, a piece that had snapped itself loose from its place and was now left adrift. It didn't seem to matter. In the moment of silence, as people slowly moved from cowering behind shop windows and clothing racks, a low roar began to thunder. Izuku could hardly take it in, but he realized in a vague way that it was clapping. People were coming out of their hiding places, surrounding him and drowning out the shakes that were starting to itch up his arms. The first person to touch him made Izuku flinch, until he looked down. It was the girl, having torn away from her sister's grip. She'd made a beeline for him, wrapping his legs in a tight hug that threatened to bowl Izuku over. He stumbled, unsure of himself as his hands hovered over the top of her head. It snapped him out of his down spiral, and now he was aware of how many people were surrounding him. It threatened to be overwhelming. The girl looked up at him with tears as into her face, her expression one of relief. This close, Izuku could see the freckles splashed across her nose. Her voice was high and very quiet, but he could hear it clearly still. "Thank you. I'm so glad you're safe." Wasn't that what he was supposed to say? What was the protocol for comforting random citizens? It was a little disconcerting to have a stranger worried about his well-being. Disconcerting and flattering. Izuku felt a flush rise to his cheeks as the crowd began to press in around him. People were cheering for him, patting his back, and asking if he was all right. Being jostled back and forth seemed to be how people showed their thanks. The back of his neck kept prickling, warning him to keep as many people in his line of sight as he could. Izuku struggled to keep the girl by his side, worried she'd be overwhelmed. The adrenaline high still in his system made his own exhaustion yet to appear. Thankfully, he and the girl were quickly rescued from the well-meaning crowd. There was yelling, and the sister was suddenly clearing a path. Behind her, his mom and Mr. Yagi were running towards him. The crowd parted, and Izuku felt like an awkward bystander as the girl's sister crouched down in front of him, pulling her sister away from him and into a warm embrace. "Sayuri, thank goodness you're okay. Don't wonder like that, you gave me a scare." Sayuri readily traded her hug around Izuku's legs for her sister's hold, burying her face into her shoulder. Izuku found himself looking into the grateful eyes of a stranger, the sister rising to her feet and leveling him with an even stare. This close, Izuku could see iridescent scales at her temples, bright green gems in contrast to her dark brown hair. She was tall, though she didn't seem much older than him, yet there was a gravity to her that made her seem older. "Thank you for saving my sister. I'm Iko Nanase." She held out her hand to shake, which Izuku took after a moment's hesitation. Her grip was firm, her smile crooked and a little nervous. It took Izuku a second to realize she was expecting him to introduce himself. He stuttered his way through introductions. "I Izuku Midoriya." "Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you." She cast a glance at the crowd, which was starting to part to let Mr. Yagi and Izuku's mom through. "Are you a UA student?" "Technically?" Izuku settled for technically, considering that if he said he wasn't, he'd be questioned about how he'd managed to take down a villain unaided. He nodded, and Iko beamed. "We'll look for you in the sports festival then. I need to go call my mom, or she's going to see this on the news and worry." "Thank you again." Iko turned then towards Izuku's mom, who was red-faced and looked ready to give him a lecture. Izuku winced. Okay, so maybe he had kind of just run into a dangerous situation impulsively. His mom hadn't been the first thing on his mind. He supposed she had a right to look like that. Mr. Yagi also had a serious expression on his face, though it was tempered with a glimmer of respect. Izuku wasn't sure what that meant, though it made him want to scuff his shoes against the floor and look anywhere but at the two guardians in his life. Iko thankfully intercepted them, her sister cradled on her hip as she extended a hand to shake at Inko. "Your son is very brave. You should be proud of him." Whatever lecture his mom had been building up deflated, surprise coloring her cheeks at the unexpected interaction. Izuku watched as she spluttered a little, anger momentarily forgotten. "Why as well. I am and always have been. Thank you." Inko took the offered hand. Iko turned towards Mr. Yagi then, lifting her sister's hand to wave at him. "It's time for us to say goodbye now, Sayuri." "Oh." She spun then, turning to Izuku. Her free hand began to dig through her pockets, revealing her phone. "What's your number? So you can call me or text in case the police want to reach me for a statement." Izuku didn't have a cell phone, but he'd been given the apartment phone's number. He dutifully recited it, watching Iko carefully write it out in her contacts. She had a phone with mermaid scales on the case. He fixated on it for some reason, still a little thrown by the whole situation. Number written down, Iko hummed a pleased note of satisfaction. "I really do have to go now, but thank you again. Serious, she's my sister, you know?" Her voice grew a little emotional. "I couldn't find her, and then I heard her scream and let's just say I don't know what I'd have done if someone hadn't saved her." It was suddenly very hard to look her in the eye. Izuku settled for flushing bright red and mumbling his way through some sort of excuse. Thankfully, Iko only laughed kindly. If someone had told Izuku even a month ago that he'd be in this situation, being thanked for saving someone and then stuttering in front of a girl, he'd have called them crazy. He hoped that he'd eventually stop being so thrown by everything he'd grown up knowing being turned on its head. Shigaraki's dogs. He shivered away from the thought. Maybe different was good, if it kept him out of the pit of anger that comment had hooked in him. His mom was there then, and Izuku found himself swept up in a warm hug. With it came both praise and concern in equal turns. "You did so well, but oh my goodness, you almost got hurt. Never do that again, do you hear me? I love you. I thought I was going to lose you. I'm sorry," she cut herself off with a shaky breath, and the guilt hit Izuku hard. Here was his mom, just having got her son back, and he'd run into danger at the first opportunity, in front of her no less. He accepted the embrace patiently, muttering apologies until his mom finally let him go enough to look him over. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, I promise." Izuku gave his mom his best smile, trying to make it reassuring. He was just trying to rob them all. That probably wasn't the best thing to say. His mom had a strained look on her face that she struggled to hide. She finally sighed, her shoulders heaving as she stared up at the sky, searching for answers. "Though your bravery is commendable, I think what your mother is trying to say is that experienced or not, a villain is not something a child should face on their own." Mr. Yagi, who had been oddly silent all this time, finally broke his quiet. His gaze was searching, and Izuku wondered if he had something on his face from the intensity of it. He shrugged, a little embarrassed by the attention. Someone had to do something. The skeletal man only arched an eyebrow, looking at the slumped and unconscious villain still leaning against the fountain. There was a noticeable bump on the man's head. "You do realize that students of UA aren't supposed to use their quirks outside of school, right?" Izuku shrugged, making a small face. Yeah, he'd heard that one. He hadn't really taken it very seriously, though. "I mean, technically, I haven't had a class yet." Mr. Yagi sighed, scratching the back of his head. His expression could only be described as patient but a little stressed. "We'll wait until the police get here, if that's all right, Mrs. Midoriya." Talking to them in person about this specific situation might prove to be the best course of action. Izuku's nose wrinkled as he thought. His green eyes took on a calculating expression. "Do we still have to pay for the clothes if I saved the store manager from being robbed?" The bravery to do what was necessary, in order to keep the peace. What Toshi had been looking for in his successor, still unfound for so long, had sprouted in front of him like a weed. It wasn't that the rest of Class 1A, or any UA student, weren't courageous. If the bearer of One for All merely had to be brave, then he'd have gladly given his power to half of the students he'd met and taught. All of them could be brave, or selfless, or even strong in the face of adversity. What Toshi had been unable to picture for most of them was sacrifice. His quirk was not kind to the body. It took and stored all of the physical power away of its previous wielder, only to give it to the next. Though it was capable of incredible feats, the price was high. Standing at the edge of the food court, watching in shock as Izuku had thrown himself up against a villain without regard for his own safety, Toshi had been reminded of himself at that age. It was a striking realization how similar he and Izuku were. So alike, that it bordered on concerning. Toshi had no interest in living through another sacrifice like Nana's or sending a boy off to danger. But that willingness to freely give, to openly enter a battle knowing that the odds were stacked, was something rare. Hostage situations often ended badly, with the villain having the odds tipped in their favor. Heroes had to play by the rules. Heroes couldn't do things that many villains did without question. Heroes had to be selfless. That he'd found this quality in Izuku Midoriya, a boy who by all accounts would wrinkle his nose at the title of hero, was irony at its height. Toshi mused to himself all during the walk home, the thought an errant pebble in the bottom of his shoe. Someone has to help. God help him, the idea was as crazy. Toshi had the sinking feeling he'd like it more and more, the longer the boy and his mother lived with him. If any of his co-workers, his loved ones, knew what he was considering, Gran Torino might actually get a laugh out of it, if he didn't hit Toshi across the back of the head for the concept. One thing was for certain, the boy would never accept All Might's help or gifts. It was a matter he'd have to consider carefully. His mind had never been one for letting a thought go, and it rooted itself in the back of Toshi's mind, blooming in secret. So he liked the boy. Sue him. It was hard not to like someone who looked at him like he hung the moon, all just for buying him an ice cream cone with sprinkles on top. "I don't think I can do this." Izuku fiddled with his tie for the 50th time. The stubborn thing refused to lie flat, and every time his mom fixed it, his nervous fingers found their way back to his throat. It stuck out as if to point out how ill-fitting the entire wardrobe was. Not that the uniform UA had sent to him fit, but it still felt like a poorly made costume to Izuku. He was used to being able to move and was generally very bitter about being made to wear dress breathes instead of jeans or sweats. Hoodies and sweaters had been replaced with a shirt and blazer, the buttons cold and shiny and alien. He did like how it was long-sleeved and how it hid the scars zigzagging their way along his arms. The breathes were stiff and scratchy. He thought for how much they cost, they should be comfier. The school also had no problem with him keeping his shoes, which Izuku continued to cling to as a source of familiarity in a sea of new and different. Inko tooted from the living room, but she didn't offer much comfort. Like a sky devoid of stars, the platitude felt empty. She'd been stress cleaning all morning. The weekend event had shaken her, and she seemed reluctant to let Izuku out of her sight. It was probably for the best that Mr. Yagi had been called into work early because she'd taken to rearranging his kitchen. Izuku had watched his mom compare mugs and glasses, setting them on a cupboard shelf only to return a few minutes later to switch them around. This happened about 15 separate times, to the point where watching the ritual made him even more stressed than he already was. They were sending each other into a bit of a feedback loop, and neither of the Midoriyas had ever been very good at calming down. Your handkerchief? Do you have your handkerchief? Izuku checked his back pocket, fishing out the handkerchief his mom had given him that morning. She sighed in relief, reaching up and fussing with the curly mop that was his hairstyle. Her anxious fingers drummed a rhythm along his scalp. You should probably get a haircut, if just to even out the ends. The thought of scissors near his neck made Izuku's skin crawl. He settled for a quick, nervous smile and diverted the conversation. This is your last chance to barricade the doors. I won't fight you. I could become a hermit, living off of the land. His mom snorted, some of her anxiety melting away. She looked a little teary-eyed, but she did her best to match his smile. What land? We're in an apartment. I'll beg from the neighbors. Or just break in. Most of them don't reinforce the hinges of their doors, I'm willing to bet. No breaking into people's homes. His mom tooted. She smoothed out his tie one more time. Both of them knew it would be back to being crooked by the end of the day. After a long, drawn-out silence, Inko sighed. She tucked her hands into her skirt, rocking back on her heels. A faraway look had entered her eyes. This will be good for you. I can't keep you here, not forever. If I did that, I don't think I could let you go. She sounded unhappy, and Izuku knew how much it took out of his mom to admit that much. She seemed small in that moment, her shoulders hunched against an invisible weight. Izuku wished he could take that away from her, the fear she felt when he wasn't in her sight. But that was unfair because she couldn't take away the haunted look on his face. Or the headaches from his quirk. The first time he'd have a nightmare, and Izuku knew it was coming soon enough. He knew his mom would feel the exact same emotion he was feeling. I'll call you when Mr. Yagi comes to pick me up after school. It was an olive branch, one his mom took with a small nod and a watery smile. If it's at any point too much for you, just call me, okay? I'll come and get you. Or one of the teachers will, and I'll find a way. I'll be all right. Izuku interrupted, not unkindly. Tears were definitely on the horizon, not necessarily just for his mom. She took his hands in her own, smaller ones. Points of anchoring. I know. Izuku felt the pressure of her hands squeezing his own before letting him go. She took in a deep breath, dashing the tears from her face with the back of one hand. Izuku watched, his chest tight with affection as his mom forced herself to straighten with a decisive nod. When she smiled, it was wide and cheerful. Have a good day at school. I will. Izuku opened the door, stepping forward into whatever this day would hold. UA was different in daylight, during a school morning with no emergency crisis. There was life to it that Izuku hadn't been able to see due to his injuries or due to his trying to escape. He'd spent most of the aftermath of USJ in a hospital bed and was unfamiliar with the grounds. There were students everywhere, shuffling this way and that towards class. Many sported colorful physical characteristics, from feathers to scales to stone. They all wore the school uniform, some with modifications to accommodate their quirk. Izuku couldn't help but gawk a little at them, his hands gripping the straps of his bag tightly. The place was huge, far larger than he might have guessed, and more students than he'd realized called it home. It reeked of old money, from the shining arch at the entryway to the distant sounds of swimming pools and tennis courts. He felt like he stuck out like a sore thumb, a peasant amongst the rich, playing in their clothes. The students he passed sported crisp, clean uniforms, their hair done up in fancy fashions or expensive jewelry peeking out from sleeves and collars and ears. Izuku decided the best thing to do would be to keep his head down and ask as few directions as possible, as if they might be able to sniff out the outsider that had made his way into their ranks. He wandered for a bit, a little lost and a little disoriented. Until he saw a familiar head of hair, Izuku wasn't about to let his guard down. Ochako's short, brown bob cut could have made Izuku cry with relief. She was standing a few feet from the entrance to the school, talking animatedly to another person Izuku recognized. This recognition came with a wave of uncertainty. The last time Izuku had met Ida, he'd been in the midst of a panic attack, and the time before he'd been trying to fight him. It probably wasn't the best first impression, all in all. Ida was leaning on a set of crutches, and though the injury looked better than it had when Izuku had last seen it, the sight was sobering. There was no guarantee, and frankly no reason, that Ida or anyone else in 1A would have warm feelings towards him. In fact, Izuku was pretty certain that if the roles were reversed, he'd dislike him too. The thought made his excitement dim, his footsteps slow. His fingers wrapped themselves tightly in his backpack straps, his quirk on guard. There was supposed to be no fighting on school grounds, but Izuku wasn't sure that would stop him if he were in Ida's shoes. He could just turn around now. Nothing said he had to meet people before class. But he didn't know where class was, and the thought of turning up late on top of being new was sending Izuku's stomach into flip-flops. Too late, Ochako happened to glance up and notice him. Her entire face broke out into a wide smile, and she lifted her hand to wave at him animatedly. Ida turned at the motion, and Izuku took in the carefully composed blankness of his face and winced inside. That was fair. It stung a bit, but he'd expected that much. You didn't just have a rough encounter with someone and immediately become friends, though he wished that was how it worked. He tentatively waved back, approaching when Ochako gestured him over. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad you're all right. We hadn't heard anything other than that we were getting a new student in our class today. She was really good at making Izuku feel like a stuttering 15-year-old, and it was more apparent than usual. Something about having her, anyone's, undivided attention caught him and made him feel impossibly flustered. Was she always made of sugar and sunshine? Did people like this actually exist? Mr. Netsu thought it'd be a good cover and a way to get my education up to standard. Ochako nodded, humming in agreement with the arrangement. It makes sense. I'm so happy that you're going to be in our class. I can't wait to introduce you to everyone. Ida came forward then, stiffly holding out one hand to shake. Everything about him, in fact, was a little robotic. Izuku wasn't sure if that was a personality trait or his dislike being made known. Perhaps it was both. Ida Tenya. I don't believe we met on the best terms last time. Izuku swallowed, taking the offered hand. Izuku Midoriya. Sorry about our last encounter. He cracked a small smile, pleased when Ida offered one in kind after a surprised huff of laughter. Likewise. And like that, the tense atmosphere thawed as both of them ended up chuckling at the ridiculousness of all this. Ochako was pressing her fingertips together, a delighted smile on her face. It's so nice to have you two finally meet. And you need to meet Tsuyu, and Momo, and Kirishima will probably think you're super cool since you know how to fight. She continued to chatter animatedly, filling the silence comfortably as she and Ida led Izuku to class. Silently, he offered thanks to any deity that might be watching that he was being cut a break. Ochako's optimism was putting Izuku's persistent anxieties on the back burner in favor of learning about his new classmates. Izuku learned that Class 1A was made up of a good mix of quirks, many physical but a few on the mental field as well. Kaken of all people had placed first in the entrance exam, a fact that somehow didn't really surprise Izuku. As children, he had never been able to stand losing. Ochako looked at him knowingly, as if she could read the unsaid in the lines of his face. She seemed satisfied, like Izuku's expression confirmed something for her. So he's always been like that then? Yeah. Kaken's. He's always been an acquired taste. Perhaps since you were childhood friends, you might convince him to keep his feet off of the school desk. Ida seemed excited by the idea, and Izuku got the impression that order in things brought him great joy. Another thing he noted in his mental list of facts about these people he'd be in class with from now on. He didn't tell Ida that trying to convince Kaken to do anything he didn't want to was like trying to beg a dead twig to turn into a tree. Izuku followed behind Ida and Ochako, content to listen to the two of them debate whether or not Kaken would win in a fight against a pro hero, and if his attitude made him good for media coverage. It gave him the opportunity to let his quirk settle, taking in the milling students and the inside of UA and carefully cataloging what he could for later. It greedily drank in the information like a sponge, hungry for new stimulus so that Izuku had to force himself not to stand and gawk like an idiot. There were 3 exits within short distance from their classroom. 2 of the hallways also led to the cafeteria, where another exit probably was. He liked that, having multiple escape routes. Not that he needed those anymore, but still. Izuku estimated offhand that in an emergency situation, he'd be able to get outside in around 15 minutes. 20 if there was a fire. That also meant that there were around 4 possible entrances someone could break into if they made it past the school's security. Not too bad, all things considered. The classroom door Ochako led him to was big and tall, probably for accessibility. Izuku hadn't even thought about it, but it made sense in case there was a student with a physical quirk that made them unable to use typical doorways. Inside the class itself, Izuku found several faces turning towards him. Conversations cut off, and he found himself under a lens as he suddenly stood in front of a silent crowd of teenagers. Why had he thought this was a good idea? Sweat began to collect at the back of his neck, his knees locking in place as he made eye contact with a little over a dozen strange teenagers. Heroes, teenagers. People who'd decided they wanted to make a career out of helping others. Everyone, this is Izuku Midoriya. He's my friend. Ochako interrupted his panicked thoughts with a simple sentence. To Izuku, it created only more questions. Friend. He was her friend? She put her hand on his shoulder, as if solidifying the statement for all to see. If Izuku thought he was nervous before, then he was mistaken. This was a new level of anxiety. He felt like he was made of wet paper in that moment. He's the exchange student all of you have heard about. Her protective stance was both adorable and reassuring. Yue had decided that in order to keep him out of the public eye, Izuku needed some sort of alibi. Class 1A had been instructed that they were to conveniently forget that he had only been involved in a recent incident and welcome the new exchange student, Izuku Midoriya, to their class for the foreseeable future. The students that hadn't met him directly hadn't been told of his involvement, given the cover story in the hopes that it would pass under the radar in light of recent events. Izuku noticed a few looks exchanged between students, particularly from those who had met him before. Side glances and shifting feet conveyed what words did not. He resisted the urge to fidget under the weight of their stares. Yaoyorozu had her lips pressed tightly together, while Jiru looked away, focusing on the floor. Though Izuku didn't know them well, he could sense their discomfort with the situation. He felt uncomfortable too, but he was used to it. They had been instructed to keep secrets, and secrets didn't sit well with kids who dreamed of being heroes. He understood their feelings, reminding himself that he shouldn't feel like the last pick in a gym game. Fortunately, Ochako didn't seem keen on letting the silence linger. Grabbing his hand, she pulled Izuku forward, guiding him to an empty seat. He went along willingly, surprised by her casual touch. Her familiarity seemed to ease the class, at least a little. Slowly, Izuku found his desk, which was now flanked by two strangers. One was a girl with pink skin, known for her acid quirk. Her bubblegum pink hair framed her smiling face, illuminated by the classroom lights. The other was a boy with a lightning bolt issuing through his blonde hair, grinning crookedly. Izuku recognized him as the kid Toga had bitten, a bandage peeking out at his collarbone. The pink-skinned girl extended her hand for a shake, clearly unafraid to start a conversation. She had unique eyes, black with no whites and gold irises. She introduced herself as Mina Ishido, radiating confidence and energy. "We heard you lived in Osaka but grew up here. Welcome to UA." She beamed, her enthusiasm infectious. "You don't have an accent, do you? Or is that rude to ask?" "I guess it might be rude to ask." "Stop teasing him, Mina. Sorry about her. She gets excited by new faces." The boy interrupted, giving Mina an exasperated look. He held out his hand as well. "Denki Kaminari. Nice to meet you." Mina pouted but quickly brightened when Izuku smiled back politely. He found her energy refreshing, and it helped ease his nerves. He liked both of them. No one had ever casually asked him questions before without any hidden motives. "It's nice to meet you both." "No, I don't have an accent. I grew up with my mom, and she grew up here, so I never really picked it up," he explained, scratching the back of his head. Mina sighed, a wistful look on her face. She leaned on Izuku's desk with an air of familiarity. "Darn. I was hoping for something exciting. No offense, but when a transfer student shows up right after a big event, it's usually a chance for some sort of romantic story." Izuku raised an eyebrow, his mouth moving before he thought it through. "Sorry to disappoint. But something tells me if a girl with pink hair started dating a boy with green hair, we'd just be seen as a color palette." He turned bright red, realizing what he had just said. Mina looked surprised, then burst out laughing, enjoying his embarrassment. "I mean, not presuming anything. That is... Oh, he's going to be fun, Denki. Isn't he going to be fun? He gets worked up like Katsuki, but not in an angry way." Mina grinned mischievously, and Izuku realized her playful nature. He sank into his chair, glancing over Mina's shoulder to where Ochako was sitting. She had her hand cupped over her mouth, clearly trying not to laugh. The mention of Kaken's name caught Izuku's attention. He had almost forgotten that Kaken was in this class, or perhaps he had been trying not to think about it. Kaken, or at least the Kaken he remembered, was unusually quiet. Izuku spotted his blonde spikes in the corner, his back turned to Mina's teasing. Kaken seemed to be ignoring them, focused on doodling in a notebook with a mechanical pencil. His shoulders were hunched, as if he wanted to close off the world around him. Izuku wasn't sure how that made him feel, but he supposed he shouldn't have hoped for much. Still, he had to swallow past a small lump that had twisted itself into his throat. Kaken had done his part, told the authorities who he was. He'd stood up for him, advocated for his right to a chance. Izuku knew this from hushed phone calls between Inko and Mitsuki, held when he was meant to be in bed and asleep. He supposed that, in a sense, they were even, and so had no connection to each other anymore. Even as children, Izuku had been very aware that they were fundamentally different people. Perhaps the time had separated that connection, severed the tenuous threads that had been so weirdly snarled together when they were young for good. Thankfully, Ishido didn't have the chance to torment Izuku further, and so Izuku couldn't linger on the concept of growing up and change. The door slid open, and Izuku and the rest of his class turned to see Eraserhead, who was still bandaged head to toe, who didn't seem to be able to see very clearly. "All right, everyone sit down. I have a few announcements to make for homeroom today." Obediently, everyone took their seats, chairs scraping in a brief cacophony. Eraserhead made his way to the front of the class, dark eyes peering out from under bandages. His arms were still in casts. Izuku wondered if he just walked out of the infirmary when nobody was looking. First off, for the sake of our new student, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Aizawa, and I'm your homeroom teacher. Welcome to UA. Midoriya, can you please come up to the front of the class and introduce yourself and speak a little about your quirk? It wasn't that he hadn't expected that he'd have to give some sort of introduction. Izuku just hadn't thought he'd have to talk about the nature of his quirk to people so soon. He swallowed, feeling a tightness in his chest as he stood and made his way to the front of the class. His feet felt like lead, and the weight of many eyes on him. Izuku half debated if rolling out the nearest window would be seen as being a problematic student. Facing the class, Izuku was once again hit by just how many students were in the class, all of various sizes and shapes and quirks. They all looked at him, some knowingly, others with a vague sort of curiosity. All except Kaken, who was decidedly not looking at him but at the end of his desk with a very focused sort of interest. Ochako shot him a quick, supportive smile. Izuku offered a wobbly one in return. Hello. My name's Izuku Midoriya, and I'm a transfer student. I look forward to getting to know all of you. That sounded okay, right? Izuku didn't think anyone looked too put off by him yet. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his trembling nerves. He'd worked on this in his room, describing what it was he did. He had to get it right. He didn't want anyone to think he was frightening or threatening. My quirk is a bit difficult to describe, but I'm observant. My eyes pick up on very little visual clues, and my mind fills in the gaps based off of that information. As far as I can tell, it doesn't really switch off. So, I'm sorry if sometimes I accidentally read you and say something I wasn't supposed to know. Please bear with me. He bowed then, because that's what he used to do in kindergarten when meeting new people. When he lifted his head, his gaze briefly met a pair of familiar red eyes. Kaken's gaze flicked back to the floor, his expression carefully smoothed free of any emotion. Izuku took his seat, feeling something sinking in the pit of his stomach. He couldn't even really explain why, but the feeling didn't leave him even as Aizawa-sensei instructed the class to open their notebooks and write what he was saying down. Izuku stared at his blank notebook, looking at the careful scrawl across the classroom chalkboard. His pen sat by his hand, untouched. The swelling feeling in the pit of his stomach grew, but Izuku kept his silence. He felt very stupid for not realizing this issue sooner. Stupid and embarrassed as he saw everyone take up the work diligently and without pause. You couldn't take notes if you didn't know how to write. One more thing, before we get into some training practice. I want to announce that the UA Sports Festival is coming up soon. The school has decided not to cancel it, in order to show a strong front in the face of the recent villain attacks. This caused the class to erupt in excited chatter, though Izuku only had a vague understanding of why. He'd heard of the sports festival in passing but had never really understood what it was about. As Aizawa-sensei explained the concept, he began to understand the appeal. It was like a sparring match, but for quirks and promising heroes. The chance to show off your skill set and attract the attention of possible sponsors was an appealing opportunity. It was clear that in his feelings, Izuku wasn't alone. Around him, the other kids of 1A began to hum with excitement, chattering amongst themselves over the appeal such a competition gave. Despite its serious nature, it felt like a relief. Like a sports day or a group activity, it offered an outlet for what they'd been through. Children needed to play, and it was very clear to Izuku suddenly that everyone viewed this as a very high-stakes, interesting game. Izuku gave a considering look towards Aizawa-sensei when the man wasn't looking, of course. It was suddenly clear why he didn't seem too fussed about such an event being carried out despite the recent attacks. Midoriya, the teacher spoke to him directly then, suddenly meeting Izuku's eyes. The act startled him a little because Izuku was used to being able to observe people without them noticing his stare. You have the choice to sit out the festival this year, should you longing. Given your situation, it wouldn't be fair to expect you to enter a competition without testing your education level and training level first. Speaking of which, I'll have you stay after classes today to write a few tests. The unspoken was clear. Given the public feel to the sports festival, Izuku risked being in the spotlight by participating. There was a muttered objection from a boy with purple, grape-like orbs on his head. He was not so quietly nudged into silence by a frowning student with a tail. Izuku weighed the option in his mind, mulling the idea over. The smart move would be to be quiet and lay low until he could separate himself enough from the league that being on television wouldn't be a risk. Another voice inside him pouted because it was only 9:30 a.m., and he was already feeling restless. He'd forgotten what it was like to sit in a desk, and his leg was already starting to jiggle up and down as his quirk fussed with being in one room for this long with the same people. It wanted to pin itself on a person, read what he could until he couldn't, and mutter and tinker away at possible weaknesses and personality traits until Izuku would also inevitably start muttering, which he didn't want to do in class, for obvious reasons. More learning curves. He bit his lip in silent frustration and forced his head down at his desk. If he closed his eyes, the stimulus stopped just enough that he could listen to what the teacher was saying. Izuku did just this, unaware of Aizawa-sensei's considering look and his new classmates darting him furtive glances between their notes. The training arena was effectively a giant gymnasium, with quirk-related materials that could be used as buffers or supports for exercise. Izuku stepped outside to feel the breeze ruffle his hair, looking at the race. Track and clean-cut lawn with a bit of awe. There were training weights and various pieces of exercise equipment that looked expensive. In the center, there was a sort of boxing ring with a white circle crisply painted around it. Izuku had a feeling this would be a who could stay in the ring the longest sort of deal pretty quickly. Training brought its own issues, though not in the way that Izuku thought it would. He didn't have a hero costume yet, so he had been given a pair of UA-approved gym clothes. The fabric felt weird, very elastic and breathable in a way that spoke of money and forethought. The sleeves ended mid-wrist, and Izuku stepped a little self-consciously into the training arena with the rest of the group, very much aware of his scars. His classmates' costumes ranged from the cool to flashy to just plain weird. Izuku supposed that most 15-year-olds really shouldn't be expected to design something like a superhero costume, at least not with a virtually limitless budget. The amount of glitter, spandex, and frankly impractical armor made his head spin. He hoped everyone got a chance to redesign their costumes each year, for everyone's sake. Alright, I'm going to pair each of you off with another classmate. I'm interested in your sparring skills. Hand-to-hand combat, with some quirk use but limited. This is a match, not a fight to the finish. Aizawa-sensei directed his gaze to Katsuki as he spoke, stern. Kaken met him with an ugly scowl. Izuku hid a small smile. I'll pair you off with someone I think will be a challenge for you. Midoriya, your bow staff was sent into the tech department. It's been cleaned and made suitable for training purposes. Izuku perked up. He hadn't expected to see his bow staff again, much less have it kept for him. Aizawa-sensei gestured to a rack by the edge of the training arena, where sure enough his bow staff was. It gleamed in the afternoon sun, and Izuku ran to grab it and hold it reverently. He could see what the changes were almost immediately, but wasn't particularly surprised. Normally, his staff had 3 settings: stun, incapacitate, and a third he preferred not to think about. The first was still there, but the dial had been carefully remade, so that instead of the last 2, other features had been added. One was titled Flashbang, the other Pulse. Both had a tiny smiley face next to their descriptors. Informative. Dude, you can use a staff? The voice wasn't familiar, but the friendly tone caught Izuku's attention. He lifted his head, finding himself face to face with a kid who had shockingly bright red hair. Izuku knew him, though only in appearance, Kirishima Ijuku, the one that had a hardening-type quirk. He'd kept to himself until now, glued firmly to Kaken's side, who had been avoiding Izuku. His excitement seemed to have driven him to speak. His face was lit up, and when he smiled, Izuku saw his teeth were sharp. My, quirk isn't very physically strong, so my last school taught me how to use one. The lie came to Izuku easily, and he felt a little pleased at how impressed Kirishima obviously was. He'd been one of the people who'd been there during Toga's attack. He seemed relieved that Izuku had thought of an alibi already to use. Lucky. We haven't had much weapon training yet, though my quirk lets me turn my body into a sort of weapon, I guess. Are you any good with it? Izuku considered the question carefully, thinking back to his own training. He settled on a modest answer. Good as I need to be. The voltage attached to it doesn't hurt either. Kirishima laughed, and the sound was warm and made Izuku feel a little more comfortable in the crowd of people around them. He wasn't afraid of him, even though he knew who Izuku was. I look forward to watching your match then, if we don't get matched up. They didn't get matched up in the end, but that was alright. In truth, it wouldn't make sense to pit Kirishima against him. Their quirks didn't really match well. Aizawa-sensei pointed instead to a girl with green hair, tied back in an elaborate bow. Izuku recognized her from the Toga fight too. The frog girl. Tsuyu Midoriya. You'll be paired up together. Shudo at first didn't really pay much attention to the new transfer student in their class. Maybe that was his own fault. He'd been too preoccupied with getting to school, with tiptoeing his way out of the house so as not to wake up his siblings. He was focused on the ache of hunger in his stomach, having slept too long to remember breakfast first thing in the morning, or on not drawing attention to the smarting red burn hidden in the crook of his elbow. Izuku Midoriya escaped his interest or attention in homeroom, was so far down his list of things to worry about that in truth Shudo wasn't even sure what the kid's quirk was. He was just another face, though one that the majority of the class seemed interested in. The sports festival announcement didn't come as news to him, only a repetition of what his father had been saying for a few weeks now. It was a time to represent himself as a hero to the world, and the hunger to prove himself outside his father's legacy itched in him like ants on his skin. This was his chance, his out. If he could make someone notice him at the sports festival, then he wouldn't need to continue a hero's career under endeavor. Shudo ached for a way to detach himself from his father's shadow. So Izuku Midoriya passed under his radar, only another odd, pale kid he'd have to tolerate until he graduated. That was until training practice. Shudo was paired with Tokoyami, both of them having abilities that could act as long-range and short-range weapons. However, Midoriya and Tsuyu had been picked first to start the match. The class collectively watched the entire show, a sort of informal boxing ring in which they all delighted in taking bets as to who would come out on top. At the start, most people seemed to have their money staked on Tsuyu. The frog girl was stretching her arms at one end of the ring, a look of anticipation on her otherwise neutral face. It made sense, given that everyone was familiar with her abilities and didn't know very much about Midoriya at all. Shudo certainly would have put his money on her if he wasn't too busy trying to figure out how to go about beating Tokoyami in his own eventual match. This pale, nervous-looking new kid wasn't going to beat Tsuyu in a physical fight. He looked like he might jump at his own shadow. The only uncertain one of the group kept their silence. Yayazuru had her lips pressed into a thin line, her arms crossed over the gap in the front of her costume. She kept whispering to Jairu, who was tucked by her side. Shudo frowned to himself. He wondered what made her look this nervous over a training match. If anyone had been paying attention to Bakugo, they'd have noticed the sudden laser-sharp focus he gave the ring. His hands tightened around his upper arms, scowl deepening into something complex to read. The fight from the start didn't begin how anyone thought it would, in truth. Aizawa-sensei stood to the side, lifted a hand, and called a start to the match. His bored expression gave no hint as to whose side he'd taken this fight. Tsuyu leapt forward. Her tongue extended in a fast, whiplash motion, too quick for normal eyes to see. Yet Midoriya was moving, suddenly incredibly light on his feet as he spun about face, the staff he'd brought into the arena extending behind him. Tsuyu made a grab for it, and in a moment, Shudo realized the mistake. Trap, set in a split-second decision. Her tongue wrapped around the handle, probably intending to yank it out of Midoriya's grasp. Shudo watched in disbelief as Tsuyu suddenly let out a startled yell, her tongue retracting. There was a small pink mark on her tongue, no worse than a scrape, before it disappeared back into her mouth. She rubbed a hand over her cheek, wincing. Midoriya stood holding the staff in a block stance, shooting her an apologetic look. He twirled the staff so it stood back at his side, the end pointing downwards. It's electrified. A hiss of drawn breath was taken somewhere from Shudo's left. He glanced out of the corner of his eye. Ida was wincing, looking pale. Ochako patted his arm soothingly. Too quick to process that, the two were moving again. Midoriya was fast. Faster than he should have been. Not inhuman, but the sort of speed that came with being certain of where he was going without having to look. Shudo watched in growing disbelief as Midoriya made a quick spin, the staff flipping over one arm to another, striking for Tsuyu's head. She blocked the strike by ducking low at the last second, her foot sweeping out to pull Midoriya's feet out from under him. It took a lot of muscle to jump as far as she could, the air displaced by the pressure of her kick. Midoriya winced at the strike but used the movement to tuck and roll. He came out on his feet, staff already lashing out again. This time, it came for Tsuyu's middle and made contact with a sharp thwack that made most of the class grimace. The breath came out of Tsuyu sharply, and she didn't have time to catch it again before Midoriya's foot connected solidly with her middle. She was sent flying, to everyone's disbelief. Not as far as Midoriya probably would have liked, but far enough that her heel touched the inside edge of the white ring. Tsuyu managed to grab one of the ropes surrounding the boxing arena, slowing down her momentum. A trickle of sweat was beading from her forehead, her normally placid expression now fixed in concentration. Midoriya's own expression wasn't blank either. His brows were pinched together in concentration, his movements on guard. His eyes hadn't left her face, but he kept glancing last minute at the position of her arms and legs, checking for any movement. What had been his quirk? Some sort of analysis? Shudo could recall that much at least. The genius of Aizawa-sensei's matching came to him slowly, and he realized that this pairing was a test of their own teacher's design. Shudo didn't know much about Midoriya, but if he based his observations off of facial cues, then Tsuyu was a difficult person to read. Her face naturally fell into neutrality, partly due to her quirk and partly due to her level head. In contrast, Midoriya's weapon made it hard for her to use her normal method of attack, her tongue or hand-to-hand combat. It was a match made in an interesting way for teaching purposes. It seemed he wasn't the only one to pick up on why this match had been selected because Uraraka was shifting impatiently from foot to foot. Her own expression was pinched, torn between who she wanted to win. She kept pressing her fingertips together, on and off. "This is going to be tight," Kirishima muttered, to which Bakugo merely made a face, uncharacteristically quiet. "I almost don't want to watch. He's really not holding back, is he?" Siro commented, a little put off by the whole battle. He was right. Midoriya seemed to treat matches like real fights, sweat rolling down the back of his neck as he struck again and again, meeting Tsuyu's blocks with his own speed. She was more flexible, but he was stronger, and it was only a matter of who made a mistake first. There was a serious precision to Midoriya's strikes, as if he were calculating the weight behind each blow before making it. He almost didn't seem to blink, his green eyes laser-focused on their target. Shudo felt something in his chest begin to tighten, an uneasy feeling. Until now, his main competitors had been Bakugo and possibly Yaoyorozu. He'd been confident they were low enough on his father's radar and deep enough in their own flaws that he'd be able to defeat them in a fight. He had no choice but to win, and unlike Bakugo, it wasn't just his pride that told him that. There were real consequences to him failing. He'd had no fear of those consequences until now. A moment ago, he'd guessed with confidence that Tsuyu would be the winner of this match. Watching Midoriya, Shudo felt less and less sure about his own instincts, and that wasn't a good sign. They were what protected him, what had given him a chance at surviving. He'd gotten used to reading people, putting them into neat little categories. This was an outlier, and it was looking like he'd miscalculated badly. Then, the tide began to turn. Something in Midoriya's expression shifted, turning uncertain. His strikes lessened in force, his gaze flicking towards Bakugo. Shudo wasn't sure what expression Midoriya had noticed on the boy's face, but whatever it was distracted him in a split second. It was all that was needed. Tsuyu leapt, and though her footing made her appear to be going for Midoriya's right side, she last second used her tongue to swivel herself mid-air. Her punch connected, and Midoriya lifted his staff too late. He was launched across the ring with the force of the impact, and Tsuyu wasted no time. Her foot connected next, forcing him to drop his staff as it struck him squarely. Collectively, the class of 1A all winced. Most of them had been on the receiving end of such a kick. Midoriya went flying, a surprised huff of air leaving his lips as he slid on his back to the edge of the ring. The silence that rang as everyone collectively held their breath was deafening. Midoriya lay there a moment, clearly dazed. Shudo wondered how the new student would react to such a total takedown. Most people would have been embarrassed to be thrown so quickly halfway across the ring, in front of so many new people. Aizawa-sensei, after about 10 seconds of waiting, lifted his hand, calling the match. It went to Tsuyu, who looked a little concerned as Midoriya struggled back to his feet. Except Midoriya had no harsh words, no flustered embarrassment on his face. His starry-eyed gaze looked at her, all shyness from his initial introduction fled as he heaved a stunned breath. "Tell me how your quirk works," he begged, the words rushing out like he struggled to contain them. "Who is this kid?" The impact hit hard, and Izuku took the brunt of it. His staff went flying, clattering to the floor. A pained cry left his mouth, but he was determined. He'd almost managed to land a hit on Magna. Well, before she'd blocked him and struck him for the attempt with her magnet staff. Little victories. "That was a good attempt, kid." The praise was hard-earned, but Izuku had been training under her long enough to recognize the proud edge to her words. She stood in front of Izuku, hand on her weapon, her long hair tied back into a ponytail, sweat sticking the back of it to her neck. She had a grin on her face. "You're getting good enough that eventually, I think you'll be able to give Spinner a run for his money." There was a huff of exasperation from the corner of the makeshift gym the league used to train. Spinner was sitting cross-legged, the edge of his scales glinting green by lamplight. He was reading a book, eyes able to see perfectly fine in the semi-darkness of night. Too many lights on at too early hours attracted attention to the bar. Spinner marked a place in the book before setting it down on his knee to direct his gaze towards them. "You're being too modest, big sis. You're stronger than I am. Izuku at this rate will be able to give me a challenge," he said with a smile, earning a shy grin from Izuku himself. It was rare he got praise, and like a thirsty flower leaning for sunlight, he drank it in eagerly. He was 12, and if there was anyone he loved in this league, it was his two training instructors. Magna knelt, both to help him up and to adjust his stance. She repositioned his grip on his staff this way and that, her critical eyes roving over the minute details. "You're bending when I strike like you're afraid of getting hit. I need you to be solid so that your arms take the hit instead of your face. Strong?" Izuku nodded determinedly. It wasn't the first time the instruction had been given to him. He knew by now that Magna's criticisms didn't come with hits, at least not outside of a match. It didn't frighten him, but it did make him a little self-conscious. "My quirk keeps telling me how much it will hurt when you strike. It will hurt. You need to move past that pain if you want to fight." This was as close to comforting as Magna did, but there was a softness in her eyes. It was a poorly kept secret why Izuku was afraid of being hit. "You're allowed to be afraid of pain. You just can't let it stop you, understand? Strong." Another nod. Izuku grit his teeth and held his staff straighter. After another minute, Magna sighed and moved out of her crouch. Standing at her full height, she towered over Izuku. Her voice was strangely subdued. "We're finished for today. You've done well, kid. Let Spinner and me take you out for a meal." Izuku could have vibrated in joy, his stance forgotten. An early finish, and food. He really must have done well. Letting out a small whoop of joy, he scampered to find his normal day clothes, tossing his hands up in the air. Magna and Spinner laughed amongst themselves, watching Izuku stride proudly like a peacock to the change room. He left the hollow training staff on the floor, but Magna didn't mind this time. She kicked it up into her hands, twirling it once. When she set it next to the other staves on their shelf, it was with a look of fondness on her face. The truth was, Izuku adored going out with Magna and Spinner because they didn't tell him to shut up and do as he was told. They told him stories instead and laughed along with him instead of at him. His favorite stories were about Stain, the hero killer. He was a vigilante, not a hero, not a villain. He believed in a world where heroes and villains didn't exist, where people existed based on their merits as individuals instead of the worth of their quirks. Izuku thought the idea sounded like heaven. I heard Stain killed Shooting Star and exposed that she'd been misusing charity funds for her hero business for years, Spinner whispered as he swiped a bag of chips off the shelf of a corner store. He was the best at smuggling food because people often had trouble guessing what his body should look like under clothes due to his quirk. Izuku admired how he kept a straight face even as he slid his gaze to the store manager. They were flipping through a magazine, not a care in the world. Spinner's fingers were nimble and soundless as he reached for a sleeve of crackers, straight out of a larger box. He sighed, the sound filled with admiration for Stain's legacy. Man, he's so cool. Shooting Star had been pronounced dead that morning, in the wake of controversy over her finances. Izuku had caught snippets of the news in between jobs for Shigaraki. He'd been wiping his staff when he'd heard the latest. I heard that story. Pro-hero Eraserhead was apparently trying to pick apart that case for years, and it had been blown wide open, and he had to fight his way out of a gang Shooting Star had been giving money to since he'd gone undercover. That's the problem with hero work, kid. Everything has to be done by the rules. Even if everyone knows that a hero's a scumbag, they have to tiptoe around the situation until enough evidence comes to light. Pa. Spinner made a derisive sound, shaking his head in disgust. Eraserhead just feeds into the corrupt system. Let the boy have his heroes, Spin, Magna murmured, shooting Spinner an admonishing glance. As she spoke, she quickly swiped a box of strawberry Pocky and tucked it into the hood of Izuku's sweater. He automatically brought it up about his ears, the Pocky balanced between his shoulders and neck. He thought to himself that he didn't need to keep heroes like a little kid, but didn't say it out loud. It wasn't like Magna was wrong. Izuku did admire Eraserhead, but mostly because he was an exception to most heroes. He was actually cool, for starters. Magna had been quieter than usual on this trip. Usually, she was the first to praise Stain and his accomplishments. There was something brooding in her expression that Izuku couldn't place. She seemed distracted as she swiped 3 chocolate bars and some animal cookies. Spinner seemed to sense it too. He didn't argue, settling for grumbling only a little. His scaled hand came to rest on Izuku's head, making the boy giggle. Alright, but Stain is still better, agreed? Agreed. He smiled, the fight easily won with someone so good-natured. Izuku's expression didn't waver, even as he checked the security camera out of the corner of his eye and pocketed a packet of instant ramen for later. That smile stayed even as they ducked out of the store, stuffing the broken-off price tags in some other late-night shopper's cart when they weren't looking. No one chased them, and Izuku stared up at the gray morning sky, feeling a sense of warmth and peace that he so rarely felt. This was a good morning, a morning that felt like he was far away from Shigaraki, from the League, from anything but Spinner and Magna's stories. In these mornings he was no one. Just a kid. Together, the trio went to their usual spot, a small park. This early in the morning, there wasn't anyone about. Only a lone swing set greeted them, which Izuku quickly claimed. The seats were damp, but he pulled on the edges of his frayed sweater until it covered him. Magna took the seat beside him, while Spinner chose to sit on the end of a nearby seesaw. Izuku happily rummaged through their spoils, digging into the Pocky as Magna lit a cigarette and watched him with fond amusement in her eyes. The smell of it was familiar to Izuku, and though adults sometimes got mad at Magna for smoking in public spaces, he found it comforting. He offered her a strawberry Pocky stick, which she took. Izuku handed Spinner another, then happily began munching on his own. The park was filled for a time with a friendly lull as they enjoyed their treats. Inevitably, Izuku broke the silence, as children often do. His quirk didn't often like him sitting still, and the creak of the swings was loud as he kicked his feet back and forth, watching Magna smoke and Spinner stare into the distance in silence. A question had been forming in Izuku's mind for a while now, but he'd thought it a little rude to ask. He shied away from insulting either Spinner or Magna, even if he knew they'd never hurt him. The fear stuck, but Izuku had been told already today that he needed to be braver. He took a breath, bracing himself for the plunge. Hey, Magna? Yeah, kid? How come? How come Shigaraki or the others don't seem to like you or Spinner much? The question didn't have the effect Izuku had feared. Spinner barked a laugh, tossing his head back. Magna looked amused in a sort of bitter way, her lips twisted upwards around her smoke. She glanced at him from over her shades. Kid, no offense, but people like me and Spinner, we're not much liked by anyone. Why? It didn't really make sense to Izuku. Spinner and Magna were the nicest villains he'd ever known, and maybe besides his mom, the nicest people. He didn't understand how Shigaraki eyed Magna with thinly veiled disdain or how Overhaul avoided touching Spinner. Because not everyone sees things the way you do, kid. Magna sighed, and with it came a gust of smoke. You see us and see clearer than any of them. You see to the heart of things. Izuku frowned. The answer she'd given him wasn't an answer at all. He saw too much, if anything. It all got cluttered in his head, going round and round in circles until he felt like he needed to sit in a dark room and breathe it away. His confusion must have shown, because Magna puffed 2 more hits of her smoke and flicked it away to smolder. She turned to face him, taking off her sunglasses so that her brown eyes met Izuku's. She took his smaller hands in her own, her gaze intent. When you look at me, Izuku, what do you see? What did he see? He blinked, scrambling to concentrate on the many observations his quirk was constantly trying to express. Why your quirk is magnetism, and why you've been training with weapons and a staff for about 7 years. She shook her head, her long hair brushing her shoulders. Magna didn't look mad, just driven to make him understand. No, what do you see? Do you see a man? Or a woman? Do you see a villain, or a hero, or a vigilante? Izuku looked hard at Magna. He noticed the stubble along her chin, her broad shoulders, and the calluses on her hands from hard work. He saw the scars that told stories of past struggles and the freckles from too much time in the sun. Dark circles under her eyes hinted at sleepless nights, but despite it all, she wore a kind smile. I see you, he said uncertainly. You and I see Spinner. Magna hummed quietly and reached out to ruffle Izuku's curls. Her hand was warm. Adults don't see us, kid. They see what we've done and what we look like, and they assume it all just came out of thin air. Poof. She made a motion with her fingertips. You see the paths we had to take to end up here. It's why you have a hard time doing what Shigaraki tells you, and why he's afraid of people like you. Remember that, okay? Not everyone sees as clearly as you do. People rarely end up being how they are for no reason. Everyone's been seen through clouded eyes, and everyone hurts each other for it. Why? Spinner asked, his voice somber as he liked orange chip dust off his fingers. Because no one looks past their first impression. And at first impression, I'm Godzilla and Magna's. A person trying to be something she's not, with a complicated past, she finished. That's why we need Stain. He's breaking the rules because the rules say people like us don't become heroes. We can't even get regular jobs. Spinner huffed, crinkling the chip bag in his hands. The law lets kids like you fall through the cracks, taken by people like Shigaraki, and no one does anything about it. Spin, Magna cautioned. Spinner shrugged, unrepentant. No more was said, and Izuku was left to ponder this revelation. It was the first time he learned one of the world's harshest truths. Not all people are treated equally. Ribbit. So I see, Aizawa-sensei paired us together because you rely on facial expressions to read people. Hugh, or, as she insisted he call her, was more than willing to explain the nature of her quirk over lunch. Izuku took full advantage of this, forgetting his embarrassment in favor of his interest. He had messed up the match, getting caught up by a certain someone glaring at him. It had made him sloppy, and he had taken the hit for it. Maybe this was how it was meant to turn out, though. Tsuyu was strong, and Izuku's excitement had broken past her reserved nature. So he sat in the cafeteria, nestled across from Tsuyu and Ochako, a tray full of food in front of him that probably cost more than he'd ever eaten before in one sitting. The matches had gone as expected, with his and Tsuyu's being the notable exception. Kaken had gone against Ashido and won, while Ochako had dominated against Denki after distracting him long enough to be touched. The grape-like boy had been flattened without mercy by Jairu, a gleam in her eye as she did so. The only other fight that had really caught Izuku's attention had been Todoroki's, who had been paired off with Tokoyami. Though Izuku didn't know much about the boy with red and white hair, something about the fight had seemed a little off. He had taken out Tokoyami with cold precision, showing no sense of unease and a blank look in his eyes. Unfortunately, it had lasted only a minute, a wall of ice shoving Tokoyami out of the ring in a time that would have been embarrassing against any other opponent. Izuku never got to ask about the boy, either. Tsuyu and Ochako had pulled him away from the rest of the class for lunch, intent on having him try Lunch Rush's cuisine and to answer his questions about Tsuyu's quirk. There were lots of them, as Tsuyu soon found out. I didn't account that physical quirks could change someone's range of facial expressions. How strong are your punches and kicks compared to a normal adult? How far can you extend your tongue? Are you sensitive to pollution or dehydration like a real frog? Tsuyu blinked, setting down her food tray to think about Izuku's questions. He was so genuine with his interest that she found herself considering each response carefully. Ribbit. People when I was younger said I was off-putting because of my face. My kicks and punches, I'd say, are about twice as strong as an average girl my age and size. Pollution doesn't affect me too much, but I do get dehydrated very easily, Ribbit. Izuku nodded to himself, already muttering about the information he had received as his mind turned it over. It's interesting that people find it off-putting. It's actually advantageous. You can hide information more easily and make quirks like mine more difficult to use. It's fascinating, really. I think your quirk is incredibly strong and would be even stronger if you focused on training its physical limitations. Tsuyu took the opportunity to shovel a spoonful of rice into her mouth, feeling a little pleased by the positive attention her quirk was receiving. A slight flush crept up on her otherwise impassive face. Ochako smiled, her head cupped in her hands. She was glad that someone else was noticing the appealing things about her girlfriend that she had noticed from day one. Izuku's long day drew to a close with the appointment he had least wanted to participate in. He dragged himself to the counselor's office with a budding headache from overstimulation and a growing sense of unease. He wasn't looking forward to meeting the therapist Yue had set up for him, no matter how much they assured him that she was good at her job. He consoled himself by rehearsing his exit strategy, planning to extricate himself from this mandatory expectation as quickly as he could. All he had to do was convince this woman, whoever she was, that he was sane and as well-adjusted as he could be, given his circumstances. Easy, right? He took a deep breath at the doorway, his legs feeling unsteady. When he couldn't justify standing outside the room any longer, Izuku pressed forward, only to get the sudden sensation of being watched. He jerked his head up, searching the empty hallway for any sign of life. The setting sun cast light on the empty linoleum floors, and the pervasive silence thickened in his ears. Quick as it had happened, the feeling vanished. Izuku frowned, unable to shake the momentary chill that had crawled down his spine. Automatically, his hand brushed the band of his trousers, fingers lingering on the handle of a small pocketknife he had not told his mom he kept on him at all times. Maybe he did need a little therapy, after all. Pressed into the shadow of an adjacent hallway, Hitoshi Shinso breathed soundlessly through his nose. He waited until he was absolutely sure that the new kid had gone into the student counseling services office before he allowed himself to relax. Violet eyes narrowed in thought. He reached up to scratch the side of his neck. Izuku Midoriya, a transfer student. He smiled to himself, the expression twisting into something self-satisfied. Reaching into his pocket, he checked his phone again for the news article. Bold letters lit up reflections in his irises as he read the headline again. Young villain captured by Yue vanished without a trace. Transfer students didn't just reach for weapons hidden under their uniform. The smile soured with an edge of bitterness before fading into neutrality. And people called him untrustworthy. Izuku's therapist introduced herself as Momoka Nara. The first thing someone might notice about her was the nature of her quirk, as it was difficult to hide. Izuku stared at the strange flowers sprouting from her short, dark hair, a network of calla lilies, peonies, and sweet-smelling irises. They framed her soft face, bloomed from under the collar of her white blouse, around the sleeves, and spilled onto the carpet. She was like a garden, breathing and living a rainbow of plants. Dark brown eyes peered out from amongst the flowers, lined at the corners with age. Though he couldn't see it, Izuku thought she might be smiling. "You must be Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you." She extended her hand to shake, which Izuku took automatically. Her touch sent a feeling of calmness through him, too unnatural to be anything but a facet of her quirk. He tilted his head in fascination, anxiety momentarily forgotten in favor of curiosity. Luckily, she seemed used to people inquiring. As a starting point, I'll tell you a bit about myself. I like to establish a basis of openness and trust with my patients. She chuckled a little. Most people find the involuntary aspects of my quirk a little unsettling at first. Please know I do my best to keep its effects as mild as possible unless the client asks me to increase its potency. She gestured for him to sit, which Izuku did after a moment longer of staring. He felt a bit embarrassed by how obvious he was sometimes. He should work on that. It's called Dreamcaster. With a touch in my presence, I can show a person either a dream of mine or a dream of theirs. With touch and prolonged exposure, it's more likely to take on the shape of my client's mental state. She gestured at the flowers, appealing and sweet but certainly not from one of Izuku's dreams. As she did, roses unfolded from under her fingernails, entwining themselves around her wrist. This one often brings people comfort even when we've just met, so I'll use it for the time being as a grounding space. It's a dream from my childhood. She then folded her rose-covered hands together in front of herself on her desk. Other than that, I'm Chinese-Canadian and moved here when I was 19 to study psychology. I specialize in PTSD cases in adults and teens, as well as dealing with abuse and trauma. Despite his earlier grouchiness, Izuku felt better as the nature of Mrs. Nara's quirk settled over him. Ordinarily, he knew he'd be fidgeting, bursting with nerves. In her presence, Izuku felt a little less restless. He exhaled a breath he hadn't even known he'd been holding, a knot working itself loose in his chest. I am Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is an analysis one, doesn't have a name. I'm Japanese. I'm, an ex-villain, I guess is what you'd call me? Still working on labels, kinda. He chuckled a little, the edge of it somewhat self-deprecating. But I was told you were given a file on me, so I guess you knew all of that. I was made aware of it, yes, but I do like to have my clients tell me in person if they're comfortable. Hearing things firsthand often lends me a new perspective that a file can't. Izuku noted the red polish on her fingernails and the pen calluses on her forefingers. She spent a lot of time writing, which made sense, he supposed. Sure enough, Mrs. Nara rifled through a drawer in her desk, soon producing a small packet which she slid towards Izuku. She didn't hand him a pen, however. Instead, she leaned forward, her dark eyes peering out from the mess of flowers intently. I'd like to ask you some questions before we fill out some forms, about what you hope to talk about in these sessions. If there's anything major you'd like to work on, or if you're having any symptoms that you think might not be normal for a boy your age, sleeplessness, hyperactivity, restlessness, sadness, anger, anything like that. I want to establish trust between us, so that you feel comfortable talking to me about anything you're struggling with, be it big or small. That was a bit of a loaded question. Izuku wasn't sure what the right answer was, which in itself made some of his nerves flare up. It was quickly soothed by the calm surrounding him. Mrs. Nara tilted her head, and Izuku knew that she could, to an extent, read his feelings. He wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. You don't have to have anything specific, that's all right too. Oh, it's more the words felt choked in Izuku's throat. He kept trying to swallow past it, to no real avail. I guess I'm just not used to talking about it. Anything really. Is that weird? Many of my clients don't know where to start. It's not that weird, I promise. Would making a timeline maybe help? An overview from when you first were with the League of Villains to your time here? Nothing personal if you don't want to share it, but an idea of your life so far. It was as good a start as any, Izuku supposed. He nodded, and Mrs. Nara turned to the table at her side to collect a notebook and pen. She clicked it, offering Izuku a non-judgmental glance. Start anywhere you'd like. You can stop if you need to, whenever you want to. Anywhere he wanted? He didn't even know what was important and what wasn't. The words clamored behind his teeth, feeling as if he could talk and talk forever if only the wall they were behind would crumble. So, Izuku did. His mouth dry, mind far off and distant, he began to recount his time with the League of Villains. You're quiet today. Katsuki turned away from the side window of Mr. Kyokan's office, where he'd been staring until his eyes burned directly into the white light of the afternoon sun. His therapist had directed the statement at him after the second long pause between their conversation in the past half hour. The silence had only been interrupted by small talk, grunts of confirmation or refusal, or the quiet scratching of Kyokan's pen on paper. In truth, Katsuki didn't really know what he wanted to say. He'd booked this appointment because he knew he should, in theory. His long-term childhood trauma had resurfaced, and since then, his father had been walking on eggshells at home, while Katsuki and his mother took turns arguing with each other. It hadn't been this bad for a while, not since Katsuki had been fighting with his mom over letting him start taking hormones, which had led to another argument rooted in both of them being terrible at communicating in any way other than shouting. Kirishima, who wasn't really privy to the worst of it, had felt the unstable air in the house and offered to buy Katsuki coffee if they hung out outside. He just made the mistake of doing this while wearing Crocs and board shorts in Katsuki's home. Mitsuki looked at Katsuki as if it was his fault that his friend was fashion blind, while Masaru looked at Kirishima with silent parental affection. All of this had made Katsuki's already short temper worse, and he'd yanked Kirishima out of the house with one hand, his mouth running about how even if his parents weren't costume designers, he'd know better than to pair avocado board shorts with Crocs. In summary, it had been a rough week. His wrists had been aching for the past day and a half, and his mom had caught him wandering in the forest behind their home past midnight one too many times. So here he was. In therapy. Katsuki hadn't even had the courage to tell Kirishima why he couldn't hang out today like usual. He felt frustrated and wanted to hit something. He felt like he was 12 all over again, sitting in a chair too big for him and angry at the world and himself. Why had it gone downhill so quickly, especially so close to the sports festival? Mr. Kyokan sighed, setting down his pen. He had a lot of experience with Katsuki's moods, but this dark cloud that had settled over him was especially heavy. It had been a long time since the man had seen Katsuki truly at risk of getting worse. He adjusted his glasses, giving his patient a level look. Katsuki returned it, his expression filled with defiance. You told me that Izuku Midoriya was found alive and has been placed under a protection program at UA. I would have expected you to at least be happy, but you're acting like you've been forced to sit through a funeral. If I may be blunt, I'm sensing a lot of conflict. I'd like to help you through this, but you know as well as I do that the work of therapy is talking. Katsuki's mouth twisted into a frown, a frustrated growl escaping his lips. He ran restless hands through his blonde hair. I don't know what to say to him, he managed to say, his nose wrinkling at the inadequacy of the statement. Every time he looks at me, it's like he's 5 years old and expecting me to be kakin this and kakin that. I let him get kidnapped, and I sat back and did nothing to fix it. I can't just put that on him. He seems so happy in class, so why ruin that? You were a child. So was he. And now he's... I keep expecting his quirk to just read me and see. Katsuki cut himself off, unable to articulate his thoughts but letting out a string of frustrated words. He's probably dealing with more than I am, so it's not like I can just dump all of this on him. I barely even know him at this point. Not to mention that considering Izuku should be more affected than Katsuki, he was handling everything fairly well. In class, Izuku seemed like a slightly stressed, normal student. How did he just slip into the role of a student and excel at it without any apparent struggle? Katsuki kept waiting for the inevitable breakdown. He looked and looked when those eyes were turned away from him, searching for a sign of distress, but found nothing. The sight infuriated and saddened him at once. It was absolutely unfair, and Katsuki hated how jealous it made him. He was like magnesium ready to ignite every time he saw how easily Izuku fit into the classroom dynamic. His classmates already loved him, and yesterday, he'd seen Izuku trying to understand memes with some friends. So why did Katsuki feel like he was made of broken glass every time he so much as breathed in Izuku's direction? Well, I'm glad that working on your consideration for others is paying off, but I wouldn't necessarily assume that Midoriya wants you to avoid him at all costs, Mr. Kyokan said, his tone shifting from dry to understanding as Katsuki avoided his gaze. Everyone copes differently with struggle. Midoriya might not show his feelings as openly as you do. Katsuki frowned. He wanted nothing more than to not show his emotions all the time. There wasn't much he could do about the fact that his anger seemed hardwired to his heart. He hated when his therapist was right about something. Think about it, Katsuki. You've already acknowledged that Midoriya is probably dealing with his own past and has a lot on his plate. You know you're feeling guilty, but that might not translate well to Midoriya's perceptions if you don't tell him. How is he supposed to just do that? Half the time, Katsuki felt like he was flying blind in conversations. There was no map to guide him, no person directing him through conversations so he didn't hurt others with how he said things. An image of Kirishima popped into his head, tugging his sleeve as he guided him through a joke. The memory made Katsuki's ears feel hot, and he hastily pushed it aside. Mr. Kyokan handed Katsuki a pad of paper suddenly, shortly followed by a pen. Katsuki took the pad automatically, wary. His therapist was smiling, shaking his head a little ruefully. If you can't speak it, write it out to yourself for now. I can only offer suggestions, but getting it out in some way is better than letting it get bottled up inside of you. Also, he caught Katsuki's gaze with his own, stern but earnest. I want you to address the letters to someone you feel safe talking to. I've noticed with past exercises you tend to get self-deprecating if you just feel as if you're venting to yourself. Doesn't have to be me, and I won't be reading these letters unless you ask me to, alright? The exercise seemed easy enough. That didn't mean Katsuki thought it was smart. He stared hard down at the blank notepad, his brows drawing together sullenly. Whatever. He muttered, which was as good as an agreement as Mr. Kyokan would likely get. Katsuki ignored the man's good humor, content to wallow a little longer in his own storm cloud. Write to someone he trusted, huh? Who the hell did he trust enough that he felt comfortable addressing them in a fake letter to talk about his childhood friend? Dear Kirishima? Dear Iger? Dear Shitty Hair? Katsuki ran a hand through his hair, resisting the urge to beat his head against his bedroom desk. A flush was running up the back of his neck and towards his ears. Which was ridiculous really, because it wasn't like anyone was going to see these letters. The idea of anyone, especially Kirishima, getting a hold of the countless lines of crossed-out papers before him made Katsuki want to erupt with mortification and outrage. He clenched his teeth, hard enough that they came together with an audible click. This was going to take a while. He tried again. It was easier if he didn't picture Kirishima's face while writing, he found. Dear Shitty Hair. My therapist thinks I should write to someone I trust so I can vent. Or something. I don't know. He's probably crazier than I am, I think. But I'm trying this because it's better than exploding things outside, and my mom really will be upset if I take down the oak by our house, so here we are. I know you keep wanting to ask me how I know Izuku. I can see it in your confused face. You keep looking at me. In class. But you're too nice to actually just go ahead and ask, so I'm gonna write it out in this letter so I can at least pretend to ignore you. Izuku Midoriya was a childhood friend of mine. You know he was taken by villains, but you don't know the part one had to play in that. It was my fault. My therapist tells me it's common to feel guilt when someone survives in a traumatic situation. I don't know what to do with that though, so it just sits with me, and I feel like sometimes it's put under pressure until I blow up and break something. This letter's supposed to help that guilt, apparently. Something about getting my feelings out on paper constructively. I don't know why I picked you, but picturing my mom or dad or anyone from our friend group while writing this just made me embarrassed and really frustrated. What else is new, I guess? I'm always so frustrated, and I don't know why you put up with me. Katsuki set down his pen, scrubbing at his eyelids. He threw the pen across the room, and the satisfying noise of it skittering across his carpet soothed him. He crumpled up the letter in one hand and tossed it in the trash. This was frustrating, and he didn't need to deal with it anymore tonight. His gaze slid to the corner of the room, where his running shoes were sprawled as if waiting for him. Katsuki's eyes then slid to his alarm clock, which announced to him that it was 4 a.m. He had school tomorrow, and they'd be getting ready for the sports festival. He should get some rest and not go on an early morning insomnia-driven jog. He'd been sitting up for too long, and the ache in his ribs was starting to become noticeable. Turning in his swivel chair, his legs restlessly jiggled, but only for a moment's stretch. Katsuki had, in truth, already made up his mind. Lifting up his shirt, he stripped from his daytime shirt. The layers, now peeled free from his sweating skin, lay pooled in a heap on the floor. Katsuki groped for his sports bra with one hand, the other reaching blindly for headphones. He found himself determined to rid himself of his doubts behind with the clothes on the floor, if only for an hour. Rain was falling in sheets outside the teacher's lounge window, wrapping around Yue, too late in the evening for students to be caught in it. The drumming silence reminded Shoyuta of that fateful night when Ghost had started to become a name in the villain community. It felt somehow ominous, though there was nothing specific for him to feel that way about. His instincts were picking up on something subtle, and from past experience, he felt the urge to listen to them. This meeting had been called between only 5 people: himself, Nedzu, Detective Tsukachi, Tashinori, and Hizashi. Hizashi had come mostly for Shuta's sake, as he still couldn't see or move very well due to his injuries. Hizashi had taken to caring for him with an almost frightening zeal, and Shoyuta was beginning to remember why he did his best to avoid getting hurt. "Don't pout at me," Hizashi said as he poured a glass of water and slid it towards Shoyuta, complete with a straw. "You wouldn't be in this position if you hadn't gotten hurt. Hydrate yourself." Shoyuta normally didn't drink more than a glass of water a day. He felt overly hydrated and constantly had to use the restroom. None of this seemed to matter to his boyfriend. He shot a pleading glance towards Tashinori, who was trying not to laugh at the interaction. "We're reviewing the case as it stands, in light of the recent revelations regarding Izuku Midoriya," Tsukachi said, bringing them to business. He pulled out 2 files, one thin and one thick with reports and photographs. Setting them both on the table, he began. "Though Izuku Midoriya is still working through recovery and hasn't given much detail about his involvement, we can start building a timeline." "Has he given any new information?" Hizashi asked, his eyebrows drawing together. He knew how key Midoriya could be to this case. Tsukachi sighed and shook his head. He glanced at Tashinori, who had taken on a serious expression. "I'm afraid not, and I'm reluctant to push. Tashinori's been housing the boy, and he's reported that Izuku struggles deeply with trusting adults or authority figures. His mother is the only adult I'd say he trusts, and even then, I fear there's a wall," Tashinori confirmed. His dark eyes showed his concern, always one to care for others instinctively. It would likely be a while before the boy felt ready to help them. From Aizawa's first impression, he was a hard kid to read. Midoriya had been quiet in his classes and somewhat closed off, especially around adults. Shoyuta often felt eyes on him as he taught, with Midoriya stealing glances when he thought he wasn't looking. Analyzing him. Reading. Yet whenever he turned, Midoriya would quickly avert his gaze, returning to his desk with his eyes either downcast or closed. The only indication that he wasn't spacing out was the concentrated frown on his face, as his mind silently worked away at a puzzle he evidently didn't feel safe enough to share. That was to be expected, though. From what little anyone knew of Midoriya's past, it was clear he had been brought up not to trust easily. Shoyuta could sympathize, even if it made his job harder. This case had stretched out for nearly 10 years, but it could wait a few more months. He'd rather not push Midoriya further back into his shell and get nothing from him as a result. Let's recap where this started, Principal Nedzu turned his attention to Shoyuta, who reached for the thicker case file. He flipped its cover, revealing a profile of a middle-aged man with striking blue hair. April 30th, 21XX. Kenji Aburame goes missing. He is found 2 weeks later in his home office. His entire family is found deceased in their beds, including his wife and 3 daughters. He's an upcoming hero, his quirk unique, the ability to temporarily take over someone's body. There are no leads as to who might have committed the crime or why. It's labeled as a murder-assisted suicide and eventually forgotten by the media. Shoyuta leaned forward, grabbing the next sheet. It revealed a woman this time, with pale hair and eyes that glowed with an unnatural green light. Except it happens again in nearly the exact same manner 3 months later with a well-established hero named Firefly. A grim edge crept into Shuta's tone, his dark eyes narrowing. So began a series of mysterious events, orchestrated by a figure that left no trace and no discernible motive, a ghost. All of this comes to a head in a final confrontation at UA, where the League of Villains manages to catch us off guard not once, but twice. They know more than they should: security protocols, timing, and room numbers. They target one of my students specifically, aiming to disrupt the rest of 1A. Kaminari's panicked expression on that day drifted into Aizawa's mind. My question is how? Netsu hummed quietly. His normally cheerful demeanor had shifted to solemnity. He set his teacup onto a coaster, his whiskers twitching. You believe they have an informant? Someone on the inside. The idea had been brewing in the back of Shuta's mind for a while. It was Hizashi who spoke, surprising everyone. He had an uncertain expression in his green eyes. He'd always wanted to believe the best in people. I think what Shuta's saying is he believes that there's not just an informant, someone faceless. He believes there's a traitor in the school. A villain. A student? Netsu asked, surprise evident in his mild-mannered tone. Shoyuta hummed. Possibly. But I wouldn't rule out the idea of it being someone who's higher up. A teacher, someone who has our trust. The silence that followed sat heavily with everyone. Toshi's hands clutched at his knees, Hizashi's shoulders were curled inwards. Netsu's mouse-like expression was serious. His voice was quiet, even as thunder rumbled outside. If that is the case, then UA may be in more trouble than we'd originally anticipated. Shoyuta couldn't help but agree. He'd always been one to look at things logically, a step-by-step puzzle. Puzzles were easy, word problems always had one answer, a path he could follow. People were harder. The thought of one of his colleagues being a traitor sat in his stomach like a lead weight, the motive unclear. The bandages about his face felt smothering in the ensuing quiet. People weren't puzzles. People were often much more complicated. By their very nature, nothing was based in logic or reason. Someone somewhere hated you, hated everything it stood for. Someone had gone out of their way to see it falter in the most cunning way possible. Someone had a grudge, and despite being logical, Shoyuta didn't have the first clue who among his colleagues or students would be angry enough to betray them. Don't think about it. The whisper came from the darkness, a child's voice by Izuku's ear. It brushed across the back of his neck, making his hair stand on end. He recognized it as his own, from years before. It was breathy, frightened, as if it were afraid of being overheard. Izuku turned, peering into the inky blackness and finding nothing. How did he get here? Where was he? His bare feet curled and uncurled against hard stone, gray walls surrounding him. He knew the smell, the slightly sour stench of beer that the bar always held, mixed with something sterile and medical. He breathed it in, feeling his stomach twist. Don't think about it. The voice came again, echoing strangely along the scattered cells surrounding him. Eyes peered out from the darkness, huge and lantern-like. Izuku didn't know who they were, or what they were. Don't think about what? He turned and found himself staring down the end of a long hallway. A younger version of himself was suddenly a breath away, glaring at him in wordless terror. He flinched back, shutting his eyes instinctively because looking at himself hurt his head. He could hear the figure move, the brush of small fingers at his cheek. He had the sudden, jolting knowledge that he wasn't looking at himself at all. It was something else, someone else wearing his skin. His own voice hissed in his ear. Don't think about it. Izuku jolted awake just as a flash of lightning illuminated his bedroom. His throat felt tight in an aborted shout. He narrowly avoided rolling off the bed, his heart racing in his chest. He'd accidentally fallen asleep. For a moment he lay there, cold sweat sticking to the back of his neck as he gulped in shuddering breaths. He pressed shaking hands to his face, covering his eyes and pressing down until bright spots appeared behind his eyelids. It had been a nightmare. A dream? A memory maybe? Except Izuku wasn't so sure it had ever happened at all. Eventually, he talked himself into getting up. Only after his legs had stopped shaking did the remnants of the dream begin to slip through his fingers like sand. The rain always reminded Izuku of long evenings outside, usually on a mission of some kind. It lent towards anonymity, and he'd grown used to the sensation of cold, wet clothes sticking to his skin. The bone-deep chill rain exhilarated him, leaving gooseflesh running up along his arms as he sat curled up like a cat by the window, breathing through his panic. He'd pushed the glass open to take in the smell of wet grass and pavement. The silence of the house stretched around him, soothing. His therapist had drained Izuku, getting him to talk about what he could manage of his past. It had been a lot like lancing a wound, painful and toxic to look at for too long. He'd barely gotten through his kidnapping before he'd asked if they could stop. Mrs. Nara had let it be, but he still felt raw by the end of the appointment. Izuku had expected nightmares to hit him. He just hadn't expected them to be nonsensical and vaguely existential. No more power naps for him, apparently. His mom had gone out to get some personal items, and Mr. Yagi was still working. Izuku got the impression he often worked late, given that so far he and his mother had been the only ones making a dent in the real food in the fridge. The instant meals, however, had been slowly declining. So Izuku was alone in the house, a fact that made him thankful. The last thing he needed was to have to explain to someone why he was getting up to turn on every light in his bedroom like a little kid. He pretended it wasn't embarrassing how he bunched the blankets on his bed together in a makeshift nest. He curled himself into a corner of his bed, facing the door so he could see who came and went in the hallway. Not that there was anyone around to do so. In truth, he'd been sleeping to avoid the pile of homework currently lying before him on the desk. Depressingly, the workbooks and assignments hadn't magically disappeared while he was napping. Izuku supposed the idea had been a little childish, but he'd held out vague hope. He'd read through them all before he'd given up, growing increasingly frustrated as time went on. Everything had involved writing in some capacity, and it was clear as he went on that his reading also probably wasn't up to par. He'd done what he could to educate himself as a child, reading snippets of newspapers and the files Shigaraki had given him whenever he could. Yet there were still characters that he inevitably just didn't know or that he wasn't confident about context-wise. Even the education placement package he'd been given was only half-finished, and those questions were supposed to be easy. Izuku thought about Aizawa-sensei's deadpan expression and felt a knot tighten in his gut. His brain kept giving him images of the man's cold anger during the USJ incident. He was caught between his own hesitation to ask for help and the complete impossibility of the task. He felt helpless, and the feeling rose in the back of his throat, threatening to choke him. Izuku pressed his face to his knees, shaking hands coming up to nest in his overgrown green curls. Don't think about it. If you don't think about it, you'll be fine. Like a dark sea, the memories swallowed him whole. Izuku could only just hang on for the ride and hope desperately that shore was somewhere in sight. That was until an idea came to mind. A loophole, nudging Izuku's chin up as his eyes burned with sudden determination born from desperation. He couldn't write. His reading wasn't good enough. But maybe, just maybe, he could listen. The sports festival came like a lead bowling ball, inevitable and pressing down on the class. Izuku could feel it like a physical pull, driving everyone around him into a restless frenzy. It was, in many ways, a perfect opportunity for him to change his learning habits. No one noticed that he'd taken to leaving his knapsack open in class, perched under his desk. The audio recording device was small. He'd used pocket money to pay for it at a small tech shop. At a glance, it looked sort of like a remote, dark black and inconspicuous. Izuku simply turned it on at the start of each class and let it do its job of recording everything Aizawa-sensei or Present Mike or whoever was teaching said. Well, most of the teachers at least. The downside was that All Might had finally recovered, it seemed, and so would be quickly becoming a fixture in Izuku's lessons. He'd yet to meet the hero officially, but the thought made his stomach curl and a sour feeling settle in the back of his throat. He wasn't sure what he'd do if he actually had to meet the man in person, and that thought was a constant anxiety. He told himself that he signed up for the sports festival because if he didn't, he risked sitting in the auditorium with the #1 hero himself. It definitely wasn't because Izuku was itching to do something physically demanding, even if it was only through a competition. Training exercises didn't give him the adrenaline rush he craved, and he was used to getting that regular sort of STMLTN. He wasn't the only one feeling restless. The entire class seemed to have a new drive, and Izuku knew he wasn't the only one who'd been staying up late to train a little harder and push themselves a little more. For the first time, Izuku experienced the sensation of being caught up in something exciting, bigger than himself. He was part of Class 1A, and Class 1A was expected to do great things this year. No one wanted to fade into the background. It was this drive, the longing to be seen as part of the class, that made Izuku realize he needed someone to train him. Not that Aizawa-sensei wasn't a good teacher, but he could only dedicate part of the overall lessons to combat and had more than one student to teach. Most of Izuku's quirk relied on being able to move quickly and catch the enemy by surprise. If he could be stronger, he could also learn how to physically overpower them. His weakness was strength training. Asking Mr. Yagi turned out to be a good choice. The man lit up at the hesitant request. Izuku had thought of the old pictures of the man and concluded that at one point, he'd had to keep himself physically fit. I'd be honored, young Midoriya. But please, you can call me Toshinori. Okay, Toshinori. Izuku smiled, a little shy but willing. The look on Toshinori's face made his embarrassment worth it. Toshinori took Izuku to a beach to train in the evening, a space that was close enough to Izuku's old home that he vaguely recognized it. His mom had taken him there as a toddler, and the memories were hazy sensations of cold water and hot sand between his toes and hands. Over the years, the space had become overrun with litter. There was something sad about the sight, broken bottles and trash bags left to slowly be eaten by the ocean. Nothing gave any indication as to why Toshinori decided to bring him here, though. Izuku's confusion must have shown, because the man was quick to explain. When I was a boy, my teacher brought me here to train. This place periodically becomes overrun with garbage, largely due to people dumping and running. The city tries to stop it, but it's hard to monitor. My teacher wanted me to become physically stronger, so that my body might withstand the nature of my quirk better. Izuku's eyes narrowed, catching the deliberate skirting around just what Toshinori's quirk was. However, Toshinori deliberately avoided his glance as he gestured at a rusted hub of a car that was half submerged by sand. It looked heavy. If you want to be a hero, young Midoriya, then you must do everything in your life from the perspective of a hero's heart. Izuku suddenly had a feeling that he knew where this was going. It made sense in a heart-sinking sort of way. You're going to have me collect and move trash in order to build my physical strength and do community service. Izuku leveled Toshinori with his best, "Are you serious?" expression. The man grinned, and Izuku could have sworn there was a playful glint in his eyes. He extended his arms, like a scarecrow outlined in the sun. Toshinori's voice dipped lower, achieving a gravity that made the hair on the back of Izuku's neck stand up. In that instant, lined by fading sunshine, there was an echo of the man that must have once been a hero to the world. You won't have time to clear the entire beach, but let's set a goal. If you can clear the section of that rock over there. Toshinori pointed to a large boulder nestled amidst the sand and trash. And this truck, I think you'll be physically strong enough to have an edge at the sports festival. A little under a month to get stronger. It was a tight crunch, and Izuku felt the itch of anticipation begin to settle into his bones. Okay, so maybe Toshinori was actually sort of good at making him excited. The man truly believed that Izuku could be a hero. It was flattering if daunting at once. Izuku had never had someone so openly believe in him like that before. So, together they got to work. Or rather, Toshinori watched as Izuku got to work. He sat atop an old, broken-down refrigerator and made sure that Izuku realized that even though he was frail, his voice still worked. He took up the role of cheerleader. Start with the lighter things: tires, scrap metal, old mattresses. And when the sports festival arrives, I want you to tell the world that Izuku Midoriya is here. The work quickly became hard and tedious. Even though they started at sundown, the sweat that began to accumulate under Izuku's clothes clung to the back of his neck and knees. A persistent ache began up his arms, soon followed by a burn in his legs and thighs. It hadn't seemed like a huge task at a glance, but every inch of clear sand Izuku uncovered felt like a small victory that he could cheer for. While he worked, Toshinori didn't stay quiet. Instead, the man seemed content to chatter away about various topics, simply letting Izuku listen and offer an obligatory response here and there. The noise was soothing, and the man reminded Izuku a little of Magna in the sense that he too loved stories. Toshinori's stories were, of course, about heroes, and as long as they both skirted around a certain number one, Izuku found himself as interested as he had been learning about Stain. Toshinori clearly had a lot of respect and admiration for his colleagues and teachers. Yet there was a silence, an awkward lilt around his words that seemed tinged with sadness. Izuku didn't know how to fill it, not without accidentally treading on the man's own secrets. The unwritten rule between them was more of a wall, a silent request and mutual agreement to only ask about what was given. If Izuku broke that silence, then there was nothing stopping Toshinori from asking him why he flinched when the man moved his arms too quickly or too close. They both went back to the apartment exhausted and sore, but for Izuku, the ache was welcome. For the first time in a while, he'd felt like he'd accomplished something. Hope was unfurling itself in his chest, and he was quickly getting addicted to the feeling. The sensation sharpened into resolve after dinner, as he washed his plate and went to his room to listen to the recordings he made. His window was open, a cool breeze filtering inside and stirring the curtains. Sitting on the pile of workbooks, Izuku found a piece of paper. The note was written in spidery, purple ink. "Meet me in 2 weeks' time, our usual spot. Good luck in the competition. Shinu." Izuku wasn't really surprised. She had eyes and ears in most places. Instead of a signature, a purple star had been traced in the bottom left corner. The knot he kept close to his heart, the one that worried over Eri, twisted itself tighter. He folded the letter carefully, tearing it apart in neat little chunks before tossing it into the trash under his desk. This was one secret Izuku didn't want Toshinori or his mom finding out. "Gather round, mass media. It's U.A's sports festival. Are you ready?" Present Mick's voice carried, even when he wasn't given an audience to entertain. It rang, even muffled in the classroom where everyone sat or stretched or waited for the go-ahead to enter the stadium room. It'd be a few hours before they were even told to change into their gym clothes, but the competition may as well have started. General Studies had decided to take a peek into One's classroom, and Izuku felt the prickle of dozens of eyes on him in particular. He should have seen it coming. By now, word had gotten around about the new transfer student that had made his way into the top class at U. You'd think they'd want to spend their last few hours like training or something than spying on us. That was Hagakure muttering under her breath. She'd seated herself on the top of Izuku's desk, her invisible legs kicking back and forth absently. Perhaps due to her quirk in part, Izuku found she often snuck up on him, even when she was wearing her clothes. He jumped, broken from his staring at the huddle of children blocking their view of the hall. He heard her laugh a little at his reaction. Sorry, Midoriya. I should get a bell on me. They're scouting out the competition. If Hagakure's voice had startled him, then Kaken's threatened to send Izuku flying back from his desk. Kaken hadn't bothered to utter a word towards him since he'd enrolled, yet now he stood by Hagakure, a frustrated look on his face as he glared at the crowd before them. We're the students that survived the villain attack. His words, despite their sharp edge, put some of Izuku's anxiety at ease. So the general studies kids weren't just staring at him, then. That feeling soon dissipated, however, as Kaken shoved his way forward, teeth bared and shoulders thrown back. He glared at the crowd, and Izuku's heart sank. Of course. He'd forgotten that Kaken was Kaken. Now move aside or I'll push you out of the way. Izuku winced in sympathy as Ida made ineffective chopping motions in outrage at Kaken's audacity. So much for trying to maintain healthy interclass relations. The blonde ignored Ida in favor of glaring at the crowd. The general studies students parted to make way, and a voice came from the crowd. In its mild-mannered tone was a hatred that made Izuku's bad feeling go from uneasy to downright dread. Wow, so it's true. Class 1A really is the height of modesty, the pride of UA. Or is it just you that's like this? A student pushed their way to the front. Izuku stiffened as he took in the plume of purple hair and tired eyes. Despite the fact that it was Kaken that was being talked to, the student's gaze unerringly met Izuku's. Violet eyes narrowed before widening in mock surprise. I gotta say, if this is the best your class can give, I'm a little disillusioned. His smile curled across his face. His stare wouldn't leave Izuku, boring into him. If you're not careful, we'll knock you down from your pedestals. And we'll do it fairly. There was a lot to unpack there. Izuku's quirk hummed in the back of his mind, taking in the student's resentment, the staring, the strange eyes and melodic voice that probably both played a part in his quirk. The student turned back towards his own class, ignoring Katsuki's snarling and fist-shaking. His parting words carried over his shoulder, throwing down a challenge. Consider this a declaration of war. This was how Izuku Midoriya first met Shinso Hitoshi. It was also how he discovered that the sports festival was, at its core, a beacon of hope. The opportunity to prove oneself, to be boosted into the hero class, it was a game for 1A but a genuine prize for others. This was perhaps why Aizawa-sensei even up to the last day had asked him if he was sure he wanted to participate. To hang on to his spot, Izuku had to win something. He didn't have entrance test scores to fall back on. His heart pounding in his chest, Izuku reached for his secret weapon, tucked in the front pocket of his bag. A simple pair of wire headphones, he tucked one in his ear. The sound of his own voice muttering looped itself in his ear, drowning out the panic of the rest of his class. He let his eyes slip closed, curling up with his head on his desk. He was going to have the biggest headache after all of this, but if he didn't give it his all, he had the feeling that someone wouldn't hesitate to take his place here out from under him. All too soon, they all ended up in the prep room. This room had the door closed, no chance for the other classes to scope out the competition. They were also dressed in their gym clothes, creating a feeling of uniformity. Izuku had worried that his bow staff wouldn't be allowed in the competition, but discovered to his surprise that it had been made by a support student. As they were also testing in this competition, Aizawa-sensei had given it the go-ahead. He sat with it balanced in his palm now, occasionally twirling it back and forth as the muttering continued in his headphones. It was becoming a mantra, his voice less words and more like a soothing river running over rocks. There was a bass thud in the back of his skull, the promise of a headache in a few hours. If he didn't think about it, he couldn't feel bad for all the students he'd unintentionally affected in general studies. So he didn't, instead listening to his voice go over again how Mina kicked with her right foot, how her acid would start to eat into her clothes and the softer parts of her skin if she overused it. He faked a smile and a thumbs up at Ochako as she stretched her legs against a chair, and hoped it didn't come out too wobbly. Shudo Todoroki, half hot, half cold. His recording helpfully introduced the next student he'd made an analysis of. He subconsciously lifted his head, searching for Shudo as he listened to the strengths, weaknesses and character study he'd been able to make so far. There wasn't much in the later part, save for the student's cold demeanor and his focus. Izuku found mismatched eyes staring at him, hard enough that the restless twirling of his staff slowed to a stop. Shudo Todoroki wasn't just staring, he was glaring. It was a hard, unblinking gaze that made Izuku wonder if he'd accidentally spilled something down his front during lunch. He discreetly checked and, nope, nothing. Izuku's mood dropped further when Shudo got out of his seat, making his way towards him. Oh no. Oh, please no. That unblinking glare continued to be unbroken, until Izuku found it a little rude to keep his headphones in. He couldn't pretend to have not seen at this point, he'd been staring for too long. He needed to get better at passive glancing, rather than spacing out and unintentionally starting a staring match. His quirk sensed the tension in Shudo's jaw, something simmering beneath the usually blank and icy exterior he presented. Typically, there was nothing to read on his face when Izuku looked. However, today there was a crack in that armor. Anger? Not quite. Then his quirk picked up on something that made Izuku frown, a hint of discomfort. Shudo was favoring his right leg, just a little, but it was enough to indicate pain. Izuku didn't have a moment to comment on it, nor would he have, to begin with. He and Shudo weren't friends, they barely talked in class. Shudo didn't talk much to anyone. Even his first words to Izuku had been cold, reinforcing Izuku's suspicions. They weren't friends. Objectively speaking, I think I'm stronger than you. Well, that might have been true, but since Shudo said this in front of the entire class, Izuku couldn't just agree. Not without seeming like a doormat. He was beginning to realize that the number of people declaring war on him was increasing rapidly. Izuku wasn't comfortable with that knowledge. He kept trying to blend in, yet somehow he still ended up being the one people approached to express their disdain. He managed, which was about as elegant as he expected of himself. You've been in the eye of all the teachers, right? People have been saying you were recommended by All Might himself. What? Like a broken record, Izuku's brain seemed to threaten to shut down, complete with cartoon-like scratching noises. Who had been saying he was recommended by All Might? Where did that rumor even come from? I'm going to beat you, Shudo declared flatly, his hands clenched at his sides. And oh, if everyone wasn't riled up before, they were now. Denki made a comment about the strongest of the class picking a fight, but it was drowned out by Kaken's frustrated growl about not being challenged to an in-class fight. Kirishima tried to quell this by getting Todoroki to apologize. Ochako and Ito were attempting to calm the class, while Yaoyorozu waved her hands, trying to restore order. The noise was overwhelming, and Izuku's mind was already filled with observations, clamoring to stay in his thoughts so that he had a chance in the sports festival. It was too much. He winced, resisting the urge to clutch at his aching head. The confusion over Todoroki's claim that he was connected to All Might, along with worry over Shinsu's intense gaze, only added to his overwhelmed feeling. When he was younger, Spinner had once told Izuku that a real fight was quick and chaotic most of the time. There were few real rules, and often whoever had the most will to win came out on top. This festival was meant to be a game, but Izuku felt it was becoming something closer to a rough confrontation. And Todoroki wasn't even trying. He didn't put in the effort during his fights. His will was at most a tepid disinterest. Izuku had seen it. He pulled his punches and held back, only using his ice. How was it fair that he could claim to be the strongest while still holding back, not giving his all? Izuku wasn't one for jealousy, but it sat like a weight in his throat that someone could just assume victory without fear of being challenged. His grip tightened around his bow staff, determination and irritation blooming inside his chest. The pain in his head sharpened, focusing into a single point behind his eyelids. His voice cut through the noise, his teeth bared in a tense smile. Class 1A fell silent, and used to the unfriendly tone in Izuku's voice. Objectively speaking, you're probably right. Your quirk is stronger than mine. Dude, there's no need to put yourself down like that, Kirishima said, looking over at him in concern while still trying to cool Kaken's anger. His hands were lifted as if he intended to touch Izuku's shoulder but stopped at the look on his face. Izuku cut him off, knowing that if he didn't finish what he meant to say, he never would. But everyone here is aiming for the top, even the kids who've already failed the initial test. And I'm not going to just throw away my chance to someone who won't even use their whole quirk. Who do you think you are to even expect that? Izuku tilted his chin up, refusing to cower under Todoroki's gaze. Shudo's expression tightened, and though there still wasn't much to read, Izuku sensed that he was taken aback by being so openly challenged. I'm here whether people like it or not, and I'm not going anywhere. You got that? Blending in beat med. Izuku had faced challenges that burned much hotter and villains much scarier than a privileged student trying to bully him out of his one chance. He'd dealt with more than a general studies student's jealousy. He'd kept his head down for most of his life, and the taste of finally raising it was addicting and powerful, more than it had any right to be. Izuku almost smiled at the thought. Todoroki turned away, going back to his seat without another word. The slight limp in his leg caught Izuku's eye, and he added it silently to the list of weaknesses. If this was going to be a fistfight rather than a game, then Izuku could play strategically. Spite wasn't a very heroic emotion, but it could be powerful in its own right. If Present Mix's voice was loud on its own, it was borderline deafening when amplified by a sound system. Izuku could feel it vibrating in his chest, announcing the classes to the world as they entered the festival stadium. He hoped those near the speakers had earplugs. He'd never seen so many people gathered in one place before in his life. Izuku had known about the sports festival and its existence, but experiencing it firsthand was a completely different game. It felt like all of Japan was watching him, and for a moment he was just a nervous boy hoping he wasn't sweating too much in front of thousands of strangers. Izuku forced himself to breathe, keeping his eyes trained ahead of him. One foot in front of the other, step by step. He wasn't going to let his nerves get the best of him. A woman stood in the center of the stadium, and Izuku recognized her unique costume. Midnight, the R-rated hero, was known for her bold style. Her signature red mask was a bright pop of color, the same shade as her lipstick. It wasn't hard to see why she was a favorite among fans looking for a certain aesthetic. She was an interesting choice for a host, but Izuku guessed that Netsu was probably hosting the show for the third years. He was honestly surprised at the turnout this year, but apparently being attacked by villains did wonders for popularity polls. The third years were meant to be the main event, but their stadium was packed. He felt rather than saw where most people's eyes were trained, on his class. It wasn't even a competition in terms of popularity. We're kinda just here to make Class A look good, aren't we? The mutter came from somewhere behind him. Class B didn't look nearly as excited as his classmates. Present Mike announced Midnight's title to the audience, and she gave a wave of her WHP up towards the nosebleed stands. She was confident in a way that was hard not to admire, and something in her face suggested craftiness under the glitz of her costume. Her voice carried over the students, bringing the audience to a standstill silence. The athletic oath will be recited today by none other than the top UA student, Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken may have placed first in the entrance exam, but a public speaker he was not. Izuku held his breath as he made his way to the front, the silence from his class deafening. Everyone had a feeling how this might go. Sure enough, in a silence so thick that a pin falling could have been heard, Kaken did not fail to deliver. He leaned forward, the microphone letting out a whine of feedback. He didn't even hesitate, looking Kirishima dead in the eye as he single-handedly represented Class A. I vow to win and outshine all of you. The resounding uproar was both warranted and expected. Izuku had felt the tension in the air to begin with, but it was now an oppressive wall on all sides. It was a physical wall, suffocating. Izuku was suddenly grateful that this was just a tournament and not some sort of life-or-death battle. Beside him, Ida let out a frustrated sigh, shoving his head in his hands. He's going to have everyone going for us. Overconfident JRK. A general student growled, frustration clear in his voice. A chorus of agreement from the rest of his class sounded. The thing was, Izuku knew Kaken's body language pretty well. He'd never forgotten it even after years. It was too expressive, and he'd thought Kaken had ruled the world as a kid. Kaken wasn't angry or proud. His shoulders were hunched, his habitual sneer replaced with a concentrated stare. He looked serious, 100% earnest in his intentions. Izuku's gaze slid to Kirishima, who was looking at Kaken not with annoyance, but concern pinching his brows. Looks like he wasn't the only one to notice the personality shift. This wasn't Kaken boasting, it was a promise. A reckless, foolish promise that Kaken would regret if he broke it. Izuku's gaze followed the line of his childhood friend's back, down his arms to the sleeves of his gym clothes. Twin sweatbands cuffed either wrist. Kaken pushed everyone's buttons, but he pushed himself the most. There was no mercy in his vocabulary, especially not for himself. This year's first test is an obstacle course. Midnight announced, her voice echoing across the stadium. She pointed towards a gate, the light red but likely not for long. Line up, because we're about to begin. Suddenly, everyone was scrambling, aware of UA's policy on dawdling. Izuku was caught up in the rush, even as the rules were shouted for all to hear. A 4-kilometer obstacle course around the stadium, hero style. Complete with obstacles that had yet to be revealed, the fastest person would be the winner. Staring at the gate, Izuku realized a moment too late what the first of the obstacles would be. He stared in panic at the narrow starting gate, squeezed between other students. A cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. Midnight's voice sounded distant, the crack of her WD sharp in the air. On your mark. There were too many of them to make it through all at once. This was going to involve shoving. Get set. I have to get close to the front. Whoever's in the lead will use their quirk to try to slow the rest of us down. Go! Toshinori's come to see me, my mom is watching. I have to show them all that I am here. A shrill buzzing noise, and Izuku lunged forward with everyone else. When in doubt, elbows made good tools in close quarters. Toshinori's hands tightened on his knees, nestled in his seat in the stadium with the other teachers. He couldn't seem to keep his nerves in check, his fingers running along the seams of his ill-fitting suit breathes repeatedly. If this was how parents felt when they sent their children on their first errand, then he had all the more respect for Inko. Not that he viewed Midoriya as a son-like figure. Not in the slightest. Sometimes he resented his soft heart. In Shuda's opinion, Toshinori was more than a little in trouble. He'd let himself care too much and gone out of his way for the boy. That meant he'd shown favoritism, a risky game in the world of teachers. This was all the more ironic for the fact that Shoyuda hardly acknowledged his own love for his class while fussing over Toshinori, in typical Shoyuda fashion. Though he claimed that Hizashi had forced him out of bed to watch the sports festival, Toshinori had the feeling that very little persuasion had actually taken place. He'd been offered a place in the announcing room, but he thought it better to keep a low profile. Most people didn't know him in this form, except for his colleagues. So Toshinori watched from the staff seats with his heart in his throat as Midoriya and the rest of his students scrambled to make themselves known. Was it unfair of him to secretly cheer a little harder for the underdog? Maybe. Either way, Toshinori couldn't really help it. Young Midoriya had grown on him, and it seemed that the feeling was mutual. It had been an act of trust for Izuku to come to him for help with training, and though it had been downplayed, Toshinori recognized it for what it was. Little by little, the boy was starting to trust him. Little by little, Toshinori was realizing why. Izuku was in many ways a mirror of his younger self, beneath the layers of mistrust and secrets. Perhaps too much, because it quickly became apparent that a fire had been lit under the boy at some point. The first obstacle for the race was the gate itself, a narrow space in which everyone struggled against each other to get ahead. The person who pulled to the front was expected, Shudo Todoroki. The stadium roared as ice encased anyone who was foolish enough to stay on the ground, Endeavor's son gliding ahead with smoky breath trailing behind him. Yet he wasn't the only one, and Class A as a whole soon proved that the hesitation had been beaten out of them by the recent villain attacks. Toshinori felt a swell of pride as Aoyama burst up and out of the crowd, leaving trails of glitter behind him. Yaoyorozu was close behind, a staff blooming out of her wrist. Explosions filled the air like firecrackers, and Bakugo and Kirishima were neck and neck at the forefront. Azui hopped her way in and between other students, a pair of pink gloves showing that Hagakure had ducked between someone's legs to gain an edge. These were all of his students, and each one that pulled ahead sent a thrill of pride through him. They had survived so much for first years, and though he'd never want to put them deliberately in harm's way, he was glad they could now reap the reward of first-hand experience. Izuku was one of the last to break from Class A, but he was still part of Class A. Even from where he was seated, Toshinori could see the determined flare in his eyes as he made his way to the front, staff slung over his back. "You can do this." Hizashi's voice rumbled through the stadium, high with excitement. Every obstacle course needs obstacles. Starting with the first barrier. A loud mechanical noise filled the air as the audience leaned forward, collectively holding their breath as Todoroki skidded to a halt in front of the massive robot. Toshinori could feel the anticipation in Hizashi's voice as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Robo Inferno." Shudo's breaths were steady as he stared up at the looming robot obstacle. It towered, casting a shadow over him. This had been what his classmates had faced in the UA entrance exam. He craned his neck, steadying himself. His father had taught him to think on his feet, if nothing else. Breathing deeply, he let the cold sensation of his quirk wash through his body. Shudo had an audience today, and the thought made using his ice easy. It felt like it was blanketing him, creeping along his shoulders and arms. Shudo almost wished that this obstacle would give him more of a show to work with, just to see the expression on his old man's face when he succeeded. He could imagine it, and his quirk spiked in his chest. Shards of ice began forming around him. Ice flowed from him, traveling up the robot's legs and encasing them solidly. He darted between their legs, focused on his goal ahead. Shudo's determination fueled him as he pressed on. The throbbing of his right leg served as a reminder of his resolve. He was going to win, and it was going to be on his own terms. Izuku ended up testing the pulse, setting on the first robot that tried to get in front of him. Until now, there was very little information training dummies could give him on the adjustments the support course had made to his staff, and he'd avoided using it on his classmates during training because he hadn't been sure what it would do. The result was both impressive and loud. Izuku leapt, driving his bow staff into the joint between a robot's leg and body. He pressed the pulse button, a sharp humming overtaking his staff. Electrical pulses jolted from it, the robot jerking and thrashing with the onslaught. It fell over, nearly taking him with it. As the dust cleared, Izuku pushed his hair back from his face and cheered. Talk about an upgrade. A smile broke out over his face. Whoever had modified his staff, he owed them. A chunk had even fallen off of the robot, a metal plate resting in the dirt. It was roughly shield-sized with rubber straps hanging loosely off of it. An idea began to form in Izuku's mind. He quickly grabbed it, tying it around his shoulders. He was strong enough now that carrying it wouldn't slow him down. Thanks, Toshinori. Izuku saw what Todoroki had done to the robots up ahead, and his quirk noticed the split-second opening between one of the robot's legs. He also sensed the instability in their position, the metal beginning to creak as the ice thawed in the atmosphere. Quickly, Izuku leaped forward, hearing the sound of metal becoming unbalanced. He slid under and out just before the robots came toppling down. The crash rang in his ears. He saw Kirishima get caught by it, but thought if anyone were to get caught by that, it was a blessing to have a quirk that could prevent injury. The dust made it hard to see as the robots landed, but he tucked and rolled, doing his best to avoid any falling metal limbs. Other kids decided to go over instead of under, Kaken's explosions lighting up the sky, Dark Shadow and Tokoyami close behind. Izuku would have to run if he wanted to keep up with them, Kaken's explosions giving him a boost. He thanked Toshinori for the morning jogs he'd been forced to endure lately. Izuku wasn't winded yet, but he would have been even a month ago. He was keeping up on the ground, though only barely. He'd made it past the first obstacle. His good mood threatened to be contagious, but it soon stalled as Izuku drew up short at the next obstacle. A gorge yawned before the crowding students, loosely connected to platforms of stone. A network of rope ran between them, leading towards the other side. It was a tightrope walk. Izuku's quirk began to swing into action, trying to estimate the distance versus his body strength, versus the depth of the drop. His palms felt slick with sweat, clammy and uncertain. Was he strong enough to carry himself across? How much did he trust that? Would he do better if he hooked his legs and arms to the rope while closing his eyes? Tsuyu was already climbing, Todoroki more than halfway across the first rope. Ida was next, his thrusters propelling him forward in an awkward but efficient path across the rope. What hope did he have in making it? Could he use his staff as a buffer and gain some momentum to get across? Excited laughter interrupted his downward spiral into panic. Izuku turned towards the sound. A girl stood beside him, and he first noticed her pink, tight curls and the impressive amount of tech strapped to her body. She stood with her hands on her hips, her head thrown back with confidence. A support course student? She lifted steampunk-esque goggles from her face, a bright smile spreading across her features. Turning to look at Izuku, her gold eyes flicked towards his staff. An intense, bubbly voice spoke to him. "Yo, new kid. How's my baby treating you?" Shoyuta had always had a strange sixth sense for the unexpected. Call it an instinct, call it a skill inherited from years of teaching. He often had a feeling in his gut a moment before a student did something reckless, a premonition of the apologies he'd have to make on their behalf. He'd learned to listen to it, even if Hizashi or Toshinori, or even Nomuri sometimes teased him. Watching the obstacle course below from his seat beside Hizashi, Shoyuta frowned as the familiar feeling came on. It sat like a heavy weight inside him, making Hizashi's excited commentary fade into the background. His students were facing the fall, an obstacle that he expected his more physically adept students to handle with little trouble. It would be harder for those with non-physical quirks, and Shoyuta could remember how he'd barely managed to slide past this obstacle in his own sports festival in first year. God, hadn't that been a long time ago? It felt like ages, back when he, Hizashi, Nomuri, and Tensei had all been students. Had they ever been like this? Young and so eager? He couldn't help but feel an echo of that old frustration, that UA didn't provide more challenges that might suit a variety of quirks. It was a point he still had to argue, though Netsu had slowly been introducing the idea to some of the more traditional-minded teachers and the public alike. He could remember being that student, the one pushing tooth and nail just to place with the rest of his classmates. Sitting up here, it felt like a lifetime ago. He'd grown, but this test was used because it was popular with the general population for entertainment. His students were destined to struggle if they couldn't launch themselves 30 feet in the air. And it looks like Tsuyu Azui is already making her way across. Will the rest of the students figure out a way across this challenging landscape? Hizashi was oblivious to the bad feelings settling in Shuta's stomach, like he tended to be about anything instinctual. Shoyuta watched the small screen they were privy to, a zoomed-in image of the scene below playing out. There was no sound, but he could see Midoriya's image halted at the edge of the gorge, his staff in front of him like a barrier. Beside him was a girl Shoyuta vaguely recognized but couldn't name. One of the support kids, outside of his jurisdiction. Though everyone was scrambling, rushing to either begin their journey across the gorge or feeling uncertain because they couldn't make it, those two were still. There was a bubble between them, their heads close as if they were talking. The pink-haired girl was gesturing excitedly, her hands moving up and down in an exhilarated motion. Izuku was nodding, a crooked smile beginning to curl up his face. He looked calm, calmer than Shoyuta frankly expected him to look considering his quirk. What am I missing? Why is Midoriya not trying to figure out a way out of this obstacle? From what Shoyuta had learned about Midoriya, the boy had a logical brain. Often lacking in self-preservation, but a logical brain nonetheless. It wasn't like his student to give up. In truth, Shoyuta suspected the boy wouldn't know how to even if the thought occurred to him. He wasn't about to try to climb his way across either. A month of physical training with Toshinori wasn't going to make the boy strong enough to clamber his way across 5 ropes to the other side of the gorge. So what was the plan? The angle? He knew that girl. Shoyuta recognized the support course student, even if he didn't know her name. His brain was putting the puzzle pieces together, but not quickly enough. Midoriya and the girl were moving, approaching the edge of the gorge with united determination. The other students trapped on their side were oblivious to the pairing. Abruptly, Shoyuta leaned forward. With one cast arm, he turned off Hizashi's mic. Hey. His partner blinked at him, an indignant expression crossing his features. I don't interrupt you when you're going on about hero observations. Who's the Girl by Izuku Midoriya? Hisashi blinked, confusion flitting across his features. He looked at the screen, squinting before coming up with the name easily enough. It was his job, after all, to know each student so that he could announce them should they win or fail spectacularly. Mei Hatsum. Support course. Shoyuta Y. The name clicked, and Shoyuta swallowed a groan. Of course. Hisashi frowned at his reaction, his brows ticking upwards. He's found a loophole, Shoyuta said, half incredulous and half proud. What? Hisashi asked, apparently still lost. Shoyuta jerked his chin towards the screen. Watch Midoriya. The sports festival technically didn't have a rule against collaboration. Rather, it relied on the competitiveness of the students at UA to negate the idea from the start. Similarly, it was the nature of human beings to ignore other courses that weren't in direct competition with each other. It was how support course students were often overlooked by the hero courses, or how general studies students were seen as not a threat to the A or B classes. Shoyuta should have seen this coming. It was that assumption that had let him bump his own way up out of general studies and into the hero course. No one had expected him to fight so hard, to be strong enough to claw his way into the A class. He should have also seen that Midoriya wouldn't make a mistake with such assumptions. There were no preconceived notions for him. He'd grown up cut off from general society. It was his base nature to notice the people and things around him, an innate part of his quirk. There was no need for him and Hatsum to compete. Technically speaking, they were on the same side. Hatsum wasn't here to become a hero, she was here to show off her inventions to potential clients. What better way to do that than to prove how much a potential hero could benefit from the use of one of her upgrades? What better way than to ensure that said potential hero did well in the biggest festival event of their budding career? That staff. Mei had worked on it herself, of course she'd want to see it used to the end of the competition. Hisashi suddenly leaned forward, his eyes wide as he pressed the microphone back on. He was all but vibrating from excitement, confusion, one of his legs shaking up and down restlessly. His voice echoed across the stadium, louder than before. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been an unprecedented act of teamwork. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This has never happened before in the history of the sports festival. Midoriya was climbing onto Hatsum's back, hooking his legs around her middle. He had the staff crossed over her chest, gripping it with both hands like a makeshift seatbelt. Hatsum's grin was visible even from where they were seated. She shifted her goggles over her eyes, laughing in anticipation as she began a slow run towards the edge of the gorge. The HRs around her middle shot forward, thin metal wires digging into rock. Together, she and Midoriya went over the edge, their excited shouts blending into the roar of the crowd. At some point, Shoyuta had half leaned out of his seat, hoping that the support course student had accounted for the extra weight. He felt relief and disbelief rise up in him in equal parts as the cord pulled tight but held. The two swung forward, launching towards the other side of the gorge. There was no account for landing, no account for limbs or personal safety. Shoyuta already knew who was the culprit for this sudden leap of daring from Izuku Midoriya. Damn it, Toshinori. Shoyuta sank back into his seat, his eyes closing as he felt a budding headache begin somewhere at the base of his skull. Teenagers. This class might just be the death of him. Landing was rough, rougher than Izuku could account for in an impulse decision like this. The rush of the wind blasting back his hair, Hatsum's gleeful laughter, his sweating hands wrapped protectively about his staff, all of this was a split-second sensation. Then they were hitting the ground, Hatsum using shock absorption in her boots while Izuku was just dislodged like a sack of potatoes. He tucked and rolled automatically, but his wrists still stung with the force of his impact and his breath was knocked from him. Dust filled his mouth and nose. He stared up at the blue sky for a moment, his heart thundering in his ears as he registered what he'd just done. There was a bruised, numb feeling blossoming in his wrist, and his blood felt like fizzy soda as it ran through his veins. A laugh threatened to spill from his lips, the sun shining down on his face as the crowd exploded in a deafening roar. It was all so far away, somehow. The moment didn't last long. A silhouette blotted out the sun, a hand with fingerless gloves offered towards him. Izuku took it, getting unsteadily to his feet. Hatsum was grinning, a streak of dirt smeared across her cheek. She pushed back her goggles, eyes bright and exuberant. Across the gorge, a crowd of students were clustered, staring at them in blunt shock. For a moment, the race was put off in favor of registering what just happened. That was amazing. Izuku found his voice, his chest heaving as he tried to stop the floating feeling of not enough air filling his lungs. The adrenaline was doing funny things to his rabbit heart. Hatsum's other hand held his staff, which she held out to him in offering. Use the flashbang setting at some point during this festival and tell me how the shock absorption is, and this'll all be worth it. He nodded, and she put the staff in his hand, closing his fingers around its middle. The action felt oddly like a motion of trust. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of her expression on his forehead, never his eyes, but she seemed happy. It rested in his hands, perfectly weighted. The smiley faces crudely drawn under each setting made sense now. Hatsume's smile was her signature. "Thank you," he said, feeling a surge of warmth towards the strange girl who so willingly launched him and herself across a gorge at his prompting. Hatsume still didn't look at him directly, but maybe that was all right. She brushed back her pink curls over one shoulder, scrubbing at the dirt on her face. Hatsume didn't return the thanks, but she didn't have to. Her words echoed his sentiment, the sentiment of everyone in this event. "You're testing out my baby. This is my chance." It wasn't in Katsuki's nature to hold back, ordinarily. Not in play, not in competition, not in anything. However, a big explosion required a lot of sweat, and the sweatbands he'd put on in a rare fit of self-consciousness over his scars only served to let it pool between the band and his skin. It was an unintentional bonus, and he could feel the familiar pressure building up under his skin as he crossed the gorge and tore after Todoroki. He was ready to go. All he needed was a chance. That came as the looming stretch of touch mines stretched before them. Katsuki might have thought himself lucky, if he believed in such things. As it was, he felt the grin take over his face as he saw Todoroki carefully picking his way along the field. Time to get even with him for assuming that Izuku was the threat to watch out for, as if Katsuki hadn't placed first in the actual entrance exam or had been in class with the guy all year. The explosion Katsuki made propelled him into the air, launching him forward with speed. He didn't need to touch the ground to win this. Corkscrewing through the air, Katsuki met glare for glare. With Todoroki's mismatched eyes. There was a moment where, moving in midair, Katsuki could almost study the kid like a bug under a microscope. The sweat and frost were competing in sticking Todoroki's hair to his forehead. A streak of dirt had run up his arm, disappearing under the sleeve of his gym uniform. The look on his face was the best part, surprise mixed with startled terror as he realized that Katsuki was pulling ahead. "You should have seen me as a threat from the start." The satisfaction sat in Katsuki's chest, thrumming with his heartbeat. Then an explosion broke the spell and shook the air, followed by a cloud of pink smoke that made his eyes water and his nose itch. Both he and Todoroki turned, only to see a comet shooting up from the mass of dazed and confused students behind them. Katsuki realized what or who it was first. He'd know that green mop anywhere, and it was hurtling right towards him. Kaken! Duck! Kaken's head, for better or worse, served as a great launch pad to propel Midoriya just a few feet further. His ears were ringing from the blast he'd created, and he was falling fast. It felt like his heart was in his mouth as he relied on instinct and flipped forward. The shield strapped to his back came down with a metallic bang that reverberated up his arm to his shoulder. He grit his teeth against the pain that blossomed in his shoulder. Izuku heard Kaken's voice, his shout sounding very far away. "Deku! Get back here!" Even if he wanted to, and Izuku very much didn't in that moment, he didn't think he could. All he could do was bear it and protect his head as he was launched into the air once more, truly leaving Shudo and Kaken behind. The impact was going to hurt, and he knew it. It didn't stop the near-hysterical laughter that bubbled up his throat as he hit the ground running, his ankles stinging and metal in the back of his throat. He had one coherent thought in all of this, and it was petty and probably terrible but oh so satisfying in the moment. Maybe he was more like Kaken than he wanted to admit. Maybe he was just quieter. "Bring it, Freezer Burn." Present Mick's voice greeted Izuku as he stumbled into the center of the stadium and across the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, who could have predicted that Izuku Midoriya, the new shining star of Class A, would be the one who made it back to the stadium first? 1,000 strangers were cheering, but Izuku's eyes unerringly looked past them and up towards the teachers' seats. Toshinori's grin could only be beaten by his own. Ochako wasn't sure what she expected to come from the sports festival, but watching her friend launch himself without fear across the length of a football field probably wasn't it. The image of Izuku flying over her head, teeth gritted for impact, hair pinned against his skull by the wind, was simultaneously the most impressive thing she'd ever witnessed and also the most terrifying. Though this festival was a competition, and she was as desperate to win as anyone, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of exhilaration as she stumbled into the center stadium. Izuku stood in the center of the ring, staring with stars in his eyes at the crowds of people cheering his name. His face was red, his chest filled with pride. He kept waving to the crowd almost shyly, like he'd never won anything before. To get to see that, even if it was brief, filled Ochako with pride. The warm feeling in her chest made up for the disappointment that she didn't place higher. That didn't mean that it didn't fill her with concern at the fact that Izuku so willingly came up with such an idea, or that he seemed unbothered by a very clear sprain in his wrist. He was clutching it with one hand, flexing and frowning to himself even as Midnight called everyone forward to gather around her. Much like when he'd been forced to attack Class A, Izuku seemed to have a high pain tolerance. Creeping towards him, Ochako waved. Her voice was still a little out of breath. She was more of an endurance runner than one made for speed. "That was amazing. How did you even think about launching yourself like that?" Predictably, Izuku erred on modesty. Though he had a determined glint in his eyes, he stumbled and stuttered his way through a response. He wasn't the sort to boast, and given the chance, he still elected to talk himself down. It wasn't really anything. Weirdly enough, watching Kaken take on the first challenge inspired me. Though he'd probably be upset if he found out I copied him. Also, May helped me. He jerked a thumb towards a girl with bubblegum pink hair. Ochako stared at her in surprise. The idea of helping someone succeed in the sports festival seemed about as alien as giving up one's seat in their class. How did Izuku even know her? She was a support corps student, from the looks of it. May seemed to be currently absorbed in fiddling with her utility belt, muttering something about counterbalance. Then she took Ochako's hand, clasping it tightly. It came away smeared with grease. Nice to meet you. Your gravity quirk would work well with a few of my inventions. Bee babies? Ochako asked. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. He held up his staff. Her inventions. May nodded, her tight curls bobbing. She quickly went on a small spiel about the benefit of negating motion sickness while floating and how to go about doing so through specifically constructed headwear. Ochako listened politely, a little lost but trying her best to keep up with the rapid-fire speech. Ask for my name after the sports festival, and I'll have a draft drawn up for you. Had a business deal just been made? Either way, Ochako got the feeling she just signed something in small print. May, satisfied, wandered off to go fidget in her pockets, searching for nuts and screws. Seems nice? Ochako leaned close to Izuku's ear, honestly not sure what to say. He giggled, and the sound was unexpected enough that Ochako couldn't help but join in. She is brilliant too. She saved my butt out there. Well, that and Kaken. Ochako listened as Izuku explained what had come into his head during the competition, how Kaken's explosions had given him the idea to launch himself into the sky. I think he's going to be really mad if he ever finds out, but it worked well in a pinch. Ochako resisted the urge to say that she suspected Bakugo might be mad at anyone for any slight if given half the chance. She was a little afraid of him, if she was being honest. He was unpredictable both physically and emotionally, and she often didn't have the patience to deal with his mood swings. Instinctively, she searched for his face in the crowd of students, trying to see if Bakugo was as upset as Izuku feared. Sure enough, Ochako found him. Bakugo was at the edge of the crowd, his breathing heavy and loud even over the noise of the other students. His arms were tense, and she noticed the sweatbands around his wrists were frayed. A low growl rumbled from his chest that Ochako could hear even from where she was standing. She didn't get to see Bakugo's reaction, as the crowd shifted until he was out of view. Ochako shivered. Yeah, best to avoid him until he cooled down a little. Midnight was explaining the next task, a cavalry battle. The layout seemed simple enough, similar to a real cavalry battle at a normal sports festival. Except people would have headbands that assigned them a value, depending on how they ranked in the last event. Ochako's smile disappeared as she suddenly realized just what that meant for Izuku. He seemed to recognize it too, his joy fading into blank-faced worry as heads turned towards him. Our first-place participant is worth 10 million points. Midnight announced, a mischievous grin on her face. Oh dear. Ochako's gaze slid to Izuku, who had frozen like a deer in headlights. The smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a look of horror. If stares could inflict physical damage, he would have been in trouble. 10 million points. Yue really didn't let anyone have a break, did they? Bakugo's memory for things less important to him was concerning, to say the least. He could admit that, if only to himself. He was often hyper-focused, and at his worst, completely oblivious. Anger made it worse, and he was usually angry, especially now. This meant he could admit that maybe, just a little, he'd messed up. He was surrounded by his classmates, all eagerly requesting to be paired with him for the cavalry battle. He didn't know a single one of their quirks, except for one person. Katsuki desperately craned his head for Kirishima, feeling a rising panic the longer he went without responding to anyone's request. He didn't want to seem incompetent, but Mina's face was already showing her confusion. She wasn't stupid, she knew when he looked lost. Ashido groaned, dark eyes blinking up towards the sky as she pieced together what Katsuki wouldn't admit. Embarrassment threatened to flush up his neck as she threw her hands up in the air, exasperated. He doesn't remember any of our quirks. Idiot. Watch it. Katsuki growled, though more automatically than anything else. She was right, even though he didn't want to admit it. He didn't know much about anyone, even his own class. He caught sight of bright red hair. Oh, thank goodness. Kirishima was better at talking to people, and he'd make a good front horse for this next challenge. He could take Katsuki's explosions and knew Ashido. Katsuki felt a wave of relief as Kirishima made his way towards him, rescuing him from Ashido's indignation. Luckily, it seemed he and Katsuki were on the same wavelength. You want to take Midoriya and Todoroki down, right? I'll be a horse that'll never waver. Katsuki couldn't help the sneer of satisfaction that appeared on his face. He hoped it wasn't too obvious how much Kirishima's willingness to team with him made something warm stir in his chest. You're so whipped. What does this blockhead even see in you? Mina muttered critically, apparently astounded. Her stare was directed at Kirishima, who turned an interesting shade of red. Katsuki didn't have a chance to ask her what she meant before she clapped her hands together, her expression focused. Alright, I'll forgive you for ignoring us until now. We'll need Zero to. His quirk is tape if you don't know. He'll be able to launch you close enough to use your explosions on the competition. Her grin became mischievous, eyes flicking towards Katsuki. Baku Squad's gonna win this one, I can feel it. Baku Squad. When did I say we're friends? Katsuki growled. Mina shrugged, already turning to hunt down Zero. She waved away Katsuki's irritation unflinchingly, a swivel in her shoulders showing her excitement. You didn't, I did. Deal with it, you overdramatic baby. Kirishima shook his head, scratching at the side of his neck. He shot a glance at Katsuki's annoyed expression. She's not the worst friend to have, bro. I'd just go with it. He defended, shrugging a little. Katsuki huffed, the sound a tightly controlled explosion. Whatever. Having friends, he guessed, meant his cavalry team was sorted easily enough. She hadn't commented on the scars on his arms either, which he knew she'd seen. Black Eyes was tolerable. So was Soy Sauce, even if he smiled too much. Baku Squad's a dumb name. Kirishima grinned, his smile stretching widely across his face. He clapped Katsuki on the shoulder, and Katsuki pretended the action didn't make him feel warm inside. Let's do this, bro. Yeah. Let's do this. Katsuki grinned, sweat pooling in his palms. Those at the top are often under pressure. UA had never shied away from the harsh reality of this fact. Their motto, their tests, everything about the school was the very definition of plus ultra. It didn't stop the anxious knot in Toshinori's chest from tightening as he watched the scene below. He'd known what was coming, and still somehow felt it was a little unfair. Izuku's expression was one of someone who was experiencing the pressure of being at the top for the first time. The expectation to win, the drive to dethrone those who had achieved greatness, all of it was something that Toshinori had been living with for his entire adult career. He hadn't been allowed the luxury of failure, not for a long time. It was something most heroes didn't truly understand, how that could wear on someone. Lucky for Izuku, he hadn't made the mistake of stepping on others on his way to this first place. Toshinori smiled a little as Ochako stepped towards the boy, the handsome girl taking up his other side. Izuku looked like he might have cried, if he was the sort to allow himself to cry in public. A cavalry battle required teamwork, and the choice to work with others was a skill that many of Class A had still to learn. Izuku had learned it on his own, and it was rewarded. He's done well for himself, huh? A voice at the edge of the teachers' seats drew Toshinori's attention away from the stadium center. It took him a minute to recognize the girl before him. She was around Izuku's age and held a small child in her arms. The two of them shared aquatic scales on their skin around their eyes and neck, with the younger sporting sharp teeth. The younger was wearing an All Might t-shirt, a sight that never failed to make Toshinori both flattered and self-conscious. It clicked as the girl held out a hand to shake across the barrier. Aiko Nanes. Midoriya rescued my little sister from that villain at the mall. You're his guardian, right? Toshinori Yagi. Guardian and teacher, yes. He introduced himself, taking her offered hand. Technically, civilians weren't meant to sit in the teachers' chairs, but Hizashi and Shoyuta were in the announcer's booth. He was pleased to see the girl, knowing how much it would mean to Izuku. Toshinori gestured to the vacant seats beside him. Would you like to join me to watch the show? Aiko smiled, taking the seat offered. She was built sort of gazelle-like, mostly legs which she struggled to fold behind the seat in front of her. Toshinori could relate. She bounced her younger sister up and down in her lap, trying to divert Sayuri's attention away from her current interest, Toshinori himself. Toshinori noticed that Aiko's wave of dark hair had been tied back, a Red Riot-themed clip holding her bangs back from her face. I heard Midoriya won the first match. I had to get Sayuri from daycare first before I could make it. Did he make a good first impression? More than good. He replied confidently. From what the business students have been saying, his only downfall is the lack of flashiness in his quirk. Toshinori gazed down upon the scene below, taking in Izuku's choice of team. Tokoyami, Ochako, and Mei Hatsum. It was not a team he would have thought of, but that was perhaps the goal. Dark Shadow was a quirk that had many potential uses, and defense was often overlooked. He's a thinker, isn't he? Aiko murmured, echoing Toshinori's thoughts. She was leaning around Sayuri, blue eyes narrowed as she peered at the dot of green where Izuku stood. He's got a long-range quirk user, a mid-range, and a close range to round out his group. She was right, Toshinori realized. As the siren wailed its start and the teams began to move, Izuku's choices started to make sense. He knew he'd be targeted, so using Dark Shadow allowed him the chance to get close to the other teams without risking his own headband. Smart. Everyone aimed for Izuku's team, The true goal of the competition clear: someone had to knock the number 1 from their pedestal. This was going to be an intense show. Sayuri, who had been busy staring up at Toshi and squeezing a soft rabbit plushie, spoke up. She pointed at Bakugo with wide eyes as the boy lunged for Izuku's headband with a loud shout that felt more fitting for a supervillain. "Is Midoriya gonna be okay?" "Sayuri. He will be fine," Toshinori assured, chuckling a little nervously. He supposed Bakugo did seem a bit intimidating to small children. He might get a little singed. Sayuri looked at Toshinori more closely, her hand halfway to her mouth. She moved her fingers away, her question more direct this time. "You have bunny ears like USA. Do you have a bunny quirk?" She held up her plushie, and Toshinori couldn't help but feel a flush rise to his face. "I'm afraid I don't have a quirk." A small lie, but a necessary one. Sayuri considered this with the seriousness of a very thoughtful small child, her eyes roaming over his thin and sickly form. Carefully, she placed her bunny plushie in the man's lap, wiggling until she was better seated in her sister's lap. "USA will protect you then, since Midoriya's not around." This time, 13 couldn't control their laughter. Toshinori held the rabbit, trying in vain to hide his embarrassment. Children truly didn't have any filters, which was quite amusing. Ida at first hadn't known what to make of Midoriya. He'd grown up in a household where rules and order were held in high regard, and honor was not far behind. Letting someone with a villainous past into the hero course was a moral issue he still wrestled with. Perhaps because, against all odds, he liked Midoriya. Liking someone made it difficult to see their flaws or the threat they posed as competitors. The Midoriya who stuttered through class questions and gushed over analyses of vigilantes and villains was also the one who had caused Ida's injury. He was the reason Ida's training had been sidelined, and although Ida understood that Midoriya had little choice, he couldn't shake the small fear in his chest that he wouldn't perform well in this competition. Ida wanted so badly to make his family proud, especially his brother. He couldn't do that if he couldn't use his leg engines to their fullest potential. Tensei was definitely watching this competition. Ida hadn't been able to talk much with his brother about the villain attack. Due to Yue's request for secrecy, he'd only been able to hint at Midoriya's presence in their class. Ida suspected that if Tensei had known that the person responsible for his injury was now a member of his class, he wouldn't have been pleased. Tensei had gone to school with many of Yue's current teachers and would likely have wanted to discuss this matter with them. If the Ida family valued honor, then Tensei embodied those values. Allowing someone with a villainous past into the school felt like a compromise of those morals. Tensei never underestimated anyone and never made foolish mistakes. He was noble, and to Ida, he was the personification of a hero. Ida couldn't help but feel that he had underestimated Midoriya time and time again. First during the villain battle, then in class. Ida had made mistakes at every turn, and he worried that it would negatively affect his results in this competition. It had led to Midoriya being comparable to Bakugo or Todoroki in strength. Meanwhile, Ida felt stagnant yet friendly. How was that fair? What did that say about his own growth? Ultimately, Ida felt compelled to compete against Midoriya, not just befriend him. Someone had to acknowledge that Midoriya was strong, stronger than many of the students who had started the year at UA. Ida didn't know if Midoriya was stronger than him, but he felt it was his duty to find out. Otherwise, his encounter with Midoriya would mean he had learned nothing. He needed to stay sharp, and the best way to do that was to shake things up. So he had paired up with Todoroki, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu, hoping it would be enough to prove himself. Todoroki was a strong leader, naturally cool and calm in the face of adversity. It made entering this battle feel like becoming part of a well-oiled machine. Ida knew what was coming and didn't flinch as the insulating blanket draped over his shoulders. He knew what being shocked felt like, and he felt bad for the competition. He heard rather than saw the electrical onslaught, hearing the clicking noise of jaws locking and people groaning through gritted teeth. Todoroki's ice was next, sticking people in place. Ida moved, carrying the others so that headbands could be collected. It all happened in a blur, Class B unable to keep up with his speed. He could do this. Dark Shadow was the real problem with Midoriya's team, creating a defense hard to break. Yayazuru created a huge fly swatter from her side, forcing the shadow creature back from stealing their headbands. Yet there wasn't much they could do to actually stop Dark Shadow, not without more light than they could create. They were also running out of time. The cavalry battle was a short, intense match, and they'd spend their last minutes trying to dodge around Dark Shadow at this point. It was a chase that Ida could keep up with, but not win. They wouldn't make it as things stood. Ida knew that they'd have to be faster than Tokoyami, and right now there was only one thing he could think of that might make it. He wasn't the planner, but he could feel Todoroki's growing frustration, Yayazuru's doubt, and Kaminari's exhaustion. They needed to act. Everyone. We only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to use a trick that'll render me useless. I need you to grab the headband a minute after I use my quirk. Ida. Todoroki's surprise didn't faze him. Ida's focus was on Midoriya. His eyes were glued to Todoroki, trying to figure out his next move. He wasn't looking at Ida, having determined him legs and nothing more. It was a blind spot. Ida remembered Midoriya's words when they'd first met, about how a person's eyes indicated their target. He fought down a smile. He's underestimated me. Ida revved his engines, hoping that Todoroki knew enough to hang on tightly. He hadn't perfected this move, but there wasn't time for perfect. Recipro burst launched them forward, so that the wind blasted back Ida's hair and he felt Todoroki jolt on top of him. He felt the collision of their two teams, a brief scuffle leading to Midoriya crying out and clutching feebly at the air. Between Todoroki's clenched fists was his headband, the ends flying in the breeze. Ida felt a smile threaten to take over his face, even as his engines stalled and they shuddered to a stop. Even the sound of Kaminari feeling unwell from the motion couldn't bring down his mood. He'd done it. He hoped Tensei had seen that, because Ida was all but vibrating from the sudden rush of adrenaline and thrill. He almost threw Todoroki, his hands itching to make chopping motions of triumph. Stay calm. Stay calm. No celebrating just yet. We're not done yet. Even Yaozuru's words of caution felt like barely a dent in his mood. Ida turned with his team, seeing that Midoriya's expression of disbelief had quickly melted into determination. The familiar expression of hyperfocus had entered his expression as he rallied his teammates. They're coming back for us. Kaminari yelped, sweat and exhaustion clear on his face. Ida grit his teeth, his legs stinging and his engines too hot to use. Above him, Todoroki's left side had started to steam, his right cold to the touch. I've got this, he muttered, tone cold and certain. You want to know what I think? I think all of you in Class A underestimated us, and it kicked you in the teeth. This was how Katsuki found his headband gone. One moment he'd felt confident. On top of the world. He was having a good time and had a plan in mind for getting back at Flameface for daring to ignore him as a threat. Then he was blinking in surprise, his headband snatched by a plain-looking Class B reject with a smirk on his face. Monoma was going to pay for this. Katsuki was going to make sure of it. He was going to make sure Monoma never made the mistake of underestimating him again. All of this was decided in a haze of red, with Kirishima's voice sounding distant and Katsuki's anger bubbling beneath the surface. Deep breath exercises were pointless. This was the perfect opportunity to unleash his frustration. More cathartic than acknowledging that they were now without points, and time was slipping rapidly away. Then the nerve of Monoma to gloat, like he hadn't just been underhanded and earned his victory through sneakiness rather than actual talent. We're in second place, huh? Seems to be a comfy place. Let's focus on keeping what we've got. Monoma's voice drawled, just loud enough that it was obvious he wanted Katsuki to hear. His words fueled Katsuki's rage to new heights. The fact that Monoma didn't even want first place, wasn't even willing to work for it, was mortifying in a way that was quickly becoming intolerable. Katsuki growled, the noise a mix of frustration and determination. Dude, calm down. Kirishima pleaded beneath him, his face flushed in disappointment as he glared at Monoma. We need to come up with a strategy, and we can't do that when you're angry. Monoma's blue eyes sparkled with mockery as they flicked towards him. He laughed, a proud smirk on his face. His voice took on a taunting tone, picking apart Katsuki's weaknesses. His gaze slipped down towards Katsuki's wrists, and the smile turned cruel. Ah, is the big bad Class A student afraid? What are you going to do, cry? Is that why you've got those scars? Ugly, aren't they? Just like your personality. Katsuki launched himself into the air before the sentence was complete, his heart racing and his teeth bared. He landed on the solid air shield, but it felt fragile under his weight. Sweat dripped down his arms, erupting into a burst of sound and light that shattered the wall and singed Monoma's hair. The Class B student flinched, crying out. Katsuki's hands lunged for Monoma, but he grabbed onto the headbands instead. Choke on this, he spat, falling away from Monoma's stunned face. Two headbands were clutched between his fingers, slick with sweat. Present Mick's voice echoed over the stadium. A late shake-up in the rankings, folks. That's the spirit of youth for ya. Katsuki felt Siro's tape latch around his middle, pulling him back to his cavalry. Some warning would be nice next time. Siro called out, though his aim hadn't faltered. Kirishima's voice was breathless, half chiding and half impressed. He'd heard what Monoma had said, they all had. His quirk was half ridged across his face, sweat pooling down his spine. We're guaranteed to move on now, but that kid is a real piece of work. I'm not done yet. Katsuki roared, his palms burning and something in his chest tightening with determination. He wanted to hit something, his anger sharpening into a focus that felt unstoppable. He didn't want to look at anyone, but he could feel his team around him, a living unit. Somehow, Class A had become protective of one another. Between fighting for their lives, competing, and constantly trying to outdo one another, they'd formed an unspoken pact. Did it include even Bakugo, the most volatile of their ranks? The guy who couldn't even remember the names of his own classmates? What's your plan then? Ashido spoke up, her voice steady. She'd cut off Bakugo's tirade, surprising him. Her grip on his foot tightened, her dark eyes glinting with determination. She'd heard. Beside her, Siro's grin was sharp at the edges. He still had his tape strapped to Katsuki's middle, a steady line back to their team. Kirishima stood strong in front of him, his red spikes turning hard and jagged with his quirk. All of them were looking towards Katsuki, awaiting his command. His rage, before unfocused, found a sudden and clear outlet. His voice was steady. We're taking our points back in the 10 million. Siro, tape now. It's Siro, you know, he replied, but they charged as one. Monoma had gone pale at the sudden onslaught. Siro's tape landed on the ground by Monoma, narrowly missing the target. Katsuki didn't hesitate. Raccoon face, melt a path with your acid. It's Mina Ashido, she exclaimed, moving her hand forward and spilling acid along the ground, turning it into a slick surface. The sound of Siro's tape whirred in their ears as he pulled them forward. Katsuki rode the sudden momentum, his focus on Monoma's forehead where the headband sat. His anger and determination pushed into his fist until all Katsuki could think about was how satisfying this punch was going to feel. Nothing flashy, no big explosions or fireworks. Those who didn't put in 100% weren't even worth his time. He struck Monoma quickly. The satisfying sound rang through Katsuki's arm, and the boy fell off his team's horse, with a grunt, landing on the ground face first. He lay there unmoving, his teammates looking on in stunned silence. In Katsuki's hand, the final headband came free. 20 seconds. Todoroki felt as if time was stretching before him, a path he couldn't speed up or slow down even if he wanted to. He was locked eye to eye with Midoriya, who launched himself forward with a fierce determination. There was no regard for safety in those eyes, only a desperate focus to win. Why does he keep looking at me like that? The thought came to Shuto slowly, like molasses between his ears. Why did Midoriya seem so determined to win? What was driving him? As far as Todoroki knew, the boy only had a mother watching him from home. Doesn't he see that I have to win? That there's no choice? He'd even flipped the headbands inwards to hide values, reshuffled them to confuse Midoriya's quirk. All of this in an effort to make winning impossible. It should be impossible. He'd never lost before, not to anyone his age. Not to anyone who didn't matter. Shuto had never let himself consider what would happen should he lose. The thought was an endless void, a maw opening up to his panic and anger. And it was fire. The ice on his right side, the ache in his joints, all of it started to thaw as his left began to warm. Steam hovered on his breath, dangerously close to the surface. His hair began to smoke. Todoroki looked away from his arm, and for a moment saw his mother's face in Midoriya's. His leg burned, the bruises from his father flaring up in agony. Shuto fell back, a wordless noise leaving his lips. He shoved the fire down, freezing it over even as Midoriya's hand closed around one of the headbands. It was too late anyway. Shuto hadn't been able to smooth down his expression, hadn't been able to block in time. In the last moments before the alarm bell wailed and the event ended, Shuto saw a shift in Midoriya's expression. It was a face slack with confusion, occupied with putting sudden puzzle pieces together. Shuto had broken his own promise to himself, but he was far more frightened of the look Midoriya gave him as they both fell back to their own cavalry team. It was over. He hadn't lost, but he didn't feel like he'd won at all. Izuku recalled a painful memory, a sharp stabbing feeling in the back of his head. One of the first times he had been forced to look at video footage in order to glean information on someone. He had forgotten about it, locked away those early days somewhere deep in his own mind so that he didn't have to break down over it. Everything from those days hurt to think about, like a rotting tooth he kept accidentally touching with his tongue. The child in the video footage hadn't been Todoroki, but that didn't mean anything. Izuku knew that Endeavor had lots of children. He knew more about Endeavor than he ever wanted to know. He'd never really considered the fact that he might run into one of the man's kids, even knowing Todoroki's quirk. If Izuku were being honest with himself, maybe he hadn't wanted to see the similarities. He hadn't wanted to think about the fact that his quirk told him that Japan's top heroes had a monster amongst their ranks. In the end, his team had won 4th place. It was more than Izuku expected, given the odds stacked against them from the get-go. He had a hard time feeling proud of it, a sour feeling settling in his stomach that had nothing to do with sore losing. His memories were floating to the surface, and now he couldn't stop thinking about it. Because now that he could see clearly, Todoroki wasn't behaving the way he should for someone who had been raised to be the best he could be. His head was down, his breathing labored as he clutched at the scarred half of his face. A panic attack, tightly controlled and trained to appear like normal exhaustion. Todoroki wasn't looking at him. Really, he wasn't looking at anyone. Since the match ended, he'd taken to staring at the ground sightlessly as Midnight announced the victories and losses of the event. He was quiet, but the other students wouldn't take notice of that. Todoroki had always been quiet, had never been one to thaw the layer of ice that seemed perpetually wrapped around him. His hands kept clenching and unclenching at his sides, as if he were trying to regain sensation in them. The longer Izuku looked, the more he wanted to be sick. Sometimes, his quirk saw too much for its own good. Class collectively gathered towards the exit, chattering amongst themselves about the results. Izuku was swept up in it, Ochako and Ida on either side talking excitedly about the matches. He could barely listen in, his quirk working on overdrive. His head had been hurting the entire competition, but it was growing sharper. His wrist ached, but Izuku hardly cared. Todoroki passed them, and there was nothing he could come up with that didn't sound too knowing or patronizing. Not here, not in front of everyone. No one would appreciate that sort of help, if it could even be defined as help. What could he say? What words could he try to unlock the frozen feeling at the back of his throat? Izuku wanted to scream because what he'd seen in Todoroki's stare during that battle was a mirror image of his own face. Todoroki spoke for him. Izuku would later wonder if he'd gathered up the courage to do so otherwise. Endeavor's son had a soft voice when it was frightened. Izuku's eyes slipped shut, knowing that no one else was listening. The sick feeling in the back of his throat lingered. Meet me in the east alcove in 10 minutes. Then Todoroki was gone, and Izuku was left staring at the limp in the boy's leg as he pushed his way through the crowd and vanished. The first time Izuku heard the name, Todoroki, he'd been 6 years old. Endeavor had been a test run in many ways for All Might, and Shigaraki had gotten all he could on the man for an anonymous client. Izuku shuddered at the memory of that time, an echo of Shigaraki's demands. We need to show them that working with us is worth the price tag. Our investor has a very strong quirk and a vendetta against Endeavor. That's where you come in, Ghost. What made a hero? If Endeavor was considered to be one of the best out there, Izuku had decided long ago that fundamentally the definition of the term was broken. He was a hero by being powerful instead of actually having a moral compass. The accounts of damage, physical or emotional, that Endeavor had caused probably exceeded that of the average villain in Japan, but his name stretched far. 10 accounts of arson and destruction of personal property. That's how many charges that'd likely stick against me, he thought, trying to keep himself calm. The investor had wanted Izuku to glean information on Endeavor's investments and had used them to commit acts of arson. There'd been more, but Izuku had only been involved with 10 of them personally. Here he was talking to the man's son, who had no idea that Izuku was anything more than a particularly annoying transfer student. Todoroki stood in the half-shaded east alcove across from Izuku, saying nothing but staring hard. He seemed to have calmed down at some point, the ice wall back up, so Izuku struggled to read his face. Nothing could hide the fear in the boy's mismatched eyes, though. You wanted to talk? The silence stretched between them, awkward and heavy. Izuku's stomach was still churning. He'd gone to the bathroom to collect himself in the hopes that he wouldn't feel sick now. He felt both hungry and uneasy at the same time. The dining hall's gonna be packed if we don't hurry. Izuku tried for a smile, but it faded as Todoroki failed to return or acknowledge it. He sighed, his shoulders heaving with emotion. He cast a glance at Todoroki's leg, which he was still favoring. Okay, I'll cut the CRP then. You're limping and I want to know why. Why are there rumors that All Might is interested in you? Todoroki countered, his hands crossed over his chest. Izuku would have liked to know that one himself, personally. You know what my quirk is, analysis, right? I don't know how much you were listening on my first day of class, but sometimes I see things that people don't want me to know. Izuku glanced at Todoroki from under his eyelashes, seeing his classmate shuffle and shift away from the statement, uncomfortable with the topic. He wasn't sure how much he should give away that he knew or could at least guess given the information he already had. He also didn't know how to address it without revealing himself to be not your average citizen. How did you discuss past actions? Thankfully, Todoroki seemed to have called Izuku to this meeting for a reason. He took a deep breath, apparently grounding himself before he shoved both hands deep in his pockets and plowed ahead. Secrets in my family are second nature. My father is the second most powerful man arguably in all of Japan. It's bought him enemies, and his personality is in constant eye of the press. Yet my father doesn't care about that. He's only surpassed by one person, and that person is a pillar in the community that's impossible to defeat. At least in my father's eyes, All Might is a roadblock and an eyesore that he's never been able to surpass. Not in his generation at least. Todoroki began to tell Izuku what he had suspected for a long time. Quirk marriages rarely ended happily, and Endeavor was rich and powerful even before he met Todoroki's mother. The childhood Todoroki described was painful and tense. My father raised me to surpass All Might as the perfect combination of his and my mother's quirk. Do you understand what that means? I'm a tool for his ambition. A hand lifted towards his eye, the burn vivid across his pale skin. He touched it gently, his gaze flicking upwards to glare at Izuku. My mother. His treatment of her eventually drove her away. She hated my left side. He turned the most gentle person I knew against me because she was also trapped. Izuku's throat felt tight, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. The sick feeling in his stomach grew stronger. She did that to you? He asked even as he knew the answer. Todoroki smiled, but it wasn't a happy thing. His shoulders raised and lowered, neither denying nor confirming anything. I vowed never to use fire in a fight against an opponent. You pushed me far enough today that I nearly used that part of my quirk. His quirk. Izuku's arms wrapped around his middle, a sour taste at the back of his mouth. It was an echo of his own feelings towards his quirk not too long ago. It wasn't hard to feel like his quirk was consuming him, a force to control and subdue. Izuku struggled because he couldn't turn it off, and for Todoroki to have two incredibly visible halves of his quirk show through his features seemed like a cruel twist of fate. He hadn't told anybody about what he knew regarding Endeavor or many different heroes. Until now, Izuku had convinced himself that it was safer that way. Airing out dirty laundry without evidence would cause mistrust. He couldn't really do anything, it was his word against someone more powerful. All of these reasons had been swimming around in the back of his mind until now. He had given what he could, kept to himself, and promised that he'd find a way to get Eri out from under the League's influence on his own. That way, he'd never have to face the responsibility of what he'd done. He'd never have to think about what his quirk could do if left unchecked and uncontrolled. Don't think about it. He'd told himself he was tired of being used as a tool for someone else's benefit, and in the process let Todoroki be used as one for his father. His quirk had caused pain, but this was somehow worse. Izuku could see just how much Todoroki had suffered now that he allowed himself to look. His quirk pointed out the signs, a mirror to his own upbringing. Dozens of colorless nicks, marks that could be from roughhousing but now screamed of something more serious. The scar on Todoroki's face, the closed-off expression, all of it screamed for help while simultaneously demanding to be left alone in a combination that was frighteningly familiar. Izuku's teeth found their way to his lower lip, sinking in deep. His fingertips dug into the jagged texture of the overlapping scars on his arms. I'd appreciate it if you kept your observations to yourself in the future. Todoroki broke the silence, gazing at him flatly. I wanted you to know because I know minds jump to conclusions without information. I still intend to beat you in this competition, but I'll do it under my own power. Todoroki. Izuku struggled to keep his voice even. Todoroki's expression was blank, whatever he was feeling trapped beneath a thick layer of ice. Unknowable, unnameable. Izuku felt so far away from him, a yawning gap ever widening in between. Todoroki. What did he do to your leg? Mismatched eyes flickered. Todoroki frowned, consciously straightening his leg so that he rested on it again. If he was in pain, he didn't show it. He seemed miles away, and Izuku wanted to shout in frustration because Todoroki wasn't listening and was out of his reach despite being right in front of him somehow. I look forward to competing with you, Midoriya, even if you won't tell me how you're connected to All Might. Sorry for wasting your time. No, Todoroki. He paused, Izuku's voice ragged and far too emotional. Izuku pressed on, forcing past the screaming at the back of his mind that warned him not to reveal too much, not to trust. What would he have wanted to hear when he'd been trapped? When everything had seemed hopeless and he'd been hanging onto his own sanity by a thread. Your eyes looked like they needed help. Ochako's words had been the first to reach him. It had been an admission that she had seen him, that he wasn't alone. Everything I am. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the people that helped me. Todoroki's eyes narrowed in confusion, his hands slipping out of his pockets. His mouth opened, probably to argue or deny. Izuku didn't give him the chance. My mother. It's really hard to explain, but I grew up without her. I only got the chance to be with her, to have friends when I came to UA. My childhood. What I'm saying is I can understand why you keep people at arm's length. Izuku looked at his hand, where a jagged scar ran from thumb to palm in a perfect crescent. Magna had given it to him during training once, and he had made a matching one soon after. It was the one mark he wasn't afraid of. He curled a fist around it, feeling stronger for it. I'm not All Might. I'm still working on what I think a hero is, but I think I want to be the sort of hero that lets others know that they're not alone. And if I need to beat you to do that, then I will, but I want you to know that I'll win if you don't give it all you've got. It's the only way I can repay the people who've helped me this far. In the shadow of an alcove, Katsuki sat with the knowledge that he'd listened in on something he probably wasn't meant to hear. His curiosity had gotten the better of him when his two main competitors had disappeared. He hadn't put it past Deku after his first scheme with that support student not to try and collaborate somehow. He hadn't expected to stumble upon Half and Half's tragic backstory. He knew a thing or two about dysfunctional families, but he had the uncomfortable feeling that Todoroki's took the cake. The implied silences in this conversation made Katsuki uncomfortable and angry in a way he didn't often feel. He wasn't protective by nature, and this felt misplaced given the fact that he didn't even know Todoroki that well. Katsuki unconsciously wrapped himself further in the coat Ishido had given him after the last match, a bright green garment with a fur hood. It gave him a feeling of safety, his sweatbands gone and his hands shone in regards to how he felt about people mocking him for his own scars. He told himself it wasn't an act of weakness. He'd pretended to be cold, so it was alright. Ishido barely knew him either, but had given it to him with steady confidence. As if they were already fast friends, she hadn't had to think about the act of kindness. Katsuki envied that. His mind flitted to his own mom, how despite their unstable relationship he'd never looked at her the way Todoroki had looked when he spoke of his father. Katsuki's mouth twisted into an expression of distaste, torn between a rising feeling of pity and a complete dislike of such emotions. In Todoroki's position, he wouldn't want to be pitted. But he'd never been in Todoroki's position either. He'd never really encountered anything like this, except for maybe Izuku's situation, and he'd dealt with it by pretending Izuku didn't exist most of the time, which was also considered problematic if his therapist's judging silences were anything to go by. He really should have just stayed put in the class locker room. Katsuki Bakugo was not equipped to deal with the fact that Class 1A was slowly knitting itself together into something connective and organically protective of each other. He could only watch as he was swept up, unable to be left behind by the very nature of the dynamic. Okay, so Toshinori didn't always have the best working relationship with other pro heroes. He tried, don't let anyone think he didn't, but being at the top invited a lot of resentment and a lot of opportunity for unwanted criticism to be directed his way. Endeavor was a bit of a special case. The man never even bothered trying to be polite, and Toshinori privately felt that being courteous to him was like trying to be courteous to an angry beehive, painful and useless. He just meant to give Izuku a little pep talk and get Aiko and Sayuri some yakitori. The headache of navigating Endeavor's grudge and cryptic behavior had been an unpleasant surprise that made him panic and use his other form. Being All Might, he couldn't just go on his way without greeting his coworker. His joints ached and popped from the sudden shift back and forth, resenting him for it. Izuku was in the holding hall before his match, stress muttering to himself with a preoccupied expression on his features. He kept spinning his staff, the sound of it periodically striking the dusty ground a steady rhythm. Despite how well he'd done so far, Izuku seemed worried. There were shadows under his eyes, his green hair falling into his face as he kept brushing it back every few minutes in frustration. His expression lightened just a little upon seeing Toshinori, running forward to meet him. You're doing well so far. You've made a good impression on the audience. Toshinori congratulated him, smiling as a pleased flush burned its way up Izuku's neck. The boy laughed, beaming. He fidgeted a little in place, confidence fading. Really? I feel like I've been getting by on the skin of my teeth. Don't sell yourself short, you've even got a few fans who've come to see how you've done. Pleased surprise, and then delight, flitted across Izuku's face as Toshinori told him about Aiko and Sayuri's appearance. They want to meet up after the match if it's alright with you. Aiko said she gave you her number, but didn't realize you might not have a cell phone. We should fix that, by the way. Izuku's smile faded as he glanced back towards the mouth of the stadium, worry creeping into his expression. He didn't seem wholly focused on the match, though he should have been. Toshinori remained silent, unsure if his advice would be welcome. Izuku often needed to approach someone first to feel comfortable asking questions, something Toshinori had learned during their training together. Eventually, the quiet drew Izuku out of his shell. Hey, Toshinori, do you know Endeavor? The mention of the man Toshinori had just spent the last 10 minutes avoiding gave him pause. His brows furrowed in confusion. How did Izuku know Endeavor beyond just his name? What did he matter to Izuku? I have a professional working relationship with him, yes. Why do you ask? Izuku bit his lip, his gaze downcast. Instead of answering, he asked another question that made Toshinori uneasy. Do you know what All Might or other heroes think of him? Like, as a person? This was delicate territory. Toshinori hummed, trying to keep his voice friendly and unbothered. Professionally, he's very good at his job. Personally, I've met heroes with more tact if I'm being honest. I'd suspect that All Might would feel similarly, perhaps more so given how often he works with him. You shouldn't trust him, Izuku blurted, not quite meeting Toshinori's gaze. The intensity in his voice raised warning bells in Toshinori's mind. He frowned, trying to catch Izuku's eye. The boy's sudden change in emotion was abrupt and concerning. My boy, what? What do you mean? Has he said something to you or another student? Izuku huffed, shrugging and looking away in frustration. For the first time, Toshinori felt that Izuku was struggling to be honest with him, something the boy usually did effortlessly. I just get a bad vibe from him. That's all. It's not, if I told you I'm worried. That's why I wanted to know about All Might and what he thought of Endeavor. He might be able to do something if he knew. Toshinori didn't have time to feel offended that Izuku felt he couldn't defend himself from Endeavor. He was too busy being confused and worried. Izuku often clammed up at the slightest hint of disapproval. The fact that he was forcing himself to speak through discomfort, especially so close to a match, didn't bode well. Not that Toshinori could just shift form and risk Izuku having a small breakdown over the breach of trust that had been steadily building between them. That would end badly for everyone. I suspect that if All Might heard from a reliable source that there was reason to be distrustful of Endeavor, he would do all in his power to resolve the issue. However, if you're worried about something that might affect another person's quality of life or your own, Aizawa-sensei would also be a good person to talk to. Izuku startled, looking up at Toshinori in confusion. Toshinori elaborated. He is your homeroom teacher and official guardian while in the walls of UA. I don't know what it is that you're so reluctant to reveal about Endeavor, but Aizawa-sensei is required to ensure all his students are safe, including you. No matter who it might be, he would do his best to uphold that. He might also be easier for you to talk to. Toshinori watched as Izuku seemed to consider the option, releasing a breath he had been holding throughout the conversation. He was relieved to see some tension melt from Izuku's shoulders. However, he didn't seem completely done with questions. His voice was quiet, as if he wasn't sure if Toshinori wanted to listen or just act as a sounding board. Have you ever been ashamed of something? Like, so ashamed that it seems almost better if you don't even think or talk about it. People say it wasn't your fault what happened, but you can't help but feel guilty. Don't forget your smile, Toshinori. Nana's voice echoed in his mind. He allowed himself a moment to remember her, the billow of her cape as she stood in falling snow. It was an old injury, no blood left to bleed from it. His eyes drifted shut briefly, pained. When I was just starting out as a hero, he admitted. How'd you cope with it? Izuku asked, a desperate edge to his voice. Because I feel like all I'm doing is hurting people by not talking, but every time I try I just... His breathing hitched, and he clutched at his chest, fingers twisting the fabric of his gym uniform. Toshinori reflected on those first few months after Nana's death. Everything had felt bleak, and getting out of bed had become a challenge, driven only by his longing for justice. Vengeance was toxic, but he had been too young and too filled with anger to recognize it. Gran Torino had tried to guide him through the darkest times, catching him when he pushed himself too hard in search of closure. He remembered how difficult it had been to talk about her, how he still struggled to say her name. You need to talk about it even when it hurts, he said softly, forcing himself to meet Izuku's gaze. Keep talking until it hurts less, and be honest about when you need help. And remember to smile because it helps you remember that you can. The stadium erupted with a loud sound that signaled the start of the one-on-one matches. Izuku jumped, his eyes wide as he turned toward the noise. When he looked back, Toshinori was smiling, a warm but forced expression. He gave Izuku a thumbs up and clapped him on the shoulder. Never forget that I believe in you and expect great things from you. Izuku's uncertain smile wasn't perfect, but it was enough. He clutched his staff tightly, his green eyes glistening. He wiped at them, a small laugh escaping from his chest. And no wonder you're friends with All Might, he stammered. You both know how to smile under pressure. Better than I do. I'd hope I'm a bit more handsome, Toshinori teased, and Izuku let out a snort, the sound light and amused. When it was time for him to face Hitoshi Shinso, his eyes were dry, and his smile was steady. Whatever you do, Midoriya, don't respond to his questions. That was the only advice Izuku had received about Hitoshi Shinso. Ojiro had given it to him after he stepped down, claiming to have no memory of the cavalry event. It was just one more thing weighing on Izuku's mind. He hadn't noticed Shinso during the tournament, and it was clear that had been intentional. The general studies student had kept a low profile, likely because he had a mental quirk similar to Izuku's. On one hand, if he lost this match, he could accept that it was his own fault. It was evident that Shinso's quirk was voice-activated, and he would probably try to provoke Izuku to get a reaction. All he had to do was stay silent to remain unaffected. However, if he won, he would have to face Todoroki. Izuku wasn't sure which scenario was better. A physical quirk against a mental one made for slim odds in a direct match. The fact that Todoroki might not like him didn't help either. At least Toshinori's pep talk had given him some encouragement. Izuku felt like the world was determined to make him the most anxious person alive. Now, all he had to do was not mess this up, somehow defeat Todoroki despite the mismatch, and find a way to inform Aizawa-sensei about Endeavor's behavior without revealing how he knew. The stadium buzzed with excitement for this match, especially since he was one half of the showdown. Toshinori hadn't lied when he said people hadn't expected him to succeed, and the crowd's support for the underdog was palpable. As he approached the ring, he was met with a roar of approval. Across from him, Shinso stood calmly. Up close, Izuku could see the boy who had challenged his entire class at the festival start. Shinso looked perpetually exhausted, and in Izuku's quick assessment for weaknesses, he noted that the boy was thin and not very sturdy. His dark purple hair was pushed back from his face, and he had a placid expression, hands in his pockets, lacking any fighting stance. Izuku could handle Kaki. It meant Shinso might underestimate him. For this match, do what you can within reason. No serious injuries. Heroes are honorable first and foremost, Cementos instructed, settling into a chair in the shade by the edge of the arena. Izuku swallowed hard, gripping his staff tightly. He needed to end this quickly, using a quick pulse of electricity to catch Shinso off guard and then drag him out of the ring. The faster he could finish, the less chance there was of accidentally saying something. With a plan in mind, Izuku took his fighting stance and met Shinso's steady gaze as the starting bell rang, drowning out the applause around them. A drawling voice spoke over the rallying of the crowd, immediately antagonizing and cruel. I suppose that monkey told you about my quirk, huh? Too bad he was too foolish to defend against it himself. Don't react. Izuku dove forward, staff spinning outwards to aim a jab towards Shinso's head. The boy ducked, tall but surprisingly flexible. His mouth kept moving, unfazed by the strike. He hadn't even blinked. You're fast. Knew you would be, of course. Lucky me, I know a thing or two about dodging. Having a quirk that makes people want to punch you makes you really good at that. Izuku pivoted on his heel, aiming this time for the boy's side. Shinso skirted out of the way by a breath, stumbling backwards. Despite the loss of ground, his eyes were burning a hole in Izuku's skull. Tell me, Midoriya, is that even your real name? Or is that a name that UA gave you when they decided to harbor a wanted criminal? The next strike Izuku stumbled, the swing not hard or fast enough. What? Shinso dodged it easily, his grin widening across his face as he drank in the struck dumb expression on Izuku's face. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Am I not supposed to talk about the elephant in this arena? Don't tell me your classmates don't know. Shut up. The words hovered on Izuku's lips, barely held back. He grit his teeth, afraid to even growl a curse word. He kicked out at Shinso's legs, tripping the boy up. He fell to the ground but rolled out of the way a moment before Izuku could bring his staff down on his shoulder. The roar of the crowd thundered in Izuku's ears. The grip on his staff was slick with sweat. He flexed his grip on the handle, his brain screaming for some kind of opening. He knows. How does he know? How much does he know? Please don't let him know. You know, I was pretty angry when I found out that a villain could earn a place in the hero course with no kind of examination or proof of their values. Color me optimistic, but I'd hoped UA had more common sense. After all, their practical exam wasn't exactly made for less flashy quirks. I thought it was a joke at first. The smile slipped off the boy's face as he rolled to his feet, wiping away a smudge of dirt on his chin. A tinge of bitterness crept into Shinso's voice. But then, what kind of transfer student carries a pocket knife in the waistband of their uniform? Don't think I don't know what that looks like. He knew, and suddenly Shinso's jealous edge made perfect sense. Izuku might have kicked himself if he wasn't terrified out of his mind. He could ruin everything. Izuku launched himself forward, an inarticulate cry trapped in the back of his throat. This time, Shinso wasn't quite quick enough. The staff connected with his side, knocking the breath from his lungs. Izuku didn't have a chance to shock him, the boy gripping the front of his gym shirt, forcing him to go down with him. Together they rolled, locked in a tussle with Izuku only just managing to keep a one-handed grip on his staff. Not close enough to the button to press it and stun Shinso. Izuku bit back a string of frustration, scrabbling for purchase. Pressed into the ground, Shinso's voice hissed by his ear. It was vindictive and sharp. Tell me, Ghost, do your little friends know just what kind of monster they let into their classroom? Do they know about the darkness in your past? A copper taste was rising in the back of Izuku's throat, hot and metallic. He grunted, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts behind his eyelids. Don't think about it. Don't think about what happened to Firefly, Ghost? What happened to Metal Grind or Bone Digger or Starchild? Shut up. Izuku screamed, headbutting Shinso as hard as he could. The motion flung Shinso off of him, sending him sprawling across the ring. He landed with a heavy thud. Then Izuku knew nothing at all, his mind melting into white, fizzy and effervescent and empty. He felt his limbs go slack, lying on the stadium ring floor. His staff was loose between his fingers. His lungs locked in his chest, forced to breathe at a slow and deliberate rate that didn't fit with the adrenaline coursing through his system. He might have choked, but choking was no longer a bodily function for him. Izuku couldn't even blink, his eyes opening and closing on someone else's accord. Oh no. Shinso got to his feet, breathing heavily. A trickle of sweat ran down his face. His teeth were bared, legs shaking as he got to his feet. Izuku heard his voice as if from far, far away. Gotcha. Damn it, Midoriya. Ojiro put his head in his hands, unable to look at the stadium before him. Despite their best efforts, Midoriya had gone slack, staring blankly as he got to his feet. I warned him and he still didn't. Arg. His tail thrashed in annoyance. Well, at least it's for the best, Kaminari said glumly, trying to console his friend. If he'd won this, he would have had to go against Todoroki, and let's face it, he'd be in trouble. Ochako grimaced, looking on in dismay. She thought this match was terrible from the start, pitting two people together who would almost inevitably have to face off without their quirks. What a challenging power to go against, brainwashing. She watched anxiously, her fingers twisting together in her lap. Izuku was blank, his earlier fight fading away. He stared vacantly ahead, his staff held limply in one hand. It was as if he'd become a doll, only held up by an invisible force. Shinso had gotten to his feet, a self-satisfied expression on his face. Though it couldn't be heard what was being said, his gloating demeanor said it all. This had been his plan from the start. Midoriya's been caught by Shinsu's quirk. Folks, this match may be over barely before it's begun. Truly, what a surprising ability. Present Mike's voice was high with excitement, buzzing with the thrill of an unexpected twist. Aizawa-sensei's voice was calm, as if he were reading a report. I've always said that the initial test for UA doesn't account for mental quirks. Shinsu's quirk is powerful, but it doesn't have any effect in a physical fight. This is what happens when you don't account for other types of abilities. Both he and Midoriya have quirks that best work with the element of surprise. Ochako watched in dismay as Izuku began to turn around, moving slowly towards his own defeat. The roar of the crowd was deafening as they realized what was about to happen, both outraged and excited. There was nothing to do but watch as her friend's dreams seemed to slip away. Izuku felt as if he were floating, drifting through a dream. He had an idea of where he was, what he was doing, but all of it felt intangible. His legs moved independently, guiding him towards the edge of the ring. It all felt as detached as watching his actions from a distance. In the shadow of the alcove, Toshinori stood, a worried look on his face, but Izuku couldn't hear what he was saying. The only voice that reached him was the one controlling him. Walk towards the finish line now. The unsettling knowledge that he had lost control of his body would usually send Izuku into a panic, but under Shinsu's quirk, he felt unnaturally calm. He knew he had to escape, but it was hard to visualize when every blink brought him closer to defeat. This is bad. This is so very, very bad. Toshinori was gesturing at him, as if he could physically shoo the boy away if he only tried hard enough. The look on his face made Izuku's panic levels rise. He'd promised to do his best, to make the man proud, and now he felt like he was about to fail in front of him. Then, Shinso would take all the information he knew and make it public. Izuku felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was running out of options, and he couldn't shake the memories rising to the surface, memories he had tried to bury deep within himself. What could he do? How could he stop this? Ajiro hadn't given him much in the way of weaknesses once caught in Shinsu's trap. His quirk was apparently very difficult to break out of. Any other time, it would have been fascinating to test its limits, but right now, Izuku felt like he was straining every muscle in his body, and nothing was changing. He was drawing closer and closer to the edge of the ring with every step. The effect on Ajiro had only worn off towards the end of the cavalry battle when he'd been bumped, and Izuku didn't have anything on hand that he could use to bump himself. He couldn't even lift his hand to try. Every step he took was measured, his hands limp at his sides save for the one curled around his staff. Then an idea struck him. The staff in Izuku's hand felt heavy, but his thumb was inches away from the pulse setting. If he could move it even a little, he might be able to break free from Shinsu's hold. But the thought made him uneasy. It seemed like the kind of plan that Aizawa-sensei or Toshinori would disapprove of. What other choice do I have? Izuku was rapidly running out of options, the white line a hair's breadth away. It was now or never, and he knew better than to give himself time to think about it. He focused all of his effort towards his hand, wishing he could at least grit his teeth. I really hope I don't bite my tongue. His thumb twitched in response, only the barest of motions. Sweat trickled down his spine as he tried again. If he focused all his energy into the one limb, it felt like a blinding headache. He pushed through it. Once more there was the slightest movement, but nothing that got the job done. All the while, Izuku's feet kept moving, leading him inevitably towards his loss. Finally, his thumb brushed closer and pressed down. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. Izuku's entire body locked in place as energy coursed through him. He gasped, but the noise was stuck in his throat as he fell to the ground. Izuku's ears strained to hear anything around him, lost in darkness. All he could make out was his breathing, quick and loud in the silence. He'd come down here to hide. There were many tunnels under the bar, twists and curves that didn't make sense. If you weren't afraid of getting lost, you could explore them, and Izuku wasn't afraid of the dark. At least, he was less afraid of it than what he'd been running from, Shigaraki's anger. You'll be meeting Sensei today. He's been ill for a long time and hasn't been able to have a proper look at you. I want you to meet me at the bar tonight, and then I'll take you to him. Those who went to see Shigaraki's teacher never came back. Izuku had watched it happen again and again, each person he'd been sent off to find eventually dragged away. He didn't know what happened to them, but he knew they were gone. So he'd run, his heart racing as he wandered into the darkness. He kept pausing to listen, wary of footsteps behind or in front of him. Eventually, Izuku took one too many wrong turns and had to admit that he was lost. His running slowed, shoes making splashes in the puddles of water that shone faintly from some unseen light source. It was here, catching his breath in shallow gasps, that Izuku heard it. The faint noise of someone crying echoed ahead of him. It was a sound that felt out of place in the darkness, and disconcerting. Izuku swallowed tightly. He'd learned to be cautious of noises that he couldn't see the source of. Not everything that seemed childlike in the league was safe. A part of him thought about running away, turning back the way he'd come. Yet he knew what was behind him, and that doing so would force him back into Shigaraki's grip. At least ahead, whoever was crying had a chance of being lost like him. Curiosity piqued, and Izuku began to pick his way carefully forward, avoiding the puddles to be as quiet as possible. He got the vague idea that on either side of the hallway were cells. There were many under the bar, so this didn't particularly frighten him. Occasionally, the League had to kidnap someone, or teach them a lesson in a space where outside civilians wouldn't overhear. These ones, however, seemed mostly left to neglect. There was a sour taste in the air that made Izuku feel uneasy. He pushed it down, drawn in by the persistent, quiet crying. It grew louder the further in he went. What happened next, he could never remember. Only his own reflection staring up at him, telling him to not think about it, and come back the way he'd come. And Izuku Midoriya's on the ground, folks? He seems to have shocked himself to break out of Hitoshi Shinsu's hold. Hizashi leaned half out of his seat, his expression confused as he tried to get a closer look at what was happening on the field below. There hadn't been anything flashy so far, and Shoyuta could tell his partner was getting a little frustrated at the lack of material he could present. This wasn't a battle that involved big shows of physical power, and the audience was rapidly getting confused as Izuku ranged wildly from expressive to blank to pained. The shock from his own staff had put Midoriya on the ground, his entire body jolting as if he had received a strong electric shock. It was an appropriate comparison to Shuta's mind. He'd half suspected the boy would be unable to get up from the shock, but Izuku had managed to drive his staff into the ground to prop himself against. It proved to be his saving grace. He now stood trembling, staring sightlessly in front of him as Shinso scowled in frustration and surprise. Shoyuta stifled a sigh. Problem child. That self-destructive streak was a mile wide, and he worried over the day it would catch up to Midoriya. He'd already caught glimpses of it, but this move truly brought it to light. Izuku looked exhausted, struggling to keep his balance as he breathed and tried to force his legs to hold his weight. He looked down at the papers he had of both contestants. If he wasn't covered in bandages, his frown would have been obvious. This fight was going to be tough, no flashy quirks needed. Shoyuta didn't know what Shinso had found to get under Izuku's skin, but it was enough to make the boy mad. His expression had taken on a sharp desperation that had yet to be seen in any training class. This was closer to how he'd first met Izuku, back during the villain invasion. The boy was going to be unpredictable, and perhaps more determined than a boy his age should know how to be. Midoriya's on his feet, but only barely. And it looks like Shinsu's dropped his quirk in favor of brute force. He's coming in to shove Midoriya out of the ring while he's still weak on his feet. Shoyuta leaned forward, once again cutting off Hizashi's mic. He pressed one casted hand onto the radio button, getting a hold of Cementos. Be prepared to end this fight prematurely, was all he said, an uneasy feeling growing in his stomach. He wanted to give Izuku a chance, like he wanted to give all his students. That didn't mean he wasn't aware that the boy had been trained to fight, and instincts like that didn't die. They were just buried deep. The truth was, the first person Izuku harmed had been an accident. He'd known only two things then: do as Shigaraki said, and don't think too hard about what his quirk told him about the people he was sent to find. When he'd been given the hero's name, he'd merely done just that. He'd been 11, and Magna had just finished training him to Shigaraki's satisfaction. He'd had his second mission, after he'd captured Metal Grind and proved himself good enough to be valuable. So he read his file and reveled in the small freedom that was going on the train on his own with only a partner, instead of Toga or Kurogiri. Superhero Firefly, age 23, 152 centimeters tall, approximately 123 pounds. Quirk, solar energy, able to absorb sunlight during the day and store it within her body in order to channel it into a laser-like weapon. Civilian name, Haruka Shoku. Her apartment was on the far side of the city, nearly where the trains ended. As a result, Izuku had a long time to sit and think, and watch as his new associate shuffled a deck of cards in silence. He called himself Dabi, and he had hair that was dyed an unnatural shade of black and vivid scars that he kept hidden in a leather jacket and hoodie when out in public. He had lots of piercings, and his costume was more of a journey into a goth fashion sense. Practical but still stylish. Izuku thought he sort of looked like some of those people on magazine covers. Or he would, if his face wasn't marked. He didn't talk much, but that was okay. Izuku didn't talk much either. When he did talk, it was to ask about Izuku. A rare occurrence, since most people either knew about him or didn't much care since he was a kid. So, you're Shigaraki's secret weapon, huh? You don't look like much for a kid that's supposed to see everything. Dabi's voice broke the silence. Though he didn't look at Izuku, the boy got the feeling he saw a lot. The boy sat up in his seat, stopping the restless kicking of his legs to answer. You don't look like much for a serial arsonist. Izuku countered unthinkingly, then immediately flushed and backtracked. Being rude to strangers, especially villains, didn't go well for him generally. Dash. Dabi snorted, a lazy smirk flitting across his face. He seemed pleased, like getting a funny response out of Izuku had been his goal all along. Maybe he liked people who talked to him without the tense honorifics some of the other villains used. No, you're right, I guess. I like to keep as low of a profile as I can. Given my good looks, I mean. He shrugged. I guess I just meant that you're awfully young to be the brains behind these kinds of operations. It's my quirk. Izuku answered honestly. It makes me good at remembering and collecting information. Analysis, sort of. Izuku tilted his head, his expression thoughtful. He thought he was pretty grown up, but apparently to most he still seemed like a little kid. He needed to prove himself if he wanted Dabi to treat him like a grown-up. He'd caught the edge of fine writing on the inside of the playing deck, instead of a suit. Seeing the opportunity, Izuku seized it. Does Mr. Shigaraki know you're making copies of the information on your playing cards? By way of answer, Dabi held a finger to his lips. The end was tipped briefly with bright blue flame, just as quickly. He shuffled the cards a different way, so Izuku couldn't see what was written on them, only blank backings. You keep my secrets, and I can keep you away from whoever gave you that cut you keep picking at under your sleeve when you think I'm not looking. Izuku startled, forcing his hands in his lap and away from his arms like he'd been caught doing something he shouldn't. Dabi waved away his fear with a fresh fanning of the cards. One by one, they were reshuffled until they slipped into and up his sleeve. It was a magic trick, but Izuku could always read the hand movements so he knew how they worked. I've had my share of people pushing me around. You learn to know a certain look on someone's face. Izuku sat back in his seat, his arms coming to hug himself self-consciously. His gaze was drawn to the mottled, blotchy half of Dabi's face and neck. He'd never met someone who so casually talked about Shigaraki or compared it to their own experience. He rarely had someone even look past the kabuki mask tucked into his backpack. He wasn't sure how it made him feel, other than small. You don't like him? Izuku murmured, because his quirk told him as much, and because in truth he was curious. He could only connect pieces if they were presented to him, and Dabi so far was a blank canvas, purposefully cut off from all ties to his past. It was rare that Izuku met someone who seemed to have no beginning, having only been born from the moment at present. Dabi hummed, the sound purposefully neutral. His gaze slipped towards the station the train was slowing for. I don't like bullies, and that's as much as you're getting from me without your quirk. Dabi corrected, shouldering his own pack. This is the stop. Q&A is over, kid. He moved, forcing Izuku to focus on making sure he wasn't left behind. Though Dabi led at first, Izuku soon knew the layout of this part of the city better. He took the lead as they turned and twisted their way through back streets, keeping his head down. Dabi opted for pulling his hood up around his ears, the wind tugging erratically around them putting off any suspicion. There weren't many people out this time of night anyway, and it really was chilly. She'll likely be just back from work, if she stays on routine. Izuku explained easily as they walked, his breath making steaming clouds in front of his face. She lives in room 205. When we get to the apartment, we pose as food delivery. She orders out every Friday, same dish, a bowl of ramen and some chicken wings. Dabi held up a bag of fast food, grease marking the cardboard edges. When we're let into the building, we go to the door. Proceed as usual until you can force your way in with your quirk for muscle and the information we have on her as leverage. If she tries to run, we light the room up and make her disappear. Don't touch anything without gloves, don't get cut or bleed anywhere. Clear? Crystal. Dabi murmured. His gaze was on the looming apartment building before them. An apprehensive expression took up his face. You can defend yourself if things get out of hand, right? I don't have to babysit you. By answer, Izuku's fingers hitched up the edge of his sweater. His staff, having been collapsed into its smaller size, glinted in the dark. Don't worry about me. Izuku felt as if he'd been run over by a lawn-mower. His hands kept shaking, refusing to grip the bar of his staff right. His knees locked and unlocked out of place, struggling to stay upright. Shinso was glaring at him, incredulity and frustration warring on his features. His expression filtered through the pounding in Izuku's ears. Well, I've definitely upset him if nothing else. You shouldn't have control, what did you do? Izuku didn't answer, his jaw locked tight. He wasn't looking at Shinso, not really. Blue-white electricity crackled up the length of his staff. He forced himself finally to stand under his own power. His other hand came to press at his mouth, wiping away sweat. He felt at once hyper-aware and distant. There was a current running through his blood, like he'd bitten into something sharp. Shinsu's hands clenched and unclenched by his side. Izuku's lack of response made him grind his teeth in frustration. Nothing to say for yourself? He jabbed, hoping to find another edge. You must be really tough to not pass out after shocking yourself like that. A real daredevil. More silence. Izuku could feel the restlessness in Shinso, the way his feet kept shifting their weight, the nervous sweat clinging to his forehead. When he took a step forward, Shinso unconsciously skittered back a half pace. He's afraid of me, Izuku realized. Maybe that made sense. He imagined right now he looked intimidating. He couldn't picture what his expression was, but it definitely wasn't friendly. His mouth was twisted into an uncomfortable smile. My quirk wasn't deemed right for the hero course, but looking at your face now, I wonder if it was just because UA had an issue with me. After all, they seem to have no problem letting someone who's made mistakes in. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Cementos startle. He'd heard that. Izuku ran, forcing Shinso to duck and dodge as his staff came for him blindingly fast. He only just managed to duck past, his hands bunching in Izuku's shirt collar. This is why people like me end up feeling like villains. I don't understand. It's like they want people like me to fail again and have all of our hopes crushed. Why do you get a chance at redemption when I have to work hard to even be tolerated despite doing nothing wrong? Shinsu's voice was harsh as he tried to knock Izuku's grip of his staff free. Izuku merely locked his ankles together around the boy's middle, using his body weight to twist them around so that Shinsu's back hit the ground. On top, Izuku struck. Once, twice, across the face. It hadn't meant to be like this. Izuku had the thought as the lamp overhead swung back and forth haphazardly, the silence echoing in his ears. He hadn't meant to. It had been an accident. The figure lay slumped in front of him, illuminated only when the lamp passed over her head. A mane of red hair, an unnaturally still chest, a shattered vase that she'd knocked off the kitchen table on her way down. It lay in scattered pieces at Izuku's feet. He looked at the table where an orange pill bottle sat. Izuku couldn't read the label, but he didn't have to. His quirk was on overdrive, taking into account the faint scar on Firefly's chest, made obvious by the open collar of her pajamas. What happened? I thought your staff only stunned people? Dabi's voice was a growl, the edge of his shoes by her head. He nudged her still chin with the tip of one, and Izuku's stomach churned. Pacemaker surgery. Weak heart. The strain of the taser sent her into distress. My fault. My fault, I should have known. Kid. Ghost. We needed her alive. She'd run. She hadn't wanted to fight him, had known he was a kid. She'd run because she had a little brother. His picture was in a frame sitting on the piano in the living room. She'd run because she hadn't wanted to hurt him but didn't want to go with them, and he'd pulled out his staff and... There was a muttered curse, and then Izuku was being tugged and pulled away. He scrambled, a low cry escaping his mouth as one hand lifted towards her still form. He could do CPR, he could try to help her, he could. The hand that was fisted in the back of his shirt was like iron. Dabi dragged Izuku away from the figure, towards the fire exit at the edge of the window. Izuku's hands bit crescent marks into the arms around him. Shoyuta stood almost before the match was over, his chair scraping across the floor. He was moving, even as Hizashi gave him a look of concern from the corner of his eye. He got the call as he stepped into the hall, already knowing who would be on the other line. Tashinori's voice was a tight line of anxiety in his ear. Security put Izuku in a detainment room. I called his mother, but no one's going to see the boy until you get here. He's refused everyone else. The last part was said with a touch of hurt in Tashinori's voice, a fact that Shoyuta frankly didn't have time to deal with at that moment. He scanned the signs that marked the hallway for directions towards empty classrooms that security had loaned for the event. A feeling had grown in Shuta's stomach since the beginning of this match, a bad feeling that had refused to settle itself. It had grown into an ugly vine the longer Izuku had struggled, the longer the silence had stretched across the audience, still shocked by the event. The plant continued to do its best to strangle Shoyuta now. Security for the room was Ectoplasm and 13, who had been called away from the main event. 13's expression was usually a little difficult to read, but if pressed, Shoyuta would describe their emotions as concerned. Ectoplasm's voice always sounded a little distorted, a facet of his quirk. He came forward as Shoyuta rounded the hall, already guessing who it was. He was an intense hero even when a situation wasn't serious, and Shoyuta appreciated this about him as he quickly cut to the chase. The boy's been sitting at his desk in silence for the past 15 minutes. My clone is with him but hasn't been able to figure out what set him off. What happened, Shoyuta? I thought the kid was meant to be going through therapy and rehabilitating. From what you told me, he was a reformed citizen rather than a ticking time bomb. Until now, Shoyuta would have agreed with that sentiment. On the surface, Midoriya had seemed to be adjusting as well as could be expected, given his ordeal. This kind of break in character, the sudden shift into silence, was something Shoyuta could only guess he had missed. Everyone had missed something. For someone who prided himself on observation and knowing his students and their needs, it felt like an oversight. He had thought that Midoriya would be a student who wanted his space, that he would only retreat further if pressed. Shoyuta had seen moments of unhappiness in his student but deemed it healthy for the boy to work through it with his therapist. This might have been a mistake. Shoyuta had taken at face value that the boy had been absorbing information well enough. He had answered every question posed to him promptly. He hadn't handed in work yet, but Shoyuta had given him a grace period until his education level test went through. Midoriya had claimed he'd submitted it to the school for processing 2 days ago. Upon further thought, Shoyuta concluded that was late too. He frowned to himself. There's another thing you should know, Aizawa, 13 piped up, their hands nervously wringing together. Cementos also brought the other boy in. He said he overheard some things that were concerning. Concerning? Incriminating, 13 clarified, clearing their throat delicately. We don't know how the boy got the information, but he seems to be aware of things even police reports didn't cover during the ghost murders. Aizawa resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose, his casted hands making the instinct difficult. Great, another fire to mitigate. This might explain the sudden breakdown on Izuku's part. Keep him in holding then, I'll address it after I deal with Midoriya. With a steadying breath, Shoyuta made his way inside to meet his student. Working as an underground hero, he had seen more than his fair share of villains who were put in their positions largely by circumstance. It was a reality that was difficult for the media to capture. A black and white, right, or wrong, was a better story to sell. Everyone talked about the villain that caused chaos in a shopping mall, but no one talked about how he had lost his job there and couldn't afford to feed his family. No one talked about the kid whose dad was also a villain and so took up that family name. Villains were bad. Child villains were worse. Shoyuta hated looking into another person's face and feeling helpless, like there was nothing logical that could have been done to keep them off such a path. It reminded him too much of the expectations his own life had thrown at him, the expectations that he had worked hard to overcome. He had put so much effort into being something other than the boy with the bad quirk from a poor district of town. Not everyone could apply that kind of work ethic. It was kinder to expel those who couldn't than to give them false hope. It was why, in many ways, Shuta's teaching methods were seen as unorthodox. It was also probably what made him a good teacher. Most of the time. He wasn't feeling all that professional at the moment. Izuku was lying slumped on the desk, his head against his arms. He didn't stir when Shoyuta entered, but Shoyuta knew the boy had hurt him. There was a dejectedness in the air that Shoyuta didn't like. This wasn't normal Midoriya behavior, which had so far seemed to follow the mantra of, keep moving forward, even in bleak situations. It was a personality trait that Shoyuta had admired about the boy from the start, and it was troubling to see it vanish. Shoyuta took a minute to thank whatever force there was out there that he didn't have his own teenagers to deal with at home, though 1A basically were his children at this point, as Hizashi and Toshi liked to tease. Shoyuta pulled back the chair across from Midoriya, deciding that beating around the bush would earn him no favors. You asked for me. What upset you out there? Izuku shifted, finally lifting his head to look at his teacher. The boy's face was exhausted, deep circles prominent under his eyes. A mark of dried blood had formed under his nose, making Shoyuta worry that Midoriya had pushed himself too far as he so habitually did. Midoriya made a token effort to wipe at the mark, scrubbing a hand across his face. It only smudged the blood around, spreading to his lip and fingers. A look of silent shame flickered across his face, but it was smoothed down by false indifference. Shoyuta resisted the impulse to dig around in his pocket for a tissue. 15-year-olds tended to resent that sort of thing. He decided to opt for a slightly different tactic, given Izuku's silence. If you don't talk, I'm only going to get your mother in here. You know I believe in logic. I'm not going to blame you for something without hearing all the facts first. The mention of his mom made Izuku flinch, but some of the coldness faded from his eyes. He rested his hands against the table, knuckles ugly and bruised. For the first time, Shoyuta could see just how miserable Izuku could look. You should have just put me in jail, he blurted harshly. What makes you think that? Shoyuta asked carefully, dark eyes narrowed. I'm terrible at this. The boy exclaimed, gesturing to his face as if the injuries there were proof. SCK at what? Being a hero. Izuku threw up his hands, uncharacteristically loud. He glared up at his teacher. Being a student. Being not a villain. He essayed in a frustrated breath, lips curled into a snarl. I'm trying but I keep messing up. His hands balled into fists, slamming down against the table a moment later. Shoyuta leaned back in his chair, regarding Izuku evenly. There was a somewhat unsettling notion that Midoriya reminded him a little bit of Bakugo in his anger. There were definitely teeth under Izuku's normally kind manner, but this was the first time Shoyuta had to deal with it firsthand. Where Bakugo's anger stemmed from pride, Izuku's stemmed from fear. He kept his tone even, refusing to feed into the sudden agitation. Why do you think you should go to jail? Because Izuku's voice caught, and Shoyuta heard the shaking edge of his next breath as he pushed forward. Because I've hurt people. And I'm still hurting people. Did you want to hurt people? Shoyuta asked. No, Izuku's hands tore through his hair, pulling it back from his face. The corners of his eyes were wet with unshed tears. No, I didn't want to. I've never wanted to. Then you were a victim yourself, yes? Shoyuta leaned a little closer, his voice low and gentle but no less intent. It's important that you acknowledge that these two statements can coexist. You've hurt people and you were a child. A victim. They aren't mutually exclusive, and trying to shy away from either is lying to yourself as well as the people around you. Izuku looked away, his gaze trailing to his lap. His voice was laced with the weight of frustration. But that's not what a hero is. Or not what it's supposed to be. Heroes they're like All Might. Noble. Disgustingly honest, strong and kind. I'm not even strong. Shoyuta thought back to his own first days being a pro-hero, or even a student at UA. The image of himself, smaller and disheveled and so willing to fight the world for just a chance to prove himself. All the while, his own mind had often told him he didn't have a chance. What had Hisashi told him when he'd first made his way into Class 1A? What had Namuri coached him about as an adult, when those insecurities had dogged him? Heroes are human, Midoriya. They make mistakes, and have flaws, and ideals and ambitions. You of all people have experienced the worst side of that nature for most of your life, much to the regret of the staff here. We make mistakes, or at least I have. Izuku snorted, the sound wet and disbelieving. Shoyuta scowled, reaching over to lightly rap at the top of the boy's head. He startled, finally looking at his teacher with incredulity. Listen to me, problem child. Why do you think I'm an underground hero? I can't be in the public eye, and not just because of my quirk. I handle cases heroes like All Might can't, because it would ruin their image and symbol for the community. The first inkling of understanding seemed to finally appear on Midoriya's face. Shoyuta confirmed his suspicions with a nod. I've had to hurt people to get a job done. Sometimes the villain doesn't come quietly. Sometimes, the villains aren't actually the problem in the first place. Sometimes, they're like you, forced into that life. Once in a long while, the person I'm told to track is in the public eye, a hero. That seemed to shut Izuku up a little. He huffed, uncertain but quieter. That doesn't mean it was right. What I did, what I was forced to do, none of that's the same. His green eyes misted over. And if 1A finds out, if Uraraka or Ida or Azui found out, they'd never forgive me. Midoriya, Shoyuta murmured. Do you really think so little of the students I'm teaching alongside you? Izuku's silence spoke for him. Shoyuta sighed, feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders the longer he looked at the boy. He thought he understood the angle Shinso had taken with the information he'd gathered. Apparently, being liked was still important to teenagers, even those like Izuku who had faced significant challenges in life. The students I've picked for your class are some of the most empathetic, strong, and capable people I've had the honor of teaching in a long time. I say this because I know they'll never believe you if you told them I said it. On average, my expulsion rate for first years is around 70%. I had the choice to add you to my class. Do you understand where I'm going with this? He pointed a finger toward Midoriya. I looked at you and saw potential. Even when you were struggling, even when you faced challenges, I saw a young man desperate to learn kindness and how to be heroic. The only other student in your class where I see that willingness to learn is Kaminari. It's also why, despite his recent struggles, he's still in the course. The admission was perhaps a little unconventional, but it earned a surprised snort from Izuku. He'd have to have been blind not to notice Denki's frustration with every written test. But that brings me to your biggest weakness, Midoriya. Denki asks me for help when he doesn't understand the course material or when he's struggling. The smile slipped from Izuku's face, and he looked a little guilty about being caught. I know the material, he tried, a half-hearted protest. Shoyuta merely stared at him until the boy crumpled like a house of cards. I can't read. I'm sorry, what? Or right. Sometimes I get restless sitting at a desk. Like my quirk gets bored and I've been trying to work around it, but sometimes it makes me focus on someone else in class, and then I miss things. But I've been doing pretty well. I got a recording device and… Izuku, back up. Shoyuta held up one bandaged arm, effectively silencing the muttering. Izuku clamped his mouth shut, rocking a little back in his seat. His face was flushed pink. Let me get this straight. You've gone nearly a semester in my class, answering questions promptly, doing ORL assignments when given a choice, without handing in any written homework. It's all because you can't write? Or read, Izuku confirmed, apparently rather unbothered by the whole situation. I mean, I can read a little? But that book President Mike gave us in Japanese and English to write a report on? I've been listening to audio recordings of it and just learning the English with the rest of the class. Did I do something wrong? Shoyuta had to look up from his casted arm, which was currently pressed to his forehead and by proxy the desk. Izuku was looking at him with an almost pitying expression. Sorry, I know I'm a lot more behind than anyone guesses. My quirk makes me sound smart, but yeah. He laughed, the sound self-deprecating. Suddenly, Shoyuta felt a surge of anger toward those who had taken Izuku as a child. No wonder the kid was constantly struggling. Information quirks relied on the ability to store the information they gleaned somewhere, be it through audio recording, writing, or even telling another person. The boy had been raised to be secretive, to hoard what he knew, and wasn't even given the opportunity to read so he could estimate his quirk when it was bothering him. Shoyuta didn't get angry often, but cold fury sat in the pit of his gut at how deeply the villains that had captured Izuku had affected him. He kept his breath even, his hands twitching inside the casts. You didn't do anything wrong, Shoyuta said, because reassurance was needed in this situation. He kept his face patient under the bandages, hoping Izuku would read his body language and feel at ease. I would appreciate it if you could tell me these sorts of things in the future so that I might help you keep up with your peers outside of school. But I understand why you didn't. A look of relief crossed Izuku's face. He had honestly been expecting to get into trouble over this. Shoyuta continued, however, I'll say that if you want to pass first year, learning to read and write are essential. You're definitely getting extra lessons after this festival. Izuku looked a little put out by this, but resigned. He'd seen it coming, Shoyuta guessed. In regards to Hitoshi Shinso, I've been told by our referee that he referred to some things about your past that quite frankly, only you or a hero who had been working your case file should know. Behind the shadow of his hair, Izuku confirmed. He knew about Firefly. Not that she died in a fire. The truth. Shoyuta had worked this case for nearly 15 years. He'd been involved with Neo Mesa from the start and knew about the serial arsons. He'd also suspected them to be a cover-up, as had most of the police. UA's suspected for a while now that there's an informant hiding amongst the staff or possibly the students. Izuku shook his head, sudden and firm. His brow creased. It doesn't make sense. He was mean but he was mad. Green eyes flicked up to Shoyuta, hesitant, but he kept speaking. The Shigaraki always said the informant was level-headed, a good liar. Shinso didn't hide how he felt. This wasn't surprising to Shoyuta. In fact, it made a piece slide into place that he hadn't noticed before. A frown crossed his face. He'd read Shinso's profile and had a brief idea of his life and home life by proxy. Izuku's face was pale, the freckles on his cheeks standing out starkly. He'd curled himself further into his chair. A look of devastation crossed his features. He's being set up for being framed, isn't he? Shoyuta rose to his feet, exhaling slowly. This knot was getting tangled, and he didn't like who might take the fall if this was going to be public. Come with me. We're going to go find out. Hitoshi had learned that from a young age, routine added regularity to his life. This was important because life as it stood for him was rarely routine. There was always something happening in his home, something to be cleaned or cared for. His foster parents were kind enough, but they had 5 other children, all younger than him and all with bigger behavioral problems. Things got missed, and he was never one to complain too loudly about it in the first place. So dishes were done every other day by him, and his siblings had to have dinner on the table on Tuesdays because his parents worked later then, and he had to get his homework done and help the others when they struggled with theirs. Hitoshi had to be there for meltdowns, for cleanup, for his jobs because he was working 2 of them so his parents didn't have to pay for his uniform. He worked and worked, all the while with the lead weight in his gut of this knowledge. There wasn't an out for someone like him. An older kid with a problematic quirk? This life was all he could expect. Getting into UA had been his miracle, and now he had to grit his teeth and work himself to the bone just to ensure it wasn't ripped away. All the while, his classmates in middle school bullied him for his used clothes, his quirk, the permanent circles under his eyes. How was he supposed to be a hero when he scared others just by existing? UA was better. His classmates weren't mean, but Class A was the rich of the rich and the best of the best. It was a bitter pill to swallow to look at them all and see his own inadequacy. All of this Hitoshi might have endured had he not gotten that email. He'd nearly trashed it, the address unknown and clearly a throwaway. Yet his curiosity had gotten the best of him when he'd read the subject title, The Truth About the Class 1 as Transfer Student. He'd heard that UA had let a kid bypass the exams, and though he tried not to feel jealous, the temptation to click on the link had been too much for him. In the dark of his bedroom, the computer screen illuminating his pale face, Hitoshi had downloaded a file that was filled with information not available to the public. Then he'd been furious. He was still furious, seated as he was in an empty classroom. The blood that had been gushing from his nose had trickled to a slow stop, thanks to the tissues given. The anger kept simmering just beneath his skin, despite his best attempts to soothe it when he could. He'd never been this angry before, and Hitoshi was torn between riding the high of it and tipping over the knife's edge into despair. If he stayed angry, he didn't have to feel heartbroken over this kind of betrayal. The doorknob turning startled him out of his contemplation. Hitoshi lifted his head from the crook of one elbow and stared. If you'd asked him what would be his number one most embarrassing experience during his time at UA, meeting Eraserhead would rank up there. Meeting him while feeling so out of sorts was worse. Hitoshi had posters of the man on his bedroom wall for crying out loud. To make matters worse, a familiar nest of messy green curls was half-tucked behind the pro-hero, Izuku Midoriya himself. Hitoshi resisted the urge to glower, a crumpled bunch of tissues still clenched tightly in his fist. I don't want to talk to you while he's in here. Eraserhead was difficult to read, given that he was covered in bandages. Still, Hitoshi got the distinct feeling that an eyebrow was raised towards his tone. Well, considering the subject matter is about Midoriya, I think it's fair that he's included in this conversation. Hitoshi snorted, the sound derisive. This close, he could see that Midoriya had also scraped up his face at some point during the match. It sent a small thrill of satisfaction through him. I don't want to talk to a villain. Eraserhead pulled up a chair for himself, while Midoriya seemed to fuss and eventually chose to stand beside him like a nervous bodyguard. It's not like I said anything that wasn't the truth. That's why I'm here, right? Ectoplasm said I knew something I shouldn't, but I found the information on my own and put the pieces together. A white lie, but one that Hitoshi thought made him sound more credible. Eraserhead hummed, the sound neutral. It was Midoriya who spoke, his voice loud in the confines of the small room. It's not a good idea to lie like that. You're really not supposed to have that information. It's confidential, and you knowing it puts you in a bad light. He tacked on as an afterthought, your mouth tightens when you lie. Hitoshi growled, ears burning. He really didn't like this guy's quirk. Eraserhead interjected before he could argue. Hitoshi Shinso, what I'm about to tell you is an act of trust and can't leave this room. The truth of the matter is that someone's trying to frame you as an informant for the League of Villains. You could face serious consequences if this isn't handled honestly, and considering what you've likely given up to get here, it would truly be a loss on UA's part to allow it to happen. Dark eyes found Hitoshi's. If it had been any other circumstance, this would have been a weirdly specific fantasy that he'd only indulge in secrecy. Being trusted by Eraserhead with a secret? Helping him with an investigation? Honestly, how did he get into these kinds of situations? I want to know why UA is hiding a wanted criminal. Hitoshi felt the first inkling of uncertainty. He pushed it down by directing his glare towards Midoriya. I want to know why he made the cut. The silent addition to the question could probably be heard. Hitoshi wasn't sure he cared in that moment. Midoriya has no obligation to tell you, Eraserhead began, but was interrupted by Midoriya raising his hand. The pro-hero fell silent. Midoriya stepped forward then. The expression on his face could only be described as regretful. Hitoshi wasn't sure he'd ever seen someone who was supposed to be a villain look so introspective. He wasn't sure how it made him feel that it was directed towards him. When he spoke, it was very soft, as if he were talking to himself. The only indication that his words were meant for Hitoshi was that Midoriya's eyes caught and held his own. UA took me in because I needed help. I know it doesn't change what I've done, but I became a member of the League when I was 5 years old. I was taken from my mom, my friends. I didn't know anything but Shigaraki and the villains that raised me. The admission made Hitoshi's brows quirk upwards in surprise. Izuku took a deep breath and pushed forward. The alternative to taking me in was to put me on trial with limited evidence that the League were the real controllers behind the crimes I've committed. I'd likely be tried as an adult if public outcry were loud enough. I'm working towards being able to confess and help the pros bring Shigaraki and the League to justice. But I'm bad at talking. Really bad. Hitoshi glanced towards Eraserhead, trying to read the situation. He wasn't inclined to trust Midoriya, but he couldn't help but feel as if his idol would be honest in this situation. There was no hint of a lie on Eraserhead's face or body language. Some of Hitoshi's anger started to fade, replaced with a dull throb around his nose. The adrenaline had begun to finally dissipate. I'm just supposed to trust that? Hitoshi wanted to be angry, still wanted to be right. He grit his teeth when Izuku merely looked at him with a sort of melancholy resignation. No, but we are trying to stop you from getting mixed up in this. You don't have to like me, Shinso. I just don't want anyone else getting blamed for my mistakes. A compassionate villain. Hitoshi wanted to ask if this was some sort of joke. More and more, he read the stark honesty in the way Midoriya stood by Eraserhead, comfortable. Like a pair of unsettling twins, they were contradictory. For someone that had nearly faced danger at USJ, Aizawa didn't seem particularly frightened of Midoriya. For someone that had made difficult choices, Midoriya didn't seem particularly frightening. Yet this had been the same boy that only a half hour ago had shown an intense determination without a hint of expression on his face. Hitoshi ran his hands through his hair roughly, his thumbnail eventually coming to rest between his teeth. He thought about how hard he'd worked to come here, and how even then good and bad luck played so much of a part in life. He thought about how much bad luck Midoriya had likely lived with, and kept pushing through. He thought about his own misfortune. It was one thing to be labeled for just your quirk, it was another to be forced into that role. Hitoshi reluctantly thought he could relate to both. In a way, they were both desperately trying to fit molds that their quirks struggled to sit comfortably in. He sympathized with the situation. Hitoshi exhaled sharply, once through his teeth before inhaling through his nose. He was aware he looked tense, and didn't care. Being a hero meant doing the right thing. It didn't mean he couldn't be a little bitter about it. About 2 weeks ago, I got an email from a throwaway address claiming that they had info on Izuku Midoriya. I opened it out of curiosity, but it was a big enough file that I realized it wasn't just a news article or something. Hitoshi dug around for his phone, soon opening up his email to find said file. His screen illuminated his face briefly before he handed it across the desk to Eraserhead. The image was on the surface a news article. However, looking at it more closely, Hitoshi now had the suspicion it had merely been designed to look that way for credibility's sake. He'd be the first to admit he hadn't looked up the sources too thoroughly. It's a fake news article, but the information is accurate enough, Eraserhead confirmed, scanning the document. He made to hand it to Midoriya but seemed to think better of it at the last minute. He summarized out loud. The document, and the other papers with it, detail your villain identities tied to various incidents involving pro-heroes and their families in some cases. Midoriya's face became shuttered, but he didn't look surprised. A haunted feeling had entered his expression. That, makes sense, was about all he would admit. Chances are, the informant was hoping you'd be angry enough to try and make this information public. It would take focus off of them and also force UA to acknowledge Midoriya's involvement in these incidents. Which is the last thing the school needs, given the recent villain attacks. The weight of what he'd almost done sat with Hitoshi like a heavy ball in his stomach. He suddenly felt pale, his hands tightening in his lap. When he swallowed, his throat felt tight with emotion. I didn't think about that. Not many people would, given the circumstances, Eraserhead admitted. It was a trap where the person knew your personality and your reason for joining UA in the first place. Someone researched you thoroughly and deemed you to be vulnerable enough to take advantage of. I'm sorry. The apology surprised Hitoshi. He blinked up at Eraserhead, a little put off and strangely flattered at once. Why was he apologizing? You didn't do anything. No, but maybe that's the point. The man sighed. The teachers at UA often prioritize the hero courses. We rarely interact with the general studies kids, save for those who teach core subjects. When I read your file at a glance, I could tell you'd likely be someone who'd hold a lot of resentment at the idea of a student bypassing our standard testing. It wasn't hard to see because it was there in your profile, clear as day. Frankly, an amateur could pick up on it. Hitoshi didn't argue. He merely cast his gaze to the floor, hearing the unspoken. His life felt like a villain's origin story, he'd always known that. It didn't make it any easier to bear. Eraserhead kept speaking, breaking the boy from his negative thoughts. However, you've shown incredible character today. To go out of your way to help someone who is your direct competition, to empathize with their situation, all of this marks you as a student of great character. Hitoshi felt his breath freeze in his chest, his heartbeat stutter. His face burned with the unexpected praise. You're a student that UA is lucky to have. The last of Hitoshi's anger left him. He was left only with bewilderment, pleased. For the first time, some of the gauntness of his expression lifted. You can become a hero, both of you. But in order for students like you to succeed, you can't fight each other at every opportunity. Izuku cracked a small rueful smile. To be fair, I landed a good punch, sensei. You couldn't even keep your mouth shut when you knew what my quirk's trick was, Hitoshi countered, fighting a small grin of his own. Izuku chuckled, his shoulders shaking with the effort of keeping in his laughter. Both of you could work on your hand-to-hand combat, Shoyuta interjected. He tilted his head at the sudden thought, an idea that Toshinori would probably be proud of simmering at the back of his mind. Considering I have to give Midoriya supplementary lessons after this anyway? Shinso, I could arrange with your teacher to set up sparring lessons with you too. If either of you want to stay or enter the hero course, I'd say it's a necessity. Hitoshi's eyes went wide, an uncharacteristic look of shock on his face. Why, you're kidding? He stammered, suddenly self-conscious. People, they don't like to spar with me. You really think I have a chance of making Class 1A? If you're not afraid of me, I'm not afraid of you. Aizawa-sensei's the teacher of Class 1A, he probably wouldn't offer if he didn't think you could make it, Izuku countered. It was a challenge and reassurance at once, and probably the only thing that could have made Hitoshi do something other than half-heartedly refuse the offer. His face was as red as his hair. When, after a moment of thought, he nodded. You're being a disgrace. Shudo froze in the hallway, not expecting to find his father of all people while trying to clear his head. It was an unfortunate meeting. Shudo had left looking for a quiet place to think. He had a lot on his mind, given the state of the latest fight. Izuku Midoriya had been all but dragged from the stage, and though it was a technical win, the cheer in the audience had deflated a bit. There was a fine line between a wholesome fight and a chaotic one, and the line seemed to be Shinsu's injury. The silence afterwards had been an oppressive weight that not even present Mick's wisecracking over the intercom could really lighten. A few minutes later, Shudo had been brought aside and told the news. Midnight's normally cheery disposition had a note of solemnity as she'd explained. Midoriya will be expected to resign his place in the tournament due to unsportsmanlike behavior. However, as you're a candidate to be his next match, the choice ultimately lies with you or Zero. You can claim an easy win, or if you choose, you can compete against him. Should you beat Zero, your decision will be the deciding factor in his participation. It was an offer that was a bit much to take in at once. Shudo didn't especially like Midoriya as it stood, but he'd been thrown by the sudden change of character he'd seen in the arena. Midoriya hadn't really seemed like a student in a competition when he was fighting. He'd seemed more like someone who had lost their way. It was disconcerting, and Shudo felt that he didn't really know Midoriya, despite having been in the same class as him for months. Taking away Midoriya's chance at winning the sports festival was, on paper, the most logical decision. Even if Shudo was relatively certain he could beat him, taking out the competition without having to even fight them was better. It bothered him, though, on a level he couldn't quite pinpoint. Like a thorn just under his skin, the kid who had looked up to heroes like All Might wasn't happy with winning an unfair fight. It was an unexpected trait, the sort that was dangerous around his father. His mother had suffered for such traits, once upon a time. Shudo was doing his best to suppress that part of himself. So, of course, Shudo had to run into the worst person he could possibly encounter when he was trying to control his temper. Sometimes, he thought his father's attitude was contagious. Shudo believed that the parts of himself that he disliked the most came out to play when he heard his dad's voice. He grit his teeth and held down his temper. He tried to school his face into some form of neutrality as he passed him. People forgot how intimidating a figure Endeavor could be. Shudo's father stood at a massive 195 centimeters and was built like a wall of flames. As a child, Shudo had felt impossibly small next to the man, dwarfed into nothing by mere proximity. Reporters had been known to stop in their tracks from one well-placed glare or threatening step forward. Shudo kept his face impassive, his jaw clenched. He refused to stop and chat, knowing what the topic would be. His father didn't seem to care. You could have crushed the competition in both the obstacle course and the cavalry battle if you'd only used your left side. If you stopped acting so childish, you would have made a show comparable to All Might's student debut. Keep walking. Shudo could feel the cold creeping up his arm, the only physical sign of his mood. For a moment, he dared to imagine what it might look like if he froze the ground Endeavor stood on. The imagery was comforting, even if his leg throbbed and reminded him that it wouldn't be a good idea. Midoriya's face hovered in the back of his mind, knowing but afraid as he'd asked him what was wrong. That Midoriya, the one that saw too much, would probably realize that Shudo was on the edge of losing control. Shudo tried to rein in that anger, tucking it close to him until things felt sharp and frozen. You're different than your siblings, do you hear? You're my greatest creation, and I'm tired of seeing you waste your potential just because you want to be angry at me. You have a chance to claim an easy win with this fight, and you'd be foolish to pass it up. Of course, his father assumed he'd win the next match. There wasn't any doubt, because if Shudo lost, he'd pay for it. He couldn't afford to lose, because it wasn't a game for his father. It never had been. Something bitter was stirring in the back of Shudo's mind, that his father had the audacity to expect him to win without even knowing anything about Zero at all. He was going to take the match and demand Midoriya step down. Of course he was. He had more pride in himself than to pit himself against someone who struggled and couldn't even punch properly. Midoriya would be at a disadvantage anyway, and Shudo didn't think he deserved that kind of defeat. Yet he had defied odds again and again, in ways that were increasingly becoming frustrating to track or predict. In a strange way, Shudo almost wanted Midoriya to continue, if only because he was unpredictable in a way that none of his other classmates were. Shudo wanted Midoriya to fight him, so he could show him that he was wrong about what he saw. Shudo didn't want help. He just wanted to prove that he could be a hero without his father's name ever being a part of it. He wanted to prove that half of him wasn't the man that had caused so much pain in his family. He was going to prove that Midoriya was wrong, that he was strong enough to do what no one else in his family ever did. Cut out the part of him that made people look at his face and see Enji Todoroki. Just like that, he stopped, his sneakers squeaking against the linoleum. Shudo's breath leaked from his mouth, soft clouds. He cut his father off in the middle of whatever he was going to say, his resolve solid. I'm going to beat Midoriya because I can. With Mom's power, not yours. And when I do, I'm going to prove that I can be a hero without you. For the first time, Endeavor had nothing else to say. Kaken's tough. Kaken's the best at sports in preschool. She can run the fastest and throw a baseball really far. Sometimes when she gets excited, she yells. Kaken thinks she's a boy. Kaken's wild and energetic, and she does all the things that girls shouldn't do, like spit, and punch, and yell. She pushes and pushes, and if you tell her she can't do something, she'll do it better than you by the end of the month. If Kaken's a boy, then he's a fierce one. If Kaken's a boy, then he's the kind that won't even take it easy on anyone. Kaken's a force to be reckoned with. That Bakugo kid's gonna break that chubby gravity girl, huh? Katsuki knew what people thought about him. He knew when his name came up next to Uraraka's, what people would think of him. It didn't stop his hands from tightening at his sides as two strangers passed by. He'd gone to get a can of orange juice, his body buzzing in a way that meant he was high on adrenaline and low on sugar. The vending machine often ate money instead of giving up its actual contents, so it ended in Katsuki swearing and kicking the machine until it finally spat the drink out. This was when he heard the two people passing by, in the midst of a discussion about the vending machine. Katsuki stilled, his anger redirecting itself into something sour at the back of his mouth. His drink for a moment was forgotten. Here was the thing. Objectively speaking, Katsuki considered Roundface to be a strong opponent. He thought that if Uraraka only had a little more confidence, she'd be on top amongst the girls at least. He'd taken note of her quirk before he'd bothered to learn her name, and that was how Katsuki knew someone was strong. She'd made an impression with the ball toss that first class, and kept working and getting stronger. Some of his classmates tended to plateau, but Uraraka was a steady incline to the top with very little sign of stopping. She wasn't mind-blowing, but hard work paid off. Katsuki knew that more than anyone, his own strive to be the best, leaving him with very little free time outside of school. So the question was, why did he have to take it easy on an opponent that never took it easy on anyone else? Why was it heroic to treat girls like they were weak? He kicked the vending machine again, this time a little harder. The drink rolled out from the bottom, a little dented but cold. Katsuki pressed it to the palm of his hand the entire walk back, using it to ground himself. He came back just in time to learn about Izuku. He'd stepped out during the match, half convinced that this would be where his childhood friend would meet his match. All because of a silly mistake, which was typical. Somehow in the span of 20 minutes though, Izuku had managed to surprise everyone once again. Kirishima glanced back at Katsuki, his face pale and his expression shocked. Dude, you never told me that Midoriya was intense. At Katsuki's quizzical expression, his friend recapped the match. The more Katsuki heard, the less it sounded like Izuku. By the end of the explanation, Katsuki had forgotten about his match with Uraraka. Against his better judgment, a feeling of unease was battering away at his chest. You said they had to take Izuku out of the match? Where'd they take him? Kirishima shrugged apologetically. Dunno. They took that Shinso kid too. Word is, Midoriya's gonna get disqualified for unsportsmanlike behavior. He won, didn't he? What's the big deal? Katsuki, he really hurt someone. Kirishima blurted, looking a little uncertain. He scratched at the scar by his eye, glancing towards Kaminari beside him. The look was clear. Kirishima didn't want to give Midoriya's past away to those who didn't know. I think everyone was really thrown by his reaction. It was out of character. Katsuki wanted to push, ask more questions like, where did they take him? Or, why did it matter if he didn't actually hurt someone? He didn't get a chance. Overhead, Present Mick's voice echoed across the stadium. His announcement made the questions die in Katsuki's throat. The stadium is now clear to continue. Todoroki Shudo vs. Hantashiro. Will the contestants for the next 5 matches please begin to make their way into their designated waiting rooms until called? That's all of us then. Kaminari half-turned in his seat, offering a thumbs up towards Kirishima. His smile was a little weak as he offered the same to Katsuki, like he was almost nervous about wishing him luck. Try to keep your temper out there, yeah? Katsuki frowned, his shoulders rolling away the stress that was building up in his neck. He made a derisive noise, forcing himself to tear his gaze away from the stadium below. Whatever. Keep his temper. Like that had ever worked out for him. Especially when others demanded it. Young man, you really need to stop ending up in my office. Izuku winced as Recovery Girl placed a gentle touch on his hand, feeling his split lip begin the slow process of healing. It felt odd, and exhaustion was likely not far behind. He scrubbed at the spot where the injury had been, marveling not for the first time at the remarkable ability of healers. It's not like I meant to get a split lip. He pointed out unhelpfully. Recovery Girl made a clicking noise of disapproval. No really, and the electrocution was a necessary evil. HM. In my experience, necessary evils are often entirely avoidable. She commented dryly. Izuku watched as the elderly woman rifled through a basic first aid kit, eventually selecting bandages and rubbing alcohol and gesturing for Izuku's hand. He'd suffered an electrical burn, which in retrospect was probably the least that could have happened. Recovery Girl peeled the bandage on carefully. Her voice was mild as she spoke. Still, you're in better shape than your opponent. I had to help him with an injury, which is never fun. Izuku winced in sympathy for Shinso. His hands fiddled restlessly as he couldn't help but ask, he's going to be all right? Oh yes, the boy's healthy enough, though he passed out almost immediately after. Bit of an insomniac normally, I bet. His body didn't have the stamina for a full healing without some rest. Thinking about how thin Hitoshi was, Izuku supposed that made sense. Not so long ago himself, he'd been mostly skin and bones. What did I miss while I was talking with Aizawa-sensei? Todoroki made a quick win against Zero. Denki ended up losing to Shizaki. Ashido won her match, but that's no real surprise. That girl's athleticism puts mine to shame, back in the day. The old woman smiled, her expression patient. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu are duking it out, but between you and me I think those two will tire each other out. They're an unfortunately even match. Izuku quickly did the math, a sinking feeling rapidly squeezing his chest. His hands tightened on his knees, brow furrowing. Then Ochako and Bakugo are competitors, yes. But young man, I'd worry more about your place in the festival, if I were you. Kind gray eyes looked at him, a wrinkled hand patting his own. Discussions of whether or not you'll be disqualified for your actions are taking place, and if your classmates choose, you might not be allowed to return to the competition this year. It was with a grim face that Recovery Girl explained Midnight's decision. Izuku was forced to admit that he wasn't surprised. Unhappy but not surprised. He'd lashed out and quite frankly, Shinso had paid the price for it. Unheroic behavior indeed. It didn't stop the twinge of guilt from gnawing inside of him. His mom promised to watch all his matches. Izuku would have a lot to explain. He also couldn't help but worry about the next match. Izuku liked to think he knew Ochako, and despite all attempts made to avoid him, he definitely knew Kaken. Neither of them were the type to take a fight lying down. Ochako had also admitted to Izuku, quietly of course, that she was a little afraid of Kaken. Which was fair. Izuku thought that if situations were different he might be afraid of Kaken as well. He was strong, relentless, and would rather push himself to the limit if it meant winning. Even as children, he'd been intense. Izuku could remember being impressed by that bravery at one point. He wondered when Kaken started using that fearlessness, that relentless side of him, as a way to carve his path out in the world. In my experience, the ones who have the most to lose are the students that fight the hardest, Recovery Girl murmured sagely as she rolled up the unused part of the bandage. In that moment, Izuku wasn't sure who she was referring to. And now, ladies and gentlemen, entering the ring with a face that only a mother could love, Katsuki Bakugo. Versus my personal pick, Ochako Uraraka. Hey, you finally made it. The familiar voice caused Izuku's head to turn as he made his way down the aisles, trying to find a seat. He was late and the crowd was already tightly packed. Everyone wanted to see how this match was going to go. A smile lit up his face as he recognized the girl making her way towards him across the student section. Aiko and her sister, Sayuri. The two were dressed like most people at the sports festival, wearing colorful merchandise of their favorite heroes. Aiko's voice was warm, and she purposefully seemed to avoid the topic of the bandage across Izuku's cheek and lip. We were beginning to worry your injuries were worse than they looked. I wanted to see this match but was gonna give it up as a lost cause if you didn't show soon. You're excited to see Uraraka? Izuku assumed, because in truth that's who most people were here to see. Aiko blinked in confusion, the hand not cradling Sayuri tucking her hair behind her shoulder. A look of trepidation crossed her face. No actually. I know he's, the unpopular choice, but I'm here for Katsuki Bakugo. When I told you I knew about you, it was because I have a friend here. She flushed a little, toying with the edge of a necklace at her throat. Izuku's quirk zoned in on the edge of it, the symbol of Venus peeking out, linked with another symbol of Venus. Truth is, I'm running buddies with him. Ochako found that staring down Bakugo was a bit like trying to stare down a cat. Difficult and a little uncomfortable. The thunder of the crowd thudded in time with her anxious heartbeat. Her hands were collecting sweat at a speed that was ironic, given her opponent's quirk. If Bakugo was afraid, he didn't show it. His face was twisted into a sneer, cracking his knuckles and shaking them loose at his sides. He always seemed to exude a strong amount of resilience, and he didn't seem the slightest bit apprehensive about the match ahead. Ochako felt a twinge of jealousy deep down. It was the ugly side of her, that envy that whispered under her usual cheery disposition. It was always loudest when she looked at her classmates, because Bakugo was the best despite his attitude, or Kirishima was strong, or Momo was smart, or Izuku was hardworking. It always felt like she was just one step behind, a step out of time. She wasn't sure how much of it was her own mind and how much of it was the truth. All Ochako had was her gravity quirk and her willpower, which came straight from her own mother and could move mountains. It's what pushed her this far, so why did she feel so distant from it at the same time? What was it about facing down Bakugo that made her feel like she was fighting a tough battle? Even the crowd was cheering harder for her than they should, the sound forced. They just didn't want to watch a girl lose. In their minds, she'd already lost. You're the floaty one, right, Roundface? He startled Ochako out of her spiraling thoughts. She flinched hard. Bakugo didn't seem to notice, or maybe didn't care enough to comment. His head was tilted to one side, his gaze unusually focused. If you're gonna back down, do it now. I don't give second chances. His brow quirked. Or give it your all. I'm not here to play around. Ochako felt her fear turn to determination, a fire igniting in her heart. It was a sharp feeling, mounting into an edge that must have shown on her face. The first glint of interest flitted across Bakugo's face. All of a sudden, Ochako's doubt crystallized into stillness. Even she knew what that meant, being in UA, if she gave up before she began. What was she doing? Why was she doubting herself? I'm here to make my mom and dad proud. I can't do that if I let the likes of Katsuki Bakugo intimidate me. The shrieking of the start bell rang through her, and Ochako charged. Her voice was a cry to battle. She was terrified, but she was determined if nothing else. Like hell I'm backing down,